Chapter 1, The High Exam and the School Flower. The Huaxin Station reports that 500 genius class candidates from across the country have entered the examination center. This is an innovation for our country to cultivate cutting-edge talents, making long-lasting preparations for future technological breakthroughs. Ooh, so envious. If you're selected, you can always be taught by top experts and have a bright future. Even if people fail to get selected, the worst is Qingbei. I heard that famous foreign schools spend a high price to grab people. I'm such a loser that I can't even get a college degree, so I'm really pissed off. The hottest news every year is the Genius Class exam in January before the college entrance exam. Those who were selected were the pride of heaven and grew to be the pillars of the country. Candidates all over the country aspire to it. But there were also some who were sour. Che, can we break through the foreign blockade by organizing a Genius Class? Being more assertive will only invite more violent suppression. Oh, net some fancy, domestic education can never surpass foreign. You guys roll your own. My family has arranged for me to go to a beautiful country to study abroad, 10 times better than what Genius Class. After graduation to stay abroad to work high paying and easy, the air is sweet, really capable people who stay in the country If you don't like the country, get out, no one will keep you. Being suppressed by foreign countries only think of surrendering, we don't want such soft bones. All are some scum, go to a foreign pheasant university to mix the diploma, also have the nerve to show off, don't show off. Can be selected into the Genius Class, which is not snatched by the famous foreign schools? The patriotic netizens unceremoniously poked at each other's inner thoughts. Both sides argued online. Make sure you don't rush during the exam, just play out your normal level. This time, it's Dean Shindongchang who personally wrote the questions and personally supervised the exam. I also heard that a disciple will be selected from it. If you perform well, this is a great opportunity to leap the Dragon Gate. But there's no need to have too much pressure. The nation's early screening of top students doesn't affect the college entrance exam. Just continue to take the college entrance examination if you are not selected. Before entering the examination room, class teacher Ma Dong nervously gave Li Yi, Xia Shui and Lu Chuanfeng an explanation of the precautions to be taken in the examination. This year, there were 3 reference places in Donghai No. 1 Middle School. The school attached great importance to it and sent the class teacher to personally escort them. Teacher, don't worry, I have confidence in my strength. Li Yi said confidently. In every mock test at school, Li Yi's grades were almost always close to perfect scores. It was all about studying hard to serve the country. Every time he saw the news of being sanctioned by the West, it was a motivation for Li Yi to strive hard. He also believed that one day, China could completely master all the top science and technology and completely surpass the West. Hey, don't talk so full of words. Do you believe me when I say that you will definitely fail this time? Just about to enter the examination room, Lu Chuanfeng stopped and said with a cold smile. The 3 of them were the top 3 in the Eastern Sea's top class. Li Yi's exam results had always been number 1, and Xia Shui was second. But Xia Shui was the class flower, and the 2 were the center of attention wherever they went. Instead, he, the 3rd place, barely had much presence. In addition, he pursued Xia Shui, but Xia Shui's only Li Yi even do not want to say a word to him. This caused Lu Chuanfeng's hatred for Li Yi to seep into his bones. What do you mean? Li Yi frowned. Dare you bet with me? Bet on what? If you fall off the list you won't be allowed to be with Xia Shui. Lu Chuanfeng urged as he stared at Li Yi closely. I won't take anyone else as a bet. Li Yi directly rebuffed. You're just a wimp and don't deserve to be with Xia Shui at all. I'm telling you that Xia Shui is mine, don't dare to bet and ignore her in the future. Lu Chuanfeng refused to give up on Li Yi and pressed aggressively. You're not allowed to pester Xia Shui anymore even if you lose. Li Yi was also enraged. Xia Shui was obviously tired of his pestering. Since he took the initiative to send him to the door, it was the perfect opportunity to help Xia Shui get rid of her pestering. Good, it's a deal. Lu Chuanfeng was very pleased to have achieved his goal and looked like he was winning. Ma Dong was furious. All classmates, what's the point of fighting when you don't assist each other? Teacher, you don't care, this is a grudge between the 2 of us. Lu Chuanfeng was very arrogant and did not give the class teacher any face. Ma Dong opened his mouth, helpless. Lu Chuanfeng's family background was very deep and he could not afford to provoke it. Alright, you guys quickly go to the examination room. Saying goodbye to the class teacher, he entered the examination room. The entire exam room of 500 people was the top students selected from the whole country. And only 50 of these 500 students would be selected to follow the top experts in each field from undergraduate to doctorate. As long as they were chosen to be selected, they would receive the best educational resources in the country. Therefore, every student put their best foot forward to take this exam, imperatively. Waiting for all the students to take their places. The invigilator came over and said, Hello everyone. First of all, congratulations to all of you for being able to participate in this election exam. The examiner is presided over by Mr. Shindongchang, the Dean of Aerospace. Everyone applaud and welcome. An old expert with white hair walked over. Everyone stood in awe, all standing up and applauding in greeting. This was a man who had presided over the development of a 5th-generation fighter for the country with his own strength, solving the national crisis in one fell swoop, making the West no longer dare to sail warships into Chinese territorial waters. He was the pride of all of Huaxia, and even more so, he was the object of worship for the candidates. Shen Dongchang waved his hand to greet the students with a kind smile. Hello everyone, this exam was developed by me with more than 20 experts on the topic. Although some of the topics are quite different from what you guys usually learn, but there is absolutely no need to worry. This is just a test of your abilities in all aspects. Just answer the questions to the best of your ability. Next, we will distribute the test papers and wish you all good grades. After saying that, he reached out his hand and signaled for everyone to sit down. The distribution of test papers began next. Shen Dongchang also sat down in the main examiner's seat. All the expert examiners greeted him. Dean Shen is really hardworking, and he has to take time out of his busy schedule to personally come and invigilate the exams. Yesterday, he was also busy organizing the examination papers with us until midnight. Shen Dongchang smiled and replied, "It's not a problem, if I can select a few good seedlings for the country, it's worth it to work even harder." Fortunately, there is Shenla to help make questions. This time the questions are very suitable for screening students' thinking ability. Shen Dongchang said in a serious tone, "We have to develop new technologies, we can't stick to the old ways anymore. We have to focus on cultivating students' imagination." After greeting, Shen Dongchang looked at the materials again. Where's the diagram that was drawn last time? Did you forget it in the office? Forget it, write a new one. Shen Dongchang did not spare any time and continued his research. The examiner who handed out the papers came to Li Yi and quickly drew one from the bottom. The line of sight was just right with Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng revealed a sneer of triumph and began to lower his head to work on the questions. When Li Yi saw the questions, he was confused on the spot. What is all this? Not only are there graphs, but there are also several extremely complex formulas. There were even many symbols that he had never seen before. Chapter 2, Exam 6th Generation Machine, My Enlightenment is Against the Heavens. Li Yi looked up in confusion. The experts supervising the exam were sitting critically, watching the candidates. The other students, all of them had already begun to write hard. Could it be that in the entire exam room, you're the only one who doesn't know how? Li Yi felt extremely incredulous. He carefully looked over the exam paper. There was only one line to read. Explosive engine technology. Is it appropriate to use this question for the college entrance examination selection? Li Yi scratched his head straight and sweated anxiously, thinking of his parents and class teacher and the principal's expectations of him. He actually couldn't write a single question himself. It was really hard to understand how other high schools taught this knowledge in advance. Why else would other students write? Li Ye's heart was extremely difficult. Years of studying hard and working hard were actually worthless at this moment. Ding! Detected that the host has found a difficult problem and meets the conditions for binding the Gnosis reversal system. Does the host bind the Enlightenment reversal system now? Li Yi was pleasantly surprised. The one who would also read online novels in his spare time knew the system very well. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky that the system appeared at a critical time. Agree to bind, Li Yi said in his heart. The host has agreed. The Enlightenment reversal system opens for binding. Binding progress 10%. Binding progress 15%. Binding progress 100%. The Enlightenment reversal system binding is successful. Does it start analyzing the test papers? Analyze immediately. The Enlightenment reversal system scanned the test paper and began analyzing it. This is the 6th generation fighter burst engine technology. Errors in the formula and drawing design have been detected. Begin correcting the errors. Many never before seen knowledge and complicated symbols appeared in Li Ye's mind. It only felt like his brain had turned into a supercomputer. It was calculating at a high speed. And all the data and formulas that appeared, Li Yi could actually comprehend them completely. Even the knowledge that he had once learned became clearer and clearer in his mind. Li Ye's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. This Enlightenment reversal system was simply too powerful. Not only could it be unforgettable, but it could also deduce all techniques at extreme speed. Enlightenment reversal system prompt. Through technical deduction, comprehending the sustained explosive engine technology, do we continue deduction? Li Yi confirmed without hesitation. With the host's consent, continue to deduce the upgraded explosive engine technology. A few moments later, the system voice sounded again in Li Ye's mind. Ding! Successful deduction of continuous explosive engine technology. These technologies in Li Ye's mind were incomparably clear. Li Yi no longer hesitated and picked up a pen to quickly write on the test paper. The deduced drawings and formulas were written on it. After obtaining the Gnosis reversal system, Li Yi realized that even his handwriting was much prettier, and his writing speed accelerated several times. It wasn't long before the other candidates had almost finished writing what was in the textbook. However, all of them started scratching their heads at the divergent thinking questions in the back. Just some hints were given and they were told to make their own deductions. It was difficult for quite a few people. Only Li Yi was the only one who couldn't stop writing. It made the other candidates feel very surprised. Could it be that there were really gifted people who could easily answer even topics that they hadn't touched before? He waited until the bell for the end rang. Li Yi let out a deep breath. The entire roll had been densely written over. Due to the technology being too complex, only some key information and data could be picked and written on it. The exam is over, everyone put their pens down and sit still. Only after the collection has gone can you leave the exam room. After the examiner finished speaking, the staff went to collect the papers. Sealing was carried out. Then the papers were marked under Shin Dongchang's auspices. Almost all of the examiners were worried. The questions that tested the level of learning were almost all done. There was no problem. But the divergent thinking questions at the back were completely unsure. They all knew that whether they could be selected or not, the later questions were the key role. The teachers who sent them to take the test were even more nervous. Being selected as a student was more worth celebrating than getting into Qingbei University. Hurrying to inquire about the status of the exam. Li Ye's trio had just left the school gate when the class teacher, Ma Dong, hurriedly greeted them. He couldn't wait to ask, and was more nervous than even his own exams. How did the exam go? Were the exam questions difficult? It was quite difficult. The key is that the topics have not been studied before. But I think the answers were not bad. At least it was the best I could do. Li Yi did not say anything about the awakening system. After all, this kind of thing was just too appalling. It might be possible that he would be arrested and studied, and if he was sliced and dissected, it would be too tragic. Although there was enough certainty that he would be selected, he didn't dare to talk big at this time. I didn't do too well on the exam, the questions at the back are especially difficult. Xia Shui was on the verge of crying out with a bitter face. Ma Dong sniffed and comforted, don't worry. I've heard many students complaining that this year's exam questions were particularly difficult. Many NPC questions were not done. Lu Chuanfeng bristled at Li Yi, you're the one who talks tough and looks like you can, you'll have something to cry about when the results come out. A trace of disgust flashed in Ma Dong's eyes, not wanting to let them argue any longer. He opened his mouth and said, the results will be announced 3 days later. Let's go back first. Li Yi was also too lazy to bother with Lu Chuanfeng and said to Ma Dong, regardless of the results, we have to continue to work hard until the exam results come out. If we fail and are not selected, we have to continue to take the college entrance exam. Ma Dong was very pleased. Winning is not proud and losing is not discouraging. With this kind of awareness, doing anything can be successful. Soon returned to the school, the class, and the principal came to greet. When the vehicle arrived, the principal led the applause to greet them. As soon as he saw the three of them, he hurriedly inquired, how did you do on the exam? I think it was average, not too sure. Xia Shui said with a low mood. It's not bad, what can be done is done. Lu Chuanfeng was extremely conceited and confident. I think it's okay. Li Yi replied. The principal's nervous heart finally dropped. In fact, he had the most hope for Li Yi. After all, the competition was too big. Happily patting Li Yi's shoulder, he said. Good job. If we can be selected, our school will be famous. This year's enrollment, it all depends on you. Xia Shui was the second best in the school, although she had always been overpowered by Li Yi. But she was very impressed with Li Yi's ability. Enviously, she said, you are really great. I was sure of the first questions. But the next 10 big questions are all higher math and AOU divergent thinking questions. I've only solved one of them. You can tell me how to solve the other questions later. Li Yi was dumbfounded. What higher math and AOU divergent thinking questions? Everyone froze when they heard this. Xia Shui asked suspiciously, the exam questions this time? What's wrong with you? Li Yi was also puzzled. Nothing. Isn't the test question the explosive engine technology? At that moment, everyone present looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were confused. Chapter 3, failed to get on the list before the results are announced? The class teacher, Ma Dong, thought Li Yi was joking. All the way back Li Yi was huffing and puffing in the car. Knowing that he used his brain too much for the exams and needed to rest, he didn't bother him. So I didn't disturb him. But he had already seen the published test questions on the internet and also felt that the difficulty was not small. Originally thought of returning to school and studying together. But how did he not expect Li Yi's sentence to confuse him? He froze for a few seconds before reacting that Li Yi must be teasing everyone. Ma Dong laughed and chided, Li Yi, how can you joke around in front of the principal? Li Yi was even more confused when he heard this. Could he have dreamed it? The exam question was clearly a burst engine. I really didn't lie. The topic is the various formulas and drawings of the explosive engine. Ha, simply laughed me to death. I let you take the exam, but you even got the title wrong. You didn't fall asleep in the exam room and dream, did you? And bursting engines, is that a topic you can answer? Lu Chuanfeng laughed out loud. He used all his connections to get Li Yi to fail the exam and himself and Xia Shui to win the exam. Going to school with Xia Shui would allow him to pursue it without any hindrance. Ma Dong became a little flustered, seeing that Li Yi did not look like he was lying, and that Li Yi would not do something so outrageous on such an occasion. What the hell is going on here? The exam questions have been published online. Where is there any engine technology? Did you enter the wrong exam center or not? Haha, principal and teacher, you guys shouldn't ask. Even the exam paper is wrong. Do you still expect him to get good grades? Lu Chuanfeng said with a cold smile. Impossible. I entered the exam room with everyone. How can I make a mistake? Li Yi suddenly became a little less confident as well. The questions on the exam paper were indeed a bit too outrageous. This was not used to test senior candidates at all. Even if it was the top students they had selected in the whole country, how could they do it without the knowledge they had learned? The principal also knew that this exam had gone wrong, and his face was very gloomy. There was no more interest in staying. Originally, he was still thinking that Li Yi could be selected and could publicize it properly. But now that it has been rumored, I'm afraid that it will become the laughingstock of other schools. How could Li Yi not feel bad in his heart? He really couldn't figure out what the problem with this exam was. Xia Shui looked at Li Yi's appearance very distressed. Comforting said, do not take it to heart, peace of mind to prepare for the examination, to participate in the college entrance examination can still be admitted to a very good school. In the past, when I couldn't keep up with my grades, you were always encouraging me. I'm not too sure I'll pass the exam either, let's work hard on the college entrance exam together. Li Yi quickly walked away from the blow. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had awakened the enlightenment reversal system. Studying in the future was even more like a tiger. It was important to review all the grades as soon as possible and get the best grades. Good, then let's aim for the highest academy and make an impact. Li Yi spread a smile and regained his confidence. Lu Chuanfeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth when he saw the back of the two leaving. Fight me, this is what happens. Xia Shui, you can't escape me. After taking a short break after the exam, they started to revise the test papers. The people who revised the exam papers were all top experts in various fields. The vast majority of them were at the academician level. Xindong Chang, as the person in charge of revising the exam papers, said to the crowd before this, due to foreign suppression, we in China urgently need to cultivate a large number of outstanding talents. Especially in the aerospace field, there is an extreme lack of talents. Therefore this time, the aerospace specialty is going to be expanded by 50 people. A total of 100 people will be admitted. Everyone carefully criticize and make sure to select the best talents. Good. The crowd agreed and started marking the papers. Looking at the accurate roles and perfect answers, all of them revealed gazes of delight. Worthy of being the top students selected from the entire country, even if they couldn't be selected for the genius class, they could definitely be admitted to the top academies. What's going on with this test paper? A teacher held the test paper with a puzzled face. The exam questions on it were not at all the same as the other papers. But the test paper was still filled with answers. Realizing that something was wrong with the test paper, he hurriedly greeted the other marking teachers. This paper was issued in error. What? How is this possible? The others all gathered around to watch. Even though they were all some academician experts, there were a lot of people who couldn't understand the content on the test paper. Explosive engine technology? Who slipped this paper in? This is troublesome. The crowd subconsciously looked at Xindong Chang. The impact of a mistake in such an important exam is too great, I suggest it's better to keep it quiet. The examiner who replaced the question paper hurriedly said. How can this work? Won't it harm the student's life? The other experts disagreed. It's not that serious, right? You can still go to other prestigious schools even if you're not selected. The whole world is paying attention to this exam. Once such a big blunder is exposed, won't it be laughed at by the whole world? The examiner who replaced the question paper said with a straight face. Xindong Chang was also in the middle of grading test papers and was startled by the noise. What's going on? Dean, take a look, this test paper is wrong. But the strange thing is that it's actually answered all the questions. The marking teacher said. Xindong Chang was startled in his heart. A mistake in such an important exam was a very serious matter. He hurriedly walked over to watch. Seeing the test paper clearly, staring wide-eyed with an unbelievable face, he said, isn't this the draft paper on which I calculated the formula yesterday? How could it be inside the test paper? The dean worked until the early hours of the morning. Was he too tired to accidentally put the draft paper into the test paper? The examiner who replaced the test paper took the opportunity to put the blame on Xindong Chang. Cold sweat broke out on Xindong Chang's forehead at once. This was just too unfair to the candidates. Even the Aerospace Academy couldn't solve the puzzle. How could a senior student answer it? Xindong Chang subconsciously picked up the test paper and scanned it, his eyes instantly glaring. The development of the explosive engine had always been a world problem. Especially the power formula, which had been studied for years, still had flaws. No matter what he did, he would always bring draft paper with him, and whenever he had time he would bury his head in deduction. But the formula written on this paper was perfect and made up for all the shortcomings. Shen Dongchang was struck like a thunderbolt and hurriedly took down his presbyopus to rub his eyes vigorously. I'm not dreaming, am I? The other experts looked puzzled. Dean, did something happen? Shen Dongchang couldn't be bothered to answer, staring at each line of data and each formula carefully. The body was trembling slightly. The blood pressure instantly rose. Suddenly, he roared loudly, quickly give me a pen and paper. The people in the room were startled. Shen Dongchang was staring at his eyes trembling and his eyes were bloodshot and red. This appearance was really somewhat frightening. Hurry to bring the draft paper and pen in front of them. Without saying a word, Shen Dongchang plopped down on the table and began to quickly write the formula. There wasn't even any effort to move a chair. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, unable to understand why Shen Dongchang suddenly became so agitated. Wasn't it just a paper that was handed out in error? Although there were answers written all over it, but a high school student was just a high school student, what could he write that was useful? However, seeing Shen Dongchang's appearance, it seemed like it was quite something. They all gathered around to watch. Especially the experts of the aerospace engine, the more they looked at it, the more incredible they felt. My goodness, this can't be true, right? I've only heard of this kind of thing happening abroad before. I didn't think we could stumble upon it in China. You're not saying that the answer is really written correctly, are you? More than just writing it right, I'm afraid that with this information, we're going to get a major breakthrough in the field of aerospace. Shen Dongchang finally stopped and exhaled deeply, trying to calm himself down. But he was still flushed with excitement. Standing up, he said to all of them, listen carefully, hand over all the communication devices you are carrying, and no one may leave at will. I still have to confirm it again. Shen Dongchang made a phone call in front of the crowd, and people from the National Security Bureau quickly arrived and blocked off the scene. The crowd did not expect the matter to be so serious. They all looked at each other. They also realized that the questions on the test paper were extremely uncomplicated. However, as the country's top experts, they all had a great sense of confidentiality. They continued to sit down and correct the test papers, waiting for the blockade to end. The face of the person who replaced the test paper was cloudy. He was only helping to eliminate a candidate, but he actually coincidentally broke through a new technology for Huaxia. He wanted to spread the news, but Shen Dongchang was too careful and actually blocked the examination center. With a lot of remorse in his heart, he didn't even look at the content of the exam paper carefully. Not a single word was memorized. Chapter 4, Shocking the Space Academy. Shen Dongchang immediately returned to the Aerospace Academy and gathered all the relevant experts all together. Old Shen, didn't you go to invigilate the exam? Why did you come back in such a hurry and summoned everyone? Vice President Ding Guohua asked suspiciously. Old Ding you don't know, there's an unbelievable gain in this exam. Shen Dongchang took out the examination paper for him to view. Ding Guohua and Shen Dongchang had always been dedicated to researching space engine technology. They knew that only a breakthrough in 6th-generation engine technology could truly break through the Western military blockade. Both were equally experts in the relevant fields. Ding Guohua gave Shen Dongchang a puzzled look and took the paper over. Seeing the first power formula, his pupils instantly widened. You can't be trying to tell me this formula. That's right, I've already projected it briefly. But to fully confirm it, you still need to project it in detail once more. And use a supercomputer to simulate the calculation. Shen Dongchang said and handed Ding Guohua the draft paper of the projection as well. Look at it, it's absolutely not wrong. The data in the back is even more terrifying, it's the continuous burst engine technology. Do you know what this means? Ding Guohua sucked in a breath of cool air. It means that if the formula is correct, we might directly bypass the 6th generation and reach the level of a 7th generation fighter. Shen Dongchang nodded heavily, that's exactly right. I've blocked off the examination room. Hurry up and run over here just to confirm the results. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Ding Guohua's hands were also trembling with excitement. Shen Dongchang turned to the other experts and said, I declare that the Space Academy has entered a state of first-degree secrecy. The Aerospace Academy conducts a signal blockade. All contacts with the outside world must be monitored by security personnel in person. I will now distribute the mission. The experts of the Space Academy hadn't even had time to digest the shocking news. It was already into very intense work. It had waited until midnight without anyone resting for a moment. But they were all as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, all of them were incredibly energized. Reporting to the Dean, the formula projection is correct. Reporting to the Dean, all data is correctly verified. Shen Dongchang excitedly slapped his thighs, his face flushed with joy. However, he was not satisfied with this and continued to command, re-optimize our previous design model and bring in the structure and data from the drawings. Use a supercomputer to conduct simulations. Let's see how much performance this explosive engine can explode out. Ding Guowo proposed, I suggest splitting into two groups for the simulation. With the previous accumulation of technology, the burst engine technology can be directly substituted into the model. The continuous detonation engine technology needs to optimize all aspects of the aircraft structure, which will take a longer time. Let's start with the easiest first, and build the 6th generation aircraft before we talk about it. As for the continuous burst engine, whether it can really be realized or not, it still needs to be confirmed. Shin Dongchang felt that it made sense and immediately adopted his opinion. Let's do as you say. The two men presided over the simulation of the supercomputer at the site. The drawings were modified according to the data and structure on the paper. According to the structure of the drawings, the overall strength of the test airplane is increased by 35%. Overall weight reduced by 16%. According to the data on the drawings to modify the airplane's appearance curve, the wind resistance coefficient of the fighter plane reduced by 7%. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guowo glanced at each other and both saw a look of incomparable horror in each other's eyes. For the experts of the Aerospace Academy, the entire design of the warplane, the development of the engine was the most difficult. Other structures such as the fuselage shell were relatively simpler. The big deal was that they could refer to more advanced foreign airplanes and imitate them first, drawing on experience and technology before realizing the original. But space engine technology is not something that can be learned just by looking at the exterior. Shin Dongchang thought that China's 6th generation warplanes were already fully mature in other aspects, except for the engine technology difficulties that had not been broken through. Even an improvement of 1% would be a huge improvement. After using the data and information provided by Li Yi, the performance had unexpectedly increased by double digits at once. And although the wind resistance coefficient was only in single digits, the improvement to the overall performance had reached an extremely terrifying point. It's too terrifying. If it wasn't for the conclusions drawn from utilizing the supercomputer test, I simply couldn't believe that this was even something a high school student could come up with. Ding Guowo said as he sucked in a breath of cool air. Hey, what do you say about this kid? How did his brain grow? Can it be that there really is a genius under the sky? If I hadn't pinched myself just now, I would have thought I was dreaming. Shin Dongchang's heart had been thumping, and he was even a little skeptical of life. The point was that these techniques were impossible for a high school student to come into contact with. But the reality was right in front of him. Supercomputers could not make mistakes. Not to mention the hundreds of top technologists in front of them, all conducting rigorous tests. Even the slightest error could be detected immediately. But the fact proved that the data on the test paper were all correct. Ding Guowo's expression became very serious. If such talents are then cultivated, their future achievements will simply be unlimited. I now somewhat believe in the legends about genius mathematicians and physicists in Western countries. Some people are just geniuses, born to be good at studying this knowledge. Others can't catch up no matter how hard they try. Shouldn't we report this to the state immediately and protect this student? It must be admitted to our space academy. Shin Dongchang held back the excitement in his heart and reached out to stop him. Don't be anxious for now, the examination center has been blocked. He is very safe now. After the test, I will personally go to the school to admit him. Ding Guowo immediately agreed. I should. Such a talent must be given enough attention. I'm now starting to look forward to the performance of the continuous burst engine. Next, the modeling continued and testing was conducted. It took 2 days for the interview model to be modified. Everyone was incredibly nervous as they looked at the supercomputer that was in the middle of calculations. If it could succeed, China would rewrite history. For the first time, it would realize the world's leading fighter jet technology. All of their eyes did not say a word, staring tightly at the screen. In their hearts, they kept praying. It must succeed, don't make any mistakes. Watching the progress bar progress bit by bit, it felt like time was so long. Every second was torturous. Finally waiting until the last moment. The test data was all displayed. Hiss. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Old Shin, give me a punch to see if I'm dreaming? Shin Dongchang nonchalantly hammered hard at Ding Guowo's shoulder. Ding Guowo gritted his teeth in pain, but he was incredibly excited. In his 60s, he was as happy as a small child. Oh my god, it actually worked. Chapter 5 Powerful Performance. Good lord, this is a huge performance increase compared to what we expected. The key is that with the technology we have now, we can really produce the 6th generation aircraft. Shin Dongchang's eyes never left the screen. The fastest cruising speed is Mach 6, and the burst acceleration is Mach 11. The most crucial thing is that the number of consecutive bursts is 7, 3 more than what we designed. That means all the air defense missiles can't catch up with our fighter. Hurry up and continue to put the continuous burst engine to the test. I want to see what level the upgraded version of the burst engine can reach. Shin Dongchang couldn't wait to know the results and hurriedly gave the order. Even after working continuously for 2 days, only when he was too tired to carry on would he lie down and squint for a while. But after reaching the conclusion, all the technical experts were in high spirits. Getting orders, no one complained and continued to put in work. I say, old Shin, should we hurry up and report this good news? Apply for our D funding and produce the sample machine earlier. Ding Guo's face turned red with excitement and said to Shen Dongchang, don't be in a hurry first, if the continuous burst engine can also be realized. It's not too late for us to report it together. You can apply for all the funding together. That's fine too. But Shin Dongchang frowned again. The fighter's performance has been brought up, but I'm afraid no pilot can withstand such exaggerated acceleration. We still have to follow the direction of drones. Shin Dongchang was not overwhelmed by the current results. The shortcomings of the new fighter jet soon came to mind. The performance was too strong for the pilot's body to withstand. The acceleration of a single burst was enough to make the pilot pass out on the spot. Ding Guo agreed with him. Yes, being piloted by a pilot simply can't bring out all the performance of a 6th-generation fighter. The unmanned function must be added. But unmanned pilots are prone to signal interference, which is also a major problem that needs to be solved. Li Yi thought that he had no chance of passing the exam. However, he did not give up on himself. With his own abilities, he had enough confidence to get into Qingbei University. Not to mention obtaining the Enlightenment reversal system again. The goal now was not only to get into the best university, but also to get the national first prize. Li Yi quickly adjusted his mindset and began to review all his homework. Li Yi realized that his memory had been greatly improved. As long as he had read something once, he could achieve unforgettable memories. He could even learn by example, and any relevant topic could be easily solved. Overjoyed at this discovery, decided to memorize all the textbooks and review materials. As opposed to others, exams in the future would simply be like open books. Plus a supercomputer. There was no puzzle that could be difficult for him. Xia Shui was instead a little worried about Li Yi's state. In normal times, although Li Yi was also very diligent in his studies, but now he was even reading books during recess, not resting for a moment. The state of learning was simply desperate. He thought that Li Yi couldn't bear the blow of failing the examination and had psychological problems. He came to Li Yi, looked at him with great concern, and softly said, Li Yi, I know that you are having a hard time in your heart because you didn't do well in this exam. But the teacher has also said that studying should be a combination of work and rest. If you study so hard, you'll wear out your body instead. Li Yi froze at the words and looked at Xia Shui's beautiful face full of concern. Only then did he realize that he was misunderstood by Xia Shui. Smiling, he said, I'm fine, don't worry. I'm just challenging myself to memorize all the textbooks. Wouldn't that be a big advantage when the exam comes? Using this method can also exercise your memory. Even if you want to break through yourself, you still have to stay for breaks. When school is over at noon, I'll treat you to dinner. Then we'll go to the campus for a stroll, it's a deal. Xia Shui didn't wait for Li Yi to reply before turning around and leaving. Li Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Could it be that in Xia Shui's heart, he couldn't take the blow so well? It's not bad to have a chat together at noon, just in time to resolve this misunderstanding. After deciding, Li Yi continued to read. With the blessing of the Enlightenment reversal system, it was possible to do so at a glance. Soon after, he finished memorizing one book. And started memorizing the second book again. By the time school ended at noon, Xia Shui had long been ready. Coming in front of Li Yi, her beautiful big eyes curved into a crescent moon. Just say what you want to eat, I'll treat you. So generous, then I have to add a chicken leg. No problem. The two headed to the cafeteria together. When Lu Chuanfeng saw Xia Shui take the initiative to come to Li Yi, he was jealous in his heart. Immediately stopping the two of them. Li Yi, we made a bet. If you can't pass the exam, you have to stay away from Xia Shui, don't keep your word. Li Yi frowned a bit. This exam was outrageous, and it wasn't that he was not strong enough. Xia Shui did not know about it. Filled with doubt, she asked, what bet, why do you want to leave me? Lu Chuanfeng proudly told the two of them about the bet. Then said, Li Yi is not even good enough to pass the exam. So according to our bet, he must never come near you again. Xia Shui was simply infuriated, who are you to take me as a bet? Let me tell you, it's none of your business who I'm willing to get close to. Li Yi, don't bother with this kind of person, let's go. Li Yi, are you going back on your word? Lu Chuanfeng, the test results aren't out yet. There has to be an explanation after the papers come out. Who lost and who won hasn't even come out yet, why are you in such a hurry? After Li Yi finished speaking, he stopped ignoring him and took the initiative to pull Xia Shui away. Okay, you really don't shed a tear without seeing the coffin. The results will be out tomorrow, wait and see. Lu Chuanfeng gritted his teeth and left. Xia Shui was angry and asked about the bet. Li Yi didn't hide it from her and told her the whole story. I also wanted you to get rid of Lu Chuanfeng's entanglement, I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Li Yi sighed helplessly. Xia Shui was immediately alert, your grades have always been good, yet Lu Chuanfeng was certain that you wouldn't pass the exam, could it be that he already knew that the test paper would be wrong? It can't be? The invigilators are academician-level experts. How could they do this kind of thing just to target me? No matter how much background Lu Chuanfeng's family has, he's not that powerful, right? Then why do you think he is so confident? I think it has to be investigated. Anyway, it's not your responsibility for the test paper error, so you can't just let it go. Li Yi also felt that he should fight for it. Thinking, he said, the invigilator should have to know about the test paper error as well, right? Let's talk about it when the time comes. If I can be given the chance to retake the exam, I'm confident that I'll get good grades. Chapter 6, Scholarship Cancelled. The two walked together on the path under the shade of the trees. Xia Shui seemed to have made up her mind. Li Yi, if you can't get selected this time, I've decided to give up as well. Take the college entrance exam with you. Big deal, I'll follow you to Qingbei. Li Yi was greatly shocked. The two had always been on good terms. How could they not appreciate each other's feelings? It was only in order to focus on their studies that they both tacitly agreed not to break this window. Now Xia Shui's words were even more indicative of her heart. Li Yi could not let her affect her future in order to go to school with him no matter what. This is absolutely not possible. With your grades being selected is not a big problem. Even if I am no longer given the opportunity to retake the exam, I will also choose the same major as you when I take the college entrance exam this time. When I join the workforce in the future, I will still have a chance to be in the same unit. You mustn't do anything stupid. Li Yi hurriedly persuaded bitterly. Then we have a deal, you must come and find me. Xia Shui got Li Yi's promise and completely let go of her heart. Spreading a smile at Li Yi, her stunningly beautiful face made Li Yi look a little infatuated. Lu Chuanfeng saw the two walking intimately together to leave. He was immediately furious. Well, up to now you're still showing love in front of Lao Zi, aren't you? Let you know the consequences of not keeping your promises. Lu Chuanfeng came to the principal's office in a rage. The principal was also having a big headache at the moment. This year's enrollment plan and publicity all had to be overturned and redone. Originally, Li Yi was the focus of the publicity, and he had the greatest chance of getting into the genius class. Unexpectedly, there was such a big accident. We can only pin our hopes on Xia Shui and Lu Chuanfeng. The two of them only had a 50-60% chance of getting in. If one is not selected, then this year's enrollment can be troublesome. Good students will definitely be snatched away by other schools. While thinking, the office door was knocked. Looking up, the visitor was actually Lu Chuanfeng. Student Lu Chuanfeng, what's the matter? The principal was surprised. Principal, I have a problem with a matter at school. The principal put down the work in his hands. The opinions of a top student like him had to be taken seriously. Not to mention that Lu Chuanfeng's family was very unusual, even he, the principal, couldn't afford to offend him. Feel free to mention any opinions, as long as the school can do it, it will definitely fulfill your request. I demand that Li Yi's scholarship be cancelled. Why? The principal frowned. This scholarship was awarded to students who participated in the genius class election. But Li Yi made a big mistake. It's impossible to be selected again. And also wasted a participant spot for the school. So he's not qualified for the scholarship. Lu Chuanfeng said. The principal was in a difficult position. It wasn't Li Yi's fault for sending out the wrong papers, and it was a bit hard to justify recovering the scholarship. Besides, Li Yi had always been the school's top student, and even if he couldn't be selected in the genius class, he could definitely score well in the college entrance exam. He could only patiently explain to him, this isn't quite right. Scholarships are given to students who are selected and qualified to take the genius class exam. Even if they don't pass the exam, it's not so bad that it has to be cancelled. No, it has to be cancelled. Otherwise, next year's education allocation may be drastically reduced. Lu Chuanfeng's attitude was extremely tough. The principal was threatened by a student and was very irritated in his heart. With his intimidatingly large background, even he, the principal, had to bow down. Sighing helplessly, he said, "All right, agree to cancel his scholarship this time. I hope it will be announced earlier." Lu Chuanfeng reached his goal and left happily. By the next day, the school leaders and students were eagerly waiting. All of them were watching the big screen in the school playground. Today was the time for the genius class admission results. As long as a school was participating in the genius class exam, they were all very nervous. Everyone's focus was all on Xia Shui and Lu Chuanfeng as well as Li Yi. But the matter of Li Yi being given the wrong test papers had already spread throughout the school. Some of the people looking at him were filled with regret, while others gloated. The class teacher walked over and looked at Li Yi with an incomparably complicated expression. Classmates, today is the day when the results of the genius class exam will be announced. Those who were selected can directly enter the genius class without having to take the college entrance exam again. Those who weren't selected also don't need to be discouraged. Teachers from the enrollment offices of various famous Ming schools have already rushed over, and according to their usual performance, they can likewise be admitted early. The students present all applauded excitedly. The eyes were filled with envy. The homeroom teacher spoke again. According to the decision of the school leaders, Li Yi's current scholarship is cancelled. Li Yi felt very unbelievable. Unable to believe that the school would make such a decision. Why? Xia Shui couldn't accept it and stood up to object loudly. Scholarships are rewards for selected candidates, it doesn't say you have to pass the exam. Such a punishment is too unfair. Lu Chuanfeng was incomparably pleased. With a smug face, he sneered at Li Yi. Those who can't even get the exam papers right are not qualified to take this scholarship. Lu Chuanfeng, was it you who secretly played a trick? Xia Shui immediately understood. So what if it's me? If Li Yi doesn't keep his promise, he has to be cleaned up. I'll go to the principal, I must seek justice. Xia Shui was furious. Li Yi pulled her to a stop. Forget it, if you don't give it, you don't give it. I don't care about that either. Li Yi had always been the top student in the city's exams. Every time he took an exam, he received a generous scholarship. He almost never spent any of his family's money on school. Even if it was less, it didn't matter. Not to mention that with the Enlightenment reversal system, one's mind was on studying. This small blow would not do any harm to oneself. Li Yi smiled and persuaded, the results will be announced soon, don't miss such an important moment. Xia Shui blocked her breath. Lu Chuanfeng is really annoying, don't ever want to bother with him again. The homeroom teacher was relieved to see that Li Yi was not humble and did not make a scene. He was also very dissatisfied with the school's decision, but the situation was stronger than others. If the education allocation was reduced, it would seriously affect the quality of the school's teaching. One could only accept it helplessly. Time's up, the admission list is out. Not knowing who shouted, all the students who were chatting looked at the big screen in the square. Staring blankly, they looked up the names of people from their own school. This was the honor of the entire school. Xia Shui passed the exam. Worthy of being the goddess in my heart, too awesome. Lu Chuanfeng is also on the list, third in the school grade, really strong and not to be underestimated. This year's harvest is good. Is it going to be 3 on the exam? This is a record breaker. Huh, what's going on? I can't find Li Yi's name. Did he miss this exam? Stop looking, haven't you heard? Li Yi even sent out the wrong test papers, he must have failed the exam. No way, that's too bad. Many students felt very sorry for this. Unexpectedly, the most promising Li Yi, instead, failed the exam. Chapter 7, Lu Chuanfeng's Bad Behavior. There was no one more pleased than Lu Chuanfeng at this moment. Smugly, he looked at Li Yi. Yesterday there was a reason to delay, the results are already out, what else is there to say? If you're a man, fulfill your promise and stay away from Xia Shui in the future. Xia Shui was very angry and immediately stood out to defend Li Yi. Lu Chuanfeng, what qualifications do you have to make a bet with me? I'll be with whoever I want to be with, it's none of your business. Although Li Yi had known the result, he still had an incomparable loss in his heart. It was clearly a mistake in the test paper, but he didn't give himself another chance. Li Yi, what else do you have to say? Do you want to back out? Lu Chuanfeng continued to push aggressively. His several followers also took the opportunity to sneer. Don't bet if you can't afford to lose, what kind of man is it if you don't keep your promise? How shameless. It's only right that you fall off the list. Li Yi's heart was incomparably angry. Losing this bet was really suffocating. It wasn't at all that his strength wasn't good, or that the roles were wrong. One really couldn't figure out why such a low-level mistake had occurred in such an important exam. Should one go and appeal? Fight for another chance to retake the exam? Just when Li Yi's mind was incomparably entangled. The teachers from the enrollment offices of the major schools all came. Failed students were still the meat and potatoes in their eyes. The students who were able to be selected to take the genius class exam were all the topmost existences in the long run. They would all grab the outstanding students and admit them early. Moreover, the usual performance of these students as well as the results of the mapping exams had already been checked long ago. Even though Li Yi failed this exam, he was still a preferred target for admission. Where is student Li Yi? Would you like to come to our Dongfu University? Our school is one of the 4 most prestigious schools in China, and we can directly enroll without the college entrance exam, giving full scholarships and waiving tuition fees. How is Dongfu University better than our Qingbei University? We're the #1 school in China, we have all the perks given by Dongfu University. Coming to our school can have a broader outlook. The average treatment after graduation is also a whole lot higher. Come to our National Defense University, serving the country is the highest honor. The enrollment office teachers all flocked to Li Yi. They all offered the best conditions. Xia Shui saw that Li Yi was still very popular and was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. So many schools, hurry up and pick, let's all pick a major and we can work together after graduation. Li Yi was about to open his mouth, but was stopped by Lu Chuanfeng. Hello all enrollment teachers, my name is Lu Chuanfeng. I hope the teachers will seriously consider admitting him. The admissions teachers were puzzled. Had never encountered such a situation before. However, students who were admitted to the genius class were still taken very seriously. What does this mean? Lu Chuanfeng said, just now, I checked, and his comprehensive score is not shown. That means it is 0. From this, it can be proven that the results of the previous mapping exam may not be true. For such a student to be admitted early, he might suffer a big loss. The enrollment teachers at the scene were very surprised. The information they had gotten was that Li Ye's usual grades were very good, and he was number 1 in every touch test. Therefore, they were all puzzled and delighted at his failure as well. Perhaps it was the fact that he didn't play well on the field that caused him to fall off the list. They hurriedly checked the results of this exam. Even for the students who didn't pass the exam, the scores were very close. However, Li Yi was the only one who had no scores displayed. This felt very strange. Lu Chuanfeng struck the iron while it was hot and continued, there's more. This person has no credibility to speak of. We jointly pursue a girl, you bet on this exam. Whoever fails the exam will have to withdraw from the competition. But he has refused to keep his promise until now. Like us, these prestigious universities, in addition to grades, personal qualities should also be an important standard of judgment, right? Hearing Lu Chuanfeng's words, the enrollment teacher became incredibly cautious. Good or bad character was not something they could judge in a short period of time, but if the test was 0, the problem was quite big. Weekday grades were suspected of cheating. Sorry, we need to investigate in more detail. Don't be discouraged, I suggest you continue to take the college entrance exam and prove yourself with real achievements. Although the words were polite, they had actually clearly rejected it. They were a prestigious school with a top ranking in the country, and would not risk admitting students with disputed grades. Lu Chuanfeng completely got his way and looked at Li Yi with provocative eyes. Li Yi had no waves in his heart at the moment. Even without an awakening system, one could still rely on their own strength to get good grades in the college entrance exam to prove themselves. Not to mention that with the Enlightenment reversal system, life was full of infinite possibilities. For this kind of small action, it was not even put in the eye. But Xia Shui was simply infuriated. Lu Chuanfeng, I finally recognize people like you. Xia Shui made up her mind that from now on, she would never bother with this kind of person. But Lu Chuanfeng didn't care at all. He had already made plans long ago. Relying on his family's background to be admitted to the same unit as Xia Shui. Two people live together every day, sooner or later can cultivate feelings. If you can't do it, you can also use some means to let Xia Shui know that even if she enters the genius class, it will be difficult for her to move forward. Sooner or later, let her take the initiative to bow down. The class teacher was helpless, and he didn't dare offend Lu Chuanfeng. More so, he was filled with sympathy for Li Ye's encounter. Otherwise, Li Yi would definitely be the most dazzling person at this moment. There's no harm in it, I'll bring out real results in the college entrance exam. Li Yi would never be defeated by this point of frustration. The enrollment teacher hung Li Yi out to dry, looking for other students with good grades to communicate with in advance. As long as they could reach their score line in the college entrance exam, they could be granted certain benefits. All the good students were locked in before the college entrance exam. In the Space Academy, Shin Dongchang and the experts present had all stayed up until their eyes were red, staring tightly at the computer screen of arithmetic. From the beginning until now, there hadn't been a single error. The process of measuring and calculating went very smoothly. Finally, it came to the last moment. Everyone held their breath, their nervous hearts about to stop beating. In the entire lab, there was only the sound of machines running. Drop. With a prompt ringing out. The results were finally calculated. Continuous burst engine, measured maximum speed of Mach 13. Maximum speed continuous operation up to 500 hours. Normal cruising speed up to Mach 7, operating speed 5000 hours. Seeing the resulting data, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, rubbing their numb eyes, fearing that they had misread it. Ding Guohua patted Shin Dongchan's arm. Old Shin, do you think I'm dreaming? Is it true that the bursting speed is so fast? It should be right? Unless there's something wrong with the computer. Report Dean, the computer is running all normal, the data is completely accurate. The technician said in a loud report. Shin Dongchang excitedly waved his fist in the air with all his might. If we can realize this fighter, the Chinese Air Force will have no more rivals. Chapter 8, personally going to school to pick up. If pretty country dares to provoke us in the South China Sea again, let them taste the power of the Chinese Air Force. Ding Guohua said with incomparable excitement. This is more than just expelling the enemy. It's going to make them kneel down and sing conquest. They should burn incense if we don't invade the West. Shin Dongchang said proudly. Hey, you don't have to say, even if we fly over pretty country at such a fast speed. Maybe they'll also think it's aliens visiting Blue Star. Ding Guohua laughed. Ding. According to the conclusion of the calculation, the existing engine materials cannot support the performance. The warplane materials and structure cannot withstand such a fast speed. For such a calculation result, Shin Dongchang had already been psychologically prepared. At such a fast speed, no existing fighter jet material could withstand it. There was also no metal material that could carry the continuous burst engine power. What a pity, if only there could be better metal materials. This fighter can definitely reach the standard of a 7th-generation aircraft. Ding Guohua had some slight regrets. Shin Dongchang's eyes flickered, although I don't know exactly how this kid was able to research such cutting-edge aviation engine technology. But since he was able to research it, he might also be able to solve the material defects. In any case, such a talent must be obtained. Ding Guohua glanced at the time and instantly reacted, slapping his thighs in excitement, focusing on the test data. Today is the day when the genius class announces its acceptance. Shin Dongchang slapped his forehead. Look at my brain. Everyone is not allowed to leave their posts without authorization. Let's head to the school and personally admit this person. Ding Guohua nodded. Good, to ensure his safety. It's more appropriate for us to go directly to the admission. Also call in the National Security Bureau personnel again. From now on, the Aerospace Academy enters a state of first-class secrecy. All the marking teachers must be under surveillance as well. This technology is too important to us, it absolutely cannot be leaked to the outside world in the slightest. You're right. Take action immediately. We're running out of time, request the help of the military region and go there by armed helicopter. Due to Lie's test paper being classified as first-class secret, it could not be released to the public. There was definitely no Lie inside the admission list this time. Don't be devastated by this. It didn't take long before Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua were already on board the military region's armed helicopter. The commander of the military region, Long Jinnan, and the director of national security, Zhao Donglai, were both listed. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua could no longer support themselves due to having stayed up for 3 consecutive days. Accounted for 2 sentences, lay down and huffed and puffed. Long Jinnan and Zhao Donglai are full of doubts. To make such a big gesture, actually just go to a high school. And also told them that the mission was strictly confidential. Could it be that this high school was hiding some extraordinary figure? Could it even seriously affect national security? That's not right. Even if that was the case, it would be enough for the armed police and national security departments to step in. But this gesture, it doesn't look like catching an outlaw, but to have 2 top aerospace academicians and experts personally traveling. This is very outrageous. The 2 were simply baffled. I say, Bureau Zhao, what kind of drugs are they selling in Shinlao's gourd? Boiling themselves up like this, it looks like they haven't slept for days. Letting us follow along to the school, what kind of people are we meeting? Zhao Donglai was filled with a bitter smile. Honestly, I don't know. Ever since the genius class exams ended, an application was made to blockade the exam center. Later on, it was immediately followed by blocking off the entire aerospace academy. Now that it's the day of announcing the acceptance, we are being taken to the school again. I guess it should have something to do with this exam. But I don't know the exact details. The Space Academy has already classified this matter as top secret. We just need to cooperate. Long Jinnan nodded. In that case, I don't think it should be a bad thing. I hope so. Zhao Donglai replied. On the school playground. After looking at the results, the students were all ready to go back to class. No matter what the school had accepted 2 at once. It already surpassed the vast majority of high schools. The results were quite pleasing. Even the principal had a smile on his face. Lu Chuanfeng had overplayed his hand and actually got in the exam as well. It had already met expectations. Although Li Yi, who had high hopes, failed the exam, his usual grades were quite good. Getting into a prestigious university was, as usual, one of the school's important teaching indicators. It was only that it wasn't as sensational as the genius class quota. Alright, all hurry back to the teachers to study. Use this as motivation to get the desired grades. Suddenly came the sound of an alarm. A dozen police cars came whizzing in. Getting out of the cars, they began to block off the playground. Everyone all evacuate the playground, a helicopter will be landing here soon. The principal was directly confused when he heard the order. He hurriedly went forward to inquire about the situation. This is a school, what's the point of landing a helicopter? Seeing the public security director that he recognized, he hurriedly walked over. What's going on here? Why are they landing a helicopter at the school? I honestly don't know, it's an order from the higher-ups. Hurry up and carry it out. I'm afraid that you guys are going to have an incredibly big person coming here. The public security director was the one who received the order, so he quickly brought his men to the school as fast as he could. The principal was confused on the spot. This was simply too outrageous, wasn't it? They were just a high school, how did they make it look like anti-terrorism? But with such a big formation, something big is definitely going to happen. Hurrying to inform the other leaders and teachers of the school to evacuate the students on the playground. The sudden thing caused a lot of students to be curious. Learning is already boring, suddenly came so many police, all gathered outside the playground to watch the fun. There was a lot of whispering and speculation about what had happened. It didn't take long to see a helicopter gunship flying in. All of them were shocked and dumbfounded. This is the first time to see helicopter gunships. The closer you get, the more you can feel the huge size of the helicopter. It was very intimidating. What's going on here? Armed helicopters are coming to our school? Couldn't be hiding some terrorists? I haven't heard that the school is in any danger. Such a big battle is not simple. I really don't know what kind of crime has been committed. How could so many police officers be mobilized? Even the helicopter gunships have come. The armed helicopter slowly landed on the playground. Shin Dongchang and Ding Wolwa felt the vibration and snapped out of it. Has it arrived? Shin Dongchang asked as he rubbed his eyes. After sleeping for a while, his spirit was much better. Yes, we've landed on the school playground. Long Jinnan replied. I want to see the principal. Good. The public security director had already run to follow to greet him. More than 20 national security personnel came down first and stood neatly on both sides of the exit. Zhao Donglai walked off the airplane on this stage and inquired, has the principal come yet? Coming. Where has the principal seen such a big formation? Hearing the shouting, himself hurriedly walked forward. Shin Dongchang stepped off the plane and said, may I ask if student Li Yi is here? Chapter 9, Admission to the Big Game. The principal was confused by the question on the spot. Li Yi was familiar to him. But there were a lot of name duplicates. It may not be the school's Li Yi, right? Besides, if you are looking for a student, do you need to make such a big scene? This is the use of military helicopters, and the people who came were dressed up as the National Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau was even mobilized. No matter how big a student's energy is, it's impossible to alarm such a high level, right? It should be someone else, only the name happens to be the same. But then an important thing came to mind immediately afterward. Could it be? The principal snapped out of it. Li Yi had lost the election due to a mistake in his election exam paper. It couldn't be that he was disgruntled because of this and took revenge on society, right? How big a case would that have to make? The principal only felt his scalp tingle and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. If really stabbed out such a big basket, his principal is estimated to do the head. I'm asking you, is Senior Li Yi here? Zhao Donglai asked again when he saw that he was fuming. Oh, our senior class does have a student named Li Yi. His grades are good, and he even took the genius class exam. But? Then that's right, hurry up and bring him here. Shin Dongchang was very excited and hurriedly urged. Oh good, I'll call someone here. The principal's heart sank to the bottom all of a sudden. Would it involve himself? However, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly notified the class teacher, Madong, to go and bring Li Yi over. Li Yi was quickly found. What exactly did you do? The military and national security both came together to look for you? Lu Chuanfeng had a gloating look on his face. Ha, let's see how you can still weasel your way out of this. With so many people coming to arrest you, even if you're not shot, you'll have to squat for the rest of your life. Xia Shui was very nervous and grabbed Li Yi's arm. Her beautiful big eyes were full of worry. Li Yi probably figured it out. It must be that the questions he answered had attracted the attention of the above. It was not a bad thing for himself and was very calm. Li Yi patted Xia Shui's hand and gave her a reassuring smile. It'll be fine. Li Yi walked forward. I am Li Yi. Shin Dongchang and Ding Wolwa rushed to the front and looked up and down carefully as if they were looking at a treasure. Did you write that test paper? Shin Dongchang hurriedly asked. Li Yi nodded and said, that's right, at that time, I didn't know that it was issued wrongly, so I did it according to my own thoughts. It was only when I ended that I realized the test paper was wrong. Everyone else had normal questions. Only my paper was a burst engine. After hearing Li Yi's answer, Shin Dongchang and Ding Wolwa no longer had any doubts. The news was tightly blocked and could not have been by a single student. Unless the paper was written by him. I am now officially announcing that you have been accepted into the Aviation Academy. You will be given the highest treatment. Not only will tuition fees be waived, but you will also enjoy national academician level treatment from the moment you join. If you have any other requests, we will try our best to fulfill them. The muscles on Shen Dongchang's face trembled with excitement. The entire person was refreshed, practically 20 years younger all of a sudden. The exhaustion from staying up all night for a few days was instantly swept away. It was simply better than the effect of playing chicken blood. Ding Wolwa was worried that Li Yi had stage fright and was too nervous to know what to say. Smiling, he said, we can be the master of the Space Academy. Feel free to say whatever you have in mind. Don't be nervous. Of course it's fine for you to raise it later if you think of it as long as you're willing to join. Li Yi did not make any requests. In his opinion, as long as he was able to contribute to the country, it was impossible for the country to treat himself poorly. To be able to make the country's technology take off and make those Western countries not dare to make a move against China again, this was Li Yi's biggest dream. So the question paper I answered is really useful? Useful, of course it's useful. I hope you help continue the research and development to make the product. Shin Dongchang said. That's no problem, this has always been my dream. Li Yi replied. Seeing that Li Yi was even calmer than himself, Shin Dongchang felt extremely incredible. A young man who was able to reach such a high level of achievement. Accepted by the topmost aerospace academy and being personally taught by him, the dean. If it were any other student, I'm afraid he would have fainted in excitement. Li Yi, however, was so calm, further indicating that he had his heart in the right place. The surrounding people were all confused as they listened to a few people talking. Such a big show was actually done just to admit one student. Could it be that one could be admitted even if they were given the wrong test papers? Then there was no need to make such a big scene, right? Long Jinnan and Zhao Donglai glanced at each other as they discovered an extraordinary news between the lines. Explosive shock engine. In order to resist the combined suppression of the West, the country had pressed all of the Air Force's hopes on the explosive shock engine. Only with a breakthrough in this technology, Huaxia could be the first to have a 6th-generation fighter plane. It will definitely make the West feel fearful and not dare to strike at Huaxia again. But thinking about the technology is too difficult. Shin Dongchang had led the research team for several years, but there was still not much progress. Can't it be that this senior student has made a breakthrough? Simply cannot believe. But the reality was in front of us. You cannot believe anyone, but it is impossible not to believe Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua. These were the titans of China's aerospace engine field. They were the authority in the country. Long Jinan and Zhao Donglai's eyes were filled with deep shock. Could it be that the heavens have blessed China and brought a top-notch supreme genius to China? In front of powerful talent, effort was worthless. The breakthroughs in top-level technologies relied on such extraordinary geniuses. Shin Dongchang was very satisfied with Li Ye's answer. Not only was he capable, but he also had a strong sense of patriotism. The character was surprisingly so good as well. The more he looked at Li Yi, the more he liked him. Shin Dongchang smiled and said to the principal, Student Li Yi has been accepted, so I will take the person away. I'm counting on you for the procedures that should be taken. I say old Shin, you can't keep such a good student all to yourself. I, Ding Guohua, have to count my share as well. After Ding Guohua finished speaking, he looked at Li Yi and asked, How about you being a student of both of us? We guarantee to teach you all the knowledge we've learned in our lives. With the two of us as your teachers, I wouldn't dare to say anything else, but you'll be able to walk sideways in the Aerospace Academy. The people present sucked in a breath of cold air. Who were Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua? The most admired scientific research experts in existence. If they dared to call them second or third, no one would dare to call them first. Even being able to become a student of one would be the kind where one's ancestors' graves were smoking, and it was also the kind where one's light words rolled off the tongue. To be accepted as a student by two people at the same time. It had to be a blazing fire burning in one's ancestral grave, right? It took the principal a few seconds to react, nodding his head faster than a chicken pecking at rice. No problem, to be accepted by the Space Academy is an honor for our school. The procedures that should be taken, the school will do it right away. Shin Dongchang was very satisfied and said to Li Yi, Let's go now, there are still many questions I want to ask you. Leaving now? I haven't told my parents yet. Li Yi didn't expect to be in such a hurry. Even if he was accepted, he still had to give a greeting to his family and prepare his living supplies and stuff, right? Chapter 10, You are the pride of our school. Your current identity is very special and must be closely protected. And this technology has reached an imminent time for the country. We have to race against time and make it earlier. Shin Dongchang explained. Don't worry, the government side will arrange your family well. Ding Guohua also persuaded. Alright then, I'm willing to obey the country's arrangements. Li Yi was about to board the armed helicopter. Suddenly, he thought of an important matter. Right, I have a classmate who usually has good grades. Can we be admitted to the Space Academy together? There is a very strict process for admission to the genius class. Unless one has very good grades and talent, they can pick their own teachers. But since you've said so, as long as he can reach the minimum admission standard of the Space Academy, he can be admitted in. If the score cannot be reached, then we can only express our regret. It was impossible for Shin Dongchang to break the principle. Patiently, he explained to Li Yi. Say the names of your classmates, I'll have someone investigate. As long as their grades are qualified, they will be given priority. Ding Guohua said. Li Yi gazed at Xia Shui. Xia Shui was filled with surprise, not expecting Li Yi to remember himself in this situation. Sure enough, he hadn't looked at the wrong person. This is my classmate Xia Shui, who has been accepted into the genius class. I believe that her grades will definitely be able to enter the Aerospace Academy. Good, I'll make a note of it. Arrange it immediately after you return. Ding Guohua simply agreed. Xia Shui, I'll see you at the Space Academy. Li Yi shouted towards her. This was already equivalent to a public confession. All the students looked at the two with incomparable envy. Not only did they win the gold medal, but they also harvested love. And the girlfriend was also the school's schoolflower. But envy was envy, but there was no jealousy. Li Yi would become a role model for all of them. All of them would be proud to be in the same school as Li Yi. The evaluation of Li Yi also changed drastically. I've long said that a gold will shine sooner or later. Li Yi has always been the top student in the whole school, and even the top student in the city. How could he possibly fall off the list? Li Yi is really handsome, I knew you would be good, I want to be your girlfriend. Come on, don't look at your own weight. Li Yi should like a beautiful woman with a good body like me. What do you mean by strength? See, this is strength. Handing out the wrong papers, but getting better grades instead. Awesome, my admiration for you is like a torrential river that goes on and on. Listening to the comments among his classmates, Lu Chuanfeng's lungs were about to explode with anger. He had exhausted all his efforts and used all his family's resources, wanting to make Li Yi fall off the list. Unexpectedly, he still fell short. This was extremely outrageous. He was only a senior high school student, how could he possibly do the topic of aero engines? Is there really this kind of talent? Without learning, he could be able to understand it on his own? He didn't believe it. But the facts were right in front of him. Even the National Security Bureau and the Army have been mobilized, and the titan of the aerospace field is personally enrolled, giving full rank. If they hadn't made a huge contribution, it would never be possible to achieve this level. Lu Chuanfeng was simply skeptical. What kind of demon is this? Li Yi looked at Lu Chuanfeng again and said loudly, Lu Chuanfeng, I still won our bet. It should be you who should keep your promise. Lu Chuanfeng was so angry that his face turned blue. Bringing this matter up in public was simply a hard slap to his face. The eyes of the other students who took a look at him were also filled with amusement. To keep suppressing Li Yi was simply clownish. So what if the family's power was greater, it still couldn't suppress Li Yi? Li Yi waved his hand and bid farewell to Xia Shui. Cheer up, I'll be waiting for you at the Aerospace Academy. I'll definitely go look for you. Xia Shui replied loudly, desperately waving her hand. Li Yi followed along in the armed helicopter. Under the gaze of the crowd, it slowly took off and left, until the armed helicopter completely disappeared. Realizing that his neck was sore, the principal reacted, slapped his forehead in remorse, and hurriedly said, quickly, rework the publicity materials. Be sure to publicize Li Yi, everyone. Our school has produced 3 genius classes this year. The public security director was incredibly excited. This is a great event for our city to celebrate. We have to report it to the leaders quickly. Report the good news to all the families. Although 3 students were selected, Li Yi completely overshadowed Xia Shui and Lu Chuanfeng. Xia Shui is at least the school's school beauty, and still has a lot of people's attention. But Lu Chuanfeng's fate was miserable. In any other high school that took the genius class, he was definitely the most sought after and dazzling existence. But now almost no one was paying attention to him. Li Yi and Xia Shui became the center of conversation. The only topic Lu Chuanfeng was mentioned was the bet he made with Li Yi. It became the laughingstock of the discussion. Being selected by the genius class had instead become an existence of jokes and mockery. Lu Chuanfeng was practically spitting blood from anger. Li Yi, I can't spare you. Lu Chuanfeng's teeth were about to break. On the airplane, Shen Dongchang and Ding Wowo introduced each other. Then they hurriedly inquired, we used a supercomputer to measure it in detail once according to the data and formula on the test paper. The continuous burst engine can propel the airplane to a speed of 17 Mach. But the material simply cannot withstand such a huge force. I wonder if you have a way to research a metal material with better performance. The material technology had already been projected by the reverse gnosis system in the exam room. It was only that the exam paper space was too small to write it down. Only the most important data could be written. Li Yi replied, ordinary metal materials definitely won't work, supercomposite metal materials must be used. Not only are the mechanical properties of the material greatly improved, but theoretically the heat resistance can reach 12,000 degrees. Used in the continuous detonation engine, there is no problem at all. Only this material is my projection, because there is not enough experimental equipment. Simply cannot be built. However, I believe the projected data is correct, and it can definitely be built if the conditions allow it. It can withstand a high temperature of 12,000 degrees? Shen Dongchang sucked in a breath of cool air. His eyes almost stared out. The current latest technology can only withstand high temperatures of over 4,000 degrees for a long time. It can actually be raised this much? If that's really the case, it's not only the aviation field. I'm afraid that even the nuclear fusion field can gain rapid development. Ding Wowo's face was filled with shock. They did not question what Li Yi said just because he was young and only a high school student. After all, he was the one who had hand-torn the technology of the explosive engine. The knowledge that he had grasped had completely surpassed the two of them in a certain aspect. As for how he had mastered this knowledge, it could only be attributed to genius. After all, Li Yi was the only one in the world who possessed this kind of technology. It was impossible to have learned it from someone else. Chapter 11, Jealousy. Hurry back to the Aerospace Academy and build your personal lab as fast as you can. Anything you need will be arranged for you at the first opportunity. If we can build this medal you're talking about, it would be the greatest contribution to the country. Shin Dongchang said with incomparable excitement. I will do my best. Li Yi replied. Next, they inquired about some more knowledge about fighter jets. The more they talked, the more astonished they became. It was discovered that Li Yi actually knew far more than himself. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua glanced at each other, both seeing the look of shock in the other's eyes. This was simply too heaven-defying. Many theoretical knowledge and insights were ahead of them. Now they could finally confirm that Li Yi was definitely an absolute genius that did not come out in 1,000 years. Perhaps it was a gift from the heavens specifically given to China. Although Long Jinan and Zhao Donglai did not understand the relevant specialized knowledge, but they were also able to read between the lines to understand the relevant information. To actually be able to make a fighter jet break through more than 10 Mach speeds. It was simply too incredible. If they really had this weapon, they wouldn't be able to hang the pretty country. Now he finally understood why he valued Li Yi so much. No amount of ostentation would be too much to pick him up. The highest security measures must be implemented for such a top talent. I'm afraid that China's technological weapons are going to get an amazing takeoff in a short period of time. Li Ye's home. In an ordinary neighborhood. Due to the long year of purchase, all of them are step houses. Li Ye's parents received a call from the school. Li Ye's scholarship was cancelled, and they were told that they failed the exam. The two people were suddenly worried. Our son's grades have always been good, how could he fail the exam? Li Ye's mother, Zhang Mei, had a very hard time in her heart. Li Ye's father, Li Debao, was not overly entangled. Our son's performance is very good, and he has never let us worry about his studies. It's said that people have mistakes, and it's not possible to come in first place every time. Let's not put too much pressure on him. It's good to be healthy and happy. Li Debao persuaded. I'm not complaining about my son, I'm worried that he can't take such a big blow. Why don't we give him a call and talk about it? Zhang Mei was worried. He doesn't carry a cell phone to school, so he can only call his homeroom teacher. It's not a good idea to bother him with such a small matter when he's so busy, right? Li Debao was a bit hesitant. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Li Debao opened the door. The neighbors were all here. Today is the day when the admission to the genius class is announced. Little Yi must have gotten in, right? We all came over to congratulate him. I say Debao, there are scholarships for being selected to take the exam. This scholarship for passing the exam must be even more. You have to treat everyone to a meal today. That's right, it's a celebration that needs to be celebrated, it has to be a treat. The crowd poured into the house, and it became very crowded all of a sudden. But all of them didn't care. They each found a bench to sit on, and if they couldn't, they leaned against the wall. Li Ye's academic performance was excellent, and he had always been a role model for the children in the neighborhood. Even those who have a long-term vision are interested in currying favor with Li Debao and Zhang Mei. Maybe one day Li Yi will be able to follow in the footsteps of others. Zhang Mei looked very dark. The fact that so many people came to celebrate instead made it even harder on her heart. Fell off the list, not selected. Zhang Mei said. She was not a person who wanted to save face. Directly informing the crowd of the truth. It also cancelled the scholarship at school. The neighbors were in an uproar, feeling very unbelievable. How can this be possible? Isn't Xiao Yi the top student in our city? He was number 1 in the city in every exam. Even if only one person is admitted, it can only be little Yi. This isn't just a joke. You can't tell this kind of lie just to avoid saving money on a meal. It's too unlucky to say that. Some people still didn't believe it and laughed. Li Debao barely managed to squeeze out a smile on his face. How can one joke about a child like this? The class teacher just called. I'm ready to return the scholarship. The neighbors listened with different faces. Some felt very sorry, some didn't really care, and there were even those who gloated. It should have been a misplay, so don't be angry and sad. Isn't there still the college entrance exam? You still have a future if you get into a good school. The kind-hearted neighbor persuaded. All day long he shouts that he's number 1 in the whole school, but when it comes to the exams, he won't be able to do it. I think his level is just so-so. A discordant voice suddenly rang out. How can his second aunt say that? Xiao Ye's grades have always been exceptionally good. Look at this award certificate more than anyone else's family. Every semester he won a first-class scholarship. People with good grades don't even have to pay tuition. It's only one miss, what's it worth? Yo, you look like a good person. No matter how good your grades are, it's all for naught if you can't do it when it comes to the real exam. The speaker had a mean look on her face. Her son was about the same age as Li Yi, but his grades were at the bottom of the list. Every time Li Yi was praised by others, her heart was not to mention how difficult it was. Li Ye's failure in the examination made her feel very painful this time. Immediately, she sneered. Scholarships are being returned. It can't be that you found out that you cheated on your usual grades, right? It's reasonable to say that there would normally never be such a severe punishment. Another middle-aged woman said. There were not a few people who were jealous of Li Yi. Normally, Li Yi had good grades and didn't dare to show it. Today could finally be an opportunity. Finally able to stand up in front of Zhang Mei. Although my son stopped going to school in middle school, he does business on his own. He earns $10,000 or $20,000 a month. What's the use of going to school? It's only a few $1,000s to find a job in the future. Zhang Mei was simply furious. In the daytime, she often said some sneers in private. I did not expect this time to come back to the face of the well. I don't eyeball your son if he's any more capable. Is there a single one with good grades that says school is useless? The other side instantly face reddened. Your son has good grades, this is not also did not pass the exam? Immediately after that, he pinched his waist in triumph. Why don't you just stop going to school and help out at my son's store and work early to earn money? Nonsense, although this time the examination is poor, to the college entrance examination as usual can still get into a good university. Zhang Mei was very angry. Li Debao's face was also ugly. Some people did see their own sons excelling and were jealous. Having only missed one time, they seized the opportunity to make a strong effort to belittle. Alright, just stop arguing, let's all go back first. We still have to go to school to see Xiao Yi. Li Debao couldn't stand to watch anymore and started to drive people away. Really, what's the big deal about having good grades? It's not like you didn't pass the exam. Studying well is nothing more than that, you still have to work after graduation. While walking, several women kept talking, deliberately letting Zhang Mei hear. Zhang Mei was really angry and couldn't stand it. Let's see if I don't tear their mouths apart. Alright, don't care what these people say. It's not that you're usually too showy and make people jealous. It adds a lot of pressure to the child as well. Let them say what they want. Hurry up and go to school to persuade your son not to have too much pressure. Okay, wait for me to get some money and take my son for a good meal. At the mention of Li Yi, Zhang Mei's heart ached. Chapter 12, Congratulations from the mayor. The neighbor had just stepped out of the building when he heard a drum and gong outside. Whose family is getting married today? I haven't heard. If there's a marriage in the neighborhood, they should be notified in advance. A group of people's hearts of gossip rose. Rushed downstairs to watch. They found out that it wasn't a marriage. All of them seemed to be government personnel. The person walking in front was also picking a banner. Warm congratulations to Li Yi for getting into the genius class and being accepted into the Space Academy. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Didn't they say just now that Li Yi had failed the exam? Even the scholarship had been cancelled. What was wrong with these people? Is it hard to believe that Zhang Mei and Li Debao deliberately lied to us? Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced behind him. The faces of several women who had mocked Li Yi instantly flamed. Zhang Mei and Li Debao have a lot of heart. Deliberately lying to amuse us. Complaining on their mouths, their hearts were a bit flustered up at the moment. Getting into the genius class would be equivalent to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, and one's future would be unlimited in the future. At the very least, they would be the country's top researchers. The treatment is even more needless to say. Between the hesitation, the line of congratulatory people had already arrived in front of them. May I ask if this is Li Yi's home? We are from the city government and the school, and have come to congratulate Li Yi on his admission to the genius class. The few women who were jealous of Li Yi were scared pale. They had still underestimated the gold content of the genius class. Even the government had rushed over to congratulate them. His family lives on the 4th floor, Li Debao and Zhang Mei are both at home. We even went to his house just now to congratulate him. However, Li Debao said that Li Yi has fallen off the list. What's going on? When these words came out, the principal's face was extremely unnatural. The mayor had personally led a team to congratulate him. If he heard about the cancellation of Li Yi's scholarship, he would definitely be very angry. In his heart, he hated Lu Chuanfeng. If he had known, he should have carried the pressure and kept the scholarship. Besides, the scholarship was originally awarded to students with reference qualifications. To cancel it because it didn't pass the exam is really unjustifiable. The mayor sniffed, not expecting such a rumor on such an important day. Frowning, he said, "Who is this nonsense?" Student Li Yi performed extremely well and won first place in this examination result. He was even accepted as a student by 2 aerospace academy deans at the same time. Li Yi is the pride of our city. No one is allowed to slander it. These neighbors were reprimanded, so how could they dare to argue? They could only promise to say yes. All of them thought that Li Debao was snubbing him. Li Debao and Zhang Mei had just gotten ready to head to school. Seeing people crowding in front of the unit. Very puzzled. Li Debao asked, "What are you doing at the door?" The neighbors were excited and shouted, "Li Debao and Zhang Mei are here, they are Li Yi's parents." Li Debao, Zhang Mei, you two are pretending to be so much alike, you fooled us all. This is where you guys are wrong. Xiaoyi has already gotten first place in the exams, and you guys are still saying that you failed the exams. It was supposed to be a big event worth celebrating. Why did you have to hide it from us? Li Debao was full of doubts. What didn't you say? Look at you still pretending. The leaders of the city have come over to report the good news. Your son got the first place in the exam and was accepted by some space academy. Neighbors quickly get out of the way. Li Debao and Zhang Mei saw the congratulatory banner, instantly confused. Since he was admitted to the school called, and what is the matter? The principal was afraid of revealing himself. He hurriedly walked forward and said, it was all a misunderstanding before. Since Li Ye's performance was too outstanding, his results were kept secret. Later, 2 deans from the Aerospace Academy personally came to admit him, and only then did they understand clearly. Our school leaders decided to give Li Yi a $300,000 scholarship for his outstanding performance. In addition, the city also gave a $1 million award. Li Yi is the pride of our school and even our city. I believe he can definitely become the top talent in China. The mayor walked forward and took the initiative to shake Li Debao's hand. Hello, I am Yu Guowei, the mayor of our city. Thank you for cultivating such an outstanding talent for the country. The secretary next to him handed over the rewards. Yu Guowei personally gave it to the 2 of them. Li Debao and Zhang Mei only felt their brains buzzing. Mechanically, they accepted the medal in check. They forgot to greet them to sit at home. I told you that this child, Xiaoyi, will definitely have a future when he grows up. He got another national top student. This is really honoring his ancestors. In the future, when Xiaoyi becomes successful, don't forget about us neighbors. That's because the leader is here, or else you'd have to treat us today. Why don't you hurry up and let the leader do it at home? You can't just stand at the door and talk all the time. The neighbors who were on good terms with Li Debao's family spoke up. Oh, look at me, I'm just happy. Leader, come sit at home. A few of the neighbors who had just mocked Li Yi slipped away. Just now they were bragging about their son doing business for 10 or 20,000 a month. But this all of a sudden, he handed out 1,300,000 scholarships. It's enough for him to work for 10 years. Besides, doing business is inherently risky. Now make money in a few years may still lose money. Li Ye's future is unlimited. There is no comparison. The heart began to regret. To death cannot understand how Li Yi suddenly got into the examination. After listening to the conversation, I realized that Li Yi was blocked in advance due to his results being too good, which led to a misunderstanding. The mayor brought the leaders to Li Ye's home. Zhang Mei even poured tea neatly. Seeing that Li Ye's home was very plain, the mayor said, Li Yi has been accepted and is heading to the Space Academy. You don't need to worry, the unit will take good care of him. If there are any difficulties at home, just mention them. You can also give me a direct call. The mayor directly handed his business card to Li Debao. Li Debao had never seen this kind of situation before. The highest leaders were just a police station chief and a school principal. Nervous, his speech was a little sloppy. He hurriedly took the business card with both hands. Our family life is quite good, the child is obedient, learning is also very competitive, never let us worry. Even going to school is exempted from tuition because of good grades, and every year the scholarship is not spent by himself but also given to the family. The mayor listened to the continuous nodding. Even some envy. He did not less worry about his son's academic performance, compared to others is simply a world of difference. Such ordinary conditions, but cultivated top talents. After sitting for a while, the mayor got up to say goodbye. Li Debao and Zhang Mei together sent to the door. Watching their car leave. It was still like being in a dream. Simply cannot believe. Today's transformation is also too big. Early in the morning received a phone call, exam failed and was cancelled the scholarship, followed by telling the test first place. Even the mayor was alarmed. Even the mayor was shocked. It was even rewarded with 1,300,000 scholarships. They have worked hard all their lives, have not saved such a huge sum of money. What's more, they didn't know that the empty house in the neighborhood was rented by a mysterious person. The 2 were closely protected. Chapter 13, Appointment of Chief Engineer. It wasn't long before the helicopter gunship that Li Yi was traveling in landed at the Aerospace Academy. Zhao Donglai had replanned the security. Not only was the entire aerospace yard under tight protection, Li Ye's security was even more of a top priority. Traveling must be done in a bulletproof vehicle, and there are dozens of people around for close protection. In the army there is even a special forces in charge of support at any time. Eat meals have specialized personnel in charge. After doing sendover also need to do 3 checks. Prevent someone from poisoning. As long as it can be thought of, the security work should be done to the limit. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guowo chatted with Li Yi all the way, and their spirits became even more exuberant. The 2 of them were full of redness and did not see the slightest bit of fatigue. Gather the technicians all together. Introduce Li Yi to them. Gentlemen, this is Li Yi who wrote the explosive engine technology on the test paper. From now on he is officially accepted into the genius class. Joining our aerospace academy. and is still a student of Vice President Ding and I. In addition, I'm appointing him as the chief engineer of the explosive shock engine. Everyone applaud. The technical experts had already been eagerly awaiting Li Yi for a long time, although some key data and formulas were obtained. But with these alone, it was still far from enough to produce the explosive engine. Both the matching of materials and parts, as well as the tuning of the engine, were extremely complex. There are still a lot of problems that have not been solved. With the currently mastered technology, to want to put the explosive engine production out is still very far away. Without 3 to 5 years, it was simply impossible to make a breakthrough. Therefore, they all pinned their hopes on Li Yi. If they wanted to produce the explosive engine in the shortest possible time, they could only rely on Li Yi. All of them warmly applauded their welcome. Li Yi was also very excited. This was something he had dreamed of. If he had not awakened the Enlightenment reversal system and studied step by step. Although he was confident enough to enter the Space Academy, it would take at least 10 years. With the Enlightenment reversal system, not only did he enter ahead of schedule, but he also brought advanced technology. What's more, he didn't expect Shin Dongchang to actually give up the position of chief engineer to himself. Li Yi bowed deeply towards the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Li Yi. Please take care of me as we work together in the future. My experience is far inferior to your seniors, but I will definitely try my best. The crowd applauded again. Li Yi, I still have a question for you. Shin Dongchang said. What question? The burst engine has a tremendous amount of thrust when it accelerates violently. I'm afraid that no pilot can withstand such a huge acceleration. Could it be that our burst engine fighters can only be remotely maneuvered? There is a way to solve the acceleration. Just have the pilot wear an anti-thrust speed flight suit. It can cancel out more than 90% of the discomfort caused by acceleration. Even if the fighter's performance is extremely high, it can still perform all kinds of extreme maneuvers. It won't burden the pilot's body. Li Yi said. A flight suit that can counteract 90% of the counter-thrust? Can it really be made? Shin Dongchang was shocked. It was simply unbelievable. Existing flight suits could allow pilots to withstand a maximum of 10-12 g of gravitational acceleration. The highest limit was Mach 3.2. That was the maximum flight speed of existing fighters, were all limited to Mach 3 out. If the speed was faster, the pilot would not be able to withstand it at all and would quickly faint. If Li Yi's gravity flight suit was able to offset 90% of the acceleration of gravity, wouldn't it be able to reach over Mach 20? That meant that the speeds erupted from the continuous burst engines could be borne by the pilots. This meant that China's fighters could potentially surpass the vast majority of missiles in the future. Even intercontinental missiles in terminal flight speed would be just like this. Wouldn't it be the case that even if an enemy launched a missile, the Chinese fighter jets would be able to travel to intercept it? Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. It shouldn't be a problem. Li Yi replied firmly. During the examination, the need for an anti-gravity accelerated flight suit had already been projected through the Gnosis reversal system. Only at that time, the projection focused on the explosive engine technology. As long as there was enough time, the anti-gravity acceleration flight suit technology could be projected using the Gnosis reverse sky system. We have to do whatever it takes for the 6th generation as well as the 7th generation warplanes to be produced. In particular, the anti-gravity acceleration flight suit is a top priority. Shin Dongchang said with incomparable excitement. I know, I will work hard. Li Yi promised without hesitation. Shin Dongchang turned to all the technical experts and said with a serious face, everyone listen carefully, take a day off and all go back to rest. Li Yi. Just now, he was still talking with fervor. I thought I was going to enter the intense research and development work right away. Why are they all going to rest? This decision was very sudden. Ding Guohua explained with a bitter smile, in order to study the technology on your test paper, we all haven't had much rest for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Yi was stunned. Only then did he realize that many people's eyes were covered in blood. Then you guys hurry up and rest. How can your bodies hold up after not sleeping for such a long time? I'll have someone take you to a place to stay. When we're rested, we'll start research and development. Shin Dongchang said. Okay. The technical experts had all reached their limits and hurriedly returned to their dormitories to sleep and rest. Due to the high level of secrecy of the work, there was a specialized dormitory building in the Space Academy. There were specialized attendants. A woman wearing a national security uniform and in her early 20s was brought to Li Yi. Tall in stature, with an ice-cold look. At a glance, it was someone with a particularly high and cold personality. However, the figure was excellent and the appearance was extremely beautiful. A proper iceberg beauty. This is the personal security officer our department has equipped for you. Her name is Lin Xingxue. In the future, she will be responsible for your living and security. You can tell her anything about your life. Zhao Donglai said to Li Yi. Hello, my name is Lin Xingxue. If there's anything you need, just order me. I will definitely do my best. Lin Xingxue took the initiative to extend her hand. "My name is Li Yi, please take care of me." Li Yi shook her hand. He actually felt that the strength of Lin Xingxue's hand was quite large. It was completely different from the soft feeling of a girl's hand. It seemed that the person who could be sent over to protect himself must have gone through harsh training. Lin Xingxue brought Li Yi to his dormitory. It was actually a large flat set. At least 200 square feet. The decoration was quite good. "Is it necessary to show you around the residence?" "Yes." Li Yi nodded. It was estimated that he would be living here for quite a long time in the future. It was useful to figure out the layout of the room. The living room glass here is bulletproof and can withstand up to 3 close-range missile bombings. And you can't see in from the outside. No need to worry about privacy. On the left is your workroom, further in is your bedroom, and next door is my bedroom. Lin Xingxue described each room in detail. Her voice was very nice, but it was devoid of the slightest emotion, as if she was a robot. Chapter 14, Anti-Thrust Speed Flight Suit. After learning about the accommodation, Lin Xingxue asked, "Do you need to rest now?" "No need, give me some white paper, a pen, and a ruler. I'll start working now." "Please wait." Li Yi came to the study. There was a very large table here, and the room's bookshelves were filled with books specializing in aerospace. The chair was very comfortable to sit on. After flattening it, one could lie down on it and rest. It should be specially designed for technical experts, preventing too much fatigue from working for a long time. Even when too tired, you can just lie down and rest. And there was a massage function to prevent sitting for too long with poor blood flow, which had a bad effect on the health of the body. Li Yi was very satisfied with the dormitory. But he didn't know that this was the accommodation arranged for the topmost experts. Depending on the level, the housing as well as the treatment was also graded. Lin Xingxue quickly prepared all the tools. Li Yi took a pen and began to ponder over the information related to the anti-gravity flight suit. Epiphany Reversal System prompt detected that the host is pondering on anti-gravity flight suit related information. Does it perform an epiphany? Yes. Li Yi confirmed without hesitation. Anti-gravity flight suit technology is being comprehended. Comprehension progress 10%, comprehension progress 10%, comprehension progress 20%. Countless information poured into Li Yi's mind. Li Yi picked up a pen and wrote rapidly on the paper. In addition to various formulas and data, he also drew detailed drawings. Lin Xingxue saw that Li Yi had completely entered into a working state in an instant. A trace of surprise appeared on her ice-cold and beautiful face. He was so young and it was his first day joining the Space Academy. Surprisingly, he wasn't excited and thrilled at all. He was also able to calm down and quickly enter into work. Such a character was really rare. Although Lin Xingxue's personality was ice-cold, it didn't mean that she wouldn't take care of people. Making a cup of coffee for Li Yi first, she placed it beside him. Some fruits and snacks and dried fruits were also brought in. Working for long hours not only consumed physical strength but also brain power. You need to keep replenishing your energy. After thinking about it, coffee alone is not enough, and made another cup of tea. If you eat too much, you will definitely get thirsty easily. After doing all this, sat on the chair next to him, eyes gazing at Li Yi. Not long after, Li Yi felt a little hungry. Subconsciously picking up the coffee, he took a shallow taste and finished it in one gulp. While writing, he reached for snacks and dried fruits to eat. Using the Gnosis reversal system for projections was equivalent to developing the brain's ability to the extreme. The consumption of energy increased dramatically. Although Li Yi's attention was all on the draft paper, his hands kept eating. An hour passed, 2 hours passed. Li Yi did not stop for a moment, finishing all of the prepared coffee, water, and snacks. Still continuing to work. Lin Xingxue was incomparably surprised to see this. It was incredible that such intense mental concentration could last for so long. Could this be the ability of a genius? When Lin Xingxue was first given the task, she was still a bit unconvinced. It was just a high school student, how much stronger could the ability be? What she had learned in school was only some basic knowledge. Knowledge about the aerospace field should definitely be learned in college. But the facts were in front of them. Li Yi really had something. Lin Xingxue couldn't think too much and hurriedly filled up the water again, poured coffee, and prepared some desserts and food. Then came to the living room. Dialed over a phone number. "Hello, this is Lin Xingxue, prepare some more snacks. To add some brain tonic ingredients." Hanging up the phone, Lin Xingxue sat in the study again. The orders she had gotten were to stay by Li Yi's side 24 hours a day, protect his safety, take care of everything living and living. Lin Xingxue carried out all of them without fail. After only a short while, the food could be delivered over. After Lin Xingxue received it, she had all the food all over again. After half an hour, it was confirmed that there were no problems. Only then did she put it on Li Yi's table. Hour after hour passed. Li Yi was still working at high intensity. The drawings that were drawn out became more and more, piling up into a mountain of paper on the table. Fortunately, the table was large enough, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to be piled up at all. Li Yi wrote a number on the corner of each piece of paper. Otherwise, with so many drawings, it would take a lot of effort just to organize them. From daytime until nighttime, he wrote. Li Yi still didn't show any signs of stopping. Lin Xingxue was getting more and more shocked from her initial surprise. The beautiful big eyes were all shocked. Originally, she thought that she was strict in everything she did, not allowing any flaws. But Li Yi was working like he didn't want to die. From the beginning to now, there was no pause at all. Could this body withstand it? Lin Xingxue wanted to call out to Li Yi that it was time to take a break. Such intense work would sooner or later drag his body down. However, she thought of Zhao Donglai's instructions. One should never be disturbed while working, because a sudden inspiration could break through difficult techniques. Once it was interrupted and the inspiration was gone, the loss was great. Even if one was persuaded to take a break, one had to wait until it was time to stop. However, Li Yi's current state was clearly the time for inspiration to break out. Lin Xingxue didn't dare to disturb Li Yi. She could only add food and water to Li Yi as much as possible, adding enough nutrition to him. At this moment, Lin Xingxue's impression of Li Yi had changed greatly. She had been very strong since she was a child, striving to be first in everything. Even after entering the National Security Bureau. Always taking first place when competing in martial arts. Even men can't compare. This led to a high opinion of the world, and all the men around her could not see it. Even if you are so beautiful, you have always been single. Lin Xingxue gave her dating partner just one requirement, and that was that she had to be stronger than herself. At first, she wasn't satisfied with this assignment. To Lin Xingxue should be assigned the most important job, even if it's a security job, the most important person must be protected. But Li Yi's work ability was even more demanding than Lin Xingxue's. It made Lin Xingxue feel shocked inside. With such high demands, she simply couldn't do it herself. As her mindset changed, she became more and more careful in taking care of Li Yi. Even late at night, the work strength was incomparably quiet, with only the sound of Li Yi writing rapidly. A large amount of knowledge poured into his mind, and it was very difficult not to write it out quickly. After writing, the knowledge was completely grasped. The brain capacity was also exercised and developed. It could hold more knowledge. Waiting until dawn, Li Yi had already eaten more than a dozen foods by himself. It made Lin Xingxue gasp at first glance. She was simply impressed with Li Yi. Li Yi's body was already on the thin side. It was really hard to imagine how he could eat so much food. Could it be that not only was he strong in research and development, but he was also a big appetite king? Chapter 15, The Dean is Stunned. It was until 7 in the morning. Li Yi finally stopped, heavily lying on the chair. He only felt numb and sore all over his body. Ah! It hurts so much. The entire back and shoulders are numb. Lin Xingxue squinted for a while from time to time. In this way, she was able to maintain her abundant physical strength. For every top agent, this was an ability that had to be mastered. When they were sure it was safe, they would enter deep sleep as soon as possible, rest for a few minutes, and immediately wake up. This would allow for non-stop, continuous protection throughout the day. Lin Xingxue was woken up by Li Yi's voice. Hurrying to get up and quickly walk over, she couldn't help but complain, You simply don't care about your life when you work. It's already been more than 20 hours of continuous work. Helping Li Yi to turn on the massage function of the seat, she put her hands on Li Yi's shoulders and massaged him. The taste of numbness as the blood flow was restored to his body made Li Yi bare his teeth. Phew! There's no way. This isn't inspiration. Exploding all at once. Can't stop at all. Should I prepare breakfast for you? You must rest immediately after eating. Lin Xingxue was inquiring in the first half of her sentence, and directly used a commanding tone in the second half. Although they had spent less than a day together, Lin Xingxue was already completely convinced that Li Yi was a top talent. For people with abilities, Lin Xingxue admired them from the bottom of her heart. He had to be taken care of well. Li Yi recovered, due to overusing his brain. Tiredness swept over him like a tidal wave. Shaking his head, No need, I'm not hungry. I'm sleepy at this moment, I'll go sleep for a while first. You don't need to accompany me either, hurry up and go rest. Li Yi got up and came to the bedroom, falling headfirst onto the bed in a daze. He directly huffed and puffed to sleep. Lin Xingxue was simply angry and amused when she saw this. It wasn't known what inspiration had suddenly come to mind, actually draining his spirit completely. It was true that the top technologists were all crazy when it came to work. The technical experts of the Aerospace Academy had rested for a day and a night and had finally recovered their spirits. Next they were going to work on the research and development of the explosive engine as well as the 6th generation fighter. All of them came to their workstations on time and waited for their assignments. Everyone was extremely exuberant at the moment, full of anticipation for the breakthrough of the new fighter jet. In particular, Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua were even more energized and glowing. Even in their sleep, they were happy. When everyone arrived, they found that Li Yi was the only one missing. Shen Dongchang was very puzzled. Why didn't Li Yi come? Young people. Just arrived in a new environment and couldn't adapt quickly, probably slept late last night. Just let him rest, it's okay to go to work a little later. Ding Guohua said. It makes sense. After all, putting in intense work on the first day is really a bit unreasonable. Let's first study the information at hand. The basic version of the explosive engine technology is no longer too difficult. But the performance has been drastically improved. The fighter's body needs to be reinforced and improved to bring out higher performance. Even if Li Yi doesn't come, it won't affect the progress. Shen Dongchang immediately gave work assignments to each department. However, after waiting for half a day, it was time for lunch and still no Li Yi was seen coming to work. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua finally became a little anxious. It's reasonable to say that Li Yi doesn't seem like a character who neglects his duties. Why hasn't he come to work all morning? It couldn't be that he's not feeling well and is sick, right? Let's go over and take a look. Taking advantage of the midday break, the two came to Li Yi's dormitory. Lin Qingxue had rested all morning and had recovered her spirit. Hearing the knock on the door, she came over to open it. Din Shen Din Ding? Seeing the two, Lin Qingxue was very surprised. Is Li Yi in the dormitory? Shen Dongchang asked. In. Lin Qingxue nodded. Why didn't he come to work? Did something happen? Shen Dongchang's eyes were all worried. No. He worked from yesterday until this morning. He couldn't really stay up before he went to sleep and hasn't woken up yet. Lin Qingxue replied. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua glanced at each other. Not officially at work yet, what were they working on? Go over and take a look. Shen Dongchang walked into the room. Together, they came to the study. The drawings on the table were piled up into a small mountain. The pupils of the two Shen Dongchang instantly dilated, feeling extremely incredulous. So many drawings were drawn by Li Yi alone? Yes. I didn't dare to move it for fear that it would interfere. Lin Qingxue said. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua could no longer remain calm. Drawing out so many drawings in a day and night must be very important. All of them rushed forward and picked them up to watch them carefully. Shen Dongchang just looked at it for a few moments and his speech was trembling with excitement. This is actually an anti-gravity accelerated flight suit. We just mentioned it, is it hard to believe that it was actually designed? Ding Guohua only felt his eyes jumping straight up. The hand holding the drawing was trembling. Good boy, this is simply too outrageous as well. Such a huge amount of work and he's done it all by himself. Hurry up and organize it. It must be confirmed from start to finish as soon as possible. If this technology can really be realized, then the future prospects of our aerospace field are truly unimaginable. Only then did he see that numbers were written on the corners underneath each drawing. Not caring about anything else, he hurriedly greeted Lin Qingxue to help organize them together as well. It took the three of them half an hour to finally arrange them all. The two gray-haired old men, no longer caring about anything else, got together and began to study it. The drawings had detailed data and production processes, and each part was drawn in great detail. Both of them were experts in the related fields, and they knew whether it was reliable or not at a glance. Sometimes they even picked up the paper and did some manual calculations. Even the hunger in the stomach, half forgotten. Waiting for a rough look over, already to more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did he jolt awake. The stomach rumbled with hunger. Do you have any food here? I didn't eat at noon, and I'm a little hypoglycemic from hunger. Ding Guohua asked. Yes. Lin Qingxue hurriedly brought over the prepared snacks and tea. Looking at the two of them, they disregarded their image and went straight to work, swallowing in large mouthfuls. Lin Qingxue felt speechless. Just now, she went to ask if they wanted food and drink. As a result, as soon as they opened their mouths, they were stopped. And yet, she almost starved herself to death. Xiao Tiger bot file anti-piracy, find book machine candidate Xiao Tiger, stable reliable, do not step on pit. It was true that top experts were all of the same nature, not even caring about food and drink when they worked seriously. Fortunately, Li Yi could eat and drink while conducting research. Otherwise, with the intensity of his work, he wouldn't have passed out from hunger every day. Wouldn't it be difficult to complete his own work? Waiting until the 2 plates of snacks were all finished. Shen Dongchang moved up a stack of drawings and mumbled, when Li Yi wakes up tell him that we took the drawings with us. Be sure to take care of him and let him wake up from his natural sleep. Ding Guohua also picked up another stack of drawings. They had to drill through the drawings in detail as fast as possible. As soon as possible, the anti-gravity speed flight suit would be manufactured. With this piece of equipment, even the existing 5th-generation fighters would be able to exert a stronger combat power. Chapter 16, Full Production, Anti-Thrust Flight Suit. It was important to realize that the design performance of the 5th-generation fighters, aside from the stealth capability, was a reference to the limits of the pilots. The requirements for selecting pilots had gotten higher over the years. It's because when an ordinary person is sharply accelerating or turning in a fighter jet, their body simply can't withstand it, and they'll just pass out. With the anti-gravity speed flight suit, it meant that the requirements for a pilot's physique were drastically reduced. A large number of pilots could be trained in a short period of time at a very low cost. The last shortcoming of the country's air force power was completely made up. A large number of fighter jets in service could form a powerful air force. Even if the performance of the fighters was slightly inferior to other countries, it could be made up for with numbers and maneuvering techniques. With anti-gravity flight suits, pilots could have no qualms about bringing out the limits of maneuverability of the fifth-generation planes. The pilots' maneuvering techniques would also be drastically improved. To a certain extent, the gap with the Western Air Force could still be bridged. Compared to producing the sixth-generation fighters out, it was obvious that producing the anti-gravity speed flight suit first was more reliable. Even if two people were given 100 pounds of gold, carrying it for a while would make them tired and out of breath. But holding hundreds of pounds of drawings, they were as fit as a fiddle. Not even bothering to let others help. The two walked all the way back to the office. The technical experts of the Aerospace Academy saw the two carrying a large stack of drawings back. Exhausted and sweating. You looked at me and I looked at you, uncertain. The assistant was taken aback. How could they still carry such heavy things when they were so old? Dean, what are you doing? Do not care about the body? Need to move drawings, say a word, let me go, not on the line. Shin Dongchang gasped for breath and could barely speak. Waved his hand towards the assistant. Taking 2 deep breaths, he then said, all the technicians are in the conference room for an emergency meeting, no one is allowed to be absent. The assistant had never seen the two in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. Not daring to have the slightest delay, rushed forward to notify. In his heart, he was always apprehensive. Didn't they go to look for Li Yi? Why are they in such a hurry? This isn't right. If something happened to Li Yi, he could just call a doctor. He wouldn't have moved so many drawings. Could it be that there's something wrong with the fighter jet? The technical experts who got the news all rushed to the conference room. The conference room was similar to a university's lecture hall. When a plenary meeting was held, it could hold thousands of people. When this kind of conference room was used, it must be for an urgent announcement. Or there was a big project that needed to be arranged. It was convenient to have all the senior technical experts all participate. All whispering about what was going on. It can't be a quality problem with the 5th-generation aircraft, right? It's not that bad, is it? Our 5th-generation planes have been improved many times, and most of the problems have almost been solved. I suspect it's the West starting to provoke again. The higher-ups are pushing the development progress of the new fighter plane now. Pretty country is really hateful, always provoking us, Huaxia. It's even pulling in neighboring countries, constantly provoking us. Trying to get us into strife and unable to develop smoothly. I hope that the 6th-generation aircraft will be developed earlier, so that we can deter all enemy countries. Why isn't our chief engineer Li here today? We're all waiting for him to preside over the RD work. Can it be that the urgent meeting has something to do with him? Only after everyone arrived did Shin Dongchang and Ding Wohuo arrive. The two assistants in the back carried the drawings over, placing them on the podium. The entire conference room instantly quieted down, eyes focused on the two, waiting to announce the theme of the meeting. Comrades, I want to announce good news to everyone. Li Yi got the anti-gravity speed flight suit designed yesterday. Dean Ding and I took a rough look at it. The data of the drawings are very detailed. Therefore it's important to change the focus of the work immediately. First, make the anti-gravity speed flight suit as fast as possible. Next, assign RD tasks. Each department is responsible for one of them. To complete this work within a month. The moment these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. The shock from the continuous burst engine had not completely dissipated. Surprisingly, the anti-gravity speed flight suit was developed first. This speed was also too outrageous, right? Where did Li Ye's brain grow from? Some people even began to wonder if he was sent over by aliens to specifically provide advanced technology to Huaxia. Really? Such a complicated technology was developed in a day and a night? Is the technology reliable? It's going to be put into production directly? Performing so brilliantly makes me feel as if I'd become a waste. No matter what, I'm also a doctorate from the University of Science and Technology. Compared to him, it seems like I'm an elementary school student. Someone couldn't help but spit it out. They were all the top pillars of the country's technological research and development. But in these few days, they were continuously hit by no small blows. It was simply outrageous. Everyone be quiet. Shin Dongchang said into the microphone. I know it's hard to believe hearing this news. But the facts are right in front of us. The drawings were also looked over roughly, and not a single error was found. Even some of the key formulas, Dean Ding Ding and I have projected them once. Determined that this drawing is absolutely feasible. As long as we follow the drawing's requirements strictly, we can definitely produce a counter-thrust speed flight suit with performance beyond imagination. This is the advanced technology that will increase the power of the nation's air force the fastest. Ding Guohua followed up with, the Western countries led by the pretty country have always been aggressive. We must complete this work as soon as possible. It was confirmed by the two deans. All the experts present all boiled over. Their faces were all filled with giddy joy. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and assign the work. With this flight suit, wouldn't that make it possible to equip a large number of fifth-generation fighters? The cost of training pilots is extremely high, and selecting qualified people is even harder. With this technology, China will never lack an air force again. After waiting for everyone to vent their joy for a while, Shen Dongchang began to distribute the tasks. Each department was responsible for a portion of it, and then the final combination of the parts produced would be completed and tested again. From this moment onwards, all of the nation's resources were deployed for the Space Academy. No matter if they needed funds, talents, or materials, as long as there were any at all costs, they had to get them at the fastest speed and send them to the Space Academy. The most sophisticated processing equipment in the country was used to meet the needs of the Space Academy. It was not until the evening that Li Yi slept well and slowly woke up. The high-intensity enlightenment projection was extremely taxing on the brain power. But the benefits it brought were also enormous. After resting well, his spirit became fuller. Li Yi just sat up. It startled Lin Xingxue, who was sitting next to him. Turning the lights on illuminated the room. You're finally awake. Do you want to eat? Li Yi touched his deflated stomach. Nodding, he replied, indeed, I'm a bit hungry. Chapter 17, National Science and Technology Forum. Li Yi first washed his face and took a big bite of his meal. While eating, he asked, I slept for so long, Dean wasn't in a hurry, right? Dean Shin and Dean Ding came to see you. Took away all the drawings you wrote yesterday. Explained that they went to study at first. If you wake up late, rest well, it's not too late to work tomorrow. If there's anything you don't understand, you'll call and ask. Li Yi nodded as he listened. The process and data of the drawings were written in great detail. It could be taken to direct production. With the ability of the experts of the Space Academy, it would not be difficult to encounter problems. Have a full meal first. Then project the technology of the continuous burst engine. With the experience from last time, Li Yi decided that he couldn't have too many technology epiphanies at once. Otherwise, his brain power would run out and he would need to sleep for a day or two to slow down. Each time, he would have an epiphany of a portion. As long as he slept at night, he would be refreshed the next day as usual. It won't affect the next day's work. Li Yi finished eating and came to the study. Turned the computer on. Intended to play for a while first. The computers here were all encrypted, requiring fingerprints, irises, and entering a password to enter. The assistant had already taken care of all these things. And also sent it to Li Yi's cell phone, telling him the operating steps. Li Yi followed the steps and entered his password. Only then did he log on. He opened the web page news. The biggest hit was still the admission of the genius class. As long as any middle school had a student admitted, it immediately became a nationally famous school. All of them were doing their best to publicize, thus attracting outstanding students to apply. The vast majority of the comments section was filled with messages of envy and blessings. Whenever this time, there is no shortage of foreign mockery and suppression. They were all mocking the fact that even with all the development of Chinese science and technology, it was impossible to surpass the West. Both sides started another round of cursing in the comments section. Li Yi looked at the page for a moment and then closed it. There was an icon that attracted Li Yi's attention. National Science and Technology Forum. Shen Dongchang had explained it to him on the way here. This forum was a national intranet, and only reliable senior technicians could log in, exchanging relevant technologies on the network. Problems that were difficult to solve could also be posted. If someone was able to give an answer, they could also apply for a national award. This practice is quite effective, allowing the nation's top technicians to communicate and discuss and make progress together. Indeed, it has also helped many units to solve a lot of difficult problems. The efficiency of research and development was greatly improved. There were even some talents that were unearthed and entrusted with important tasks by the relevant research units. Li Yi wanted to know what topics the country's top experts were discussing. Opening the forum, he registered an account. Browsed through the topics on it. The hottest topics were centered on the aerospace field, the semiconductor field, and the finishing and materials field. After all, other aspects of China had almost caught up. Even if it was slightly worse than the West, it was still enough. These four major technology fields are being sanctioned by the West. A breakthrough in technology was imminent. Questions can be browsed to, and even see some of the topics explored. But the answers to the responses can only be seen by the questioner and the relevant technical experts. And there are certain requirements for levels. This is done for better confidentiality. After all, even among these top experts, there may be spies who have been turned by the enemy. If one could browse through all the answers at will, it might result in the leakage of national technology. There was soon a topic that caused Li Yi to take a keen interest. Since his account was at the highest level, he could see all the discussion answers. It was also possible to directly participate in it. This topic was related to missile technology. Analyzing the effective air viscosity on the drag lift on the surface of the missile and optimizing the aerodynamic design for it, thus ensuring end-to-end guidance accuracy. Future combat on missile guidance accuracy requirements are getting higher and higher. Simply worried a lot of experts in related fields. Some math experts were also pulled in, requesting help with calculations. From the messages, it seemed that each of these experts had a bigger head than the other. The calculation formulas given were also not satisfactory. One of the most central technical difficulties was the big-name Stokes equation. No one has been able to answer it so far. As one of the 7 major problems of the millennium, mathematicians in various countries could only make the data matching rate as high as possible through optimization. Li Yi was very clear about how important missile technology was to the country. The most deterrent weapon currently belonged to missiles. It even surpassed fighter jets. After all, missiles were relatively less difficult to develop and could directly attack enemy territory, whereas the development of fighter jets was very difficult and much more demanding. If this difficulty can be solved and the combat accuracy of missiles can be improved, it can be a good deterrent to enemy countries. And this technology could also be applied in the field of fighters and drones. Thinking of this, Li Yi decided to utilize his free time to derive this equation, calling the Gnosis reverse sky system to start projecting the Stokes equation. Gnosis inverse system activated, start projecting. How long will it take to project the answer? Li Yi inquired. If it was too complicated, the projection time would be too long. Li Yi would just do it in batches. Extrapolate a part of it every day and go to bed promptly at the point. It must not affect normal work. If it didn't take too long and could be completed in a few hours, then there would be no need to worry. Gnosis reversal system is calculating, calculation progress 10%, calculation progress 20%. 2 minutes later, an answer was given, epiphany projection time within 3.5 hours. Is it possible to complete the projection in one go? No problem. Complete the epiphany in one go. Li Yi replied. The epiphany reversal system is starting to project the Stokes equation, 1% of the projection process, 2% of the projection process. Li Yi quickly tapped the keyboard, the projected equations and data written on it. He hoped to rely on his own ability to contribute to the country's missile development. By the evening, most of the experts had already returned home from work. This was the time when the forum was most active. Whenever they were free, they would come to the forum to talk and share what they had learned in the related fields. At the same time, they hoped to receive guidance from others to solve difficult problems. A dozen or so missile experts were connecting and chatting. It's so difficult. With the rapid development of anti-missile weapons, the requirements for missiles are getting higher and higher. In addition to being fast, they also have to be precise in dodging anti-missile weapons. This requires a higher level of precision for the missiles. Don't mention it, the top is again urging us to finish updating our technology as soon as possible. It's just too difficult. The only way is to be able to solve the Stokes equations. This one is a world problem, and whoever can solve it is really going to show their face in the math world. The top mathematicians are all abroad, our domestic level is quite a bit different. It is estimated that this technology will be mastered by a beautiful country in advance. Don't say anything discouraging. Pretty country wants to put pressure on Huaxia again, and it's rumored that they're planning to conduct joint exercises in the South China Sea. If we want to stop the enemy, we can only improve our missile technology as much as possible. We can't afford to be discouraged. Chapter 18 Solving Stokes Equation. It's so hard that it's hard to the point of vomiting blood. The pretty country has imposed an all-encompassing blockade on us, Huaxia, over the years. Many technologies in the field of science and technology are no longer shared with us. Future technological research will become more and more difficult. The economy is also taking a hit. I really don't dare to imagine what the future will be like. I don't know if Huaxia can withstand this round of impact. Damn it! With the backing of the pretty country, these small neighboring countries are starting to act foolishly. How dare they show their teeth to our Huaxia? Even if we put our lives on the line, we have to upgrade our missile technology by another cut. After spitting out his depressed mood, he began to discuss the topic of technology again. Li Yi used more than 3 hours to finally hand in all the answer formulas. After checking that there were no errors, he directly clicked send. Looking at the time, it was already 12 o'clock at night. Shut down the computer and went to sleep. The missile and math experts had also just finished their exploration and were ready to rest. Suddenly saw a message alert. Someone had given the answer to Stokes' equation. First, they were shocked, followed by a face full of disdain. Who is this who is so arrogant and dares to say that he has answered Stokes' equation? This is the country's technical forum, and it's not an internet quiz. How can you be so inconsiderate and just fill in the answers? If you were so bullish, you would have become a world-renowned mathematician long ago. How could you possibly post the answers directly in the forum? You should at least write a paper and announce it to the world, right? Such unqualified people must be dealt with severely. Let me see who is so arrogant. Originally planning to sleep, he was infuriated by a sudden news. After all, this was a very strict national-level technical forum. You can't just fill in the answers. There are guesses that can be sent in the exploration column. Sent in the answer column must be sure to be the correct answer. To stand up to scientific evidence. Several authoritative experts almost simultaneously clicked the answer. With a face of contempt, they looked for errors. As long as it is confirmed to be a false answer, directly report it, so that he can do things more rigorously in the future. However, the more they looked, the more they were overwhelmed. Especially the two Chinese math experts, Hua Guoxing, who was known as Taishan Beidou, as well as Zhou Tianyun. The two had deep attainments in mathematics and even enjoyed a high reputation abroad. Invited by the Missile Research Department to provide technical support. In order to break through the technology earlier, even off-duty were working hard on the research. But it was simply impossible to meet the technical requirements in a short period of time. They looked down carefully, but didn't find any problems. The solution formulas were written in an extremely standard manner, and all the data was labeled in detail. Anyone who had studied this subject could almost understand it. The more they looked at it, the more they were shocked, their hearts thumping, almost jumping into their throats. Although they didn't know how to answer the question, they had the correct answer for backpropagation and could prove the correctness of the answer. After reading it once and still unsure, they hurriedly ran through it again. The result was exactly the same as the first time. This was actually really a Stokes equation solution. After determining the authenticity of the answer, Hua Guoxing picked up the phone with trembling hands. Dialed a phone number. It only rang once before it was picked up. Old Zhou. It's me. Hua Guoxing said in a trembling voice, you hurry up and get on the National Science and Technology Forum, it seems like someone has gotten the answer to Stokes' equation out. Zhou Tianyun was equally excited, I'm watching. It's really incredible. I've projected it twice, and it's all accurate. Who the hell is this? Other than the two of us, who else in the entire China possesses this strength? Hua Guoxing laughed with a face full of bitterness, oh, after studying math all my life. I didn't expect to be shortchanged by someone else. This person's attainments in the field of mathematics have completely surpassed us. The name of the person shown is Li Yi. Do we have such a mathematician in China? I saw it too, and I racked my brain, but I didn't think there was such a person in the circle. We have to find this person out quickly. This is definitely a math genius. It must be properly cultivated and will become our top math talent in China. Zhou Tianyun was very eager. Although they had brought in quite a few students with mathematical talent, none of them had the chance to surpass them. They didn't want to leave any regrets. The greatest hope in this life was to find someone whose mathematical talent surpassed theirs. To pass on all they had learned in their lives. Although they would also take students from the gifted class, the level was still far from what they expected. Even if the senior students were at a higher level, it was impossible for them to learn so profoundly. After all, their goal was to take the college entrance exam, and all they were learning was just high school content. At most, they would be gifted and go to the Olympic mathematics competition. A world-class problem like Stokes equations was by no means a field that a senior could touch. Therefore they thought of people in the math world, but they didn't think of one by that name. The two men scratched their ears anxiously. Very much wanting to meet this person named Li Yi. Discussing the knowledge of mathematics with him painfully. They still had a lot of questions they wanted to discuss in person. Some other math experts soon found the answers as well. They started talking about it in the forum. Asking each other about Li Yi's origins. It made them all anxious. Being able to solve such a century-old problem was definitely a great event that would stir the world. They all wanted to get in touch with Li Yi in advance and get acquainted. But after asking each other, they realized that there was no such person in the circle. Could it be that someone else wrote a fake name? This was impossible. Those who were qualified to log into this forum were all authoritative experts in the relevant fields. All of them had real names. Since the Space Academy had blocked the news, there was no publicity for Li Yi. There was simply no one who knew about it. There was no choice but to post an inquiry online. The entire forum instantly exploded. Solving the Stokes equation meant that it was going to be noticed by the world. If the one who solved the problem was a Chinese, it would be permanently recorded in the history books. It was the honor of all of China. Every Chinese would be proud of it. Since China is being suppressed by the West in all fields, Chinese experts are holding their breath, hoping to research top-notch advanced technology and academics that could shock the world. To fight for a breath for the Chinese academia. Now finally waited for this day. How could they not be excited? The news was quickly forwarded, and in just 10 minutes, as long as the experts who were still browsing the forum almost all knew about it. Even those who had already turned off their phones and slept were called up. Someone has successfully answered Stokes' equation. This news fake is too outrageous, right? Just all of a sudden it's on fire all over the forum. Who in the world is spreading the news indiscriminately? You guys don't even know about this? It's all been approved by the two old gentlemen, Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun. What, really? Our Huaxia actually has such a genius? Who is so powerful? Chapter 19, Searching for Someone on the Whole Internet. I heard that the person who answered the question is called Li Yi. Does anyone know which unit it is? If the news is reliable, this person will really be a step up. Directly becoming a top mathematician in the world, his future is unlimited. Li Yi? How come I've never heard of this name before? Is it an expert in the math world? Never heard of it. The circle of the math world is originally small, so it's reasonable to say that anyone with a bit of fame can be found. But I've never heard of this person. Many people felt very puzzled. The authenticity of the news was confirmed, but none of them knew the identity of this person. Mathematics was originally a very rigorous subject that required one step at a time. Going from obscurity to a step to the top was almost impossible to achieve. Even for students with better grades and talent, they, the experts, knew it very well. This left people extremely confused. The entire forum online was asking about Li Yi's origins. But none of them could answer. Especially the math experts who knew the answer were no longer sleepy at all. Where could they sleep if they couldn't find anyone? Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun both asked around and didn't get an answer either. The two people were all confused. When they sent a private message to Li Yi, there was no answer either. After sending the answer, he went offline. They couldn't be contacted at all. This made them anxious as hell. I say, old Zhou, it's better to give the administrator a call. Be able to locate the other party's workplace. Even directly find his location. This person must be contacted today. Hua Guoxing said. Okay, calling and inquiring in our name will definitely investigate for us. Right, should we tell the leader the good news? Recently, he's been worried about improving the accuracy of his missiles. Zhou Tianyun asked. To immediately tell the dean the news and dig this talent over. I dare say that using this person's abilities, the country's missile technology will realize a leapfrog development. Hua Guoxing became more and more excited as he spoke. Then let's act separately. I'll notify the dean of the news. All right. Zhou Tianyun agreed and immediately dialed the dean of the Missile Research Institute again. The dean, Chen Ke, had just fallen asleep not long ago when he was woken up by a ringing phone. Hello, this is Chen Ku Enemy. Dean Chen, this is Zhou Tianyun. Upon hearing that it was Zhou Tianyun calling, Chen Kuen instantly woke up. For his identity to call in the middle of the night, something big must have happened. The heart was instantly in his throat. Calling in the middle of the night, what happened? Hearing the other party's heartfelt voice, Zhou Tianyun then realized that a sudden call was indeed prone to misunderstandings. Hurrying to explain, Dean, don't be anxious, it's good news. Someone has lifted the Stokes equation, and our rocket technology is about to realize a rapid improvement. Chen Ke only felt that for a split second, hot blood rushed straight to the top of his head. Say that again? Did I hear you correctly? Absolutely right, the answer was posted on the Technology Forum website. Elder Hua and I have jointly verified it. The answer is absolutely correct. Great, who is so capable, this is really a big favor for us. That's why I'm calling you. This person's name is Li Yi, but we've asked all over the circle and we don't know where this person came from. Elder Hua has already called the administrator to find this person as soon as possible. We hope the director will find him and invite him to our institute. The future advancement of missile technology can all depend on him. Li Yi? Okay, I'll make a note of it, I'll send someone to investigate. Regardless of which unit he belongs to, even if he is offered more than 3 times the salary, he must be poached over. Pretty country is bullying people too much, we must strike back hard with advanced missiles. As the director of the Missile Research Institute, Chen Ke was not only under immense pressure on his shoulders, but he was also holding a mouthful of bad anger in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he also had to develop a new type of missile with advanced performance, so that those enemy countries would not dare to make a move against China. Then, I'm counting on you. There is one more thing, inform the National Security Bureau that they must monitor all those who have access to the answer. Make sure that our secrets won't leak out. The answer on the forum must also be deleted immediately. This is a core technology that only we, Huaxia, have mastered, and it has a great role to play in the development of our aerospace industry. It absolutely cannot be known to foreign countries. I know, I'll do it immediately. Chen Ke hung up the phone and took several consecutive deep breaths, which calmed his nervousness. Immediately afterward, he fiercely pinched his thigh again. Hiss. It hurts, looks like this is not a dream. Chen Ke immediately made another call. This night, no one in the entire Chinese scientific community slept. All were discussing a common topic, Li Yi and the Stokes equation. Once the news was released, this name would resound throughout the world and become the brightest star. On the other hand, the Aerospace Academy was also lit up all night long. All of them were engaged in intense research and development work. There was simply no time to visit the technology forum. They knew nothing about these things. Even all of them were divided into 2 shifts, researching and developing all day long without stopping for 24 hours. To make the anti-gravity speed flight suit as fast as possible. The news that the Stokes equations had been solved alarmed many big leaders. Any expert who had seen the answer was quickly and closely monitored. The answers were quickly deleted. The forum management technicians pulled out all of Li Ye's information. It left all the leaders greatly shocked. A genius class candidate who was just admitted this year already entered the Space Academy early? Hua Guoxing was incredulous. Is this news accurate? Zhou Tianyun was equally incredulous. They had come to the unit in order to get the news first. But the results they got made them all unable to believe it. A senior student had actually surpassed them in math attainments. Then what was the use of their lifelong drilling? The heart couldn't help but give birth to a trace of sadness. There must be something wrong with this news. Let them re-investigate it again, and dare to report such an outrageous result. But after asking again and again, the answer received remained the same. The technicians insisted that there was absolutely no error in the information. Unless the Space Academy had deliberately uploaded fake information. This was simply impossible. There's no need to ask again. To be honest, the results are quite normal. Think about it, why doesn't the entire academic circle recognize this person? It can only be a very young student. With such a good talent, even if he had gone to college, he would have been noticed in the circle a long time ago. For the Aerospace Academy to be in such a hurry to admit him early, it must have discovered something extraordinary about him. Zhou Tianyun said analytically. Dean Chen Kai was very anxious in his heart when he heard this. If it was a math professor or a talented student, the big deal was to spend a high price and recruit him with generous benefits. However, since he had entered the Space Academy, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to get someone else. The Space Academy also has extremely high requirements for math technology, so this kind of talent will definitely be fully retained, and will never be easily released. Chapter 20, Door-to-Door Robbery. Hua Guoxing obviously realized this as well, and said with a bitter smile, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that such a talent won't be able to make it to our unit. Chen Kai stomped his foot. No, before we try, we definitely can't give up easily. I'll personally go to the Aerospace Academy tomorrow and make sure to recruit him over. We will also go with you. Such a student will allow us to teach him in order to give him a better prospect for development. Hua Guoxing said. That's right. In terms of math knowledge, there's no one else in the country who can compare to us. Although this student relied on his talent to solve Stokes' equation. But the rest of the basic knowledge is definitely not as solid as ours. If we impart all of our knowledge to him, we can definitely become the world's top mathematicians. Zhou Tianyun was very energized. It wasn't just because of solving Stokes' equation and adding to the country's missile technology. It was more so because there were successors in the math world of Huaxia. Their lifelong learning finally had a successor. The news spread extremely fast, and it wasn't just the Missile Research Institute that had their eyes on Li Yi. All the major schools knew about him. The math master who solved the world's millennium problem. Definitely an object recruited by all units. The president of Qingbei University immediately sought out all the leaders of the enrollment office. Gave them a deadly order. We must head to the Space Academy tomorrow and recruit Li Yi to our school. At the very least, you must put up a name. Ask for a scholarship, then give him a professorship. If we have him, our position as the #1 school in China will be secure within a few decades. And the field of mathematics will rank high in the world. The president of the National Defense University of Science and Technology was even more glowing. They were also very short of top-notch math talents. Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun, the titans of the math world, were assigned to the Missile Research Institute by the state. Their weapons research and development as well as their digital combat plan also required the support of mathematical technology. The key was that with such a talent titled at the school's ranking could instantly rise by a large margin. For any school, it was a huge temptation that could not be refused. By the next day, many people came to the Space Academy all of a sudden. And their fame was more frightening than one another. Even many experts in related fields had come in person. But what made them even more shocked was that the space yard was actually under first-degree martial law. No one was allowed to enter or leave. This made them feel very incredible. It meant that the Space Academy was developing a very crucial technology. It needed to be kept strictly confidential. After hearing the explanation from the soldiers standing guard, everyone looked at each other. Even a thought arose in their hearts. Could it be that the technology of the Space Academy had something to do with this Li Yi? However, since they had come, they definitely could not return empty-handed. Chen Koen walked forward and said, "You give Dean Shin a call, just say that I, Chen Koen, want to meet with him. At least give me a call." Due to the level 1 alert, even Shin Dongchan's phone could not be contacted externally. One had to use a dedicated line if they wanted to talk to the outside world. The dedicated phone line was guarded by personnel from the National Security Department. Calls to the outside world had to go through Shen Dongchang and Ding Wowo's application. Then the call could only be made in the company of national security personnel. However, when there were important people visiting, they could still be contacted through the dedicated line. After hearing the identity of Chen Kefi, the security personnel did not dare to be arrogant. Hanging up a phone to inform Shen Dongchang. Shen Dongchang was very puzzled to hear this. President Chen came in person? And brought Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun with him? Did something happen to him? Could it be that he wants to spar with our aerospace academy to learn about math theory? That's unknown. There are several other college presidents as well as the director of the enrollment office that have come. Said they wanted to meet you. It's really inconvenient, and they want to talk to you on the phone. Shen Dongchang was even more puzzled when he heard the names of so many college presidents. Racking his brain, he couldn't figure out what the purpose of their visit to the Space Academy was. Even the leaders of the enrollment office had come. Was it to rob Li Yi? He was a talent of the aerospace engine. What did the school have to rob? But with so many people coming, this face could not be ignored. Shen Dongchang called up Ding Wowo again and informed the national security personnel to accompany him. Together to meet. For the sake of confidentiality, it is just a chat at the door. It was not that he could not trust them, but in order not to break the rules. Secondly, he was also very curious about the sudden arrival of so many people. Ding Wowo was equally doubly puzzled by what he heard. Together, they followed to the door. Seeing the two appear, they all surrounded them at once. I say Dinshin Din Ding, you guys got down to business really fast. The admission of the genius class hasn't even officially begun yet, and you guys are making the first move. This method of admission isn't fair. Chin K came up and complained, not leaving any mercy at all. Isn't it just one student? You guys just go pick again. Shen Dongchang said with a smile. You're still pretending. Li Yi is the one who solved Stokes' equation. It's too much of a pity for such a mathematical genius to stay in the Aerospace Academy. You guys can't let the pearl fall into the dust-off. I think it should be handed over to the Missile Research Institute so that Elder Hua and Elder Zhou can personally teach it. Who said Li Yi should learn math? Shen Dongchang refused without hesitation, but he quickly reacted. Wide-eyed, he hurriedly asked, "What did you say just now?" Still pretending, aren't you? This matter has long been known throughout the academic world. Li Yi is a top-notch math genius. He must be properly cultivated. As long as you release him, feel free to mention the conditions. I, Chen Kuiai, am not a petty person. No, you're saying that Stokes' equation has been solved? Ding Wowo was instantly confused as well. Li Yi Guang hadn't slept for a day and a night in order to research the anti-gravity speed flight suit technology. Where would he find the time to solve such a difficult math problem as Stokes' equation? It had been a world problem for so many years. How could Li Yi solve it? The most crucial thing was that they knew nothing about it. With so many university leaders and institute leaders all rushing over, it didn't look like they were talking about panic. The leaders who came saw the puzzled and shocked looks of the two of them. It was confirmed that it didn't look like they were faking it. It's not, is it? Could it be that you all don't know about such a big thing? What do I know? I worked all night yesterday. The senior leaders were all tired and slept for a while. How could they have the time to visit a technology forum? Why don't you tell us what's going on? It's better for me to say it. Hua Guoxing walked forward and carefully told what happened yesterday. I confirmed with old Zhou several times, and the answer is absolutely correct. This is an extraordinary achievement. After the administrator's investigation, I realized that it was posted up by Li Yi last night. If I wasn't worried about affecting his rest, I would have rushed over last night. Hua Guoxing became more and more excited as he spoke. Such a math genius must be taught by us in order to bring out all of his talents. Please ask the two deans to cut us some slack and let us have the Missile Research Institute. Chapter 21, No One Can Snatch It Away. Shen Dongchang and Ding Wowo's hearts were currently sending shockwaves through their hearts. What kind of demon was Li Yi? In a short period of time, he had solved the explosive engine technology, and just after coming to the Space Academy, he had researched the anti-gravity speed flight suit technology. He actually solved the world-class millennium problem again that night. How many years of unsolvable world-class problems were as easy to solve in front of him as drinking cold water? The president of Qingbei squeezed his way to the front. Our Qingbei University doesn't ask for much, let him hang up a professorship at Qingbei University. Feel free to mention any request. Our National Defense University of Science and Technology is in need of such a talent. Take a part-time position at our school. Let Li Yi decide for himself if he can be let out. That's right. His future must be decided on his own. Call him out and let's ask him face to face. No one wanted to let go of the opportunity to get Li Yi, and they all began to clamor. They were afraid that Shen Dongchang would hide him in order to keep Li Yi. Shen Dongchang hurriedly calmed his shocked mind. said to them, "No, not only is Li Yi a student of the genius class of the Space Academy, he has already been appointed as the chief engineer of the 6th generation fighter. It is presiding over very important research and development work. How can he just leave his job?" "What did you say?" Chen Kai was completely stunned. "Even if it's the development of the 6th generation fighter, the chief engineer should be either you or Ding Guowa. How could it be handed over to a freshly enrolled student?" Even if Chen Ku enemy attached more importance to Li Yi, he was still just a freshly enrolled student. Solving the Stokes equation probably relied on luck in addition to his amazing talent. It was also impossible to give him such an important position. After all, being so young, how could he possibly manage it? "Are you sure you're not joking? Such an outrageous thing can be done?" Not only was Chen Kai, everyone present couldn't believe it. The development of a 6th generation aircraft was not a secret to them. Both Huaxia and Pretty Country were fully investing in this project, and whoever researched it first would be able to overwhelm the other. In order to discourage them from digging for someone, Shen Dongchang directly threw out a king bomb. Li Yi had a high talent for math, but his research in the field of fighter jets was much deeper. And being promised the most important position, there was no way he would let go. Shen Dongchang explained, "You guys don't know. It was because of discovering his top talent in the field of aerospace, and even helping us solve the most central problem. Giving him the position of chief engineer of the 6th generation fighter is not excessive at all. As for the talent in math, we will also pay more attention to it. But by no means will he join your unit. If you encounter any difficulties, you can discuss them together when you have time. If there is a need for his help, we won't refuse either." Shen Dongchang's face was full of red light at the moment, doubly honored in front of these colleagues. It was true that he still had the vision to admit Li Yi with the fastest speed, and gave him the utmost trust. Otherwise, there is a real possibility that it will be snatched away by other units. Ding Guowo was also happy in his heart, not expecting Li Yi to bring them such a huge surprise. It seemed that Li Yi's ability in math would have to be cultivated more in the future. When other units encountered problems in math, they would have to seek support from them. The favor owed to the Space Academy always had to be repaid. Thinking about the scene of meeting and trying to ingratiate themselves in the future, his heart was more than comfortable. "Everyone, please return. After the first level of alert is lifted, then I will let Li Yi discuss academic issues with you all." Shen Dongchang pretended to look at his watch. "The time we've been out is not short, we have to hurry back to continue presiding over the work. Due to the special circumstances, we will not entertain you all. Please also understand more." Shen Dongchang finished speaking and did not wait for them to react. Pulling Ding Guowa, he hurriedly ran back to the space yard, only leaving a group of people dumbfounded. Before coming, they had thought of all the possibilities and given to the highest treatment. But they realized that their thoughts were just too shallow. What's more, they hadn't thought that Li Yi was such an outstanding talent that it wouldn't be too much to say that he was a genius. No wonder he could solve Stokes' equation, but it turned out to be just a matter of passing by. Wanting to poach Li Yi was simply a pipe dream. Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun took half a day to come to their senses. A deep sigh was given. Previously, they had thought of being Li Yi's teacher. Now it seems completely unqualified. I really don't know what level of teacher would have to be qualified to teach such a talent. Or maybe there is no need for a specialized teacher at all, just need to do research with him. In that case, let's go back first. It was a wasted trip, but at least we got the answer to Stokes' equation. Next, step up the speed of researching the new missiles. I believe the Space Academy will come up with more advanced fighters before long. We at the Missile Research Institute can't lag behind either. Hua Guoxing quickly adjusted his mindset. He was not discouraged by the immediate failure, but instead inspired a stronger fighting spirit. A young man was able to make such a great contribution to the country. They couldn't be too far behind. Chen Kai nodded, "That's right. It's all our country's own talents, there's no need to make such a clear distinction. When we encounter another problem in the future, just ask them for help." The other department and school leaders, too, sighed deeply. One after another, they left. They all knew that they were afraid that it wouldn't be long before the Aerospace Academy was about to startle the world. On the way back, Hua Guoxing said, "Li Yi has solved a world-class problem, should we announce the news to the public? Even if it's kept strictly secret, wait until our new missile is successfully launched. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it anymore. Announcing the news isn't announcing the technology, I don't see any problem with it." Zhou Tianyun voiced his thoughts. It's true that it should be announced at normal times, it can boost the confidence of the entire Chinese scientific community. But right now, we are surrounded by strong enemies. It's hard to say whether or not the state requires secrecy. It's better to report it to the leaders and ask the superiors to decide. Chen Kai considered it a bit more comprehensively. This was not only the research results of the scientific community, it was more about the political issues between countries. It had to be treated with caution. The news was quickly reported to the number one chief. The number one chief was surprised after reading it, not realizing that the genius class had actually selected such a heaven-defying student. As long as they were properly cultivated, they could definitely become a talented force in the middle of China. No need to discuss, immediately announce this news to the public. Not only should it be announced, it should also be vigorously publicized so that he becomes a role model for all students to learn from. The second chief had some concerns. Will such a fanfare attract retaliation from the Western countries? Li Yi will surely become their prime target for removal. Do you believe that the spies planted abroad by now would have already known about this news? The more they hide it, the more convenient it is for them to strike. Publishing it, once danger arises, it will surely suffer condemnation from the whole world. What's more, our Chinese scientific community has been suppressed for so long, it's time to raise our eyebrows. Chapter 22, Announcing Achievements. Hearing the words of the number one chief, the number two chief felt that it made sense. Well said. The more we cower, the more arrogant the enemy becomes. It's time to strike back at it. President Chen's report said that with the support of the math technology, a new type of missile will soon be developed. I'd like to see how arrogant pretty country can still be. The number one chief said with his hands behind his back, smiling. The Aerospace Academy has also submitted a report on the progress of their research and development, saying that their sixth-generation fighters will soon receive a breakthrough as well. With missiles and fighters advancing hand in hand, they will have the capital to confront pretty country head-on. Our Chinese target is not just the pretty country, but the entire West. They must all be defeated before we can usher in true peace. A shocking news soon broke out across the internet. Freshman Li Yi of the genius class demonstrated his amazing math talent and successfully solved the Stokes equation. The major official media all swarmed with reports. It quickly rushed to the number one spot on the hot search. New candidate of the genius class, Stokes equation. No one could believe that these two names could actually be put together. As the news was too shocking, some people even had huge doubts. Nowadays, the self-media can really get more and more out of line in order to attract traffic. To actually concoct such outrageous news, who would believe it? It's fake news at first glance, and there are actually so many people forwarding it. Even P became the official media. It's really outrageous. Oh, what a laugh. A problem that so many famous mathematicians abroad couldn't solve would be solved by a senior high school candidate? Even if it's a genius class, the cognition is only at the high school level. How could they possibly know such profound math knowledge? Even the official departments felt helpless when they saw the feedback from the people. When they received the instructions from their superiors, they all felt very incredulous. But they could only follow the orders. Seeing that so many people took it as fake news, the official could only dispel the rumor once again in a helpless manner, and put the news at the very center of the official website. Only then did a large number of people begin to believe in the authenticity of the news. The internet, in particular, had exploded. All of them were paying attention to this matter. No way? This news is actually true. No matter how good his grades are, he's still just a high school student. He can actually solve such a difficult question. There's nothing to doubt, the nation's official website is reporting it, and it's been on CCTV's news headlines. How can this be fake? It's really awesome. Li Yi is simply my perfect idol. To have such an achievement at such a young age, I don't know what heights my future can reach in the future. It's really a great honor for China. Let's see what those guys who worship foreigners still have to say. That's right. When I see those pandering guys, I can't help but feel angry. What foreign countries can't do, we can't do in China. It's really a hard slap in the face of these people. This proves that we Chinese are not inferior to the West at all. As long as there is enough self-confidence and a good educational environment, any kind of talent can be cultivated. Li Yi instantly became the object of the nation's admiration. The principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School couldn't believe it at first when he heard the news and hurriedly used his cell phone to surf the internet. Seeing that it had already made it to the headlines of the major boards, his body was shaking with excitement. This was a student who had walked out from their school. Li Yi's achievement was likewise their honor. There was no need to think about it to know that Donghai No. 1 High School was soon going to become the most famous high school in the world. Countless parents wanted to send their children to school here. The admission score line naturally rose. Maybe they'll even get promoted soon. Rush to call the school leader over. Have you seen the news on the internet? Our students actually solved a world-class math problem. Hurry up and go buy fireworks, give me a strong release. Make some banners and hang them at the entrance of the school and the entrance of every building. All the electronic screens, hit them all. Soon the news spread throughout the entire first middle school. Originally, the school was managed very strictly, not allowing students to carry cell phones. The students were lagging behind in the news. After the banners hit, the homeroom teachers even all personally went to each class to announce the news. The students were simply all abuzz. Then immediately after that, Li Yi's portrait also appeared in the building's hallways, and it was the most prominent place. It was placed on the same spot as many celebrities in the scientific world. Even Xia Shui was shocked and delighted at the news she heard. Unexpectedly, Li Yi had actually made such great achievements when he arrived at the Space Academy. It had already become a top-notch mathematician. It was only due to the secrecy of his work that he couldn't keep in touch at all times. The feeling of longing grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't wait to hurry up and be accepted into the genius class of the Space Academy to be able to meet with Li Yi every day. I will definitely work hard. Xia Shui secretly made up her mind. In terms of choosing her intention, Xia Shui chose the Space Academy without hesitation. The one who was having the hardest time at the moment was Lu Chuanfeng. The entire school was talking about Li Yi with faces full of admiration, all treating him as an idol. Lu Chuanfeng's heart went crazy with jealousy. He really couldn't understand why Li Yi was getting better and better. He had covered up all of his light. Obviously, his grades were also very good, and in other schools he had long been treated as a treasure, worshipped by all his classmates. But in Donghai No. 1 Middle School, almost no one even noticed him. Li Yi was the most admired idol. Xia Shui was the school flower and had tons of admirers. The only thing that hardly anyone paid attention to was the grades he obtained besides his family's good fortune. And students at this age didn't have much of a sense of family background. His greatest advantage simply couldn't be utilized. Li Yi, don't be complacent. I will also go to the Space Academy and destroy you as usual, no matter how outstanding your performance is. Even if it's gold, as long as it's covered. There won't be anyone paying attention. Lu Chuanfeng gritted his teeth in anger, his heart burning with cynicism. It was almost as if his lungs were about to explode with anger. He had similarly filled out the volunteer for the Space Academy. It was necessary to find a way to completely suppress Li Yi. At the same time, the news spread abroad. In the entire scientific community caused a huge sensation. This was a century-level math problem. Breaking through one could become the world's most renowned mathematician and be admired by people all over the world. In addition to academic breakthroughs, it could play a great role in the aerospace field. Both fighter jets and missiles will be greatly improved. For countries that did not master these technologies, they could only be at the point of lagging behind. Behind will have to suffer suppression. Reality was so cruel. Many mathematicians first expressed their congratulations and then hoped that they could share the results of the solution. They were also very eager to know the answer. However, there were also some people with bad intentions who first questioned it and then publicized the threat theory of Huaxia, flaunting orders for Huaxia to hand over the answer while heavily publicizing the Huaxia threat theory. Other countries were asked to join in the blockade against Huaxia. Chapter 23, Shocking the World. Especially the people in the stick country saw that Huaxia had made a breakthrough in the field of mathematics. It was simply worse than digging up their ancestral graves. I don't believe it, this must be fake news. So many renowned mathematicians in pretty country didn't get this question answered, so why could Huaxia do it? I think so. China was suppressed and anxious, and deliberately released this kind of news to confuse the public. Pretty country mustn't fall for their tricks. That's right, the stick country is the smartest race of people in the world. When Asians break through new technologies, it will definitely be us, the stick country, too. The Japanese nation was of a completely different mindset. They looked as if they were on the verge of an enemy. The rise of Huaxia is too dangerous for us. Once we let them get strong, they will definitely retaliate against us. I hope that pretty country will hurry up and impose sanctions on Huaxia and suppress their economy. And those Westerners' comments were full of jealousy. Only a few people congratulated Huaxia's success in the breakthrough in the field of math. Many governments immediately contacted Huaxia, demanding that Huaxia publish the answers and share the technology. But Huaxia rejected all of these unreasonable requests. Suppressing Huaxia in the field of science and technology and military all day long, but asking Huaxia to share the technology, wasn't this a daydream? Li Yi's house became lively all of a sudden. Whether it was the neighbors or relatives of the family, all of them scrambled to come and congratulate him. Even those who were jealous of Li Yi instantly changed their attitudes. I knew that little Yi's child was especially promising. To actually make such a great contribution to the country, he will definitely be promoted in the future, right? Wasn't it announced on the news that he's already a chief engineer just after entering the Aerospace Academy, and it's estimated that he'll be able to become a dean in no time? Don't forget about our relatives and neighbors after little Yi becomes rich. Let's see if we can arrange a job for our child in the Aerospace Academy. Li Debao and Zhang Mei listened to the words of their relatives and neighbors and were speechless in their hearts. What kind of place is the Space Academy? You have to have real skills to get in. It's not a company run by their own family. You can just arrange people to go in. Can only be vague, temporarily cope with the past. Although they do not have a high level of culture, but also know that they must not give their son to drag their feet and look for trouble. The relatives who came were well entertained, but what could not be done was resolutely not promised. The country also gave Li Yi a bonus of tens of millions of dollars. This money Li Yi gave 2 million to his family. Let parents work not so hard. The rest are all saved. This is not that Li Yi is too stingy, but after careful consideration. People are afraid of being famous. There will be a lot of relatives who will take advantage of the opportunity to borrow money. Such a sum of money is enough to improve the family's life substantially. There could even be no need to go back to work. Wait to give it after it is spent. After all, if the news leaks out, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people coming to the door looking for all kinds of reasons to borrow money. If you lend it out, you'll become an ingrate, and you won't be able to return it. If you don't borrow, you'll become an enemy, saying that you look down on people everywhere. The state is also very considerate. The publicity is all honorary rewards. There was no mention of material rewards. This is also to protect the safety of Li Yi and his family. These are all afterthoughts. Li Yi slept until 7 o'clock, got up early, and simply exercised. After having breakfast, he came to work at 7:50 on time. Li Yi saw all the engineers working seriously. Colleagues who were changing shifts had also all arrived early. In order to complete the anti-gravity speed flight suit earlier, everyone was working hard. This was not just a contribution to the country, it was the honor of the entire collective. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with respect and admiration when they saw Li Yi, thoroughly recognizing him as the chief engineer. It was easy to develop such advanced equipment. Dare I ask who else could do it? All took the initiative to greet Li Yi. Good morning, Chief Engineer. Good morning, Chief Engineer. It was important to know that those who were able to enter the Space Academy were not considered young, with doctoral graduates being close to 30 at the very least. There were also many who were in their 40s or 50s, and not a few who were in their 50s or 60s. Li Yi was really a bit uncomfortable at first. He was greeted with a timely response. Just after arriving at the office, Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua both hurriedly barged in. I say, Li Yi, do you know what a big commotion you've made? How dare you just post something so important online? Not afraid of the technology leaking out? Shen Dongchang was anxious and angry. If he had known that he had this ability, he should have written a proper paper and submitted it. This was the honor of the entire Aerospace Academy. As a result, it was casually posted on the technology website. So it was said that the website existed for technical exchanges, but who would be willing to post the complete answer? Li Yi had a confused look on his face. No, I just helped someone answer a math question. It didn't leak any of the Aerospace Academy's technology. Ding Guohua was almost flashed down by a sentence. Just a math problem? That's one of the 7 greatest unsolved math problems of the millennium. Even if you were to be given a Nobel Prize for contribution. Ding Guohua was simply crying and laughing. If anyone else could solve this question, they would definitely go crazy with excitement. But Li Yi said it so easily? It was as if he was helping a student with their homework. Shen Dongchang sighed helplessly. It seems that you are completely unaware of the gold content of Stokes' equation. Last night, the entire Chinese academic community went crazy. In the morning, a lot of organizations and leaders of prestigious schools all swarmed to our Aerospace Academy to dig people. They all want to dig you up. If it wasn't for us, we'd still be able to hold down the fort. The Small Tiger document anti-theft print find book machine candidate Small Tiger, stable and reliable, not step on the pit. I'm afraid you'll have to work in a different organization. Li Yi was dumbfounded by what he heard. Hadn't really thought much about it. Just thinking about contributing to the national missile cause. Which had thought that it would actually cause such a great motivation. Then what can we do? Will we be penalized? Li Yi had some regrets. At that time, he only thought that this was a forum for the exchange of national researchers. They were all their own people, there was nothing to hide. But looking at the serious expressions of Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua, it seemed like they had stirred up a big basket. Ha, you don't have to worry. How could you possibly be punished for making such a great contribution to the country? It's too late to reward you. It's estimated that it won't be long before the country's commendation for you will be issued. Not only will it be notified to the whole country, it will also give you a large bonus. Ding Guohua said with a smile. Not only are you a student of the genius class of the Space Academy, but you are also an official employee of the Space Academy. This is also an honor for our Space Academy. It's really a great honor for us. Shen Dongchang said with a glowing face, I reckon the country will soon announce this news to the world. By then, you'll be a well-known figure all over the world. The ranking in the math world will also be very high. Li Yi then breathed a sigh of relief. Honors and whatnot don't matter, as long as you didn't stir up any trouble and are useful to the country. Chapter 24, Optimizing the 6th Generation Fighter. Due to your contribution to the math aspect, our country's missile technology can be rapidly upgraded. It is estimated that in the future, when units encounter difficulties in math, they will ask you for advice. You will probably be even busier in the future. Shen Dongchang reminded. It's no problem, as long as it's something I can do, there will never be any reservations. Li Yi replied formally. He studied hard just to serve his country. Let the country's technological development surpass the West sooner. Being able to contribute to other scientific research units was exactly what was sought after. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua felt immensely gratified. Li Yi was not even 20 years old and had made such a great contribution to the country. But he is not complacent at all. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that he would have already set up a score. At the very least, they would have to ask for a corresponding position. But Li Yi never thought of it that way. It wasn't that Shen Dongchang hadn't considered giving Li Yi a promotion, or even creating an additional vice dean for him. But considering that he was still young, he didn't have that much experience in management. Besides, if he became a vice dean, a lot of his energy would be spent on dealing with affairs. He would not be able to concentrate on his research. He is still so young, it is a good age for technical progress. Cannot be wasted. The big deal is to give him a higher salary. First get the knowledge solid, and then step by step to improve the position. Gradually participate in the management of the Space Academy. However, Li Yi did not make any requests. Instead, he was bent on being able to make a greater contribution. The next work is still inseparable from you. We have to make the anti-gravity speed flight suit as fast as possible. The next step is to produce the burst engine as well as the continuous burst engine. Strive to produce the 6th generation fighter earlier. Shen Dongchang's words changed and cut straight to the topic of work. Li Yi was puzzled. Haven't I already completed the technology for the continuous burst engine? Why don't you produce the continuous blast engine in one step? This way our fighter's performance improves even more. It's not that simple. After all, we are in a state of full competition with the West. Developing the 6th generation fighters first, a normal burst engine is already enough. What's more, the airframes of the 6th generation fighters are all designed according to the normal explosive engines as well. Our Chinese research strategy is to announce one generation, develop one generation, and plan one generation. Produce the 6th generation fighter jet first to spark competition from the West. After their 6th generation fighters appear, we will then announce the 7th generation. This will consume more of their funds. It's also considered one of the ways to strike a blow against an enemy country. Not to mention the fact that every time we stay ahead of the game, it will break their mentality. Strike the opponent mentally. Shen Dongchang explained. I see. I didn't realize that competition between countries would require so many strategies. Li Yi came to a sudden realization. Then he laughed. I don't care about this aspect. Just tell me what technological research to do. What other aspects of technology need to be developed, just feel free to assign me tasks. It's still according to what we said before. Although the explosive engine technology is available, there is still a huge shortage of metal materials. In addition, according to the technology you provided, the performance of the explosive engine is much stronger. This causes the fighter body to be somewhat unable to keep up. The structure needs to be re-optimized. This is our next focus. Ding Guohua said. Can you give me a copy of the detailed drawings of the fighter jet? I'll see if I can provide some ideas. Li Yi asked. It's no problem. You can access all the information in the Aerospace Academy as you please. I'll have my assistant tell you the login and password to the database. Shen Dongchang said. He quickly opened the account for the database for Li Yi. It was able to see all the information of the complete set of 6th generation airframes. In order to keep the information secret and prevent it from being stolen by enemy spies. In the entire Aerospace Academy, only 3 people, Shen Dongchang, Ding Guohua and Li Yi, could see the full set of drawings. The other technicians could only see part of it. Some even only had access to one part. Even if a traitor appeared, he would not be able to take all the information away. Li Yi immediately entered into the state. Turn on the Gnosis reversal system to analyze the drawings of the 6th generation fighter and optimize the technology. After Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua left, Li Yi turned on the Enlightenment reversal system. He also saw on the news that Pretty Country was trying to be stupid again. Trying to stir up strife in the South China Sea. Making it impossible for Huaxia to focus on development. Only the successful development of the 6th generation fighter could deter the Southeast Asian countries. Gnosis reversal system turn on the scanning function. Li Yi flipped through the drawings quickly, and each drawing would be scanned by the Enlightenment reversal system in no more than a second. A few hours later, all the information was finally read. If they were drawn on the drawings, the paper would definitely be able to fill up several offices. Li Ye's eyes hurt a little from looking at it. Closing his eyes, his mind was filled with various data and drawings. The Gnosis reversal system has successfully scanned and started to analyze the level of the drawings. Analyzing progress 5%, analyzing progress 10%. More than 10 minutes later. Once again, the Gnosis reversal system's prompt sounded. The analysis of the 6th generation fighter's drawings is complete, rating 3.5. The evaluation level is low. Only a small portion of the 6th generation fighter's performance can be utilized. Is it possible to optimize the drawings? Of course. Li Yi secretly said in his heart. Starting to optimize the drawings of the 6th generation fighter in progress, optimization progress 1%, optimization progress 2%. The drawing information in Li Ye's mind was continuously changing. All of the techniques were all in the process of comprehension. As long as the techniques were epiphanized through the Enlightenment reversal system, Li Yi was able to fully grasp them. The more knowledge he comprehended, the brain capacity was increasing. At the same time, the thinking ability was evolving. Epiphanies for more complex techniques in the future. Lin Xingxue stood guard at the office door. Again, she saw that Li Yi had to work motionlessly and intensely for several hours. In her heart, she was very helpless. If this goes on for a long time, how can the body carry it? Waiting for the time to eat. Lin Xingxue finally couldn't help but inquire, "It's noon, do you want to rest for a while?" "It's already lunchtime." Only then did Li Yi respond. "Let's not go to the cafeteria to eat, just send it over directly. After all, time is tight. Finishing the optimization earlier can also reduce the pressure on the country." "Alright then." Lin Xingxue made a call and asked the chef to prepare a nutritious set meal. Li Yi was half reclining on a chair, appearing to others to be resting with his eyes closed. But in reality, he was in the process of optimizing the drawings of the 6th generation fighter. Lin Xingxue was relieved to see this. Li Yi could finally rest for a while. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel some heartache for him. These technical experts of the country were really too difficult. On the surface, they seemed to have a beautiful appearance. However, they work like hell and often stay up late at night. It was extremely harmful to the body. But it is precisely with the full dedication of these people that China was able to gradually break through the Western blockade. Chapter 25, Military Suppression Program. Even while eating, Li Yi did not stop the progress of the optimization of the Gnosis reversal system. While eating, he was frantically absorbing knowledge like a dry sponge. Another 2 hours passed. A prompt from the Gnosis reversal system was heard. The optimization of the 6th generation fighter plane drawings is complete. Stealth performance increased from 87% to 100%. Wind resistance coefficient reduced by 20%. Aircraft fuselage strength increased by 70%. Load capacity increased by 120%. Comprehensive maneuverability increased by 130%. Overall rating of 10%. Optimization potential is 0. Li Yi let out a deep sigh of relief. The performance of the optimized 6th generation aircraft gained a substantial increase. In particular, the stealth performance and flight speed as well as the stealth performance and startup thrust were all substantially improved. It could carry more than double the amount of ammunition than before. This meant that the destructive power of the fighter jet had directly more than doubled. The striking ability has been drastically increased. It was believed that once this fighter jet was unveiled, it would definitely shock the world. The most crucial thing was that the explosive engine could instantly increase the speed of the fighter. Even if there were anti-aircraft missiles catching up, they could be shaken off in an instant. No missile could catch up with this fighter. Plus the 100% stealth performance. No radar could detect it. Even if the missiles were more advanced, they couldn't capture it at all. It's simply a top-notch killer fighter. I'm afraid the only way to strike the fighter is to rely on the pilot's eyes to watch. But the enemy simply doesn't have any 6th generation fighters. Their fighters can't catch up either. Not to mention the fact that if the radar doesn't work, they've already lost the lead and are bound to lose. Losing the role of radar was like finding a needle in a haystack. The chances of meeting up are extremely slim. With this 6th generation fighter, the Chinese Air Force was already the strongest in the world. When he finished eating, Li Yi began to re-enter the drawings. It was useless to know it by oneself. It also had to be entered into the computer. Then it was distributed to each unit to produce it and then assemble it. There was no longer any technological hindrance to producing a 6th generation fighter body with China's capabilities. Only the engines need to use better alloy materials to increase flight life. With the existing material is not impossible to produce, only the engine life is shorter. When it reaches the time limit, it must be replaced. Otherwise, not only will the performance diminish significantly, but there will even be a danger of crashing. Li Yi did not go anywhere on his first day of work and stayed in the office all day. Even to the end of the day. Still didn't notice anything. Still in the midst of continued work. Lin Xingxue had completely adapted to his way of working. Calling the intercom to ask for snacks, coffee and tea. Li Yi could eat while working. It could ensure the energy his body needed. At this very moment the government departments of the pretty country were holding an emergency meeting. After Huaxia announced the solution to Stokes' equation. Pretty country's diplomats have been approaching Huaxia to pursue the matter. Asking Huaxia to share the technology. But the Chinese Foreign Ministry has strictly refused. It's not impossible to share the technology, you must take the same level of technology in exchange. Pretty country were willing to share exclusive technology. Since Huaxia did not cooperate, it could only exert pressure to force Huaxia to hand it over on its own initiative. There are only 3 ways to exert pressure. One is to economically sanction Huaxia, raise tariffs, or ban the import of some goods. The second method is to impose a technological blockade on Huaxia. Not selling high-end processing equipment to Huaxia. High-end semiconductor parts are not sold to China. So that China cannot get cutting-edge parts, industrial production will suffer a blow. The third method is a military strike. They have been practicing a military blockade of East Asia, stirring up hostility towards China from neighboring countries, competing with China for resources and territory. They sit back and reap the benefits behind the scenes. Those small countries have been acting stupidly in order to get support from the pretty countries. A hawkish official had an extremely arrogant attitude. Over the years, Huaxia has tried to confront us many times. We absolutely cannot let them have exclusive access to such advanced technology. Even if we don't hesitate to go to war, we must make Huaxia hand over the answer to the solution of Stokes' equation. Another official looked disdainful. Huaxia is merely trying to test our bottom line. As long as we launch a round of sanctions against it, China will surely fall in line and honestly hand over the answers. That may not be the case. Although China's military has developed rapidly over the years. But their biggest reliance is still missile technology. With the Stokes equation, the accuracy of their missiles can be drastically increased again. Whether its strike power or air defense capabilities will be greatly enhanced. How could such a killer application be handed over at will? How meaningless is economic suppression? It's still better to have military suppression. A large part of China's economic takeoff relies on multinational corporations. Once these companies think that Huaxia is not safe, they will immediately withdraw. This will only hurt Huaxia more. Pretty countries' military bigwigs' favorite thing was to fight. They were inextricably linked to the military-industrial companies of pretty country. Some of them were even arms bigwigs. As long as there was a war and fighting, they could make a fortune. I'm also in favor of a military strike against Huaxia. But well, Huaxia's army has a very strong will to fight. Even if they fight to the last man, they won't collapse. Even if we can win, our casualties will definitely be high. Why don't we provide weapons for other countries to fight against China? We'll just sit back and reap the benefits. The president of the pretty country was very satisfied with this suggestion. Their pretty country liked to bully small and weak countries. When fighting a big country like Huaxia, not to mention not having an absolute certainty of winning. Even if they could win, the pretty country would be greatly wounded. It might be overtaken by other countries. Thinking back to a few decades ago when a dozen countries were united to fight against Huaxia. The result was heavy casualties and a rampant flight. To this day, thinking about it made their hearts palpitate. Without being pushed to the brink, there was no way they would personally go down to war with Huaxia. After the president of the pretty country had a finalization in his mind, he then unhurriedly said, this matter must be divided into 2 steps. First, issue a bounty and gather math experts from all over the world to break through Stokes' equation as soon as possible. We must have the technology mastered by Huaxia. Second, release more news about the Huaxia threat theory. Rally the Southeast Asian countries as well as the stick country, Japan, to carry out military strikes against them. Give them more advanced weapons and let them go fight with Huaxia over disputed territories. Let Huaxia know how serious the consequences of going against the pretty country will be. The military bigwigs were instantly energized. I suggest lifting the blockade on some advanced weapons. From warships to warplanes as well as missiles, all of them are sold to the outside world. Arm the military forces of the countries around Huaxia. It's best to make them go to war. Completely drag down Huaxia. Another official laughed coldly. The advantage of public opinion is on our side. As long as the pretty country speaks, regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, the other countries will follow suit. Chapter 26, Avoiding War, Not Shying Away from War. The pretty country's actions had not been hidden from Huaxia's intelligence officers. The information that they had decided to crack down on Huaxia quickly reached Huaxia's side. The number 1 chief immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Huaxia's think tank as well as the military were all listed. The pretty country intends to strike out against us, provoking the surrounding countries to start territorial disputes. It's estimated that they will be given a large amount of weapons support. Tell us all, how should our side respond? The number 1 chief's face was grave. He was burdened with the stable life of over 1 billion people in the country. Every decision was made without daring to be careless. One had to come up with a sound countermeasure. The military had always been the main war faction. A commander said without hesitation, we, Huaxia, have been enduring humiliation all these years in order to develop our economy. Even if we were suppressed, we could only endure it. But nowadays we have the capital to fight the West, both militarily and economically. The people of the country are united, which is an advantage that the beautiful country has never had. If the neighboring countries dare to bare their teeth, they will be struck militarily with lightning speed. It's necessary to make an example of them in order to deter other countries. That's right. It's been a long time since Huaxia has fought a war. It's made some small bullet countries think that Huaxia is easy to bully. It's time to show our Huaxia's determination to fight. Never, this will fall into the pretty country's trap. The Minister of Commerce immediately spoke out against it. The pretty country is stirring up strife so that we can't help but go to war with the outside world. This will give them an excuse to strike our economy. It will try to pull us into the war quagmire by all means. Domestic multinationals will pull out. The economy will be in tatters and unemployment will skyrocket. Their purpose is not to get drunk. It's to destroy our economic system. The foreign minister agreed. I agree with the Ministry of Commerce. We haven't fully mastered many technologies. Once foreign countries blockade us completely, industry will regress drastically. I don't agree with this statement. Huaxia has become the world's factory. Daring to impose economic sanctions is a lose-lose situation. All these years of holding back has not been without its drawbacks. It's precisely because it doesn't dare to send troops to war. Some wavering countries don't dare to stand firmly with us. It's time to show our swords. The main war faction and the main peace faction argued endlessly and did not come to a conclusion even after a long quarrel. Whoever was occupying the reasoning, it was impossible to convince the other. At this time, the Minister of Defense said, whether it's holding back or going to war, it's not perfect. How about a compromise? Shine a light on the strong military power and let the neighboring countries know that they will face destruction if they go to war. As the saying goes, the highest state of the military is to give up without a fight. Striking the enemy's confidence is the best way. The crowd's eyes lit up as they listened. They all said yes. Could it be that we should also conduct a military exercise? How about gathering the Navy, land, and air forces? As long as the enemy dares to provoke, directly crush them. It can deter the enemy and preserve the economy at the same time. This method is not bad. However, one must also grasp the right proportion. Showing off weapons that are too bad will instead make the other side feel that China's strength is not good. It will become more arrogant. If you accidentally shoot and go off, you will fall into the enemy's trap. The second head said. Chief number 1 thought deeply, we must come up with new weapons that have a deterrent effect. Notify all departments and hold a meeting at the National Defense University. Have them talk about the latest weapon research results. Let the military make a selection. Since we have to deter the enemy, we can't hide anything anymore. The cultivation effect of the genius class was good. But the time is just too short. It would take many more years to train these capable students into excellent R&D talents. Huaxia had to continue to stall for time. Wait until the technology and military fields completely surpassed the West. Then it will be time to strike. Once the time comes to strike, it is with the force of a thunderbolt that will bring down the enemy instantly. The next step is to simulate and extrapolate the power of both the enemy and the West. Although China has always tried to avoid war, it is by no means afraid to go to war. Preparations for war were made at all times. Never allow the enemy to exceed Huaxia's bottom line. Soon all departments received orders. They were told to come up with the most advanced technology to produce weapons. Equip the entire army as fast as possible. If the new weapons were selected, they would also be rewarded. In addition to bonuses for the researchers and developers, they would also receive a large sum of money for research and development. This news immediately made all departments as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. They hurriedly prepared to explain the PPT. R&D expenses must be grabbed. At this moment, the happiest person was the missile department. They had the Stokes equation, and the performance of the missiles had been greatly improved. The key is that they only need to upgrade the control components. It would be possible to improve the missile's accuracy and dodging ability. Chen Wufei was filled with excitement and said to the leaders of the Missile Research Institute, even the heavens are on our side. Our new missile will definitely be able to deter all enemy countries. The top prize in this competition is our Missile Research Institutes. Speaking of which, we have to thank the Space Academy. If it wasn't for them solving the Stokes equation, how could we improve the performance of our missiles so easily? Hua Guoxing said with a smile. Yes, such a powerful genius was obtained by them. But even if this person is great, it's unlikely that they'll be able to develop the new fighter in a short period of time. It's still up to us to deter the enemy. If we can achieve success, I'll apply to the higher-ups to poach Li Yi to help us research missiles. This is a good idea. Zhou Tianyun's eyes lit up and immediately expressed his approval. Missile technology was extremely demanding in terms of calculations. Such a good math genius must find a way to get his hands on it. If they performed well this time, it might make Li Yi's heart move and be willing to join their department. Plus the leader's permission. Even if Shen Dongchang was admitted early, there was no way to stop him. Attention all departments, speed up the upgrade of the new missiles. This time, we have to put on a good show in front of the entire nation. Let pretty country know how powerful our missiles are. The experts of the Missile Research Institute were full of wariness and their motivation was completely mobilized. Wasn't drilling hard just for this day? Not to mention having solved all the difficult problems. All of them were holding their breath to shock the world. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua were not only not happy when they got the news, they were anxious instead. Although the West was conducting a military operation against China, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to fully prepare for it. Selling weapons, mobilizing troops, and bringing aircraft carriers to the vicinity of Chinese waters all required time. But with only 2 or 3 months, it was simply impossible to get the new fighter planes produced. The cost of producing a fifth-generation fighter was too high, and the number in service was too small. Even if they were equipped with anti-gravity flight suits, they would not be able to form a crushing advantage over pretty country. It would take even longer to produce a sixth-generation fighter. From the time it was manufactured, there were still a lot of adjustments to be made for test flights, and it simply couldn't be directly put into the battlefield. Even with the key technology, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to actually reach service. Chapter 27, What? Optimizing the sixth-generation aircraft? Really, why is pretty country making a move at this juncture? If we had waited another 2 or 3 years, even if it's only a year or so, we wouldn't be afraid anymore. The new fighters can't be produced. Relying on just a few anti-gravity speed flight suits, even if we let the fifth-generation fighters utilize all their performance, we won't be able to suppress pretty country. This time, the country is conducting a technology mapping, and our space academy simply can't come up with any useful equipment. Shen Dongchang looked anxious. It can't be helped, who made the weapons our space academy is responsible for designing too complicated. A new fighter jet is not something that can be made overnight. You can rest assured. Pretty country couldn't succeed this time, and will definitely continue to provoke in the future. Wait until we're well prepared, then we'll deal a severe head-on blow. Ding Guohua said. It seems that this is the only way. Shen Dongchang sighed helplessly. One could only go by the book and make the easiest anti-gravity speed flight suit first. At least it could also be of some use in military confrontations. As I see it, let's first make a report to have the country authorize the production of an additional batch of fifth-generation planes. This will bring the anti-gravity speed flight suit into play. Shin Dongchang proposed and said. Originally, he was still thinking of completely developing it successfully and then reporting to the higher-ups, to give the leaders a surprise. But at this moment, the situation was becoming more and more tense, so he could only try his best to prepare for war. Alright, I'll write the report. Ding Guohua agreed. What's going on? How come I didn't run into Li Yi at lunch? Only then did Shin Dongchang react. It had been more than half a day since he had seen Li Yi's shadow. It can't be that he's mesmerized by looking at the drawings, right? Let's go to his office and take a look. Ding Guohua was equally very helpless. They were already desperate when it came to technical research and development. It didn't occur to them that Li Yi was even more desperate than them. Occasionally, it was fine if he worked a little more when it was urgent. If they worked like this every day, sooner or later, their bodies would be dragged down. Together, they came to Li Yi's office. Crackling was heard typing on the keyboard at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xingxue was sitting on the side. Shin Dongchang secretly said that it was true. I say, what's wrong with you two? You don't even go to lunch? How can you work so hard? Don't even care about your body? Lin Xingxue had a helpless look on her face. He's very mesmerized by his work and can't be persuaded at all. Lunch was eaten in the office. There are also some snacks and tea prepared, so feel free to eat when you're hungry. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua spoke to Lin Xingxue. Li Yi still did not have any reaction. Still concentrating on the keyboard. The two had no choice but to walk forward. Shin Dongchang tapped Li Yi's shoulder hard. Li Yi just glanced back and turned his head to stare intently at the screen again. Why is the dean here? Did you encounter a problem that can't be solved? Our D is going well. Aren't you looking at the drawings of the sixth-generation aircraft? Why don't you eat properly at noon? Li Yi replied without looking back. I studied the drawings in the morning and found some problems. It's in the process of being revised. Li Yi must have drawn the General Assembly drawings completely, pulling it out for them to view. There are some flaws in the shape design of the sixth-generation aircraft, causing the wind resistance coefficient to be too large. And it can't realize 100% stealth function. It's still possible to be detected when encountering the enemy's high-powered radar. Modified into this shape, there won't be any echo reflections. Coupled with the stealth coating, I'm confident enough that I can avoid the world's most advanced radar. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua were struck by lightning when they saw the modified shape of the sixth-generation fighter. It was as if they had been hit by a point. They stood still for a moment. Their eyes were almost glazed over. A super sci-fi fighter shape, as if it didn't belong to this era at all. It was very futuristic. The shape of the airplane used minimalist lines, and even the wings became very small. If an ordinary aerospace expert saw it, he would definitely scoff. Because with such a design, there was no way to ensure the normal flight of the airplane. Extremely affecting the maneuvering, not to mention, there was a high possibility that the plane would crash. However, Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua were top-notch technical experts. They quickly saw the extraordinary features of this airplane's shape. Using the curve of the fuselage coupled with the power system, it was possible to implement a more precise and flexible handling maneuver. If the other fighter planes were a powerful warrior, then this fighter was the equivalent of the topmost assassin. No matter how powerful a warrior was, he would not be able to catch up with the speed of this fighter. The only martial art under the sky was speed and firmness, and neither the other fighters nor the missiles were even as flexible as this fighter. The two men learned a lot of useful knowledge just by looking at the appearance. In their hearts, besides marveling, there was only shock. Even Pretty Country was afraid that they wouldn't be able to design such an over-the-top fighter. You say this is a modified 6th generation fighter? I don't think this shape would be outdated even if it was used in the 7th and 8th generation. Shin Dongchang said in awe. I dare say that releasing the shape of this fighter jet, it will all cause a huge stir around the world. All along the most advanced fighters have been led by pretty countries. Most of the other countries are imitating and learning. But this fighter shape, it definitely surpasses Pretty Country. Ding Guohua said in admiration. How is the performance of this fighter? How long will it take to complete the modifications? Shin Dongchang hurriedly asked. Li Yi pulled out the relevant data. According to my deduction, it should be able to reach this level. Hiss. I'm not dreaming, am I? If it can reach such a terrifying performance, it can definitely crush the world. I dare say that as long as the data is correct, with 5 6th generation fighters, one could dominate the world. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua felt extremely incredulous. Ding Guohua covered his chest and hurriedly pulled out a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills from his pocket, pouring out one and swallowing it hard. Good boy, just how many times have you surprised us with this? My heart can't take it more and more. Fortunately, I hurriedly prepared the quick-acting heart-saving pills. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd have to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Old Ding, give me a pill as well. Shin Dongchang also swallowed a quick-acting heart-saving pill. I have a suggestion. Shin Dongchang suddenly said. The crowd all looked at him. Ding Guohua was even full of doubts. The fighter's shape was so perfectly designed, how could he still find faults? Shin Dongchang said in a serious manner, I suggest that the Aerospace Academy immediately set up an emergency room. If this continues, the heart will not be able to withstand it sooner or later. Li Yi simply cried and laughed as he listened. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Ding Guohua glared. Is this not exaggerated? Any of the existing technologies of our Space Academy would shock the world if they were to be announced. I agree with old Shin's opinion. It's not that I'm afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to see how far China's future military technology can develop. Chapter 28, 6th Generation Prototype at Full Steam. Lin Qingshue's beautiful big eyes were all shocked. Li Yi had actually completed the remodeling of the new type of fighter in such a short period of time. This efficiency was too outrageous, wasn't it? It seemed that Huaxia really did have a top genius, and he had to be taken care of. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he had to be protected. How certain are you that you can make the modified 6th generation fighter achieve this performance? Shin Dongchang asked immediately afterward. It is estimated that there is not much of a problem. The complete design program is already in my mind. Give me another day to ensure that I can get it out for you. The production process and all the data are all inside. If you're in a hurry, you can make the prototype first. Then you can upgrade the metal material. The difference now is merely the service life. Li Yi said. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua looked at each other in incomparable surprise. They had just fretted that they would not be able to get good grades in the national technology mapping. Unexpectedly, Li Yi had brought them such a big surprise again. Shin Dongchang slapped Li Yi's shoulder with force. Well done. You are truly the koi of our Space Academy. What's wrong? Li Yi was confused, not knowing why they were so excited. Right, I forgot to tell you. Since you solved the Stokes equation, Pretty Country asked to share it with them. It was refused by us. They became enraged and were ready to stir up strife in the surrounding countries, intending to use military means to strike us. The country is prepared for a head-on confrontation. A technical mapping of all sectors will take place in 7 days. The most advanced weapons are to be brought out to deter the enemy. If the time is right and we are able to complete the prototype, we can definitely come out on top. Li Yi's expression also became more and more serious as he sniffed. Pretty Country is really arrogant. Why should we tell them the secrets? We must give them a good beating, so that Pretty Country will know that Huaxia is not one to be messed with. Especially these small countries around them actually dare to bare their teeth with Huaxia. If we don't beat them up, they will never be honest. Li Yi turned his words around and asked again, when will Pretty Country start the provocation? After completing the plan, we still have to contact various countries and spend some more time to create a momentum. It is estimated that it will take at least 2 months for the army to actually drive over. Shin Dongchang replied. 2 or 3 months, that's about the right amount of time. We have to do our best to build the Generation 6 prototype within this period of time. 3 months? Building a 6th generation fighter? How is this possible? Shin Dongchang asked 3 times in a row in shock. Even if Li Yi had more confidence, it was impossible to accomplish such a complicated task. Design drawings were one thing, production was another. With so many complex materials, how could it be completed in time? Li Yi said with a straight face, as long as you follow my requirements strictly, I don't think there's much of a problem. First of all, although the shape has changed a lot, there are at least 70% common parts. The current best news is that the 6th generation fuselage has been completed. Remove all the parts and leave the ones that can be used. The other non-universal parts were manufactured as fast as possible. As long as the production process is strictly followed, the assembled fighters can have combat power immediately. Li Yi was also completely enraged. Pretty country was bullying people too much. It had actually started to reluctantly use Chinese technology. If they weren't beaten into submission this time, they would be even more arrogant in the future. Moreover, through the Enlightenment reversal system, he had just projected it. It was determined that within 3 months, the assembly of the 6th generation machine could be completed. Although the prototype has a shorter service life, all the performance that should be there can be fully utilized. Plus, the thrust reversal speed flight suit was also manufactured at the same time. It would be possible to bring the performance of the 6th generation fighter into perfect play. It could definitely give the enemy a very profound shock. Good, I'll immediately make a report to my superiors. Mobilize all of the nation's processing capabilities. Be sure to produce the 6th generation fighter in the shortest possible time. Fight them! Shin Dongchang instantly acted as if he had shot chicken blood. From today onwards, our Aerospace Academy will do everything at your command. Ding Guohua followed closely. Divide all the personnel into 2 groups and leave some of them to manufacture flight suits. Work longer hours every day. Tell everyone to eat, drink, and sleep at their workstations as long as they can still carry on. If you really can't stand it, rest in the workshop as well. We must work hard for 3 months to produce the fighter. The 2 men acted quickly. The report written was expedited to the center. Li Yi stepped up the speed of drawing the drawings. The parts that were urgently needed were drawn first, allowing the departments to go ahead and produce them. The potential of the entire Aerospace Academy was fully realized. As soon as they heard that they had to build a new 6th generation fighter within a short period of time, no one had any complaints. Instead, they became more energized. If China was able to take the lead in launching a 6th generation fighter, it would definitely shock the world. Thinking about that scene, one's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. China would finally have the chance to stand on top of the world again. Even the pretty country would have to tremble for it. In the central conference room, the number 1 chief and number 2 chief personally presided over the battle plan. The entire top leadership of Huaxia and the military bigwigs were all present. Small bluff bot file anti-theft printing, find book, machine candidate small bluff, stable and reliable, do not step on the pit. Information gathered from all parties is reported back. Being able to adjust countermeasures in time. This wasn't just a provocation from the pretty country, it was a test of Huaxia's true strength. If they found out that Huaxia couldn't cope, they would immediately increase their attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity to defeat Huaxia. Huaxia can only win this battle, it can never lose. The nation had gambled its national fortune for this. Chief, the Space Academy sent over an urgent report, requesting you to view it immediately. The secretary quickly walked into the conference room and handed over a packet with top secret written on it. What happened at the Space Academy? The number 1 chief was surprised. The eyes of the entire conference room instantly focused here. The Aerospace Academy was responsible for the research and development of the entire Chinese warplanes. If something happened to them, it would have a great impact on the entire Chinese Air Force. The atmosphere was instantly tense. The number 1 chief first carefully examined the appearance of the data bag. Only after confirming that there were no signs of being opened did he tear open the seal. Picking up the report, he carefully viewed it. Instantly, his eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. Even his breathing became rapid. Suddenly stood up. Staring intently at the secretary, are you sure this is the information sent by the Space Academy? That's right, it's a joint report from President Shin and President Ding. The number 1 chief quickly flipped to the end and saw the signatures of the 2 men. The shock in his heart was unceasing for a long time. All of the people present were senior leaders of China and had gone through a lot of big storms. They really couldn't understand what news would make the number 1 chief so shocked. What's wrong? What's going on at the Space Academy? Chief number 2 couldn't help but ask. You see. Absolutely can't believe this is true. If it wasn't for the report they jointly wrote, I would have thought it was forged by enemy spies. The number 1 chief handed over the report. Chapter 29, Raising the Nation's Support. The second chief received the report and just looked at it twice, reacting even more strongly than the first chief. He even lost his voice and shouted, how is this possible? The leaders present all felt a bit incredulous. What in the world had happened to actually make the 2 chiefs so alarmed? But since it was a top-secret document, they certainly couldn't inquire without the chief saying anything. But they also couldn't wait to see it. They were all eager to know what the report had actually written. Chief 1 did not hesitate to give instructions. Connect me to the special line of the Space Academy. I want to hear President Shin's words with my own ears. The secretary hurriedly prepared the dedicated line and dialed it. The phone was quickly connected. Number 1 chief asked with a serious face, I saw your report, is it true or not? Scientific research work needs to be rigorous, it can't be haphazard. Please rest assured, chief. In fact, at first we didn't quite dare to believe it either. But after looking at the drawings, it was determined that it can definitely be done. Now we need the full support of all departments of the country, including talents and all the processing capabilities of the cutting-edge equipment. Guarantee that within 3 months, the new 6th-generation fighter will be built. Good, with your words, it's fine. I'll immediately arrange for all the talents from every department in the country to be prioritized by you. No matter what parts are processed, it will be done with all your might. Many thanks, Chief. We definitely won't let the country down. Shin Dongchang spoke forcefully, full of powerful confidence. Seeing the General Assembly diagram had given him an extremely huge impact. 100% trust in Li Yi. The number 1 chief hung up the phone, his complexion filled with excitement. The fatigue caused by the long hours of non-stop work was swept away. Now a good news is announced. The Aerospace Academy can build a new 6th-generation fighter within 3 months. And the performance of the fighter has been improved by a large margin compared to the original plan. This is a joint report from Dean Shin and Dean Ding, so all of you take a look at it. After taking turns reading the report, they all felt shocked and excited. So we, China, will soon have a 6th-generation fighter with advanced performance? This performance is too exaggerated, whether it's range or maneuverability, stealth, load capacity, flight speed. Even if it's a 7th-generation fighter, no one would object. The report even says that they've already put the development of a 7th-generation fighter on the agenda. This is too outrageous, isn't it? When did Chinese technology develop so fast? The first chief suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. If a 6th-generation fighter jet could really be developed, it could indeed solve the current crisis in one fell swoop. At least the pretty country wouldn't dare to carry out another military strike against Huaxia before it developed the same 6th-generation fighter. Although I feel it's outrageous, I should trust Dean Shin and Dean Ding. Immediately follow their request. All of the nation's resources are at the service of the Aerospace Academy. Whether we can successfully win this battle depends on them. Chief number 1 tried to calm himself down and spoke. Since we have a secret weapon, do we still need to conduct the weapons mapping a week later? The Minister of Defense asked. Of course it has to be conducted. You can't put your eggs in one basket. Have a big practice session through this military confrontation. Train our Navy and Air Force. Only through a real confrontation can we learn real skills. It can also test to what extent China's military power has reached over the years. Number 1 chief said. Not bad. If the 6th-generation fighter can really be developed successfully, we will be invincible. This military confrontation can even act a bit more aggressively. Doesn't pretty country want to test our bottom line? We can also test the true strength of the Western Allied forces. The second chief said with a smile. The atmosphere instantly changed dramatically. The originally tense atmosphere instantly became relaxed. From the previous all-out confrontation, they were now in control. It was time to start thinking about how to win beautifully and how to gain the most benefits from this confrontation. On that day, all the national R&D departments as well as universities all received orders requesting full cooperation with the Space Academy to give experts to experts and equipment to equipment. Unconditional obedience was required. This made many units feel very unconvinced. Especially Chen Wufei from the Missile Research Institute was furious. On what grounds? We've all taken out our most advanced weapons for the competition. Why are we all at the mercy of the Space Academy? If all the technical experts are transferred away, do we still need to research our missiles? This is indeed a bit overbearing. Could it be that the Space Academy wants to develop a 6th-generation fighter as a killer weapon? The news of the country's development of a 6th-generation fighter wasn't a secret at the top levels of China. It was very clear even in the whole world. After all, with a new fighter, the next generation would definitely be developed. But no one believed that the Aerospace Academy would be able to develop the 6th-generation fighter at such a critical time. Besides, even if the technology was broken through and the prototype was made, if you want to form combat power, you still have to go through very strict tests. If you go to the battlefield without enough certainty, you will become the laughingstock of the world if you make a mistake. No country dared to take such a big risk. Although this order is a bit outrageous, but since it was given by the number 1 chief himself, we have to abide by it before we can do so. The vice president said. Hua Guoxing was quite open-minded. Patting Chen Wufei on the shoulder, he said consolingly, we were able to break through the missile technology by taking advantage of the Aerospace Academy. Supporting their work is also considered returning their favor. That being said, number 1 chief wouldn't have ordered it haphazardly. Since he dares to do so, he must have seen the hope of a technological breakthrough. Yeah, even though it's not the same department. But after all, it's all for national security. The more this time we should be more united. Fight against foreign enemies together. Zhou Tianyun also helped to persuade. Maybe the astronauts' support would be needed to study missiles in the future. One couldn't afford to stalemate the relationship. Alright, I'll listen to you guys. Keep the key technical experts, as long as it doesn't affect the new missile development. Pull out all the other experts to support the Space Academy. I'd like to see what surprises the Space Academy can bring us this time. Chen Wuhui was not a small-minded person. He immediately gave his full support after figuring it out. A large number of technical experts traveled to the Space Academy, participating in the development of the new fighter. It was only that they were in charge of a single part and had no idea what equipment was being produced. Time passed day by day, and the news that Pretty Country was going to conduct a military operation in the South China Sea was finally announced. Under the Pretty Country's pull, several Southeast Asian countries began to jump up and down, purchase Pretty Country's weapons at a high price. With the Pretty Country's backing, they feel that they can do it again. Called for the seizure of the South China Sea islands and seized resources. All of a sudden became the hottest news in the military field. Chapter 30, Technology Mapping Conference. It's true that cooperating with the Pretty Country is the wisest choice. It can sell us the most advanced weapons. Finally we have the capital to compete with Huaxia. A group of Filipino monkeys were so excited that they jumped up and down on the internet, putting out bold words to provoke Huaxia. The Vietnamese monkeys did the same. We should immediately order our troops to go north and seize the 2 Chinese provinces. We Viet monkeys are going to become one of the most powerful countries in Southeast Asia. This kind of thing is simply less of a stick country. Like Chicken Blood, it was extremely active online. Pretty Country is going to maneuver in the South China Sea. How can it be without our stick country? Our Sejong Daewon must sail over. There's no need for Pretty Country to do anything at all. Our Rod Country can wipe out the entire Chinese Navy. Our Rod Kingdom Navy is invincible in Asia. There is no one who is our opponent except for the Pretty Country. These words immediately aroused the displeasure of the Japanese nation. A mere stick country, how dare you claim to be invincible in Asia? Where do you put our Eastern Japanese Navy? In the entire Southeast Asia, who wouldn't hang you up and beat you? Oh, the stick country is nothing but a tough talker. It's just that it has the backing of the Pretty Country, or else it would have been destroyed a long time ago. Go to hell, bonobos. If you don't like it, let's fight. Let's fight. Who's afraid? If you lose, don't ask the Pretty Country for help, so we can exterminate you and expand our territory. Stop arguing, this is the time to join forces and deal with Huaxia. How much territory won't be gained by defeating Huaxia? Phil Monkey was still a sober person and knew to pull other countries together to fight against Huaxia. Although they usually screamed a lot, they didn't dare to fight against Huaxia alone. This time, the beautiful country promised to sell them advanced weapons and brainwash them that they could definitely defeat Huaxia with these weapons. And also sent a whole fleet of aircraft carriers to support them. All of a sudden let the Filipino monkeys and Vietnamese monkeys become incredibly arrogant. They clamored to occupy the entire South China Sea to defeat Huaxia. The Westerners were immensely pleased. With so many allies in our beautiful country, let's see if Huaxia still dares to be arrogant. Almost all Asian countries have submitted to us. China Xia actually dares to confront us. This is what happens. Chinese netizens were incredibly angry when they saw this news. Pretty countries always come to provoke. I hope the country can step in to counteract them. Just have to have a good fight with them. We can't go to war. Once we go to war we'll be caught in the enemy's trap and our economy will be all over. I agree to go to war, to beat them into submission once. It's just too suffocating. If our economy suffers, won't the Pretty Country and the entire West suffer? Let's see who can last until the end. Don't be in a hurry, we must trust the country. It will definitely come up with the most suitable response plan. We'll just support the country's decision. Even if you say that, it's still very infuriating. I really hope that our country will one day be able to show its sword against the enemy. The online war petitioners were in the vast majority, fed up with the arrogance of the enemy. Only that none of them knew that the state machinery was already running at a very fast efficiency. This time it was determined not to hold back any longer. By the 7th day, the Military Industrial Technology Mapping Conference was officially opened. The various research institutes, as well as the military leaders, all traveled together. The venue of the conference was at the University of Military Industry and Technology. With such a grand conference, the students were excited. Many of the people who came to the conference were objects of their worship and admiration. After Shin Dongchang and the others arrived, many people personally came over to greet them. Surrounded by a group of people, Li Yi was most afraid of this kind of occasion. Greeting them, he planned to go to the school to stroll around. All of them were people who were over 50, or even in their 70s. He didn't even know what to talk about when they met. Although he had been selected by the genius class, he had also lost the opportunity to attend an ordinary university. Sneaking around the university, feeling the atmosphere of the school. The National Defense University had excellent security. The possibility of spies and dangerous people sneaking in was almost zero. Not to mention that there was Lin Qingxue around to protect him. Shin Dongchang could appreciate Li Ye's curious feelings about the university environment. Don't wander around for too long, the meeting will start in an hour. I know, I'll go to the meeting room earlier. Li Yi promised on his lips and walked quickly towards the campus. The environment in the university was quite good. Here the school uniforms were all military uniforms. Every student looked so spirited and energetic. In the future, these people would become pillars of the military, leading the army to protect the country's security. Li Yi enjoyed the atmosphere here. The mood was completely relaxed. In his heart, he missed Xia Shui a little. If she was also around and the two of them walked around the school together, how wonderful it would be. Lin Qingxue walked with Li Yi, but kept half a step behind, concentrating on surveying the surroundings. Even in school, she didn't dare to relax in the slightest, never giving the enemy half a chance. Since her attitude had always been cold, except for taking care of Li Yi, she would only speak when necessary. Usually, she didn't say a word. Even Li Yi would often forget that there was someone next to him. Ah, it's so comfortable, the air is so fresh. The environment in the school is really good. Li Yi opened his arms and felt the breeze. Both his body and mind were incomparably comfortable. The weather was not particularly hot at this time, and the breeze blowing through the shade of the trees was very cool. After strolling for a while, Li Yi saw the latter classroom. The conference room was on the topmost floor. This place was often used for academic reports. Li Yi walked in with Lin Qingxue. There were already some people seated. They all lowered their heads to familiarize themselves with the presentation materials. This was related to the unit's research funding for the next year, so they couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. Li Yi saw that his name was placed in the center of the first row. It was Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua respectively. This showed that the Aerospace Academy occupied the highest position in the field of national weapons technology research and development. No wonder so many people were scrambling to greet the two. It was estimated that they wouldn't be able to get by until the meeting started. Li Yi then sat in his seat first. There were two attendants who came over. This seat is for the leaders of the Space Academy, you can't sit here. Don't even look at your status, is it something you can just sit on? Which class did you send as a volunteer? Li Yi was simply crying and laughing. The meeting had caused a misunderstanding before it even started. He was wearing the uniform of the Aerospace Academy, which was the same as the National Defense University uniform. After all, it was impossible to have to specially design a school uniform style just for a few students. There was no distinction when they all belonged to the military system. Plus, Li Yi was just too young. No matter how you looked at him, he didn't look like a skilled expert. He was directly treated as an unruly student. This is my position, my name is Li Yi. Li Yi seriously explained. Look, isn't it also me on the name tag? Even if you've been going to school since you were born out of your mother's womb, there's no way you can be a top expert in astronauts at this age, right? Who are you kidding? Don't cause trouble on such an important occasion. Get to the side. Chapter 31, A Misunderstanding That Makes You Cry and Laugh. Lin Qingxue stood by the side and didn't move a muscle, but her pretty eyes were full of laughter. It was especially interesting to see Li Yi being misunderstood. She was Li Ye's bodyguard and would not actively interfere unless she was in danger or Li Yi did not request it. The student union volunteers who were responsible for maintaining order in the meeting also came over when they heard the commotion over here. After understanding the situation, he frowned and said to Li Yi, if you keep fooling around, don't blame me for giving you disciplinary action. Don't you look at the occasion even when you're joking? I'm really here to attend the meeting, and this is my place. This is where all the top experts and leaders sit. How can it be your turn? If you're qualified to sit here, then wouldn't I be the dean? Someone was already very impatient and scolded Li Yi, I'll give you one last chance to leave on your own. Don't make us do it. I'm really convinced, when our dean comes later, you guys will know that I'm not lying. Li Yi could only try his best to explain. He had followed Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua here, and the car he drove was the best pass. That's why he hadn't brought anything with him. There was simply no way to prove his identity. But then again, even if he took out his ID card in this situation, I'm afraid that it can only be considered to be the same name and surname. In the eyes of the average person, how could a young man who was only around 20 years old and still in school become a top expert of the Space Academy? Since he's not leaving, drag him out. Find out exactly which class he's from, and he must be seriously disciplined. In order not to affect the meeting, force was used directly. Lin Qingxue flew out and opened the other party's hand. Don't touch him. The student who had reached out and grabbed Li Yi stumbled and took 2 steps back, almost falling over. Very shocked, he looked at Lin Xingxue. Thought she was Li Ye's girlfriend. I didn't expect the strength to be that great. Just as he was about to make another move, Shen Ke walked over with the people from the Missile Research Institute. They were positioned next to the Aerospace Academy, slightly off-center. Seeing Li Yi, they immediately got in the spirit. This time, they were very well prepared and had great confidence in coming out on top. It was just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to pull in Li Yi. They had specifically studied Li Yi, including his upbringing, personality, and hobbies. They even knew that Xia Shui was quite close to him. As long as Li Yi agreed to go to the Missile Research Institute, even Xia Shui could be accepted as well. Let the two of them study and work in the same unit. Li Yi, why are you alone? Where are Dean Xin and Dean Ding? Li Yi was full of doubts, not recognizing them at all. You are? Right, introduce yourself. My name is Chen Ke, I'm the director of the Missile Research Institute. These two are well-known mathematicians in our country, Mr. Hua Guoqing and Mr. Zhou Tianyun. Li Yi sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing the introduction. These two mathematicians were likewise the idols he worshipped. His mood was instantly agitated. I know the two gentlemen, I'm still a fan of yours. Ha ha ha, what a hero. We wouldn't dare to be your teachers, there are still many math problems we want to ask you for advice. It's just that the last time we made a personal visit, we were sorry that we didn't get to meet in person. Today can be considered to see in person. Hua Guoqing said with a bright smile. I didn't expect you to make such a huge contribution to the country in the field of mathematics at such a young age. You really have an unlimited future. Zhou Tianyun's eyes were all admiration. They hadn't expected Li Yi to make such a high achievement, but actually couldn't see the slightest hint of pride. Such a young man could not be found very often. The service staff and student council students beside them were all confused. They finally reacted to the fact that the Stokes equation, which was being hyped up, was cracked by a person named Li Yi. Could it be that it was the young man in front of them? All of a sudden, they became panicked. They actually drove such an important person out. This was no small mistake. They didn't expect Li Yi to attend this meeting as well, and still sit in the very center of the podium. Their bodies were shaking with nervousness, fearing that they would be complained about by Li Yi. Surely they would be disciplined. The two of them, Li Yi and Hua Guoqing, chatted hotly and soon chatted about math-related knowledge. The more Hua Guoqing and Zhou Tianyun chatted, the more alarmed they became. Asking difficult questions, Li Yi answered them all very easily. They were also very curious to know just how deep Li Yi's attainments in mathematics were. Bringing out all the knowledge from the bottom of their suitcases still didn't make it difficult for Li Yi. From the excitement and appreciation at the beginning of the encounter, to the increasing nervousness at the back, there was a look of shock in his eyes. Even some of them couldn't keep up with Li Yi's rhythm, and they were tired and sweating profusely. Amazing, what a hero! Mathematics is a subject that is easy to start and very difficult to master. I didn't expect you to study it so profoundly. Even we are afraid that we are not capable of teaching you. Hua Guoqing was very sincere in his words, without any hint of mockery. Originally, he thought that Li Yi was able to lift Stokes' equation by luck. Only now did he realize that it was entirely true strength. Li Yi's attainments in mathematics were only higher than theirs. All of this could only be attributed to genius. The discipline of mathematics had extremely high requirements for talent, and some things could never be understood or learned. But there were those who could understand it at a glance and could easily learn it in depth. Obviously Li Yi was this kind of talent in their opinion. Mr. Hua is too flattering, I've only just entered the university and still have a lot of knowledge to learn. Li Yi was very modest. At this time, Shen Dongchang and Ding Guowa brought people over again. Many of the leaders of the RD department wanted to recognize Li Yi. They all came together as well, warmly greeting Li Yi. The staff member who drove Li Yi away was so scared that his legs trembled. They really wished that something would happen quickly beside them so that they could have an excuse to leave in a hurry. What are you guys? Shen Dongchang was puzzled as he looked at the staff and the student council members. Li Yi smiled and said, why, just meeting and chatting. You guys go ahead and work. A few people were incredibly grateful, bowed, and hurriedly left as if they were fleeing. If Li Yi wanted to pursue this, he would definitely be severely disciplined. This was the #1 meritorious official in China today. Although the country was vigorously publicizing and praising him, for the sake of Li Yi's safety, no pictures of him were issued. That's why it led to this misunderstanding. It was also fortunate that Li Yi was generous and didn't pursue the matter. After exchanging greetings, they all sat in their seats. Chen Ke seized the opportunity to say to Shen Dongchang, does the Space Academy have any advanced achievements that can participate in this military confrontation? The progress of your new fighter aircraft development doesn't seem to be so fast, right? Shen Dongchang smiled and replied, isn't it stepping up its progress? Then again, we have to thank the Missile Research Institute for supporting so many technical experts. It has provided us with very important help. Chapter 32, Dean's Bet. They are all brother departments, no need to be so polite. Besides, Li Yi helped us solve a big problem. We still have to thank you for this. So, your new missile technology has been successfully developed? Then I must congratulate you in advance. I wish to be able to win a flagship victory and get good results in this military confrontation. Chen Kai waved his hand. There's no need to say more polite words. I would like to make a bet with you. What do you want to bet? Shin Dongchang was stunned, but quickly revealed a smile. The competition in each department was quite fierce. It was all for the sake of allocating more funds for the coming year. Each other were holding back their energy, wanting to overpower the other. Mutual bets were not uncommon. Since the Space Academy has also prepared new weapons, why don't we compare to see who can come out on top? The losing unit has to promise the other party a request. How could Shin Dongchang not know what the other party was thinking and laughed? I think you want to take advantage of the opportunity to poach Li Yi into your unit, right? That's right. Our Missile Research Institute has the largest number of math experts. He can only get the best education if he stays with us. The next step is for us to develop a more advanced intercontinental missile. Li Yi can only be most useful if he is in our Missile Research Institute. Chen Kai said. Li Yi didn't want to just change places and immediately opened his mouth to refuse. However, Shin Dongchang patted his arm, signaling that Li Yi did not need to speak. Fine, no problem. But what if you guys lose? Your Missile Research Institute doesn't have anyone that the Aerospace Academy particularly wants to poach over. Shin Dongchang asked rhetorically. In the past, Shin Dongchang had made efforts to poach Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun over. Chen Kai was adamant that he would not release anyone, not a single one. At most, they were only borrowed over to help out when math calculations were used. After dealing with the problem, they would immediately transfer back. But now with Li Yi, it was obvious that his research in math was not weaker than Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun at all. There was no need to compete with them for experts anymore. It's impossible for our Missile Research Institute to lose. But since it's a bet, of course there has to be a wager. Feel free to say what you want. I'll agree to whatever is there. Chen Kai showed a strong confidence. The new missile had already been test-fired once after it had been debugged. The test results were very satisfactory and even brought them a great surprise. The missile's technical evasion ability had increased substantially, and its accuracy had almost reached a flawless level. It was able to render most of the enemy's anti-aircraft missiles useless. A proper warship killer. Used on air defense missiles, the interception accuracy was even more accurate. As long as there were enough of them, there was complete certainty that the interception rate would be 100%. With these stunning figures, how could it fail? If we win, half of the RD prize money from this meeting will be shared with the Space Academy. No problem, just as you said. No more backtracking. The two slapped their palms together vigorously to settle the bet. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. Although the performance was surprising after the missile technology was upgraded. But Huaxia had taken out a 6th-generation fighter, and the technology had gained a great improvement. I'm afraid that according to the current classification of fighters, even if Pretty Country really took out the 7th-generation fighter, also may not be the Chinese 6th-generation fighter's rival. After all, with the help of the Gnosis reversal system, it has optimized the 6th-generation fighter to a flawless degree. A proper sky overlord. Ordinary 7th-generation fighters wouldn't be enough to look at in front of them. This was because the Pretty Country's inverse thrust flight suit performance was far inferior to Huaxia's. They could only work on stealth performance and thrust in designing their fighters. It simply couldn't exceed the acceleration of a fighter jet. It was impossible to bring the performance into perfect play. This had already fallen short. Soon the meeting began. The host was a general. Holding a microphone in his hand, he said from the podium, "The content of this meeting is to display the latest scientific research results. Our military will select weapons according to your narratives. The units that are selected will be rewarded with RD funds. But it must be factual and no exaggerations are allowed. All new weapons must be able to be put into normal use immediately. I now call the meeting to order. The first unit to take the stage is the Drone Research Institute." A loud applause rang out in the meeting hall. The experts from the Research Institute walked up to the stage and projected the PPT on the large screen. It began to explain the performance of the new drones. Li Yi also listened very carefully. The Chinese drone technology had already reached the world's leading level, and the most important thing was that the production cost was very low. On the battlefield, not only do you need advanced weapons, low cost is also a great advantage. After all, both sides are fighting for resources and financial strength. Even if the weapons are advanced, the early stage can occupy the advantage. But to the late war stalemate, low-cost effective weapons advantage will be shown. Huaxia's concept in the development of drones is quite advanced. In particular, the Rainbow series of drones were renowned worldwide and exported to several countries. Shin Dongchang listened to the technician's narration and nodded repeatedly, his kind face filled with relief. He is the person who came from the most difficult times. Back then, he relied on militant rifles to resist the enemy. By now, military technology had reached the world's leading level. There would be no other country's military industry that could comprehensively suppress Huaxia except for the pretty country. Shin Dongchang's mind moved and asked Li Yi in a low voice, "Do you think there are still places that need to be improved in this drone? It's quite good, the price performance is almost perfectly matched. But I think the imagination isn't big enough." Li Yi first recognized the direction of the research and development, but likewise offered his own insights. Shin Dongchang's curiosity was instantly attracted. "Oh? So you have a better idea? Tell me about it? Don't be psychologically pressurized, just say whatever comes to mind. This is just us chatting by ourselves." Shin Dongchang encouraged. This drone is suitable for medium and long-range bombing missions. The concept of production is also borrowed from bombers. The cost of this kind of airplane can easily start at a few $1,000,000, which is too expensive. It's useful in the early stages of combat against large groups of enemies, but in the later stages of ground occupation or urban street battles, it's not very useful. Li Yi said. Shin Dongchang frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "I think this belongs to the Air Force drone weapon, and multiple more infantry drones should be developed. Individually small, combat diameter of a dozen kilometers to tens of kilometers. Cheap and easy to carry, specializing in dealing with a small number of hidden enemy soldiers. Let's make an analogy. Existing military drones are the equivalent of heavy weapons. Small drones are guns in the hands of infantry. But they are more flexible in use and can be used to great advantage. The cost of eliminating the enemy is very low and the effect is amazing." Shin Dongchang's eyes brightened up more and more as he listened. "Then what is the approximate cost of this small drone? Mass production can be as low as a few thousand or even a few $100s. Li Yi said with a smirk, "According to the statistics of modern warfare, destroying an enemy consumes hundreds of thousands of bullets on average. Even if a bullet costs a few cents, the cost is still expensive. But consuming a few drones makes it possible to eliminate an enemy, and it's extremely cost-effective." Chapter 33, Drone Weapon Concept. Although Shin Dongchang was very impressed, he still raised a question. "This method of combat you mentioned has indeed been proposed. However, due to the limitations of performance and endurance, coupled with the ease of electromagnetic interference, it has never been formally adopted. I'm afraid the prospect of using it is not as optimistic as you think." Li Yi smiled and shook his head. "That's only when considering a frontal battle with a major power. By the time the later stages of the war entered into street battles, a large number of soldiers were scattered across the vast battlefield. Advanced weapons would not be cost-effective against soldiers who fall alone instead. Instead, small drones could be conveniently used for scouting and eliminating the enemy's lone soldiers. Even with special explosives, it can blow up enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and other heavy equipment. In addition," Li Yi deliberately paused for a moment and smiled mysteriously, "if you then write a program for the drone, it will automatically eliminate the enemy when it finds them, completely freeing the soldiers' hands to maneuver. After completing the mission, it will automatically return. Think about what kind of scene it would be. Our drones are cheaply built, even if the enemy hits them with anti-aircraft weapons. We'll only lose a few thousand at most, and the enemy will at least lose tens of thousands to millions of dollars. Let's see who can last until the end." It's even possible to create a drone matrix swarm, with rocket vehicles converted into launching drone carriers, and one vehicle can carry thousands of drones at least. Build long-range unmanned air and space motherships, carrying thousands, or even tens of thousands of drones at once. Travel to enemy areas for combat missions. Once the enemy army was found, it was thousands of drones taking turns bombing. Even if the drones were used to die with the enemy, it would still be a sure thing. The drones will have automated unmanned combat capabilities, distinguishing the enemy on their own, completing the combat on their own, and then returning. Shin Dongchang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air after hearing Li Yi's vision. Imagining how desperate the enemy soldiers would be in the face of overwhelming drone bombardment. But the more so, the more this technology had to be developed. Advanced technology had to be mastered in one's own hands. Although Ding Guohua was equally shocked, he still raised a question. "What you said are the advantages of drones. But the biggest weakness can't be avoided. That's how anti-interference can be solved. Especially if a large number of drones are fighting at the same time and are interfered with by the enemy using electromagnetic equipment. Wouldn't they be instantly paralyzed? It all depends on who has the stronger electronic anti-jamming ability. I'm confident enough to guarantee avoiding the enemy's electronic interference. By installing anti-jamming equipment on the air and space mothership, it can not only electromagnetically jam the enemy's electronic equipment, it can also protect your own drones from enemy interference within a certain range. It can even quickly charge the drones to realize long distance and long-time combat." Li Yi took out a piece of paper and quickly drew out a few simple sketches. "We have to use our imagination, and we can't think of the drone shape as too monolithic. We have to develop a variety of drones according to different battlefield environments. For example, the smallest drones carry less explosives, and one drone can only kill one soldier. But production costs were cheap. Mass production could even keep the cost within $100. This water cup drone was able to carry more explosives. The body of the drone was able to store a considerable amount of explosives in addition to a portion of the batteries and motors. It was enough to destroy an armored vehicle. A fast-flying traversing machine that can reach speeds of over Mach 1. Used to intercept enemy missiles and artillery shells and destroy enemy helicopter gunships. Stealth drones, using color-changing coatings, ambush in hidden places. Wait for the enemy to show up and kill them directly. Diving drones, hiding in the water. As long as the enemy is close to the water's edge, or passing through the water, the same can be taken advantage of their surprise to destroy them. In short, these drones will be developed to realize the unmanned Trinity combat. No matter where the enemy is hiding, they will be attacked by drones at any time, and they will be in endless fear from beginning to end. Without the need for our soldiers to personally strike, the enemy would already be completely broken. I think drones are just as effective when used against navies. A missile can easily cost hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. A single round of close-in artillery rounds costs at least a few dozen dollars, equivalent to 400 yuan. Tungsten armor-piercing rounds are even more expensive. A saturation attack with a drone swarm carrying bombs costing less than 100. Consumption alone could drain the enemy to death. When their artillery missiles and bullets are all consumed, our drones will still keep coming. Think about how desperate the enemy will be. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua glanced at each other as they listened, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This was simply an unanswerable young scheme. Drones were cheaper than bullets for incoming defense cannons, so how could the enemy still play? Fighting with China, facing the overwhelming number of drones, there was only one way to die. Just consuming ammunition alone could drag them down hard. Enemy warships are already desperate just facing airstrikes. Not to mention the endless underwater amphibious drones underwater. Even if they intercepted them with mines, what could they do? How many of them could be stopped? As long as the problem of signal interference can be solved, it is absolutely invincible. What is the biggest advantage of Huaxia? That is unrivaled productivity. The factories were in full swing, no slower than the production of bullets. Such an intelligent drone has high chip requirements, right? If the pretty country knows about it, I'm afraid they'll impose sanctions on these chips. We won't be able to buy the chips and still won't be able to complete this program. Shin Dongchang thought of a serious problem. It won't. The mid-range level chips are enough to use. Because of the use of cloud computing control. The brains of the drone battle group are on the air and space mothership. As long as the airspace mothership is still there, it is sufficient to give orders to the small drones. The military base only needs to give combat orders, and the intelligent program will generate the optimal combat plan. This research and development program must be launched. We, Huaxia, must master these technologies. Shin Dongchang didn't even think about it and directly made up his mind. That's right. Once the technology matures, the power exerted is terrifying to the extreme. It may never be used, but it must be prepared. According to what you said, the future modernized wars will most likely be the home ground of drones. Ding Guohua also agreed without hesitation. Shin Dongchang swept his gaze over to the Missile Research Institute. Revealing a winning smile, the R&D funds have already been paid for. We'll be able to obtain a large amount of R&D funds if we win this competition. Moreover, the Missile Research Institute will also score half of it for us. It's enough to support the preliminary research and development work. If the money isn't enough, I'll apply to the higher-ups again. Ding Guohua was directly amused. You're planning to make a fortune out of boredom and prepare for the Big Bang. Don't you set up a project in advance and develop it before reporting it? Li Yi, I think it's still necessary to seek the consent of the superiors first. Li Yi said with a straight face. Why? Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua were puzzled. All departments wanted to develop killer weapons so that they could make a splash by the time of the annual display. In this way, they could obtain more funds for research and development. Unexpectedly, Li Yi refused. Because once we gain a leading position in the drone field, the Western countries will definitely unite in opposition. Chapter 34, A Wonderful Move. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua looked a little gloomy when they heard Li Yi's words. Over the years, whenever China made progress in a certain field, the West would immediately jump out claiming that China was jeopardizing world peace. Once the intelligent drone weapon was announced, they would definitely demand that it be blocked. A large portion of the Chinese economy relied on global trade. This method of sanctioning would be extremely harmful to Huaxia. This is indeed a difficult problem that must be solved. We have to think of a countermeasure once and for all. Shin Dongchang could not help but fall into deep thought. Who cares? First develop and equip the army to complete the accumulation of technology. Just bring it out as a secret weapon when the war starts. Ding Guohua cared nothing about what the Westerners thought. It's not easy to have the opportunity to develop advanced weapons. If it's cancelled because of fear of the West, even if he dies, he can't rest in peace. Besides, if he compromised with the West, wouldn't he be suppressed? China has stood at the top of the world for thousands of years, and will never be able to follow behind other countries as a little brother. Confidential research and development can indeed avoid a lot of international strife. But if we develop such a good weapon, if we don't sell it to make money, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? We have the technological and cost advantage, selling them out is at least a few dozen times the profit. It's only with money that we can continue to invest in military industry and develop even more top-notch technology. Li Yi laughed. Ding Wowo was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that you've already thought of a countermeasure? It's very simple. Currently, drone technology has always been the West in the lead. In particular, a single drone from the pretty country can be sold for $40 million or even more. And the sales in the arms market have been good. They won't give up this cake. As long as we propose a ban on the research and development of drone weapons in the United Nations resolution, the Western countries will definitely join hands to oppose it. In the future, if we, Huaxia, overtake them in the field of drones, they will have no reason to ban it again. Shen Dongchang and Ding Wowo's eyes instantly glowed as they listened. If they weren't in the middle of a meeting, I'm afraid they would have to slap the table in excitement. Not bad, this method is good. Use the enemy's spear to attack the enemy's shield. Let them be unable to speak of their bitterness. That's how it's going to be done. Go back and I'll immediately write a report and set up a project for small intelligent combat drones. Have the diplomats propose a ban on drone weapons at the United Nations. By this time, the explanation of the drones had already ended. The entire venue resounded with warm applause. But the leaders of the military region didn't have smiles on their faces, instead they had frowns on their faces. They conferred for a while and gave their final evaluation. The country's drone technology has indeed been very advanced, even exceeding our expectations in terms of performance. Whether it's for foreign trade or equipping the military, it's a great product. But this time we want a weapon with deterrent power. It can deter the pretty country's navy on the spot and achieve the goal of giving up without a fight. The existing drones, obviously, can't do that yet. Let's just give it a 7.5 for now. The UAV Research Institute expert's mood immediately dropped when he heard the evaluation. If it was placed in the end of the year evaluation, the rating would definitely be much higher than this. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to get much in the way of research bonuses this time. The director of the Drone Research Institute stood up to greet the explaining technician. Comfortingly, he said, a rating of 7.5 points is already very good. After all, we are facing the United Navy fleet of the pretty country this time. You can't just look at the rating, but also the ranking. I reckon that the other departments may not be able to come up with better weapons either. Hearing the dean's comforting words, the technical expert's heart then felt better. Next, the other departments also took out their prepared new technology weapons. There still wasn't much of a highlight. After all, it was difficult to have a major breakthrough in a short period of time. The beautiful country had been ahead for so many years, and had an incomparably deep heritage, attracting talents from all over the world to work for them. It was not that easy to surpass them in the short term. Finally arrived at the Missile Research Institute. Their technical expert was very confident and was only in his early 40s. This was already considered very young among the top technologists. He walked towards the stage, picked up the microphone, and opened their PPT. With unrivaled confidence, he said, I believe that this time, we must rely on the new missile technology to fight against Western provocations. Since we have obtained a major breakthrough in mathematical formulas, the missile trajectory calculation is more precise. So the accuracy has been greatly improved. The evasion rate of anti-aircraft missiles has increased by 43%. The probability of being intercepted has been drastically reduced. Able to change trajectory many times during flight. Even when it reached the end, it still had a high chance of avoiding the warship's air defense weapons. The hit accuracy has also increased by 63%. At a distance of 300 kilometers, the deviation is no more than 1 meter. We are accelerating the production of anti-ship missiles. Once unveiled, it will surely cause the pretty country navy to retreat of its own accord. An introduction made everyone present feel very surprised. It was not expected that the Stokes equation had improved missile technology so much. Instead, their eyes all looked and smiled at Li Yi, who was sitting in the center. It was this young man who had brought the rapid development of missile technology to China. The accuracy and dodging ability is indeed surprising. But how much has the flight speed of the missile increased? Has the power increased? The general presiding over the meeting inquired. This has not improved. We didn't get a major breakthrough in our gunpowder technology. It can only remain as it is while ensuring cost effectiveness. The technical expert replied. The deterrent power is there, but it's not enough. The general shook his head. Without a crushing weapon, it's impossible to make the pretty country retreat voluntarily. After all, they must have killer weapons they haven't shown off as well. It's just waiting for us to light it up first before they announce it. Continue to suppress us. But this new missile is still useful in a confrontation. Let's give it an 8.7. Chen Wufei didn't lose heart. Smiling, he said, "Pretty country's gunpowder technology isn't much ahead of ours. But our missiles have a cost advantage. As long as they are equipped in large enough numbers, the deterrent effect is still good. 8.7 points should be the highest score in the room." Saying this, his eyes flicked to Shen Dongchang and said in a slightly provocative manner, "Dean Shen, I'm sorry. The winner of this match is our Missile Research Institute." Shen Dongchang was non-committal. Still very calm. "You can't tell until the end. Haha, I would like to see what's so bright about your fighter. But with such a tight schedule, I'm afraid it's too late for production, right?" Starting the explanation from the new missiles, Li Ye's Gnosis reversal system suddenly gave a hint. "Missile gunpowder technology is too backward. Is it possible to have an epiphany on the new gunpowder formula?" Li Yi led the system prompt and was instantly elated. Although with the help of the epiphany reversal system, it was able to build a 6th-generation prototype out in a short period of time. However, having only one fighter against the entire United Navy still looked a bit too thin. There was even a possibility that the pretty country would doggedly jump over the fence and directly initiate an open war before the rise of Huaxia. But after boosting the power of the missiles, and then with the 6th-generation fighters, even if they went to war, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. Chapter 35, New Type of Gunpowder? Li Yi did not hesitate to silently agree in his mind. The host has authorized the Gnosis reversal system to open the missile gunpowder projection. Thrust gunpowder proportion projection in progress, progress 1%, progress 2%. Li Ye's mind instantly had a lot more information about gunpowder ratios. Gunpowder technology was relatively simple, and the epiphany was relatively fast. After only a few minutes, he had already completed the formula projection. Ding, thrust gunpowder projection is successful. Short-range missile speed can be increased to a maximum of Mach 16. Ding, starting to project explosive gunpowder composition, projecting progress 1%, projecting progress 2%. Explosive gunpowder composition projected successfully, the explosive yield equivalent to a hydrogen bomb, no nuclear radiation after the bomb explosion, no residual pollutants. The use of safe, environmentally friendly, painless. Li Yi. Seeing that the next unit was about to start explaining on stage, Li Yi suddenly got up and said, "Actually, it's not difficult to upgrade the missile speed and explosion power. It only requires upgrading the gunpowder ratios." Instantly everyone's eyes were all focused on Li Yi. The entire venue became silent. Shen Dongchang was anxious in his heart. How could he instruct others indiscriminately when they were giving an academic report? After all, there are specialties in the field, and the various departments present all represent the most authoritative presence in the relevant fields in the country. If you say the right okay, if you say something wrong, will only become a laughingstock. Maybe it will also offend the other side. If you want to question the other side, you have to come up with a better plan. But Li Yi didn't know anything about gunpowder, so he would only embarrass himself. As expected, many people began to whisper, "This young man is a bit arrogant. Although he has contributed to math, this is not related to missile gunpowder technology. How can you point it out indiscriminately? It's true that he's still too young and can't stabilize his mind. After making a few achievements, you become complacent. He doesn't even care about missile technology. Other than nuclear bombs, the more powerful bombs have almost all been banned from the battlefield. Those weapons are too inhumane. If they were to be used in a confrontation, China would become irrational even if it had reason. Young people are just too impulsive and do things without considering the consequences at all." Due to Li Ye's sudden interjection, many leaders and experts felt that he was too arrogant. His impression of him changed quite a bit for the worse. Although Chen Kei did not agree with this approach, he greatly appreciated Li Ye's ability. Deciding to give him a chance. "Oh? Could it be that you have a good plan? Can you make a more powerful gunpowder?" Shen Dongchang hurriedly helped to round up the situation. Li Yi hasn't dabbled in the technology of gunpowder, how could he have a good suggestion? He just blurted it out of curiosity, don't pay attention to it. Shen Dongchang has a very high status in the scientific and technological community. This face still had to be given. The others did not continue to comment on Li Yi any further. Li Yi knew the importance of gunpowder technology to China. It was necessary to have the missile department make the new gunpowder as soon as possible. The propulsive force was increased drastically, and the missile's various data had to be adjusted. This was to ensure that it could be controlled with enough precision in flight. "I do have a better gunpowder proportioning scheme. And it's definitely more powerful than the existing gunpowder in the world." Shen Dongchang's face turned green. There were not only missile experts present, but also gunpowder development experts. This sentence was equivalent to directly trampling their years of research underfoot. It simply did not leave them any face at all. If not handled well, the Space Academy was afraid that it would become a target. Li Yi said with incomparable sincerity, "Didn't we just talk about drone technology? The future miniaturization of drones. The requirements for explosives are extremely high. Increasing the power of the explosives can drastically increase the role of small drones in the battlefield. The director of the Drone Research Institute heard that the Space Academy was actually meddling in the research of drones. Immediately, he was not happy. I didn't expect the Space Academy to actually intervene in the research and development of drones as well. Is this an attempt to steal our Drone Research Institute's rice bowl? The drone dean said in a conspiratorial manner. The gunpowder expert laughed coldly, worthy of being a hero. Please teach us about gunpowder technology. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua saw that the scene had gotten out of control. A face of helplessness. No matter how dead this old face is, they have to keep Li Yi first. The next time you participate in an event, you must explain in advance, never point your finger at someone else's research project. Shen Ku enemy's face also changed. Originally thought that Li Yi was a viable talent, but never thought that he would be so arrogant. Today, he was afraid that he would not be able to get off the stage. Shen Dongchang was about to apologize to the other party with a smiling face. Li Yi had already agreed without hesitation, no problem. In everyone's dumbfounded eyes, he directly walked towards the podium, picked up the microphone and opened his mouth. Existing gunpowder are relying on high combustion ratios to enhance thrust and explosive power. This traditional gunpowder explosion energy ceiling is too low. So compared with the power of nuclear bombs are worlds apart. But after the explosion of nuclear bombs have nuclear radiation, serious damage to the environment, by the world banned. Use hydrogen as the main fuel and add a small amount of reactant. Let the hydrogen gas undergo perfect fusion in the combustion, so that the energy release effect of the hydrogen bomb can be achieved. The reaction formula for the fuel is. Li Yi picked up a whiteboard marker and wrote it on the blackboard. Explanations were made as he wrote. According to this fuel ration, it is adjusted according to different occasions. Adding an accelerant creates a stable and violent combustion that produces a strong thrust. With the same weight of gunpowder, the resulting thrust can be increased 100 times over the original. Want a strong explosive power? Add a certain proportion of magnesium alloy catalyst. Can reach the power of the hydrogen bomb. The center temperature can reach more than 50 million degrees Celsius. Intercontinental missile explosion center temperature can theoretically reach hundreds of millions of degrees. If you want excellent penetration performance, mix in a proportion of tungsten alloy catalyst. With only the size of an ordinary missile, it could easily destroy an aircraft carrier. Missile production incorporates a control system in the warhead. Enter the program before launch and the desired explosive performance can be achieved. Li Yi wrote a bunch of formulas on the blackboard. The experts in the back couldn't see clearly and all stood up directly. They even wanted to come forward to see clearly. Speaking so powerfully, could it really achieve such a terrifying effect? Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua, including Shen Guohua, they were not relevant experts at all. A bunch of mathematical and chemical formulas, they couldn't see it anymore either. Without thinking, he glanced at the gunpowder expert. His expression was frighteningly excited. His eyes were round and his mouth was open. Huffing and puffing. Shivering all over his body. Obviously frightened by the chemical formula on the blackboard. Chief Engineer Li, calm down. Don't ever get so excited, your body won't be able to take it. Chen Ke was startled. Hurrying to speak out to persuade. Feeling still unsure, he shouted, have the doctor come over quickly. Chapter 36, Nuclear-Free Hydrogen Bomb. Ding Guohua already had quite a bit of experience with this kind of situation. Quickly, he took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills. Throwing them into their mouths. Fill them with water. Just eat the pills. The scene was chaotic into a mess. Li Yi had spoken for more than half of his speech, but he didn't expect an accident. Looking back at the blackboard once. I spoke correctly. How come I'm still angry like this? After taking the quick-acting heart-saving pills. Several old experts in gunpowder exhaled deeply and finally slowed down. Suddenly the muscles of the whole body tightened, reaching out and pointing at the blackboard. Quickly. Shen Dongchang hurriedly said, I know, the young people don't know what's important, they all wrote nonsense. I'll bring it back and definitely criticize it severely. By no means can you arbitrarily point your finger at other departments' research projects. The old expert still refused to relax, and took a few more deep breaths before he spoke a bit more sharply. This formula is right, it must be closely protected. Never leak it out. It can definitely change the pattern of the world. Shen Dongchang was directly confused at the words, only feeling his brain buzzing. Are you still angry, or are you serious? Acting overly excited, Shen Dongchang couldn't tell the difference. Ding Guohua grabbed his hand and persuaded him with incomparable sincerity, I say old Lia. In any case, we are all of the older generation. Although the young man did some excessive, but also cannot be general with him. It's not cost-effective to get angry. Don't be angry. I'll host a banquet to apologize on Lie's behalf. For what? Maybe it's the quick-acting heart pills that worked. His face recovered a lot. Speech also became much smoother. The chemical formulas are correct. The world's missile landscape is about to change drastically. This technology is true, not at all. The generals of the military region all hurried forward to look at it as well. Elderly, tell us carefully. Is this gunpowder really that powerful? How can you all not believe me? Elderly was so anxious that he stomped his feet in anger. I've studied gunpowder for my entire life. My biggest dream is to research a more powerful gunpowder. Originally, I thought that I would have to go to my coffin with this regret. I did not expect to be this young man to the whole out. This kind of explosive ratio's explosion power is not worse than the nuclear bomb. It also means that all missiles can easily hit any corner of the blue planet after upgrading. Getting confirmation from the gunpowder expert, the bigwigs of the military were instantly nonplussed. A gunpowder whose power rivaled that of a nuclear bomb, what's more? Meaning that without the use of nuclear bombs, Huaxia could launch a nuclear weapon-level strike against all enemies? The military generals were originally warmongers. The names of genetic countries were instantly ignored in their minds: pretty country, bonobo country, stick country, San, Filipino monkey. Although we didn't know what was going on in their heads, but why were these eyes getting more and more fervent? This gunpowder technology will be our national defense weapon. It must not be leaked out. As long as we have this technology, no country is our match. Even the pretty country can't. Chief Engineer Li was finally fully recovered. The entire person was in high spirits. Normally trembling, he could now run 2 miles without any effort. The general presiding over the meeting immediately reacted. Walking towards the podium, he said loudly, "People from the 10th row onwards, go out from the back. Go downstairs and wait in the conference room. Everyone is not allowed to leave the scene, and is not allowed to contact the outside world. Seal off all sites immediately. The staircase classroom building will not allow any outsiders to enter from now on. Service personnel are isolated separately." Immediately followed by another call: "Transfer a battalion over to me. Notify the National Security Bureau and assist in surveillance together." After making the call, together, they organized the evacuation of the personnel. To Li Yi, he said, "Did you memorize all these formulas?" "That's for sure." Li Yi replied with some dullness. Just helping to upgrade the gunpowder, was there a need to make a big deal out of it? Could it be that he had stirred up some kind of trouble? There was a sentence that Li Yi hadn't actually said yet. There is a more advanced compound gunpowder technology than this. It's just that it's too powerful to use on the Blue Star battlefield. It's more appropriate to use it later when developing space. One missile can take out an asteroid. Use it to protect Blue Star from planetary meteorites destroying it. The effect is quite good. The words reached the edge of his mouth and swallowed. If he really said it, it was possible that several gunpowder experts would really pass out on the spot. The general picked up the board eraser and quickly wiped all the formulas clean. The school security army quickly assembled. Seal off the scene completely. At the entrance and exit of each floor, there were people standing guard with loaded guns. It didn't take long before a few more military vehicles flew by. Once again, the blockade was tight. The National Defense University students were confused. What is this situation? Is it going to be a military drill in the school? Wasn't there going to be a weapons mapping meeting today? Could there be energy for another drill? The huge commotion caused a large number of students to speculate. All wanted to know what was going on. Immediately afterward, a large number of people from the National Security Bureau arrived. The National Defense University students finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Something very serious must have happened with all this commotion. It was definitely not as simple as a drill. It couldn't be a spy breaking in, could it? Spies dare to come here. This is not putting us in our eyes anymore. Brothers guard the school, not a fly can fly out. Stop it, the leaders haven't even given the word yet. It shouldn't be this. We'll just follow orders. The others were censored, and Li Yi instantly became the center of attention. Only the experts in gunpowder were left behind, and the others sat at the very back of the stepped classroom. Because the venue was relatively close, it was unclear if they had seen the chemical formulas on the blackboard. It had to be scrutinized once and with proper supervision. Only then could they be allowed to leave. After all, the stakes were just too big. Equivalent to the common explosives of a nuclear bomb, the deterrent effect is simply not too strong. After doing all this, only then did he ask Li Yi, "What is the name of this explosive? Does it cost a lot?" "It hasn't been named yet. If I have to say it, then let's call it a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Because the main raw material is hydrogen, it has the power of a hydrogen bomb but without nuclear radiation." Li Yi replied. The general nodded thoughtfully. "Nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, this name is really good." "Very apt." Li Yi continued, "The cost of mass production is not high. Storage is also very convenient. It doesn't require a special environment. The storage time can be stored for hundreds of years without affecting the use. In addition to the formula, the core technology lies in the explosive mixing control device. Ratio difference of the slightest bit may lead to failure of the explosion. It may also lead to excessive power, not only eliminating the enemy, but also injuring themselves. The core technology is not that easy to be snatched away by others. After hearing Li Ye's words, this completely put his heart down. The general let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 37, Joint Research and Development. In that case, can this technology be handed over to our Gunpowder Research Institute? Being able to see this technology completed, even if I die, I will rest in peace. Generalissimo Li said with incomparable excitement. Li Yi looked at the general. No problem, irrelevant personnel stand back. The core personnel of the Missile Research Institute and the Gunpowder Research Institute can stay. After all, these technologies were all connected, and it was impossible to keep them completely secret from each other. Not to mention that since Li Yi had already said that the core technology was not in the gunpowder ratios, it could be slightly relaxed. Chen Ku enemy didn't even think that Li Yi wasn't talking big at all. The real power of the gunpowder formula is more exaggerated than what he said. It had already been confirmed by the experts at the Gunpowder Research Institute and should have been 8 or 9 times better. The next step was to make the new type of gunpowder and test it. The thought of equipping it to their missiles was incredibly exciting. But again, just the gunpowder technology alone. It's already surpassed their new missiles. This weapon mapping, the champion is not the Space Academy. But Chen Kai wasn't jealous, instead he was very happy. This technology was ultimately used in missiles. The status of the Missile Research Institute in the National Weapons Research Unit would naturally rise. Thinking carefully about the Missile Research Institute's successive technological breakthroughs. All thanks to Li Yi. But he is a person of the Space Academy, it is impossible to dig over. In his heart, there is still a lot of regret. Li Yi also did not write out the formula. And also very detailed explanation of the reaction process of gunpowder. Anyone who had enough attainments in gunpowder could imagine the power of gunpowder. I didn't expect it, really didn't expect it. You have such deep attainments in the study of gunpowder. Even I can't compare. Are you interested in coming to our Gunpowder Research Institute? When I retire, the position of director will be yours. Shen Dongchang instantly tensed up. What are you thinking? How big is the Gunpowder Research Institute? The Aerospace Academy still relies on Li Yi to take charge. It's good enough to upgrade the gunpowder formula for you. How can you still return a favor with a grudge? Chief Engineer Li laughed loudly at his words. So that's how it is, then I can't affect his future. It's still the Aerospace Academy that has more prospects for development. I would like to ask if the new missile with new gunpowder can be manufactured before the military confrontation? The general hurriedly asked. No problem. It's not difficult to formulate the gunpowder. The key parts can be produced by the Space Academy as well. I'll give the detailed thrust data to the Missile Research Institute. It only needs to be modified and it can be equipped for use. Li Yi replied. Excellent. You 3 units must step up your speed and work well with each other. Whether or not we can deter the pretty country navy depends on this secret weapon. The general was full of excitement. He was worried at the beginning of the technical mapping conference. Comparing the military strength of the two sides, Huaxia was at a great disadvantage. With a top-of-the-line missile coupled with a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, it was simply an invincible existence. Even if such a powerful missile was intercepted, what could it do? Exploding in mid-air produces even more power. The ultra-high temperature alone would be able to cremate all the soldiers on the warship. It was believed that as long as this weapon of mass destruction was sacrificed, it would definitely make the West afraid. Understood. The crowd agreed in unison, their eyes full of wariness. I don't need to say much about the first place in this technical mapping, do I? The Aerospace Academy leads the first place. Congratulations, losing to you guys this time wasn't unfair at all. Chen Kai wasn't the least bit unhappy, instead he was very happy. Then your research funding can but be flattered. Shen Dongchang said cheerfully. Researching such a powerful weapon, we also follow the light. Not to mention sharing half of it, even if we give it all to you guys, it's not a problem. Chen Kai waved his hand and said generously. That's not necessary, how much is agreed upon is how much. Shin Dongchang's words turned, but the weapons developed by our Space Academy haven't even been revealed yet, would it be a little inappropriate to give us first place? Instantly everyone froze. The power of the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb was too astonishing, directly attributing this achievement to the Space Academy. However, this was only a gunpowder formula that Li Yi had extrapolated on an impromptu basis. It was true that the Space Academy had not yet recounted the weapon they were competing with this time. What kind of weapons has your Space Academy prepared? Although many departments have been segregated, the final decision still lies with the military. The general said. Shin Dongchang cleared his throat and said with a straight face, the weapon our Aerospace Academy has brought this time is a 6th-generation fighter. Who? Everyone was once again instantly stunned. You can't tell me that the 6th-generation fighter has already been successfully developed. Chen Kai asked out of breath. It hasn't been built yet, but it's getting close. Why do you think the country agreed to support all the talents from all departments to our Space Academy? Of course, it's for the sake of building the 6th generation fighter before the military confrontation. The Space Academy has truly brought us one heavenly surprise after another. With the 6th generation fighter, it directly crushed the opposing Air Force. The new missiles fully suppressed the carrier fleet. This time, the beautiful country will definitely return in defeat. They will lose face in front of us. What about the performance of the 6th generation fighters? Can it really be built in only 2 or 3 months? Can it be immediately put into battle? The general couldn't wait to ask. Let our technical experts explain this in detail. Shin Dongchang signaled the technicians from the Space Academy to explain it to them. Although they didn't use a PPT, all the information had long been memorized. Immediately, they began to explain the brand new performance of the 6th generation fighter. With the mature technology of the explosive engine, the performance was beyond expectation. By Li Yi using the Gnosis reversal system, the 6th generation was optimized to the extreme. Upon appearing in the world, it was the strongest fighter of the 6th generation, bar none. Listening to each and every data, everyone was flushed with excitement. The emotions were extremely exuberant. Gasping for air, they all huffed and puffed, staring with eyes and mouths open, afraid of missing every detail. When the explanation was finished, everyone on the scene did not say a word. Extremely quiet. After a long time, Chen Ku enemy said, "I'm not dreaming, right? A warplane with such a strong performance was actually built by our Huaxia first? Do you think I can joke about such a formal occasion? This is a matter of national fortune. There must not be the slightest sloppiness. To be able to successfully develop a 6th generation fighter, it's all thanks to Li Yi. He brought us mature technology and also fully optimized the 6th generation aircraft. That's why we were able to achieve such perfect performance." Shin Dongchang said with a deep sigh. Over talent could not be caught up with by hard work. A lifetime of research was not as good as a young man who was not yet 20 years old. The general rubbed his hands together in excitement after hearing the introduction. With such advanced weapons, this, which is still called Confrontation, directly crushed the entire West. Let's see who dares to disobey and simply fight their way through. Chapter 38, Epiphany of Drone Swarm Technology. If pretty country doesn't have a more powerful killer weapon. Without using nuclear bombs, we do already have the ability to defeat the other side. But right now, the number of our advanced weapons is still too low. We still need to buy time, speed up production, and strive to equip the entire army as soon as possible. A year or two later, if the beautiful country again dares to use the military to suppress us, we will be able to give them a good beating, Li Yi said with a smile. That's right, just scare the enemy back this time. The general nodded repeatedly. His eyes swept over the crowd. Now I announce that the Space Academy has won the first place, is that okay? Ha, of course there's no problem. These 2 weapons of the Space Academy taken out at random are in existence that crushes other units. Who dares to speak out against it? Chen Kai said with a big smile. That, the drones you mentioned just now, is that true as well? The Dean of Drone Research asked cautiously. Originally, he had thought that Li Yi was young and wild, and that he had no one in his sight after his accomplishments, and that he would dare to casually point out other units. He didn't expect that he would be surprised and come up with such an advanced technology. Suddenly there was a strong sense of crisis. If Li Yi really understands drone technology, the Space Academy will definitely establish this project. If the Space Academy's drone technology surpassed their Drone Research Institute, they would be disgraced. So they lowered their stance and licked their faces to inquire. It was better than being swallowed up by the Space Academy and becoming a subordinate unit. At this moment, he was also impressed with Li Yi and admired him. Li Yi nodded and said, "What I said is certainly true. Drones are definitely the future weapon overlords. Even the most advanced existing weapons cannot replace the position of drones. In front of an intelligent strike by a swarm of drones, no soldier will be able to escape." Zhao Tianhe, the Dean of Drone Research, rubbed his hands together. "Can we both do this project together? You provide the technology and we provide the R&D funding. You'll take 60% of the project and we'll take 40%. After all, the drone is our main project, we have to leave a meal." Shin Dongchang had a big pattern and was not too greedy. He simply agreed, "Of course it's fine for us to jointly launch this project. It doesn't matter if we share the profits or not. It's okay to give you all of it. But I only have one request. Just tell me what request, as long as I can do it I will never refuse." It's actually quite simple, since these techniques all depend on Li Yi. The rewards and honors that are due cannot be appropriated by anyone, they have to be Li Yi's. Zhao Tianhe patted his chest and immediately guaranteed, "Don't worry about this. There will never be anyone stealing his credit." Shin Dongchang looked at Li Yi and said, "Their department is the most specialized in producing drones. You'll give them the technical route. In the future, it's better to let them implement this project and we'll provide technical support. Alright, I will first make the control program and design drawings for you guys. You guys produce the prototype drone first. We'll modify it if there's anything that doesn't fit," Li Yi said. Just now? Zhao Tianhe was a bit confused. Shouldn't writing out the entire program be a big project? At least a few thousand technicians would have to work together. There also had to be a design program planned in advance. There had to be a good product manager. How come, listening to Li Ye's meaning, one person had to take care of it in person? Li Yi smiled slightly. Just give me a computer that can program. Don't worry about the rest. My office computer is fine, the performance is enough for programming. Zhao Tianhe directly brought the computer over. Enter the password and unlock the iris lock. Li Yi opened the development tool, and only then did he remember an important thing. To Lin Xingxue, he said, the working hours might be a bit long, prepare some food for me. Good. Lin Xingxue didn't say a word more. Turning around, she went to find someone to arrange the food. Li Yi silently chanted in his heart, Gnosis reversal system, start comprehending small military drone technology. Ding, the Enlightenment reversal system opens. Combat drone technology begins to deduce. Intelligent drone control program deduction progress 1%, deduction progress 2%. A string of codes appeared in Li Ye's mind, and his fingers crackled on the keyboard. The speed was so fast that residual shadows appeared. If it wasn't for the good quality of the laptop, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for a set of keyboards to be replaced. Looking at Li Ye's super fast tapping speed, the crowd's eyes are looking straight. As the saying goes, the layman looks at the scene and the insider looks at the doorway. Technicians who know how to code are even more horrified. Writing code actually doesn't require thinking, even memorizing it in advance isn't this fast, right? Is this the gap between the genius of geniuses and geniuses? Couldn't help but look at the computer screen. Seeing the code written by Li Yi, it was even more so that the technician felt incomparable despair. This code was really too beautifully written, concise to the extreme, yet able to bring out the function completely. If they were to realize the same function, they might need hundreds of lines of code. Li Yi actually expressed it easily in a dozen lines. This meant that the same configuration, using Li Ye's code, could be utilized with stronger performance. The same was true in reverse. Wanting to realize the same function, the code written by Li Yi had lower requirements for the configuration. This was simply the perfect teaching code. Every paragraph taken out could be put into a textbook. The simplest combat drone code was not complicated. The main thing was the design and the way it was conceived, able to make the drone somewhat intelligent, able to continuously learn by itself, adapt to the battlefield, and be able to bring out its strongest power. After writing a code, he started drawing drawings again. The technicians all gathered around and watched carefully. They even discussed with each other when they encountered places they didn't understand. As a result, the more they looked, the more they were shocked. Unexpectedly, Li Yi actually involved the structure of the drone to an extremely simple degree. There wasn't a single redundant part. It was completely impossible to find places that could continue to be optimized. It was perfectly combined with the program, and not the slightest flaw could be found. Could it be that this was the great Tao of simplicity? Which of the technical experts who were able to participate in the meeting were not the pride of heaven, the best of the best selected from the geniuses? But at this moment, they realized that compared to Li Yi, they were simply like elementary school students. The abilities of both sides were completely not on the same level. Hiss. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? No one can dodge a drone of this level. We used to think too complicatedly. Always thinking about boosting performance, but forgetting the truth that the path is simple. If you manually control a drone like this on the front line, it's like the god of death. If a single drone can achieve this kind of performance, I can't imagine how terrifying the sight of a drone swarm in combat would be. The technical experts stared blankly, not daring to leave the screen for a moment. From time to time, they let out an exclamation. Chapter 39, A Weapon of Invincibility. Don't just marvel, guys, tell me how this drone performs? The general finally managed to hold back and asked the technicians. The technical experts returned to their senses and replied, this drone isn't the strongest, but it's definitely invincible. One sentence confused the leaders at the scene. What does that mean? Why can't I understand it? The technical expert let out a deep breath and organized his thoughts. Only then did he reply, let's put it this way, compared to the pretty country's single-soldier drone, this drone's performance is indeed quite inferior. Whether it's the flight altitude or the flight speed, it's a big difference. But the pretty country's announced procurement cost for the single combat drone is upwards of $5 million. Although the performance is strong, but all rely on soldiers to control. The extent to which the performance can be utilized also depends on the soldier's level of control. Since there is a huge difference in performance, why is it said to be invincible on the battlefield? The general was even more puzzled. It's because this drone has an extremely simple structure, but the operating concept is very advanced. The drone is produced at a low cost, requiring only a few $100s. If you want to perform better and use better materials, the maximum cost is only a few $1,000s. The maximum flight speed is 700 km per hour. This speed was not the fastest when it was said to be fast, but there was no one who could avoid it. If an enemy throws a weapon at him, he will die for sure. There's no chance of escape if they're spotted by us. The best thing about this drone is that it's intelligent and has self-learning capabilities. By participating in real-world exercises in advance, the more training it receives, the stronger it becomes. It can quickly adapt to various battlefield situations. You can even give orders directly to the drone to carry out strikes. This was much more powerful than the soldiers' ability to maneuver on their own. Plus, the cost was cheap. It was entirely possible to treat drones as expendable. One soldier carries a few of them and utilizes suicide attacks to eliminate the enemy. It's even more accurate than the effect of missile strikes. After hearing the technical expert's explanation, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, only feeling their eyes jumping straight up. The beautiful country's millions of a drone, carrying ammunition, still needed soldiers to maneuver it. Huaxia's drones only needed to be hidden, put the drones out and give commands to automatically search for enemies. Soldiers could still be in combat mode. After discovering the enemy, they get permission to attack and destroy the enemy on their own. A soldier could easily maneuver several drones. The combat capability has increased dramatically. On the battlefield, a pair of several enemies has a huge advantage. What if it's a squad, a platoon, a company? Using drones to search the net, what kind of enemy can escape the strike? Even many small missiles can be intercepted using drones. Protect the soldiers. It's scary to think about. The eyes that looked at Li Yi all changed. Was this a demon or a top genius? These words were not enough to describe him anymore. It should be said that he was a demon among geniuses. Luckily, Li Yi is our Chinese. If he was born in Pretty Country, I'm afraid that our Huaxia will cease to exist in a short time. Once Pretty Country possesses such a powerful weapon, it will definitely find ways to destroy us. The general was overwhelmed with emotion. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you still sad? Small drones are not too difficult to produce. Just prepare a production line and mass produce them. Give the Pretty Country's carrier fleet a hard headache. Make their legs and stomachs tremble when they think of Huaxia in the future. Shen Dongchang said with incomparable pride. The strongest missiles were available, the strongest warplanes were available, plus the invincible drone swarms. The modern battlefield had completely changed the mode of combat. Huaxia would become the battlefield master. The general calmed down at this time instead. Although I have been emphasizing the need for weapons that can deter pretty countries, but the drone battle group deterrent is too strong. I'm afraid that they will jump over the wall and make the world fear Huaxia. It could be a bit of a loss. As long as the 6th generation fighters and new missiles can deter the pretty country's navy, try not to utilize drone weapons. Zhao Tianhe, the dean of drone research, said, if we want to realize the drone battle group carried by the air and space mothership that Li Yi said, the air-sky mothership has to be developed. Even with a full set of drawings, it can never be completed in 2 or 3 months. It shouldn't be used for this military confrontation. But in time, when this weapon is formed into a scale, our Chinese military power will be an unrivaled existence. Shen Dongchang remembered what Li Yi had said earlier at this moment. Speaking to them, he said, before we equip the entire army with drones, there is one more important thing that must be done. What is it? The general asked. Li Yi told me earlier. Once we master the most advanced drones, the Western countries will definitely use the inhumanity of this weapon as an excuse to completely block drone weapons. They will stand on the moral high ground and practice suppression against us. That's why it's necessary to go ahead and propose a ban on the development of drones as well as smart weapons such as robot dogs at the United Nations first. Once the Western countries unite against it, we will be able to safely equip the military with a large number of drones. When they react, even if they want to oppose it again, it will be too late. The general excitedly patted his thigh. This idea is really brilliant. I wish I could have seen the remorseful expressions of the Western leaders earlier. It'll be so exciting. The more they chatted, the happier they became, but they turned their heads and saw that Li Yi was still continuing to rapidly tap on the keyboard. There was no sign of stopping. The general was filled with doubt. Aren't the program and drawings already finished? Why are they still continuing? The technical expert took a look at the computer screen. The expression on his face grew more and more surprised. This is writing a drone swarm control program. Could it be that he's trying to complete all the drone programs at once, all by himself? Drone research dean Zhao Tianhe's entire body went numb. A huge project to be completed alone? This was simply too outrageous, right? However, seeing Li Yi completely engrossed in it, apart from occasionally taking a snack and putting it into his mouth, all the things happening in the outside world could no longer have any effect on him. When other people wrote programs, they needed to plan well in advance. Each paragraph written needed to be thought through in advance. There were mistakes that needed to be stopped for modifications. But Li Yi acted as if a program could be automatically generated in his mind, knocking it out at an extremely fast speed. The code knocked out at such a fast speed was still so flawless that it was impossible to find a single fault. This simply made his peers feel desperate. People are more angry than people. In the future, no longer dare to go out and claim to be an expert. The key is to give them a ready-made program to copy, but also not so fast efficiency. Demon, this is definitely a demon. But fortunately it's a demon given to Huaxia by God. Desperate can only be the enemy. Chapter 40, Full Cooperation. Thinking of this, Zhao Tian has said with a bitter smile, I think this technical mapping meeting can end first. Do a good job of keeping it a secret, and all the other departments can go back first. Li Yi is trying to get the full set of drone technology out at once. I don't know how long it will take. I hope his body can hold up. After saying this, he glanced at Shen Dongchang with a complicated expression. How could such an outstanding talent be obtained by the Aerospace Academy? It was unimaginable how heaven-defying weapons the Aerospace Academy could develop in the future. After the general received confirmation, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he gave orders to his men, the mapping meeting is over. Units that haven't explained yet can just leave their information behind. The units will be notified of the rankings later. Rewards will also be issued in a timely manner. Sign the non-disclosure agreement according to the process and also cooperate with the National Security Department's confidentiality work. All those who have no problems can go back. Some of the people from the units were at the very back of the latter classroom. Didn't know what was going on at all. But seeing the incomparable excitement of the military leaders, they knew that the technology that had been taken out was very amazing. So it was impossible to get a top ranking anymore, but they weren't jealous. In the face of a great enemy, it was supposed to be a united response from all departments. Since there were good technologies and weapons that could protect the security of China, they could completely put their hearts down. After going through this meeting, it gave all the RD departments a stronger motivation. They also had to work harder on their RD and couldn't be pulled too far away from the Space Academy. Under the arrangements of the NSA, they left the scene in an organized manner. But the staircase classroom building was blocked off even more tightly. This made the students even more puzzled. Haven't all the experts from the various departments already left? Why do they still continue to blockade the building? I don't know. I've never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that something big has really happened? Immediately after that, one by one, business buses drove by. The students' eyes almost glazed over. All of them were experts from various research institutes. Missile Research Institute, Drone Research Institute, and Gunpowder Research Institute. They formed a line to enter the staircase classroom building. What is this doing? Is it going to conduct research and development here in our place? Many students were puzzled. Where did they know that Li Ye's performance was just too amazing? Surprisingly, he hand-rubbed the drone technology on the spot and even wrote the control program together. The deans combined their efforts and simply came up with a joint research and development. Just have a drone is not enough, but also with gunpowder bombs. With the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb technology, the bomb can be made very small, but has an extremely powerful power. When the enemy thinks it's just dropping down a small bomb, easily can be blocked when the power of the explosion is comparable to a large missile. It could directly annihilate the enemy. Several departments joined forces to equip the drones developed by Li Yi with suitable weapons. Although it couldn't be used in this military confrontation, it was better to be prepared. A good weapon should be successfully developed as soon as possible and be ready to go to war at any time. After all, the battlefield was changing rapidly, and the West would not abide by any international rules once it tore its face off. Huaxia had to be on guard. Each department occupied a floor of stepped classrooms and quickly entered into intense research and development. Even the military had transferred a group of chiefs of staff. In accordance with the existing weaponry, they conducted combat projections. They were surprised to find that with the existing strength displayed by the beautiful country, with the new weapons generation officially equipping the military, there was almost no possibility of failure for Huaxia. In front of the powerful performance of the 6th generation fighter, even intercontinental missiles could be intercepted. The powerful acceleration brought about by the explosive engine, coupled with the increased speed of the new gunpowder missiles, the air-to-air interception capability reached its peak. The Army's staff officers couldn't believe this was true. The commander can be a real pain in the ass, giving us such exaggerated weapon data. Can it really be built? I also think it's a bit outrageous. It's simply not like a weapon that can be developed on the blue planet. It's estimated that even after another 10 years, it may not even be developed successfully. What's the point of doing this kind of deduction? Is it possible to first deduce and formulate a target, and then go on to develop the weaponry? Is our country's scientific research capability really that strong? Stop complaining and just follow the orders of your superiors. As for the matter of developing weapons, it's not our concern. That makes sense. But then again, I really hope that we, Huaxia, can obtain so many advanced weapons one day. In the future, we will no longer fear the provocations of pretty countries. Ha ha ha, that's true. If our weapons can be this advanced, why do we need to wait for pretty country to provoke us? The army would just drive out and dominate the world. Li Yi forwarded the completed program and drawings to them. The technicians began research and development and finalized the production details. The technical experts specialized in giving a detailed explanation to the military leaders present. This design concept is just too far ahead of its time. It simplifies all the parts to the extreme. The fewer parts, the less difficult it is to produce, meaning the lower the failure rate. Everything is only prepared to kill the enemy. It's like the AK-47 of firearms. But with the addition of a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, the power is infinitely increased. The equivalent of an AK-47 is a heavy artillery shell, realizing the fiercest bombardment at the lowest cost. With this technology, there's no need to even have stealth capabilities. As long as it can prevent signal interference, it's an invincible existence. The general said. Late into the night, the staircase classroom building was still lit up. Li Yi had already drawn out several sets of drone drawings. It was even faster than it was developed. The Trinity combat method of sea, land, and air, with intelligent control. Only a few commanders were needed to control thousands or even tens of thousands of drones in combat. Even his own people felt their scalps go numb. One didn't dare to imagine what the outcome would be when faced with this weapon. Li Yi remained mentally focused, not stopping for a moment except for eating and drinking. Shen Dongchang finally saw how Li Yi was working. Turning to Lin Xingxue, he asked, "Was the research and development in the same working condition before?" Lin Xingxue nodded and replied, "That's right, working like hell. I'm really afraid that he'll be exhausted when he encounters too much complicated technology. Tell the kitchen to prepare more nutritious food. This kind of high-intensity thinking is extremely demanding on the brain power, and the consumption must be high as well. I've already explained, tell him to make more food that replenishes brain power." That's good. This meeting has brought us too many surprises. Huaxia's future war system has been finalized. Focus strikes with 6th-generation aircraft and new missiles, and full coverage by drones. No country's military power is our opponent. Yeah. Use missiles and 6th-generation fighters to wipe out all the major enemies. The drones pull in a net to annihilate those who missed the net. How could they still be capable of signal jamming? Once a place with signal jamming is found, cover it with firepower and be done with it. The more the army leaders discussed it, the more excited they became. Suddenly, they wanted to look forward to the pretty country to hurry up and bring their warships over so that they could test the power of the new weapons. Chapter 41, Are these weapons ours? In the past, the country's efforts to avoid war made many people feel incredibly stifled. That was because there was really no way around it. The Western countries wanted to drag Huaxia into a war quagmire and destroy its economy. And there was no certainty that Huaxia would be victorious in a short period of time. Even if it was able to repel the enemy country, it would suffer huge losses. Even the native cities would be reduced to rubble. The initiative of modern warfare is all in the hands of the West. As long as they didn't want to call a truce, they could get many countries to join forces and keep attacking Huaxia. All they need to do is provide the weapons, and they can reap the benefits from the rear. They would even take advantage of the media monopoly to publicize that it was Huaxia that started the war. They attacked China for the sake of world peace, standing on the moral high ground, letting Huaxia have its share of bitterness. Now with advanced weapons, the initiative is completely in the hands of Huaxia. As long as they dared to make a move against Huaxia, they could wipe out all of their enemies in a single shot. With the crushing level of power, all conspiracy means are paper tigers. The mentality of the military leaders has changed drastically. One by one, all of them turned into militants. The general came downstairs, where the staff officers were in a heated discussion. Walking forward, he asked, "How's the discussion going? How sure are you of winning using the new weapons?" Reporting to the chief, "If we have such advanced weapons, there is no possibility of defeating the war. Yes, even if we face the entire Western Allied forces, we still have the advantage. Even if we wanted to defeat the war, it would be difficult. General, there's a problem." "What problem, say?" "We can't figure out why we're allowed to deduce these things. We don't have so many advanced weapons. What's the point of extrapolating them?" A hint of laughter flashed in the general's eyes. "Who said there aren't any of these weapons? Just because we didn't have them before doesn't mean we won't have them in the future. What the chief means is that we really developed these weapons? No. 6th-generation fighters, drone swarms, non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. These weapons are only found in science fiction movies. Can we really build them?" The staff officers present were all stunned. Full of incredulity, they looked at the general. "Your guesses are exactly right. These weapons will soon have to equip the army. The drone swarms, in particular, are going to be hidden for the time being. The new missiles and 6th-generation aircraft will be used in this military confrontation. A new confrontation strategy will be developed with these new weapons. This time, we're going to teach the pretty country's navy a lesson head-on. With just one strike, we will subdue the small neighboring countries." The general's eyes erupted with intense wariness. If Huaxia didn't make a move, it really made these small neighboring countries think that they were sick cats. It was important to let them know that as long as Huaxia was once angry, it was a thunderbolt. Huaxia's anger was not something that their small countries could withstand. Everyone was pleasantly surprised at what they heard. The weapon that they had never dared to dream of, they actually possessed it. One by one, they were full of wariness. With sufficient backbone, they formulated new battle plans and became even more aggressive. Until the next day, Li Yi was still working at high intensity. Everyone stayed up late with him as well. Although they didn't understand the control program, they could listen to the technical experts' explanations. The more they listened, the more they were shocked beyond belief. Unexpectedly, Li Yi's ability to write programs was also so powerful. The same weapon shot with an awesome program control. It would be able to exert several times the power. Shenku enemy was all shocked by Li Yi's working condition. Stop and rest for a while. It's almost a day and night of continuous work. What kind of body can carry it? Li Yi, right now I'm ordering you to take a rest immediately right now. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it all at once. It's not too late to rest for a day and then continue doing it slowly. Shen Dongchang said very seriously. Wait a little longer. There's still a little bit left before the end. First finish the program for the low-end drone battle group. Follow up by finishing out the foreign trade version of the drones and the high-end drones. As Li Yi spoke, his eyes remained glued to the screen, and the movements of his hands did not pause in the slightest. The crowd was once again shocked to hear this. Although it was their own weapon, they still felt despair from the bottom of their hearts. The combat power was also strong. It was surprising that Li Yi's eyes were only low-end drones. The low-end ones were already invincible on the battlefield by relying on their numerical advantage. Then how strong must the high-end ones be? This time, no one dared to rush Li Yi anymore. He was even more excited about the future. Hurry up and take care of the drone swarm. Then focus on attacking the high-end drones. Drone Dean Zhao Tianhe was even more excited. His voice was shaking with excitement. If we develop the foreign trade version of the drone, then our arms market can be completely opened. We might be able to surpass Pretty Country and become #1 in the world. What's the best price to sell a drone with such a good effect? No matter what price we sell it at, we can't sell it cheaply anyway. And it can't be sold to a hostile country either. Since we have mastered the core technology, we need to make money as well as help countries that are close to us in China. Shin Dongchang said. That's right. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Pull these countries together and provide them with combat drones. It will be possible to hold back a large portion of Pretty Country's energy. By letting the others consume Pretty Country's strength, they will naturally not be able to free up their hands to make an enemy of us. The general's eyes erupted with excitement. After another hour or so, Li Yi let out a deep breath. The entire person collapsed into a chair. It's finally finished. A full set of drone swarm control programs and technical drawings. I'll complete the air-sky mothership and ground drone combat vehicle follow-up as soon as possible. Forming an air and sky three-dimensional battle group. Lin Xingxue had already familiarized herself with this situation a long time ago. Walking forward, she helped Li Yi rub his shoulders and arms, relieving the sore muscles as quickly as possible. So tired, I'll rest for a while. After Li Yi finished speaking, he huffed and puffed. Quickly get the car ready and send Li Yi back to the dormitory. Shen Dongchang hurriedly said. He himself hadn't closed his eyes for the whole night, but he was only worried about Li Yi. I'll leave the rest of the work to your UAV Research Institute. Ding Guohua said. Don't worry, it's wrapped up in us. Go to a different place and come back tomorrow for advice. Zhao Tianhe said, patting his chest. Someone wanted to help support Li Yi. He was stopped by Lin Xingxue. It was easy to carry him on his back. The others were very surprised to see this. They didn't expect Lin Xingxue to be so pretty and have a slender body type. To actually have so much strength. It was easy to lift a grown man. The people from the National Security Department opened the way and protected Li Yi in the car. Protecting him along the way, they safely sent him back to the Space Academy dormitory. Although it was a bit bumpy, Li Yi slept soundly. Lin Xingxue put him on the bed and covered him with a quilt. Sitting next to him, she looked at him, lost in thought. Discovering that Li Yi was not only handsome, his talent was beyond imagination. Although he didn't understand technology, today he heard the experts and their shocked exclamations. One knew how powerful the drone designed by Li Yi was. Lin Xingxue's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. Chapter 42, Technology Too Strong to Believe. Soon the war conference room presided over by the #1 chief received a report. The senior leaders had been waiting for the results of the mapping of the weapons in each sector. The report was sent over, and they immediately couldn't wait to open it and check it out. Let's hope this tech mapping can bring us a surprise. The commotion in the West has gotten bigger and bigger these past few days. The unrelated countries of Japan, the Stick Country, and the Kangaroo Country have actually all sent warships. In order to curry favor with the Pretty Country, they participate in military drills for no reason. completely disregarding our huaxia. If we can't beat them into submission this time, any cat or dog will dare to ride on our heads. The leaders were all incredibly angry, feeling more and more stifled. Is this report sure it's written correctly? Has it been investigated in detail? You can't deliberately exaggerate the power of the weapon in order to claim credit. The number one chief frowned. The weapons written on the report were simply to the point of being outrageous. The entire nation had been mobilized just for the development of the 6th generation fighter. Most of the technicians from other departments had been mobilized to assist. To think that a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb and a drone battle group had been developed. With such advanced weapons, it was impossible to believe it was real. After all, before this, there had never been any talk of research into these programs. No preparations had ever been made, and it was unbelievable that they had succeeded so quickly. What's going on? What does the report say? The Minister of Defense couldn't help but ask. The number one chief threw the report directly onto the table. In addition to the 6th generation warplanes, it also says that a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb has been researched, possessing the power of a hydrogen bomb but not generating nuclear radiation after it explodes. It also says that intelligent drone technology has been researched. A few people can command thousands or even tens of thousands of drone swarms to fight. Do you all believe in the authenticity of this report? The people present looked at me and I looked at you. All of them revealed unbelievable looks. If there really was such a powerful explosive, wouldn't China be dominating the world? As for drone swarms, they had been seen on sci-fi blockbusters in pretty countries. But it was very difficult to actually realize. China's military drones are controlled over long distances and have strong anti-jamming capabilities. It has taken the efforts of countless communication experts. The anti-jamming equipment alone occupies a large proportion. It was simply impossible to use it on a small drone. No matter how many drones there were, one shot of electromagnetic interference and all of them would be cool. In a confrontation with a powerful country, it can't play much of a role at all. It's just fine for civilian play. Using it on the battlefield is nonsense. The general presiding over the meeting just happened to come in, having not slept all day and night and having spent a lot of time catching up on reports. His eyes were covered in blood. Commander Ma, what is this report about? The number one chief asked with a serious face. You guys have already read the report. To be honest, this technical mapping meeting, I didn't even expect such a big gain. With these new weapons, we'll definitely be able to win in a confrontation with the pretty country combined fleet. We're well aware of the 6th generation fighters. What's with the non-nuclear hydrogen bombs and unmanned fighter swarms? You are also a military leader, how can you believe in something so outrageous? The number one chief criticized bitterly. In the face of a great enemy, there were actually still some departments that did these fake and grandiose things. It made him very distressed. Commander Ma was confused by the criticism. Where did that come from? You don't really think that our huaxia possesses such advanced technology, do you? I'm afraid it may not be possible in another 10 years. The Minister of Defense frowned. Commander Ma swept the entire conference room with one glance. Only then did he realize that all of them had questioning looks in their expressions. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha, so you all think that there are exaggerations in the report. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it to be true. But it is true. These techniques were all written by Li Yi on the spot. And experts from all departments have carefully calculated them to confirm that they are correct. The Rocket Research Institute, the Missile Research Institute, and the Drone Research Institute have all begun to step up production of samples. The Space Academy is responsible for providing technical support. It won't be long before you can see the new weapons on the report. The power of the weapons will definitely startle you all. After listening to Commander Ma's words and seeing that his expression didn't look like he was lying, the crowd still remained skeptical. What kind of gunpowder can reach the power of a hydrogen bomb without nuclear radiation? Controlling so many drones at once, do you know how much arithmetic power one would need? How can this be realized? How is the anti-jamming ability going to be solved? In the face of the leader's skepticism, Commander Ma was confident. To be honest, I don't fully understand the technical issues here. I can only give you a rough idea according to what I've heard from the experts. Commander Ma sat back down. Everyone's gazes all looked at him, both skeptical and full of expectations. If these weapons were really like what was written in the report, huaxia would not be afraid of any enemy. Let's start with the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. It mainly uses liquid hydrogen as the main fuel, injected with a fusion catalyst in a certain ratio. Since the fusion reaction is so perfect, even the nuclear radiation is converted into heat. Not only is it extremely powerful after the explosion, but it won't leave any residue. This kind of bomb is very environmentally friendly. There isn't even any soot from ordinary gunpowder. Commander Ma took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued, the principle of the combat drone swarm is also very simple. It has a certain level of anti-jamming ability in itself. unless technologically very advanced electromagnetic jamming equipment can have an effect on them. However, the fighter swarm is carried by the airspace mothership, which can be equipped with powerful anti-electromagnetic interference equipment. It was able to protect the signals of all the drones within a sufficient range. Therefore, even in the face of electromagnetic interference, it will still not be affected in any way. The control program has been completed in front of us. The experts have all confirmed it on site, and they all gave it an extremely high rating. All the data on the report is not exaggerated in the slightest. If you don't believe me, you can wait until the samples are made and you can watch them in person. After saying that, he saw all the leaders' faces full of shock. His vanity was greatly satisfied. Right, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. These weapons are all very low cost. Especially the drones, even if they are consumed one-on-one, they can still wear out the enemy. After hearing Commander Ma's personal report, the entire conference room was filled with the sound of sucking in cool air. If that's really the case, can we, Huaxia, still find an opponent on the blue planet? Inform all departments to produce the samples as fast as possible. I need to see it with my own eyes to believe it. The number one chief immediately made the call. These weapons were just too tempting. The cost was low, and they were almost indefensible. It was simply an invincible existence on the battlefield. The Chinese army must be fully equipped. Chapter 43, Playing Tricks with China? Not even close. I believe that I won't let you leaders down. It will definitely exceed your expectations. Commander Ma said, there is another matter that requires the country to prepare in advance. What is it? Li Yi suggested that once we master the world-leading drone technology, Western countries will definitely vigorously claim that these weapons are inhumane and want a total ban. That's why it's necessary to prepare for it in advance. Propose a ban on the production of unmanned weapons when the Western countries are leading in drone technology. Only let them oppose it all by themselves. It's only later when we, Huaxia, are fully ahead in the field of drones that they won't be able to find an excuse to ban it. This idea is ahead of its time and very useful. Wait a minute. Did you just say that Li Yi proposed this? It's that genius class student who was just admitted to the Aerospace Academy? The first chief was extremely surprised. That's right, although this child is very young, he has unrivaled strategic vision. There are even some ideas that are ahead of us. Commander Ma recalled the scene again. This child is truly a genius. He was actually able to develop gunpowder comparable to nuclear bombs just by extrapolating chemical formulas. He also has extremely high attainments in programming and drone design. One person actually managed to take care of the work that the entire team might need several years to accomplish in a short period of time. Truly a demonic genius. Just one person managed it? This is too outrageous, isn't it? If it could be done alone, what's the point of having so many research experts? Some leaders didn't believe it at all. They felt that it was exaggerated. Honestly, I couldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Even if I had seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was dreaming. But that's just the way it is. There is a video record of the meeting at the scene, so you can watch it afterwards. This is a program written and design drawings drawn in front of many top experts. It's impossible to fake it. Besides, even if you memorized it in advance, it's such a huge amount of content. I'm afraid that anyone else would have to memorize it for years. Commander Ma was overwhelmed with emotion. I see. Such a talent should be fully protected. Enforce the highest security measures in the country on him. If it can be proven that all of this research can be realized, no matter how big a reward is given to him, it won't be excessive. The number one chief said with a straight face. Under Commander Ma's explanation, they finally believed in the authenticity of these technologies. The previous strategic plans were all overturned. The new type of missiles and sixth-generation fighters were the main focus to deter the pretty country's united navy. At the UN meeting, Western officials were all eyeballing one another. The look in Huaxia's eyes is full of provocation and disdain. They were joining forces to suppress Huaxia. Even if Huaxia protests seriously, they hold the vast majority of the votes, firmly refusing to recognize the infringement of Huaxia's rights and interests. And also extremely shamelessly claimed that the military action in the South China Sea of Huaxia was to protect the rights and interests of small Southeast Asian countries, to prevent them from being oppressed by Huaxia, not putting the condemnation of Huaxia in their eyes at all. In their opinion, no matter how excessive it is done, Huaxia can only tolerate it and does not dare to fight back at all. The pretty official had a smug look on his face as he smiled at the Gallic chicken and said, I bet at today's meeting China will strongly oppose our combined navy's military action in the South China Sea. Ha, what's the point of China opposing? Our warships are on the high seas, and China has no reason to accuse us. What I like to see the most is the rage of China's incompetence. Countries without power have to put their tails between their legs and obey all our arrangements. China dares to develop high technology to compete with us, this military operation must clean him up. One by one, they looked at the Chinese officials with ill will. Even though small countries in Southeast Asia had provocation in their eyes towards China. They thought that they had found a beautiful country as a backer and were not afraid of Huaxia at all. Under the authorization of the West, they intend to seize the sea and territory with Huaxia. Step by step, they will eat up China. They believe that as long as Huaxia dares to use force, the pretty country will immediately send troops to defeat Huaxia. This time, the Chinese officials could not see the slightest fluctuation of expression on their faces. They didn't care about their provocations and taunts. If someone looked closely. Instead, they were able to see contempt and confidence in the eyes of the Chinese officials. These people's small movements were nothing more than clowns in the eyes of the officials. Waiting for the meeting to officially begin. Everyone was waiting to see what China was going to do. Almost all of them had already thought that China was about to protest in a fit of pique. But what they didn't expect was that when it was China's turn to speak, the Chinese official said unhurriedly, "Our proposal is to ban the global development of unmanned equipment killing weapons such as drones and robot dogs. Once these unmanned machines enter the battlefield, they are inhuman. For countries with weak technological power, they will simply crush existence." The moment these words came out, the technological powerhouses led by the pretty country were immediately nonplussed. They were leading in technology and were fully developing drones and robot dog weapons. Even humanoid robots were in full development. In order to rely on their technological advantage, they developed a powerful unmanned army. In the future, they could fight whoever they wanted. There was never a need to worry about soldiers incurring casualties. In terms of technology and industrial capacity, there was hardly any country that could match them. For Huaxia to propose a ban on unmanned weapons, wouldn't it make all of their huge sums of money go down the drain? I'm against it. Our beautiful country developed unmanned weapons in order to maintain world peace. To reduce soldier casualties in the fight against terrorists. Banning the development of unmanned weapons must not be allowed. Immediately after that, the official of the stick country came forward to oppose. The stick country also strongly opposes. After saying that, it also smiled faintly at the pretty country official as if inviting credit. It was as if saying, "Look how obedient our rod country is." Immediately after that was the Japanese country, Filuji, John Bull, some Western countries and their allies all came out in opposition as well. Unmanned control equipment will be the mainstream of future technology, and only because of a little bit of danger, should we ban research and development? Only when weapons are unmanned can we better maintain world order. What Huaxia can't do can't make us ban it as well. If you have the ability, you can go and develop it yourselves. Why be jealous of our achievements and make such a ridiculous proposal to ban it? There were very few countries that supported banning unmanned weapons development. They were all small, poor countries that had been suppressed by pretty countries. But these countries are so few in number that they are outnumbered. In a vote by show of hands, they were at an absolute disadvantage. In the end, the West won by an absolute margin. The Chinese proposal was rejected. Everyone was all smiles of triumph, thinking that once again they had won. But the Chinese officials were not angry or happy, sitting steadily in their seats. Watching them, these jumping clowns, jumping up and down. If it wasn't for desperately holding back, we would have had to laugh on the spot. It was effortless and paved the way for future drone weapons. Chapter 44, each has his own agenda. After pretty country vetoed Huaxia's proposal, in order to prevent Huaxia from raising objections again in the future. It also united with some countries and took the opportunity to pass a resolution allowing unmanned weapons to equip the military. Giving a legal license to unmanned weapons. The use of drone equipment on the battlefield could be supported by international law. Chinese officials watched as the West got its way step by step. Pinched their thighs hard for fear of showing a hint of a smile. Letting the West see China's scheme. When the meeting was over, Chinese officials were the first to speed up their pace and quickly leave the scene. In the eyes of the Western officials, this was the exasperation of the Chinese officials after their defeat. In order to show off their strength, the pretty country officials showed off to the Southeast Asian officials, "See, even though China and Xia's national strength is weak, they can never win in front of pretty country. You guys just have to be bold and let go. Whoever performs better will receive greater support from the pretty country. The pretty country is worthy of being the world's hegemon, and there's no chance for Huaxia to resist at all. With pretty country's support, what else do we have to worry about? As soon as the weapons arrive, we'll immediately order our troops to go north. Defeat Huaxia completely. A large portion of Huaxia's territory belongs to us, you monkeys. It's time to take it back." One by one, as if they were pumped with chicken blood, they felt that they were getting better and better. In their mouths, the Chinese army had become unbeatable. All of them dreamed of defeating China. The Chinese officials returned to the car and saw that no one was there. Finally, they couldn't help but slap their thighs and laugh. Ah, the shameless faces of those Western countries are really amusing to the extreme. Falling for the bait and still looking like they're getting their way. All thought that the Western countries were the masters of the world. However, they were lucky and occupied the first opportunity for development for decades. In terms of schemes, Huaxia is their oldest ancestor. The purpose has been achieved, perfectly accomplishing the task of the superiors. It's time to report to the superiors. The vehicle flew towards the embassy. Both Huaxia and the West were putting their best foot forward to start a military power competition. Soon the world's focus would be on the South China Sea. As more and more news broke out, the pretty country's military maneuvers were fired up. Hardly a few countries are optimistic about Huaxia. Think this time China is bound to lose. After all, the pretty country had gathered more than 20 countries' naval fleets. Even the Asia-Pacific region's Japan and the United States were on the side of the pretty country. China was facing a siege of more than 30 countries with a single country. Faced with such a powerful opponent, even the woolly bear nation had to retreat. The only thing it can rely on is to take out the threat of nuclear weapons. No country dared to compare insanity with the Manhwa country. That's why pretty country only dared to use economic means to blockade the woolly bear, and didn't dare to use military force directly at all. Almost all countries began to choose to take sides. Most countries stood on pretty country's side. Only the suppressed small countries stood on the side of Huaxia. Although the Maoxiong country voted against the resolution, it was because the Maoxiong country was very lagging behind in the research and development of drone weapons. Everyone thought that the Maokuan country would firmly support Huaxia. But in reality, the Maoxiong country very much wanted Huaxia to confront the West. The reason is that the Manhwa is the target of the West's full suppression. If there was a serious conflict with Huaxia, it could help the Maoxiong share a lot of pressure. Moreover, Huaxia was in a state of isolation and could only fully rely on the Manhwa kingdom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they could make all kinds of demands on Huaxia. The top management of the Maohu country was holding a meeting to discuss the situation facing Huaxia. Most of the Mao Bear officials were not only not worried, but were very excited. Huaxia will soon face military suppression from the entire West. What role we, the Maohu country, should play must be considered clearly in advance. We must strive for maximum benefits, President Mao Xiong said with a serious face. This time the pretty country has come down hard, sending an entire carrier fleet for the first time. The other three countries' warships add up to hundreds of ships. It's the first time since World War II that such a powerful naval force has been utilized. It could be seen how great their determination to suppress Huaxia was. Even if China can survive, I'm afraid it will suffer a heavy blow. It might even be devastated by this and fall back to a second-rate country. Foreign Minister Mao Xiong said analytically. Foreign Minister Mao Xiong gently smiled. Huaxia has developed extremely rapidly over the years, and its comprehensive national strength has already surpassed ours. A strong Huaxia is not in the interest of our Maohu country. By no means can we lose our interests to help them. And the West is also pulling us in, promising to lift some blockades for us as long as the Manhwa kingdom doesn't help Huaxia. Believing the words of the West is better than believing that sows will fall into trees. Once Huaxia is crushed, the next one will free up its hands to deal with us with full force. Never fall for their tricks, another official said in a cold voice. They had already suffered too many losses from the pretty country. There was an extreme distrust of them. I think we can take this opportunity to make a request to Huaxia. Have Huaxia increase the price of our resources. And transfer light industry and semiconductor technology to help us develop our economy. This is a great opportunity for us to rise. No matter how high the price we offer, Huaxia will have to agree. That's right. We can't watch Huaxia be defeated, but if Huaxia wants the support of the Manhwa kingdom, it will have to spend a lot of money to do so. Huaxia simply has no choice but to rely on the Manhwa kingdom. Let's just think about what conditions we should put forward to get the most benefits. Most of the Mao Xiong's officials wanted Huaxia to ask for help while being suppressed. Taking the opportunity to make a price offer. Wanting to swallow most of Huaxia's economy in one bite. After a few hours of deliberation, they made a list. As long as it was something that Huaxia possessed and the Mao Bear country didn't, they would Leonize it and ask Huaxia for it. Looking at the long list, a Mao Bear official raised concerns. With so many demands, Huaxia might not agree. What are you afraid of? In front of destruction and paying for benefits, they know what to choose. Besides, it has to be a higher price. China will definitely have to counteroffer. Besides relying on the woolly bear country, who else can save them militarily? That's also reasonable. We have to seize this opportunity to realize the economic recovery of the Makuma kingdom. A weak neighbor of a large country is only in the interest of our Maohu country. President Mao Xiong immediately clapped his hands and decided on a strategic plan. Just wait for Huaxia to ask them for help when they couldn't support themselves. Until then, just wait and watch the show. But where did they know that although the Mao Xiong country had played a good hand, but China is never willing to bow to the country. As long as you dare to challenge the bottom line of China, even if you gather the whole country's strength to fight to the death, you will tear the enemy to pieces. Not to mention the fact that China is now in control, just waiting for the Western fleet to come over and make a fool of themselves. Chapter 45, Strong Enemies, Strong Will. Netizens around the world saw the luxurious lineup of the Western Combined Fleet. There were hardly a few people who were optimistic about Huaxia. This time, China has really kicked the bucket. It's not good to mess with anyone, but it's actually messing with the pretty country. Maybe they'll just take over China with a single blow. A navy of more than 100 fleets can push everything on the blue planet. This time, Huaxia will definitely lose. It's not too late to hurry up and admit fault to the West. Stopping the development of high-tech weapons and industries might be able to gain the understanding of the pretty country. Although it's a bit humiliating to admit defeat voluntarily, it's still better than being exterminated. The people of the stick country were arrogant online, jumping up and down very actively. Have you all watched the news yet? This is our stick country's Sejong Daewang ship also participating in the military exercises. I suggest hitting China directly from the north and dividing their territory. Another person from the stick country shouted, "What do you mean by dividing Huaxia's territory? North of the Yangtze River and Huaxia was originally our territory. Later on, our Rod country's national strength weakened and was snatched away by them. It's just a matter of snatching it back." The Japanese were immediately displeased. When did your stick country ever possess such a large territory? It was originally just cowering in a corner of the land and being ruled by Huaxia. If the stick country dares to compete with us, the Japanese, for land, will exterminate you. We almost occupied Huaxia decades ago. We will never fail this time. The two countries bickered, with neither one refusing to give way. The Filipino monkeys and Vietnamese monkeys similarly clamored to order troops to go north and seize the southern waters and territories of Huaxia. San was extremely excited, clamoring to send troops to seize the Tibetan areas of China. For a while it seemed as if the whole of Huaxia had fallen into a situation where it was surrounded by enemies. Some Chinese shepherds, as well as those who studied abroad, were afraid of fearing that their prospects would be affected. Not only did not help China to speak, but also fell on the well in blaming the Chinese government's decision. I've long said that we should defect to the West. It wouldn't be enough to submit to the pretty country just like the stick country and the Japanese country. Why do we have to confront them? This confrontation is bound to be lost. It's not too late to surrender and admit defeat. It will be too late to regret it when the fight starts. Damn it, immigrating to a foreign country and having to be affected by these things. The foreign neighbors don't even treat me as well as before. It's all because of you. The Chinese people were simply exasperated by these people's strange theories. You people are really shameless. All these words can be said. Even if you guys want to be traitors to the pretty country, it's because it's useful to deal with Huaxia. Even if you don't know how to be thankful, you actually let the country surrender all day long. Don't pay any attention to these moochers. People who even abandon their motherland and run abroad to be lowly people, but want to flaunt their honor in front of their countrymen, shameless to the extreme. Decades ago our forefathers defeated the allied forces of the pretty country under extremely harsh conditions. Today our technology is unknown how many times more powerful than before. Tell me how it's possible to lose? I hope the country will quickly increase and expand its army, and I'll be the first to sign up when we go to war. I'd rather die standing up than live on my knees. Countless patriotic netizens were united online, defending the country's honor. Showing their attitude to the enemy, they would use their lives to maintain the safety of the motherland. The big deal was to fight to the death and see who couldn't take it first. Oh, I've long been displeased with the stick country and the Japanese country. Feel free to let them come over and settle new grudges and old grudges together. That's right. It's a good time to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the Japanese nation. Although we don't have a long-standing enmity with the stick country, this country is really disgusting, and destroying it earlier will bring peace and quiet. Even though they were facing a huge disadvantage, the vast majority of the Chinese nation did not wimp out. On the contrary, they were all so battle-hardened that they couldn't wait to rush to the battlefield and do it directly. At this time, Li Yi was still huffing and puffing in his dormitory. After using the Enlightenment reversal system to project for a day and a night, his spirit was highly concentrated, which was extremely exhausting to his brain power. If it wasn't for the experience of previous projections, which had boosted his brain power. Otherwise, it might not have been possible to complete the projection in a day and a night. The Gunpowder Research Institute, the Drone Research Institute, and the Missile Research Institute were still brightly lit at night. In order to protect the safety of the technology, all of them were likewise elevated to a state of first-degree alert. All personnel were not allowed to come and go as they pleased. Working overtime, 24 hours a day. To make the new gunpowder and drone samples as fast as possible. They all knew that the country was under tremendous pressure. Not daring to relax for a moment. In the lab, the gunpowder formulation was the fastest. After all, with the formula, it was only necessary to follow Li Ye's process with the raw materials. The ratios were strictly in accordance with the requirements. Soon the concoction was successful and a small bomb was produced. Although there were only 5 grams of weighted gunpowder, no one dared to underestimate the power of this bomb. With such a small amount of explosives, once detonated, it could completely destroy the entire Gunpowder Research Institute. Never look after the new explosive. Wait for the Aerospace Academy to send the detonation device over, and then you can carry out the test explosion test. Has the test site been arranged yet? Be sure to ensure safety. There can't be any mistakes at this time. The director of the Gunpowder Research Institute inquired. Dean, don't worry, we have already cleaned up the site and arranged some testing devices. There are people patrolling the periphery of the site 24 hours a day, there will never be any mistakes. The staff replied. That's good. Dean Gunpowder let out a sigh of relief. His eyes inadvertently drifted back to the new gunpowder, a fire in his eyes. The look on his face was filled with anticipation. I hope that we can realize success in one go. If we use our gunpowder to destroy the pretty country's fleet, there will be no more regrets in this life. Dean is overstating it. If the test of the new gunpowder is successful, we should set our ideals a little more far-reaching. We want to rely on the new missiles to dominate the world and make China stand on top of the world. Those countries that are our enemies will all have to prostrate themselves at our feet and submit. A leader said with a smile. That's right. The pattern should be enlarged a bit. Hegemony over the whole world is the goal of our Huaxia. The dean was in an extremely good mood, and his entire body was glowing. A few hours later, the Space Academy delivered the detonation device. Quickly, finish assembling the warhead. Notify all departments that 1 hour later, a test explosion test will be conducted. The director of the Gunpowder Research Institute hurriedly gave the order. The technical experts had already simulated the constellation countless times. With skillful hands, they assembled the warhead. It was checked again from start to finish to confirm that there were no problems. A special vehicle was used to escort it to the center of the test explosion site. This terrain is full of deep craters, all blown out from testing the power of explosives. Normally, not even animals dare to approach. But today, the test site would become the most dazzling center of attention. All the relevant departments, as well as the #1 chief and the top leaders of China. They are all in the conference room watching the real-time images of the scene through the big screen. Chapter 46, Successful Test Explosion of a Nuclear-Free Hydrogen Bomb. I really didn't expect that the speed of gunpowder development would be so fast. It's amazing that the samples were made on the same day. The #1 chief was surprised and delighted. Yes, our China's R&D capability is still quite strong. Especially the industrial chain is very complete. Except for some materials that are monopolized by the West, they can all be supplied in the first place in China. The Commerce Minister said with a smile. If we can test it successfully, the new missile alone will be enough to deter pretty countries. The Foreign Minister followed. Although the conversation was very relaxed between words, their eyes flicked to the screen from time to time. Deep down, they were still very worried that the test would fail. After all, the pretty country's military exercises were getting closer and closer. If the new weapon could not be successfully developed, China would have to pay a huge price to win this confrontation. Chen Kefi, Hua Guoxing, Zhou Tianyun of the Rocket Research Institute, Shen Dongchang, Ding Guohua, and other leaders of the Space Academy. All were watching the live broadcast. Go for it, make sure you get it in one go. We don't have enough time left for a long life to fail. Trust Lie's projected formula, it won't be wrong. Trust our researchers too. Everyone was silently praying in their hearts. Without blinking, they stared at the screen. Experiment preparation countdown, 10, 9, 8. Although the distance was very far, everyone's hearts were all lifted. It felt like every second was so long. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. With a command. The hearts were all in their throats. In the center of the screen, a bit of white light spread at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterward, a loud bang was heard, boom. A small mushroom cloud appeared, almost exactly the same shape as a hydrogen bomb explosion. Some of the obstacles set up around them were all instantly pushed back by the shockwave. Under the remote camera, it was almost like the end of the world. At the same time, the earth shook. The tremor traveled to a long distance. Did it work? After only 2 seconds, the nearest camera was destroyed. It quickly switched to the second camera. Due to the distance, the captured image appeared blurry. Everyone stared at the large screen without blinking. On the large screen of the Gunpowder Research Institute, the data measured by various detection instruments was displayed. The power of the explosion could be calculated very accurately. Has the data come out yet? How are the test results? The aftermath of the explosion hadn't completely ended. The dean could not wait to inquire. After a 2-second pause, the tester shouted out excitedly, "The data is out. The test equivalent is 732 tons of TNT, and the highest temperature at the center of the explosion is over 5,300 degrees. According to the calculation of the test results, the explosion power is completely no weaker than a hydrogen bomb. No nuclear radiation was shown at the scene." As soon as the results were announced, the entire institute's personnel all cheered excitedly, jumping and jumping. It's a success. We've really developed a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. Hurry up and report this good news to the brother units. I'm going to personally report it to the chief. The dean hurriedly had someone dial the phone, and after connecting, he said loudly with incomparable excitement, "Did you see it, Chief? The new gunpowder detonated successfully. All the data met the set expectations. Only 5 grams reached 732 tons of TNT equivalent. No nuclear radiation was detected at the scene." The number one chief was in an incredibly uplifting mood. "See, congratulations to you, congratulations to all the comrades involved. You have accomplished a world-class feat. A great contribution has been made to the protection of China." The dean was somewhat embarrassed to hear the compliments instead. He did not dare to take credit for this matter. He quickly explained, "In fact, this is the explosive formula that Li Yi projected. We are merely executing it. The biggest credit goes to Li Yi of the Aerospace Academy. It's true that the first credit goes to him, but it can't be separated from the comrades who participated. None of those who should be rewarded should be left out. The next step will require everyone to work a little harder. Produce more new missiles to equip the army. The first secret weapon has been completed. It's up to the Space Academy and the Drone Research Institute." Number one chief said. "Yes, we will definitely do our best." The dean replied with great excitement. Hanging up the phone, he also joined in the revelry with his colleagues. After so many years of hard work and hard drilling, he had finally made great strides, taking advantage of the opportunity to party to their heart's content. Because their time was very tight, they needed to mass-produce explosives and assemble new missiles. The next task was still very heavy. The Aerospace Academy Research Institute was equally jubilant when they heard the test results. Shin Dongchang excitedly patted himself on the thigh. "Li Yi is really good, the projected formula is not even close. It's really a bit of a pity, it would have been nice if he could have seen the test site firsthand as well." Ding Guo smiled and said, "Li Yi's R&D capability is so strong, there is no lack of this time. I believe that he will definitely be able to develop even more advanced technology in the future." A saying came to mind all of a sudden. A master of all disciplines is good at everything. His ability stands at a height that we need to look up to. So the speed of learning any knowledge is very fast. The heights that others can only reach after a lifetime of exhaustion, he can easily achieve. Our Huaxia is really lucky to have such a talent. Shin Dongchang put away his smile at that and said with a straight face, "If the Western countries can be ahead of us, how is it that many top geniuses have not appeared? It's not that we Chinese people are not as smart as Westerners. Rather, it was that we simply did not have the conditions to engage in R&D at that time. But now is different. As education becomes more and more perfect, there will be more excellent talents like Li Yi appearing, supporting the country towards prosperity." That's a reasonable point. I have a premonition that Huaxia will definitely rise quickly. All the Western demons and monsters will surely submit to our feet. Ding Guo's gaze was filled with incomparable confidence. In the conference room of the country's leaders, all were enthusiastically celebrating the success of the new gunpowder. The number one chief's mood had never been so drenched in joy. "I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. The test was successful on the first try. Now I'm even more looking forward to the 6th generation warplanes as well as the drone battle groups." Chief number one's gaze flowed and he looked at the others with a joyful expression. "Tell me what kind of reward should be awarded for such a great contribution?" The Minister of Defense pondered for a moment. "The Aerospace Academy has already hired Li Yi as the chief engineer of the 6th generation fighter. It's already very good for him to have such a high position at his age. If we give him another reward position, wouldn't we be making him the president of the Space Academy? His abilities were perfect for scientific research. How about rewarding him with a bonus and then building a lab according to his requirements with no upper limit? Don't give him $1 billion a year for R&D. He can do whatever he wants on his own and decide everything on his own." Chief 1 thought deeply. "Good suggestion, the bonus amount is set at 10 million, and a first-class honorary award is given. However, in order to protect his safety, the award will not be made public for the time being. As for the other participating R&D personnel, they will be rewarded with a collective second-class merit award together." Chapter 47, Global Math Competition. By the next day, Li Yi woke up on time. After eating, he went to work. Just as he entered the office, bang bang bang. A loud ringing sound startled Li Yi as colored shredded paper floated down from the air. A few people next to him with colored cannons cheered loudly, "Congratulations." Li Yi looked puzzled. Where did the joy come from? Under the joint efforts of all departments, the experiment of the new gunpowder was completed yesterday and was very successful. The number one chief personally issued a commendation. All participating units were awarded second-class merit. You are awarded first-class merit as the first merit, in addition to a bonus of $10 million. Li Yi was overjoyed at his words. The experiment was completed so quickly. Your efficiency is really high. He didn't care how much bonus was given. If he really loved money, it was simply not too easy to rely on the gnosis reversal system to make money. We can't help it if we don't work hard. You deduced the gunpowder composition in less than half an hour at the scene. If we were to dawdle any longer, wouldn't it be too humiliating? Shin Dongchang walked up and said with a smile. Due to the success of yesterday's explosives test, the entire person was in high spirits and in a free-flowing mood. It's completely coincidental that inspiration broke out at that time and projected a bunch of formulas. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Li Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't dare to tell the truth about the gnosis reversal system. Strength is strength. Even if it's an outburst of inspiration, it's still strength before you can figure it out. We'll have to refuel next as well. Make sure to build the 6th generation fighter before the military confrontation. We can't lose to the Gunpowder Research Institute and Missile Research Institute. Shin Dongchang was worthy of being a leader, giving the crowd a morale boost at any time. Sure enough, his words mobilized everyone's motivation. They were all holding back their energy to make the 6th generation fighter plane as soon as possible. When the time comes, the country must at least give a collective first-class merit. This is a rare honor. All of them were soon put into intense work. Li Yi circled around the positions while turning on the Enlightenment reversal system. He began to project the superalloy materials used for the 6th and 7th generation fighters. Only by creating superalloy materials could the Generation 6 and Generation 7 fighters give out their strongest performance. And they can be used for a longer period of time. The current prototypes were all existing materials, and although their performance wouldn't be affected much, their service life was very short. In particular, the engine was only 1/5 of the design timeframe. Mainly because time was too tight, even with the superalloy production process. There was still a need to rebuild the boiler, which simply couldn't be done in 2 or 3 months. Therefore it was better to build the prototype first to deter the enemy. However, this did not affect Li Ye's ability to prepare the superalloy material production process in advance. The Ministry of Education of the pretty country was not idle these days either. The news that Huaxia had all unlocked stokes had brought them a lot of pressure. To them, being solved by China first was simply a disgrace to the Western academic world. This was coupled with the fact that Huaxia had a very strong attitude and was determined not to share the answers. This made them even more irritated. After a discussion, in order to confirm whether or not there was really someone in Huaxia who could solve the Stokes equations, it was also necessary to find a way to confirm it. Their experts came up with a brilliant idea. That was to launch a math competition all over the world. 7 of the world's most famous mathematicians teamed up to come up with questions. These questions can't be searched for answers even on the internet. Therefore there was no fear of anyone cheating at all. At this level of math, those who know will naturally know, those who don't know will be useless even if there are more people. If China sends someone to participate in the competition and gets a very high ranking, it proves that China does have an expert in cracking Stokes equations. If the ranking is too low, or can't even answer a question, then it only proves that what China announced is fake news. Once China's academic fraud is revealed, the official announcement of fake news, Huaxia would be discredited all over the world. They would have to deal a double blow to Huaxia both militarily and mentally. After determining the competition program, the news was quickly announced. Only a week of preparation time was given to take part in the registration online. Everyone was required to install cameras as requested to try and prevent cheating. Participants from all over the world took part in the competition at the same time. Those who made it into the top 10 were given generous prizes and given great honor. The prize money for the first place, in particular, was actually as high as $20 million. Even for experts in the academic world, it was a huge temptation. To be able to break into the top 10, there was a minimum of $1 million rewarded. As soon as the news was announced, it immediately caused a sensation all over the world. Everyone was eager to give it a try. However, once they thought that it was the top 7 mathematicians in the world teaming up to come up with the questions, those who were unsure abstained. Since it was a world-class math competition, the difficulty must be very high. It would be too humiliating if they couldn't answer even one of the questions they had signed up for. It would be better to watch the competition live and see other people's answers. And registration is also to pay the registration fee, each person $10. After the news was announced, less than an hour, although there are already more than 100,000 people have signed up. If all of them are added up, maybe the number of enrollment can exceed several million. Calculated this way, the prize money was directly earned. People with smart brains saw through everything. Couldn't help but spit it out. Originally thought that the math competition had a generous prize, but I didn't expect it to be a means of circling money. Not only do you not have to shell out a penny after the competition, you can still make a lot. The entry fee alone is viciously earning a large sum, and so many viewers around the world are watching. The advertising revenue from the live broadcast must also be a considerable amount. Once the matter was singled out, it caused quite a few people to spit. Seeing the reputation going bad, the Ministry of Education in pretty country was also quick to react. Making money was secondary, the main purpose was to figure out the math level of Huaxia. Immediately a new message was enacted, instantly causing a global sensation. Based on the feedback from the internet, the organizer of the math competition has decided to distribute all of the entry fees and advertising revenue as prizes to the winners. No matter how much revenue there is, it will be distributed proportionally. In order to increase the credibility, a real-time prize pool was also made at the top of the event page. It showed the prize money that would be awarded for each ranking. This decision immediately dispelled all the voices of doubt, making the entire competition even hotter. It instantly became the hottest topic in the world. Even overshadowed the beautiful country's joint naval military exercises in the South China Sea. Seeing that the number of prize pools has been on the rise, the first place prize money has exceeded $50 million. This is a fortune that many people can't earn in a lifetime. All the powerful mathematicians have signed up. This wasn't just a personal honor anymore. As long as one got a good ranking, it was also a way to bring glory to the country. This competition could almost determine the level of math in every country. All of them were holding their breath to take away the prize money as well as fight for their country. Chapter 48, Evil Intentions. In China, all the people's talk centered on Huaguoxing, Zhou Tianyun, and Li Yi. Huaguoxing and Zhou Tianyun represented the highest level of mathematics in China, while Li Yi came out of nowhere and solved the Stokes equation, one of the 7 major problems of the century. There was even less to say about the level of mathematics. The only people who could represent the country to compete with the most certainty of winning the award were the 3 of them. Many media reporters were paying attention to this matter. They hoped that the 3 of them would come forward to respond whether or not they would participate in this competition. The tricks of the beautiful country could not be hidden from the senior leaders of China. At a glance, they could see that this match was aimed at China. If the Chinese contestants did poorly, they would immediately be targeted. The announcement of solving Stokes' equation would also be questioned. If Huaxia didn't want to ruin its reputation, it had to announce the answer to Stokes' equation. This was an unsolvable young conspiracy. Huaxia had to answer the battle and still get a very high ranking. If they wanted to get rid of the suspicion of announcing false news, they had to at least break into the top 3. Huaguoxing's face was very ugly when he learned of this news. This was clearly a trap. The strength of the 7 great mathematicians was not a cover, and Huaguoxing and Zhou Tianyun both admitted that there was a big difference in level with them. If they teamed up to come up with a question, it must be extremely difficult. They might even lay mines in the questions. This would make it impossible for China to get a good ranking. In this way, Huaxia had to be forced to hand over the answers to Stokes' equations. Although Li Yi had a strong talent for math, the questions this time must have covered the entire field of mathematics. Li Yi was, after all, just a high school student. Having solved Stokes' equation by luck, he might not know all the math. Compared to other math experts, there was too much of a disadvantage. Damn it, their minds are truly malicious. Wanting to use this means to completely destroy Li Yi. Never let them succeed. Zhou Tianyun's face was extremely serious. Indeed, we must think of a foolproof countermeasure to do so. We have to let Li Yi participate in the competition as well as let him obtain at least a top 3 ranking. How about we secretly provide help? It's an online exam anyway, there are plenty of ways to cheat. Don't be in a hurry, there are still several days left, think about it again. Let's see if there's a better way. The 2 were discussing. Huaguoxing's secretary walked over quickly. Elder Hua, the Math International competition team sent 2 faxes. It's an invitation for you to compete. The 2 men glanced at each other, both seeing the worry in the other's eyes. This really doesn't leave us any loopholes at all. I'm afraid that we've already guessed that we're secretly helping Li Yi by not competing. This is too ruthless. Ding Guohua gritted his teeth in anger. This is troublesome, cutting off our last way of retreat. If we don't participate in the math competition, it will definitely be used as an excuse to attack us. Huaguoxing's face was filled with worry. It was even more certain that Pretty Country's goal this time was towards Li Yi. At the Aerospace Academy, Shen Dongchang had also received an invitation to participate. In order to appear more serious, neither sent a direct fax. Instead, an extremely fine international express was sent. It could be seen from the date of dispatch that the courier had already been sent before the news was even announced. This was a clear warning to Li Yi that he had to attend. Shen Dongchang held the invitation with an incomparably gloomy face. It was difficult to make a decision for a while. He had also thought of the purpose of others doing this. To make such a big commotion. It was to bring Li Yi up high and drop him down hard. Ding Guohua sighed, let's not fret, it's better to tell Li Yi first and see what he's considering. If the confidence is low, even at the risk of being questioned, we must protect him. Alright then. The 2 came to Li Yi's office together. Pretty Country has organized an international competition that is extremely loud. The total prize money for the first place has already exceeded $50 million. But this time their goal is to suppress you. Use this ploy to prove the authenticity of your cracking Stokes equation. In this way, they can judge your math level. Shen Dongchang handed the invitation to Li Yi and spoke his analysis again. Then with a nervous face, he looked at Li Yi and asked, "What did you consider?" "Don't have too much pressure. It's already rare to be able to crack Stokes' equation. The math questions in this competition surely cover a very comprehensive range. No matter how deep one's math attainments are, one may not be able to answer them all. Not participating is also a safe choice. Don't care what the outside world comments." Li Yi took the time to search the internet. It was found that the relevant news was already all over the place. The main reason was that the super high prize money was too tempting. Moreover, Li Yi had just become the man of the hour in the math world, making many Chinese people proud. The online comments also all had high expectations for Li Yi. It was hoped that he would participate in the math competition and get good results. Looking at Shen Dongchang and Ding Wuohua, the expressions on their faces were filled with worry. Li Yi smiled faintly, full of confidence. "No need to worry. I cracked Stokes' equation by strength. It's not like I'm cheating. I'll take this match. The prize money for first place is several $100 million. Don't take it for nothing. Are you really sure you want to participate in this competition? It's fine if you win. But you also have to consider that if the match has a bad ranking, they will attack you with all their might. Negate all of your previous achievements. Even the credibility of the Huaxia officials will be affected." Shen Dongchang said very seriously. "If I get scared and avoid this match, I will likewise let them have their way. Countless Huaxia people are paying attention to this matter. I can't let them down. Besides, I'm just a senior student. What is there to worry about? Even if I lose, I'm just a high school student who just finished the college entrance exam. Being able to solve a question is a victory. If I win, it's the Western math community that should be embarrassed. The 7 great mathematicians they judged are still no match for a high school student in China," Li Yi said with a smile. He didn't have any psychological burden at all. This match was a win either way. Never put worthwhile reputation on his mind. Besides, with the gnosis reversal system, what kind of math problem couldn't be done? Unless this math problem is wrong. Hearing Li Yi's words, Shen Dongchang's mood instantly became much brighter. "Right. I'm still burdened by fame and am too overwhelmed by thinking. It's still you who sees things a bit more thoroughly. Participate, must participate. I'll immediately have someone enroll you." Shen Dongchang agreed without hesitation. Winning or losing didn't matter at all. Participating in the competition would already be a powerful counter to the Western conspiracy. After signing up, the news was even announced on the official website of the Space Academy. Not only did it allow Li Yi to participate, but it also invited the Western certification company to notarize it in person, preventing the organizer from losing and eventually pulling the wool over Li Yi's eyes and saying he cheated. Chapter 49, Li Yi's entry. At this moment, the first prize money had already surpassed $70 million. It was still increasing. The organizer was extremely smart. The first prize money was $70 million and the second prize money was only 1/10 of that. The difference between the back 9 isn't very big. The organizer intentionally piled up all the prizes to the first prize. It's just to better attract eyeballs. And people all over the world kept checking the amount of the prize money, attracting an extremely large amount of traffic. Many multinational companies saw the opportunity and spent big points to sponsor advertisements. It is expected that the first prize amount may exceed hundreds of millions of dollars. The higher the prize amount, the greater the sensational effect it would generate. Math instantly became the most talked about subject in the world. Even the salaries of math majors were raised by a large margin. The internet was full of posts of related discussions. The prize money for the competition is so high, converted into Chinese currency, it's several $100 million. Which of our Chinese mathematicians has entered the competition? Is there any chance of winning a good place? Actually, I'm most concerned about Li Yi, who solved Stokes' equation and is a top genius in the math world. He's the favorite to win the championship. I admit that he is a math genius, but solving Stokes' equation should have an element of luck. The math questions must be particularly complicated this time. Those with too little knowledge won't necessarily be able to handle it. I think so too. The whole internet is bragging about Li Yi. Giving him too much pressure isn't good. The people who have a chance to win the title and get a good ranking are definitely Mr. Hua Guoxing and Mr. Zhou Tianyun. I saw that the official website announced that the 3 of them were invited to compete. It shouldn't be refused. Many netizens were full of expectations for the 3 of them. Hopefully, they could get good results in this kind of international academic competition. Not only was the prize money generous, but the key was that it represented national honor. Mathematics was originally a very important discipline, and the status of top mathematicians was high internationally. And China has not squeezed into one of the top 7 international mathematicians. It has always been the regret of many people. It was hoped that this opportunity would be taken to make up for these regrets. Let Huaxia become not only a big math country, but also a strong math country. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. There were always some discordant voices that appeared. These people looked down on the Chinese identity and extremely worshipped foreigners. Even the lowest level of foreign trash, no matter how bad their character is the target of their worship. And no matter what achievements Huaxia took out, they would be the first to come out and sneer at them. In these people's eyes, the technologies developed by China were all useless, and the Western countries' technologies, no matter how bad they were, had led the progress of mankind. Sure enough, as soon as Li Yi was mentioned, these people immediately found a spraying point. There are actually so many cuties. Believing that a high school graduate can solve Stokes' equation is a real laugh. Many experts abroad have analyzed this, and it's definitely fake news created by the officials. If it's true, why don't you publish the answer? There must be something wrong with hiding it. Let them indulge in their own world. Let's see how many places he can get in this math competition. Don't fail a single question, it'll be a great shame. It's being publicized by the state in order to preserve the reputation. Maybe the state will send experts to help him cheat. Anyway, I don't believe he's that powerful. The patriotic netizens of Huaxia didn't spoil these guys. Are you guys a bunch of The Stokes equation is about a lot of key technologies, so of course it should be kept secret from the public. Who would be stupid enough to just publish it? To actually dare to question the state's announcement, I really don't know how much water has entered my brain. Anyway, not announcing the answer is false propaganda. Once the results of the match come out, you patriotic dogs should despair. Oh, and you dare to say that you solved the Stokes equations, and you haven't heard any news about participating in the competition until now. I think it's a wimp. Afraid that the real level will be exposed, don't dare to participate at all. The argument on the network was very intense. Not only are those Moyo dogs very active, even some foreign spy agencies are involved. Using a large number of marketing numbers, they attacked the national authorities and Li Yi. Using this method to force Li Yi to compete. It didn't take long for the official website of the Aviation Academy to announce the news of the competition. After someone found out, they immediately forwarded it. It became popular news within a very short period of time and quickly made it to the hot searches. Ha, Li Yi really didn't let us down. It really has signed up to compete. I just went to the Space Academy's official website and saw it. In order to demonstrate Li Yi's true level and shut those black people up completely, a foreign notary department was actually invited to answer the questions under their certification. Too powerful, only someone with enough confidence would dare to do this. Where are all those black son of a moochers? Didn't you guys say that Li Yi didn't dare to compete? What else is there to say now? From the moment the announcement was made, it was as if the vast majority of the marketing numbers got the news at the same time. All of them disappeared from the internet. There were only a handful of people who were still tough talking and continued to fight. Heh, what does enrollment count for? Making such a big commotion, in the end, if you can't make the questions, it's still a disgrace as usual. Keep acting, let's see how long it can go on. A high school student dares to compete with the world's top mathematicians. What arrogance! It's time for you little black people to tighten up a bit. Thinking about hacking the country all day long. You can't even cry when you get caught. I hope the country will step in earlier and arrest all these enemy spies. Give the media a clean slate. The news that Li Yi had participated in the competition and requested a foreign notary to supervise the examination in person had attracted a lot of favorable comments. Similarly, the organizers were caught off guard. This math competition was well thought out. If Li Yi did not dare to participate, or if his results were poor, it would be possible to veto the credibility of the Huaxia officials. If the results came out good, they would question it. Find reasons to say that Li Yi had used cheating. They would be adamant that they wouldn't give him the prize money. What followed was nothing more than a non-stop war of words and investigations over and over again. In the end, there wouldn't be any conclusion. Instead, they could utilize the powerful advantage of the Western media to present Li Yi's cheating as a fact. They could both suppress the credibility of the Chinese talent and officials. They were also able to save a large sum of prize money. But in their dreams, they never thought that Huaxia would actually pull such a stunt. How else could this be cracked? Even China's own notaries are not used directly with the Western countries. And more than one notary public was invited. And answering questions in a global live broadcast. It was simply impossible to cheat. If Li Yi won the championship, wouldn't that be a loss? After spending so much effort, he had instead smashed his own feet. Even more so, Li Yi had proved his strength. Chapter 50, Manipulating the Exam. The education department of the pretty country hurriedly held an emergency meeting. Together, they discussed countermeasures. Damn it, the Chinese are really too cunning. Actually able to disrupt our layout. Could Li Yi really have such a high level of math? To actually dare to participate in a competition in the presence of many notaries. If one doesn't have enough confidence, one would definitely not dare to do so. We have to be more careful, so we don't make a dowry for Huaxia. We're the organizers, not everything is still up to us. Since the topic was given by us. Just need to find a few people and tell them the answers. The first place will always be ours. Not only that, the top 10 should account for at least 7 people. Let the others fight for the remaining 3 spots. But what if we do it too obviously and are seen by others? Don't ruin the authority of our pretty country's academia because of one competition. And some people may not be willing to cooperate. It's not that simple, just find a few people who are willing to cooperate. If we give them some favors, they will still be eager to do our bidding. It seems that this is the only way. Let the person who made the questions prepare the answers in advance. We'll screen the participants. If the Chinese contestants perform well, immediately let those people surpass each other. The person in charge of organizing the competition found the 7 mathematicians who were preparing the exam questions, telling them the results of the deliberation. Immediately, some of them were furious on the spot. What did you say? How dare you ask us to cheat in a global math competition? No way, absolutely not. We are the authority that represents the math world, and drawing the attention of people all over the world is based on our credibility. Falsifying in this kind of competition will not only bring us into disrepute, but it will also cause the reputation that pretty country has accumulated over the years to come crashing down. If we have to be made to do this, then I'll quit, or leave it to someone else. Not all mathematicians were willing to go along with pretty country officials. They had their own bottom line and pride. Immediately, they let out their words, resolutely disallowing falsification. It was important to know that these 7 people represented the strongest authorities in every field of the math world. To be able to reach such a high level of achievement, obstinate character and firm principles were indispensable. They were not afraid of authority, nor did they care about the amount of wealth. They were dedicated to studying math knowledge with all their might. Having them cooperate in cheating was simply the greatest insult to their character. 3 of the mathematicians reacted especially violently. They almost lifted the table and left on the spot. The tournament leader certainly couldn't let them go. Once anyone announced their withdrawal, immediately, it would cause an uproar, and there would definitely be speculation that there was unfairness in the tournament. Then the tournament would have lost its authority before it even started, and would be completely reduced to a laughingstock. Moreover, there were several experts who were rushing towards Li Yi, wanting to know what level of math this young man had reached. Some of the topics were specially prepared for him. Even these experts hadn't studied them thoroughly and wanted to hopefully find the perfect solution through this math competition. These people were bent on studying only academics and never bent over for power and wealth. The person in charge had long thought of this situation. He quickly said, "Don't get angry first. Those who are not willing to cooperate will not be forced. Those who are willing to cooperate can be rewarded handsomely with a $10 million bonus for each person." The moment these words came out, there were a few math experts whose eyes flashed with a different color. They were indeed somewhat moved. The topic prepared was originally very difficult and was the result of their lifelong research. Other people simply couldn't do it. Even if they were cheating, it would be hard to be detected. To make $10 million without any effort, as long as people who liked money, they simply couldn't refuse such a great temptation. However, in front of these top mathematicians, they didn't dare to agree to it face to face. After all, this kind of thing was extremely dishonorable. Once rumored, the reputation in the academic world will be completely stigmatized. Everywhere you go is a street rat, but anyone with principles can no longer take care of them. The expression of eagerness and heartbeat, of course, could not hide from the eyes of the person in charge. Said with a slight smile, "Since you are not willing to agree to it, working for so long has been tiring, go back and rest." After the person in charge left, those mathematicians who felt insulted were still indignant. "Damn it, outrageous, actually using money to insult our academics. Had I known this, I would never have agreed to participate in the competition. I originally thought it was the most authoritative math competition in the world, but I didn't expect it to be so dirty. This is the last time I accept the invitation. Never participate in such things in the future. I hope everyone can stick to their principles and maintain the bottom line of the academic world. Don't sell your soul for profit." Several mathematicians not only strictly demanded themselves, but also explained to the others. Several other mathematicians agreed in a loud voice. But in their hearts, they did not think that way. That was $10 million, enough to support them in living a very extravagant life. Although they were top mathematicians, their income was quite good. Whether they were teaching or doing scientific research, they all had a good income. But who would mind having too much money? When they returned to their residence, it didn't take long for the person in charge to pay a personal visit. After a few minutes, the person in charge left satisfied and headed to the next mathematician's residence. It was only until midnight that he returned in a luxurious special car. With a smile if any on his face, he was clearly very satisfied with the results. Go back to the planning headquarters. The leaders are still waiting." The limousine started and sped down the wide road. It didn't take long to arrive under a luxurious business building, taking the elevator to a huge conference room. The conference room was already filled with people. The Minister of Education of the beautiful country was sitting on the main seat. Seeing him arrive, he couldn't wait to ask, "How's the negotiation going? Willing to cooperate with us?" The person in charge replied. 4 out of 7 people objected, and 3 took money to hand over the answers. The Minister of Education was very dissatisfied. It's only 3 people, and that's no guarantee at all that it will give our people absolute certainty of winning. No matter what means you use, you must get the others to agree to cooperate as well. Leader, don't be in a hurry yet. Although they didn't promise to give the answers, they raised the difficulty of the test questions, putting up questions that they couldn't even solve themselves. In this way, there's no fear that the Chinese can do it. Besides, these 4 experts valued their reputation more than their lives. If they continue to force them, I'm afraid they'll have to resign from their positions as selectors. It will seriously affect the progress of the competition. Are you sure that no one can do the questions they came up with? The pretty country's Minister of Education asked with a frown. Even if Huaxia's Li Yi was a genius, he wouldn't be able to solve all the math problems, right? But it's just relying on luck. To be able to make 3 questions quickly, I think getting the first place is a good enough guarantee. If he could make all the other 4 problems, wouldn't you become the world's strongest mathematician? At that time, whatever means we use to strike him will be ineffective. Chapter 51. The math contest begins. There's some truth in what you're saying. Let's arrange it like this. Also, our math team should be prepared. Have them assist in bagging the top 7 places. The pretty country's Minister of Education said. The other leaders also agreed that everything was under control. After making so many preparations, it was impossible for the prize money to be snatched away by someone else. Wait until the results of the competition come out. Huaxia will have a bad reputation. What top geniuses, all of them are fake. This is the strength of our beautiful country. The whole world is being toyed with at our whim. Publicize it well and pocket all the prize money easily. In my opinion, it would be better to hold a world math contest every few years from now on. Easily earning a few $100 million, this feels too good. The others also had smiles of triumph on their faces. Not bad, just do it. Take more advertisements and hype it up a bit more. Make sure to make a big fortune while hitting Huaxia. With Li Yi on board, the number of people paying attention to Huaxia increased. As the heat skyrocketed, the prices of the sponsorship advertisements also rose. The first place prize actually surpassed a staggering $300 million. It had already made all those who studied math go crazy. Advertisements for math tutoring classes were plastered all over the streets. Even tuition fees have begun to rise. Even so, places are very tight. Suddenly it seemed as if learning math had become the most fashionable trend. As each day passed, it was finally time for the competition to begin. Li Yi became the most talked about center of attention in the world. After all, under the publicity of the Chinese officials, it was the super math genius who had solved Stokes' equation and was still so young, becoming the idol that countless students worshipped. At the time of the competition, a total of over a dozen countries' umpires were invited. Live broadcast at the scene. Even the organizing official attached great importance to the famous mathematician contestants. If someone performed well during the exam, it would also be put on the big screen. All of the world's well-known media outlets had obtained the right to broadcast live. The number of people online for the webcast actually exceeded 200 million. It broke the world's record for simultaneous online live broadcasts and won the Guinness Book of Records. And the various pop-up advertisements during the live broadcast brought another higher amount of prize money to the entire game. By the time the game started, the first prize money actually exceeded $500 million. Most of it came from advertiser sponsorships and major media broadcasting fees. In contrast to the entry fees, the income instead only accounted for less than 0.1%. The netizens went completely crazy. They all cheered for their supporters. The hottest candidates on the Chinese side were Li Yi and Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun. And foreign countries also had mathematicians from their own countries that they admired. The stick countries were even extremely active on the internet, cheering on their contestants, while not forgetting to disparage Huaxia in passing. Our Rod country's mathematicians are number 1 in the world. Huaxia's is false propaganda. It's impossible to get a ranking. It's such a shame to belong to the same Asia as Huaxia. To actually find a high school student to dress up as a math genius. This time will make you guys completely reveal yourselves. Just wait to be humiliated. As soon as these words came out, Chinese netizens immediately cursed back. A frenzy of mutual curses was set off in the comments section. In the face of such an important match, both Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua had also taken time off work and came to the scene to cheer for Li Yi. This match was very unfair to Li Yi, with many umpires staring at it. Anyone else would have brought a lot of psychological pressure. But it had to be done in order to not be questioned after obtaining good results. Shen Dongchang did his best to keep Li Yi in a calm state of mind before he started. Don't ever be nervous, just bring out your abilities. Even answering a single question is far better than the others. Right, don't ever get psychologically stressed. Your original major wasn't math, there's no need to take this match too seriously. Whether you win or lose, it's still a victory for you. Lin Xingxue usually never said more than a single word. At this moment, she also walked forward and said to Li Yi, "Cheer up. I believe you can do it." Li Yi gave her a reassuring smile, saying to the crowd, "Don't worry, I'm not nervous at all." As Li Yi's alma mater, Donghai No. 1 Middle School, the principal, in order to support Li Yi, suspended the entire school during the exam, allowing all students to watch this math competition. Seeing Li Yi become the focus of the match, the image of his side was placed in the very center of the screen. Xia Shui was incomparably excited at the moment. "Li Yi, be sure to cheer up, I believe you will definitely get good grades." Originally, the genius class filled out their volunteers after taking the exam, and they would be admitted soon after. After a short period of rest, they would enter the departments to be led by mentors to study. But this year, due to the provocations of the pretty country, all the scientific research departments were doing full research and development to cope with the upcoming military confrontation. Admission needs to be delayed by 3 months to enroll with the other college students. Until then, one has to continue to stay in school and study together, in order to be able to maintain the learning state. Not to have too much vacation time and become very loose. Learning efficiency would be too low in the future. You have to know that the intensity of learning in the genius class far exceeds that of an ordinary university. Not only to learn knowledge but also to follow the tutor to do scientific research. The ability to absorb knowledge needed to be very strong, or else you simply couldn't catch up with the progress. Therefore, Xia Shui only knew that Li Yi had also participated on the day of the math competition. Her cheeks turned red with excitement, and she couldn't help the tears from welling up in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Li Yi actually possessed such an achievement and had become the pride of the entire China. The entire school was excitedly cheering for Li Yi. Lu Chuanfeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red with envy. He couldn't wait for the person who took Li Yi's place to be him, so he could enjoy the adoration of the entire nation. What's there to be proud of? If you can't do a single question, then you'll lose face in front of the whole world. Lu Chuanfeng slandered in a low voice. In full view of everyone, even if he was usually arrogant, he wouldn't dare to cause public anger. After waiting for the time, with a command from the host, the math competition officially began. The 7 top mathematicians had prepared a total of 7 math questions, 1 for each person. There was no time limit for the exam. Only the top 100 were selected. First, according to the completion rate of answering the questions, the person who successfully answered the highest number of questions won. If the same number of questions are answered, then the faster person wins. Once 100 were selected, the exam would be declared over. The contestants after 100 would not have anyone's attention at all. As soon as the exam questions were released, the vast majority of people were all confused. Not to mention thinking about the answers, even the symbols of the formulas were unintelligible to most people. Fortunately, there were math experts who gave live explanations, telling them what these questions were all about. Even so, there were still most people who couldn't understand. They could only watch the fun. Chapter 52, Epiphany Answer. Holy, is this the topic of a world-class math competition? Even if the answers were given to me directly, I wouldn't even know which question to write under. Hee, smart as I am for not signing up and saving $10. No wonder I dared to conduct an online contest. Even if it's an open book exam, you can't search for the answers. Those who question someone cheating before can shut up completely. Yes, this is a question from 7 of the world's top mathematicians. Anyone who can answer these questions must be at least close to them in math. This is the top math talent in any country. Many of the contestants, just after reading the questions, had simply given up. To be able to make sense of the questions, the level was already high. Even being able to solve a topic was quite a strong existence in the field of mathematics. Some scientific research departments and large companies would pay high prices to hire these talents. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua quickly scanned through the topics. The more they looked at it, the more their brows tightened. They began to think hard. The math questions at this level felt very difficult even for them. There was no certainty that they could even answer them. It was only after a long time that they found a topic and began to calculate it on the straw paper. It wasn't long before they stopped to think hard again. Obviously, the process of solving the problem was very uneventful. Some other well-known mathematicians were in the same situation. This made the supportive public in all the countries gripped. Obviously, the difficulty of the topic was far beyond their imagination. Even for the top mathematicians of a country, the process of doing the questions was incredibly difficult. The 7 mathematicians who had come up with the questions were also in front of the camera, and by twisting the camera, they could see the people doing the questions. A few minutes had passed, and no one had even answered a single question yet. All of them had confident smiles on their faces. All of these questions had taken them countless hours of effort to answer. There were even some questions for which they had yet to deduce a complete answer. If the participants could easily solve them, where would they lose face? Even if they could do it, their math level would at least be close to theirs. There was even a chance that they could join their math circle and study and discuss math knowledge together. Li Yi scanned through the questions and easily understood them. Because of the experience of projecting Stokes' equation last time, he comprehended a lot of related mathematical knowledge. Even with his own strength, without relying on the Enlightenment reversal system, he was sure of answering 1 or 2 questions when he had enough time. However, Li Yi wanted to take this opportunity to completely break the Western conspiracy. At the same time, establish the position of the Chinese math field in the international arena. Clasping his arms with both hands, he closed his eyes and silently recited in his heart, "Open the Enlightenment reversal system and have an epiphany on these 7 math problems." Enlightenment reversal system on, start scanning the math questions. Topics scanned, first question epiphany progress 1%, epiphany progress 2%. The people who watched the live stream of Li Yi doing the questions all felt a million perplexed. Everyone else was thinking hard or trying to calculate on draft paper. Although none of them had answered the question so far, it was at least a look of doing the question. Li Yi actually just looked at it once and closed his eyes without moving. What's this situation? Why are you still being secretive when doing a question? Probably pondering the solution. Don't be anxious, others haven't done it either. Humph, you're so secretive. He probably doesn't know how to do it, but he's pretending to be an expert. Let's see how much longer he can pretend. When he can't answer a single question after it's over, just wait to be embarrassed. Ha, I knew it must be fake news that he solved Stokes' equation. He's so deep in his deception that he's fooled himself. Making such a big show, really not leaving himself any way out. No way, if what you guys are saying is true. Wouldn't there even be a chance to cheat? Facing the cynicism of many people, supporting Li Yi was very anxious. If Li Yi couldn't even answer a single question, the entire China would have to be dragged down. The notaries at the scene first felt very curious, but a few minutes passed and Li Yi remained motionless. They all had a playful smile on their faces. At first, they thought that Li Yi was just pretending and couldn't solve the questions at all. How could he do it without even looking at the question carefully? Although they were invited to notarize, they were still on the side of the Western countries. Hopefully, Huaxia hadn't solved Stokes' equation at all. Li Yi suddenly opened his eyes and began to rapidly tap the keyboard. It's moving, he's starting to move. The speed of the answer is too fast, right? Could it be that he has already solved the answer in his mind? Really? I always feel that the way he solves the questions is mysterious. Those who know math, tell me, do you all do problems like this? Nonsense, have you never been to school? When you do big math problems, you have to do the calculations on the draft paper first. How can there be a way to do problems like him? Maybe this is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person, it can't be seen with common sense. There are really people who believe in this kind of godly practice of his. The speed of answering the questions is indeed fast, but I'm afraid that what comes out is nothing. That's right, I'm now 100% sure that he's acting and can't do the questions at all. So many top mathematicians are hard as hell, he can answer fast, who believes it? Can anyone say if the answers he wrote out are right or not? I can't understand it at all. Just like upstairs, I can't understand the answers even if they're in front of me. I can only listen to the expert's explanation. The staff in charge of the competition had also noticed the changes on Li Yi's side. After all, Li Yi was the center of their attention. Every move would be watched closely. Suddenly seeing him start answering questions at a rapid pace startled them. Hurrying to take out the answers to check them. If the answers Li Yi wrote were wrong, they didn't need to care. Being able to let the pre-arranged contestants answer the questions unhurriedly was fine as long as they maintained their lead. After all, these people were only at an upper middle level in the math world. If they wrote the answers that they had memorized in advance right from the start, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. If Li Yi could really answer the question, they would have to be the first to write the answer up at a faster speed than Li Yi. This way, they could gain a time lead and still rank higher than Li Yi. After checking only a part of it, the person in charge was shocked. Hurrying to report to his superiors, "It's bad, Li Yi is writing the correct answer. Hurry up and tell the contestants to hurry up and answer the questions as well. There can't be any more delays." What? It's only been 10 minutes and you've solved the question? This person's math level is actually so terrifying. The person in charge was so shocked that his heart couldn't help but sink. This meant that Li Yi did have real talent and an extremely high level of math. Quickly inform our people and write up the answer as fast as possible. Chapter 53, You Can't Fight for Hand Speed. But the person in charge of organizing the competition couldn't have dreamed that even if they had prepared the answers to the 3 questions in advance and have memorized. However, the answers to these questions were all very complicated, and the speed of the keyboard was far less than Li Yi. The speed of Li Yi's hands was so fast that there were residual shadows. Even the camera couldn't keep up. The people watching the live broadcast exclaimed in shock. This hand speed after being single for 20 years is too awesome, isn't it? Let's not talk about whether the answers written are correct or not. This hand speed playing a game to play a tournament, it might be able to get a good ranking as well. Even if the answers were prepared in advance, it's impossible to be this fast, right? It always feels a bit unrealistic. Look, several more people have started answering the questions. And the speed of the answers isn't slow either. Who are these people answering the questions? Why don't I recognize any of them? These people are very famous mathematicians in the pretty country. How dare you not even recognize them? What a dirt leopard. Hee, again you shepherd dogs show off. Why should I recognize foreign mathematicians? It's hard to say if the answer Li Yi wrote is true. But the answers given by the mathematicians from these beautiful countries are definitely correct. The contestants from the stick country and the Japanese country were all scratching their ears anxiously. There wasn't even a solution to the problem. The people in their country watched as Li Yi and the mathematicians from the pretty country had begun to answer the questions quickly. It could have made them anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and write the answers. It's fine to lose to pretty country, but we can't lose to Huaxia, right? China's Li Yi answered the questions so quickly, he must have tapped the keyboard randomly. He couldn't have gotten a single question right. What's the point of being afraid of him? That's right. How much math can he learn at such a young age? He must have answered the questions haphazardly to scare others. When the correct answers are announced later, we'll mock him together. The sudden change on the field caught the attention of the other mathematicians. The camera changed as well, all of them focusing on the person who was working on the question. Splitting it into several screens allows all of them to be seen clearly. It also allows the viewer to choose who they want to watch by intelligently splitting the screen. Those four adamant mathematicians saw the few people who were answering the questions. A suspicious look appeared on their faces, and they looked skeptically at the three mathematicians around them. The questions being answered were all from them. But they were still very clear about what level the people answering the questions were at. It was by no means possible to make the questions in 10 minutes or less. To even be able to make one was already overplaying their hand. The three mathematicians who had received money were weak in their hearts and hurriedly turned their heads away. Both eyes were glued to the screen, not daring to look back at them at all. Those four mathematicians had anger in their eyes. I didn't expect to have such a status and betray a mathematician's principles for money. The behavior of the three of them was very despicable. But when it came to this situation, they couldn't poke holes in the truth. However, they had already secretly resolved that they would resolutely not participate in any more such math competitions in the future. This was an insult to their learning and the entire math community. A global-level academic competition actually could not even do the most basic fairness. Participating in such a tournament made them feel incredibly ashamed. They did not even look at the others. Their eyes were all focused on Li Yi's side. Because the others who answered the questions must have known the correct answers long ago, naturally they would not make any mistakes. But what they were curious about was, could Li Yi really solve the answers in such a short period of time? One must know that these questions were all something that they had only achieved after several years or even a decade of delving into them. The first three questions were slightly easier though, having already solved the perfect answers. But the difficulty was also very high. Even if they were to study them instead, it would take at least a few days or even longer. Li Yi as the target they were dealing with in this competition. It was by no means possible to give him the answer in advance. Therefore, if he was the one who answered the correct answer, it would be 100% certain that he was relying on his real skills. Please bring the camera closer to see this one's answer. A mathematician said. He was the highest in the math world. He was also the leader among the seven. The fact that Li Yi answered the questions so quickly made him feel very curious. The camera drew closer and the answers were clearly displayed on the screen. With just a glance, the faces of the seven people instantly changed drastically. The answers were written too standardly. It was almost as if they had memorized the answers in advance. There wasn't even a single symbol that made a difference. How is this possible? I studied this topic for 5 years before completing it. How long has it been, and he, a young man, was able to solve it? The mathematician who came up with the question stood up suddenly. His face was red with excitement. His body was shaking. The blow to him was simply too great. The math problem that was painstakingly researched was easily answered by a young man. It was simply too much for the spirit to bear. Mr. Lewis, calm down. Although this player is young, he is after all the one who solved Stokes' equation. There were some doubts about the authenticity of this matter before. But from his performance today, it seems that the news has a high probability of being true. The mathematician with the highest status spoke out in consolation. However, his eyes were all astonished as well. To be able to reach this level was no longer something that could be explained by simple talent. This was simply a heavenly talent, with an unparalleled understanding of mathematics that ordinary people had. The host saw their shocked looks. He hurriedly inquired, "Can the experts explain to us if the answer he wrote is correct?" "That's right, not only is it correct but it's also very standard. It's unbelievable that it was answered so quickly. It seems he can't just make one question. The strength is really beyond our imagination. When these words came out, the entire network instantly exploded. The audience could no longer remain calm. With proof from an authority, there was no longer anyone who could question Li Yi. I don't believe it. I don't believe that a Chinese person can do such a difficult math problem. There must be something fishy. Maybe these mathematicians have been bribed. Obtained the answers in advance. The mentality of the people in the stick country had completely exploded. They couldn't accept being crushed by Huaxia in the field of math. And it was still a very young Chinese. This meant that in the next few decades, Huaxia would be in the lead in the global math field. There must be a problem. Even if it could be answered, it couldn't be so fast. Strongly protest and demand the organizers to investigate. Chinese netizens were simply thrilled. I can't believe that Li Yi can really do such a difficult topic. I'll see who dares to question the authenticity of his answer to Stokes' equation. I'll directly slap him with my big mouth. Li Yi is fantastic, you are my eternal idol. Not only is your ability outstanding, you're also so handsome. Li Yi, I love you, I want to give you children. Nymphomaniacs get lost, I'm the most suitable person to be Li Yi's girlfriend. Chapter 54, Reversal of Strength, 3 questions in a row. Very quickly Li Yi finished writing the answer to a question. Just when everyone thought that he would still be the same as before, he would close his eyes after reading the questions and start thinking about the answers to the questions. However, Li Yi did not pause at all and wrote the second question at the same speed. The math expert who came up with the question was filled with shock and cried out in disbelief, "This is impossible. After only a few minutes, could it be that he has already solved the answers to all the questions? I don't believe it, I'll never believe it." He had already memorized the answers to this question long ago. Li Yi had just written out a small portion of it and he already knew the result. It was certain that what Li Yi had written was the correct answer. He couldn't figure it out. The question that took so much effort to solve was not even worth mentioning in someone else's eyes. It was as if he was doing an ordinary elementary school question and had already arrived at the answer just by looking at it. His mind completely collapsed. As the world's top 7 mathematicians, he had his own honor and pride. But at this moment, all of his superiority was shattered by Li Yi. Even his own abilities were questioned. Could it be that he was nothing more than a hard-boiled mathematician from the West? The real math experts were in China? Only these years the Western countries suppressed and blockaded China. Even if there are talents, they can't rise to the top. The other 6 people also looked forward at the body, wanting to look more closely. But from Li Yi's answers, there was no way to pick out any faults at all. Based on the projection of the answer, it was already known to be completely correct. This is simply too unbelievable as well. There is such a mathematical genius in the world. It seems that our math world is about to see another huge development. Science and technology are about to rapidly go further. Some people were happy and some were sad. After all, people's patterns differed greatly from one another. Some experts were worried about being surpassed by others, and in order to maintain their own status they would use all sorts of means to suppress talented juniors. But there are also some experts who wish to cultivate a more talented student, teaching him all the knowledge of his life, to be able to make a greater contribution to the development of society. Obviously 3 of these 7 mathematicians were narrow-minded people. The other 4 were shocked, but instead had a look of incomparable excitement in their eyes. All of them were not young anymore, and it would be difficult for them to continue to make breakthroughs in academia in this lifetime. The talent that Li Yi had displayed allowed them to see that there would be successors. Incredible, truly incredible. Huaxia has actually produced a genius mathematician. This is not only beneficial to China, but also a valuable asset to the whole world. The old mathematician said with incomparable excitement. There was no need for an interview at all to already know that the answer Li Yi had written was definitely correct. The organizer was so stunned that he didn't know how to reply. The organizers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan at this moment. They had made all the preparations, but they still underestimated Li Yi's strength. Even though they had memorized the answers in advance, the speed of the answers was still not as fast as Li Yi. Before the first question was finished, Li Yi had already finished the second question. Even the mathematicians who had received money did not dare to hard-pick Li Yi's mistakes in front of the whole world. He could only admit on the spot that Li Yi's answers were correct and the answers given were perfect. Li Yi immediately started working on the third question without stopping at all. The eyes of the people watching were almost glazed over. There were less than 10 people who had started answering the questions until now. Li Yi was actually already writing the third question, and the speed of answering was still very fast. Obviously, during the process of resting his eyes just now, he had actually solved all the answers. Xin Dongchang and Ding Guo's attention was focused on the screen. Standing straight, their bodies were almost stiff. Only after half a day did they react. Originally, they had come over to cheer for Li Yi, and at the same time, they were worried that he would be too shocked if he could not get a good result, so that he could enlighten and advise him in time. However, the ability that Li Yi had shown was far beyond their imagination. This was simply too evil. Although they were experts in the field of aerospace, after all, they were graduates of prestigious schools. They also had deep attainments in higher mathematics. However, after they read the questions, their hearts instantly cooled halfway. These topics were simply too difficult. The name of the 7 great mathematicians was true to its name. Daring to have a competition online all over the world relied on true strength. Even if they used a computer to look it up, even if they had a lot of people working together to help with the questions, it was difficult to answer the questions without enough ability. However, Li Yi had already finished answering all the questions in just about 10 minutes. The next step was to input the answers into the computer at a super fast speed. This was simply unbelievable in their eyes. Unless there were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that Li Yi knew the answers in advance. He had memorized them well. Only then could he directly input the answers without even thinking about it during the match. This possibility was the most unlikely thing. The person who came up with the questions was the top mathematician of the pretty country, and this match was meant to be directed at Li Yi, and there was no way that the answers would be revealed to him. The second possibility was that Li Yi's talent in the field of mathematics was frighteningly high. The strength far exceeded the world's top 7 mathematicians. That was why the questions they came up with were all very simple in Forestry's eyes and could be answered easily. It was only now that he realized that Li Yi's use of a few hours to fix the Stokes equations was definitely not relying on luck. Rather, it was true strength, possessing a strong acumen and talent for mathematics. After reacting, Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua were simply ecstatic. From today onwards, China would have a world-class top math genius. All mathematical problems would be solved. Many technological fields of technology were likely to obtain major breakthroughs in a short period of time. Especially in electronic communication and electronic information, the requirements for mathematical calculations are extremely high. The West's academic blockade against China would also be broken in its entirety. The teaching ability in the field of mathematics will also be drastically improved. The outstanding students of mathematics majors in Huaxia no longer need to go abroad to study. They can get the best math education in China. The heads and professors of the mathematics departments of the major universities were shaking with excitement. Staring with their eyes, they didn't dare to blink even once for fear of missing the most exciting part. I'm afraid Li Yi's math level has already surpassed the 2 old men, Hua Guoxing and Zhou Tianyun. Can we get him to spare some time and give our school a few lessons? Help us answer some difficult questions in math? The principal stomped his foot in excitement. Even if I give up this old face, I must go to find Dean Shen. Let him promise to give Li Yi a professorship for our school. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have the time. Being able to give us half a day of lectures in a semester would already be of endless use. The principal is right. Even if it's just a title. The national ranking of our school's mathematics major would have to be drastically increased. Even if it's in the whole world, it will have a certain influence. The head of the math department said with incomparable excitement. Chapter 55, Conspiracy Exposed. After finishing 3 questions in one breath, Li Yi finally stopped. The 7 people who had gotten the answers in advance and relied on copying them had only just finished the first question. After all, their typing speed was far worse than Li Yi's. However, although the few of them did the questions quickly, it caused many people to question them. It's really strange, why are these 7 people's answers exactly the same? Not even a single punctuation mark makes a difference? Yes, although the answer given by Li Yi was the same as theirs, the solution process was slightly different. But the answers of the 7 of them are not different at all. Could there be telepathy? I know these mathematicians, their level is still not comparable to our domestic elder Hua and elder Zhou. How is it possible to answer a question in such a short period of time? Look, it's starting to do the second question again. There's actually not the slightest hesitation. Could it be that their level is the same as Li Yi's? Only needing to think briefly to solve all 7 questions? There can't be something fishy here, right? I don't believe that these 7 mathematicians can write the answers exactly the same. And there's hardly much difference in the speed of doing the questions. There were simply too many doubts, and many people began to question it. Even leaving pop-ups in the comments section of the 7 mathematicians live studio asking, "May I ask if these mathematicians are really at such a high level? Why are their answers word for word? Is there something fishy about this game? Was the answer told to them in advance?" The pop-up screen had begun to brush the screen, and a large number of people were chasing after the inquiries. After all, the number of people who had signed up was simply too many. It surpassed millions of people. They knew full well that their level was unlikely to win any prizes in the competition. But it was also to show their love for math as well as their belief that this math competition was fair. That's why they paid money to sign up for it. In order to participate with math experts and enthusiasts all over the world. But if the math contest can't be fair, arranging for good people to give them the answers in advance, then this is simply an insult to all the contestants. At the same time, there were doubts about the character of the 7 mathematicians who came up with the questions. Those who are clear, and those who are turbid are turbid. The three mathematicians who received money were already a bit fidgety. The expression became more and more flustered. Looking left and right in the live broadcast room, the questioning messages on the pop-up screen were even more vague. Just insisted on claiming that they absolutely did not leak the answers to the questions. However, there is no reasonable explanation as to why the answers are so similar. The answers to math questions at this level are already very complex. Different solutions would still differ, at least in terms of word count. Unless they memorized the same answer, it was impossible for the answers to be word for word the same. The disdain in the expressions of the bit of the problem-solving mathematicians who stood firm on their principles became more and more obvious. They had completely confirmed at this moment that these three people must not have resisted the temptation to hand over their answers. Moreover, the organizer was just too greedy to have arranged for 7 people to want to bag the top 7 places in the grand prize. He also understood why he had spent such a large amount of money to buy them off, wanting to take back the vast majority of the prize money altogether. By paying only a small amount, they could make a huge profit. If it wasn't for the sake of maintaining the pretty country's face, these 4 mathematicians would have already flipped out and left the live broadcast room. However, in such a situation, the heart is very happy. This was lifting a stone and stoning their own feet. If these dirty things are not exposed, it will be a thorn in their hearts for the rest of their lives. A hurdle that could not be passed in a lifetime, and I'm afraid that they would have to spend the rest of their lives in guilt and self-reproach. Expose the matter and make all those involved pay the price. Return fairness and justice to the math world. Seeing Li Yi stop after 3 problems instantly attracted the attention of the world. Look, he stopped. It seems that the next 4 questions are a bit more difficult and haven't thought of how to answer them. This is really scary. If he solves all 7 math problems in one breath. I even suspect that he's not from our blue planet. Maybe he's an alien from a higher civilization lurking in our blue planet. It would be great if he really is an alien. A young Chinese, easily doing all 7 problems prepared by 7 mathematicians. Where does that leave the faces of us math experts? Even so, his math level is terrifyingly strong. Except for these 7 people who are highly suspected of cheating. All the other mathematicians are still in thought. Not a single one of them has started typing in their answers. It's already an absolute lead. There are so many umpires watching. There can't possibly be a chance of cheating. I'm now completely convinced that Li Yi solved Stokes' equation by his own strength. Yeah, strength is the best proof. There's no need to lie at all. Now pretty country is going to panic. The carefully prepared competition and hundreds of millions of dollars in prize money was actually taken away by a young Chinese. Losing a little money is just a matter of course. But the Western math world is completely overwhelmed by huaxia. Many people were overwhelmed with emotion in the comments. Originally, it was thought that Li Yi was stumped by the 4th question. But he just stopped and moved his sore arms. Then drank a few mouthfuls of water. Putting his hands on the keyboard, he was in the eyes of Treewon's incredulous eyes. He began to answer the questions quickly again. No way? Does he not even need to stop and think about such a difficult topic? Aliens, this is definitely an alien from a higher civilization. There's no way that the intelligence of a blue star human could reach such a terrifying point. At the same age, I'm even struggling to pass the entrance exams. People are actually doing the exam questions produced by the 7 mathematicians. How can there be such a big difference between people? I'll go, this dude is also too confident, right? Who can't you compare yourself to? How dare you compare yourself to Li Yi? I think you don't know how to write the word despair, right? This is too demonic, right? But I like it. Who made him a Chinese? Don't say he's an alien, even if he's a demon, I'll admit it. Because he is fighting for huaxia, representing the glory of huaxia. The number of people online at the same time on the webcast has already exceeded 700 million. Plus the people watching through TV. It can't be that more than half of the world is watching this match, right? The first prize money has already exceeded $700 million. It's still rising. Can it top $1 billion by the end of the day? After all, the whole world is watching, so of course the advertisement fees are going to go up. This is a chance to advertise once and be seen by the whole world. Even if the price is expensive, it's still cost-effective. Go Li Yi, you're the best. Make sure to get the first prize gold back. The people of Huaxia had completely boiled over. This was representing the highest honor of China. Getting the world's first in the field of mathematics. This could be more exciting than the gold content of the Nobel Prize. Chapter 56, The Organizer Has Broken Down. In Donghai No. 1 Middle School, a burst of exclamations resounded from time to time in the teaching building. Xia Shui was even more dumbfounded as she watched, her heart beating wildly. All along Li Ye's exams had always been number 1 in the whole school, as well as number 1 in the city. The results were very stable from the beginning. It had never been surpassed by anyone. It only occurred to me that his grades were only the upper limit of the school, not his upper limit. Xia Shui's eyes were all adoration. There was only room for Li Yi alone. She couldn't wait to fly to Li Yi's side right away and never separate again. Lu Chuanfeng was huffing and puffing in anger, practically on the verge of exploding. If he had known this, he shouldn't have gone to the classroom to watch the live broadcast. It would have been nice to think that Li Yi would be able to make a single question. Wanted to watch how he disgraced himself in front of the whole world. But looking at his aura, it was almost as if he was going to finish all 7 test questions at an extremely fast speed. This is simply unbelievable. Even the world's top mathematicians might not be able to answer them within a few days. Li Yi, however, did not have the slightest pause and almost did not need to think. Lu Chuanfeng immediately had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Li Yi had performed so brilliantly, even if he got into the Space Academy, how could he still compete with Li Yi? I'm afraid that under Li Yi's dazzling aura, no one would even be able to gaze at him more than once. Another glance at Xia Shui, who was full of adoration. Lu Chuanfeng was even more jealous. Can't let him keep making a splash like this anymore. I must find a chance to kill him. Otherwise, where else will there be a place for me? Lu Chuanfeng gritted his teeth and was filled with a murderous aura. He began to calculate how to deal with Li Yi when he arrived at the Space Academy. Create an accident, assassinate, and falsely accuse him of defecting to the enemy. In short, even if by any means necessary, Li Yi must be eliminated. In less than 20 minutes, the 4th question had also been answered. This question was extremely complex, written out in dense formulas. It was listed on more than a dozen pages in the document column. The mathematician who came up with the question excitedly slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of it? Surprisingly, there is this kind of solution. In comparison, my solution was too complicated and took too many detours. Presiding over this exam has actually taught me something new. I wish I could talk to him face to face for 3 days and 3 nights. No, even if it's a 3-month chat, I'll never get tired of it. What he said was heard by everyone through the live broadcast. The audience were all confused. It was the first time they had seen a situation where the solver gave a better answer than the questioner. Doesn't this mean that Li Yi's math level was above the world's top 7 mathematicians? Look at it, it's starting the 5th question again. Someone nervously held his head and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Oh my god, this strength is too terrifying." Is it the world's unsolved math problems that he can come up with the answers to? Pretty Defense Minister and all the leaders watched the live broadcast with faces as gloomy as water. The math competition that took a lot of effort to organize had actually turned into Li Yi's personal performance show. What the hell is going on here? Is there something wrong with the questions that were given out? Or have all the mathematicians been bought out by Huaxia? Don't tell me he's a genius, I won't believe this reason. The Minister of Education of the pretty country simply had his lungs exploded with anger. Both eyes glared red and cursed in the back. The person in charge of organizing it was cursed. He was also full of grievances. Everything that could be done was done. Even if they paid a high price, the other 4 mathematicians refused to hand over the answers. It was simply impossible to be bribed by Huaxia. These mathematicians have been living in the residence we provided from the very beginning. And they are closely monitored 24 hours a day. It's absolutely impossible to liaise with Huaxia, and even the test questions can't be leaked. This is a point of confidence I still have. It's hard for you to tell me that he's really that strong? Even our top mathematicians combined are no match for a young man from Huaxia? The Minister of Education glared and drank. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for him to be scolded by the president. He could only spread the anger in his heart on the person in charge first. For now, it seems that it should be answered by his own instincts. The Chinese officials didn't talk about panic. They did solve Stokes' equation. The education minister was even angrier in his heart, but a flash of worry appeared in his eyes. The fact that Huaxia had mastered the Stokes equation meant that the aerospace field would gain significant progress. Both the performance of missiles and fighter jets would be improved by a large margin. This was a great disadvantage to pretty country. The Minister of Education already regretted organizing this math competition. If he had known this, he would have been better off secretly dealing with Li Yi. Use agents to find a chance to assassinate him. It wouldn't have caused much of a stir. However, this time, he showed his face in the world, and has become a sensation all over the world. He has become the hottest mathematician in the world. To assassinate him again would cause a big shock all over the world. And after today's incident, China will definitely protect him more closely. The chances of making a move were even slimmer. Seeing that the situation was completely out of control. As long as Li Yi could do the 4th math problem, he could almost already be declared victorious for first place. Although the level of the arranged mathematicians wasn't bad, there was still quite a gap with those superb ones. With their own abilities, they simply couldn't solve these questions. Those who were really capable also didn't care to do these sordid things. This led to one result. The really top-notch mathematicians were struggling to figure it out, and even the first question had only just come to a head. It would take at least a day or 2 to fully do it. Compared to Li Yi, they were simply far behind. While talking, Li Yi had already finished the fourth math problem. Without stopping, he began to do the fifth. The Enlightenment reversal system projected at the same time and did not affect Li Yi's ability to write the answer. So there was no need for any pause in between. The audience was already completely numb. At this moment, no one was doubting Li Yi's math level. He would definitely be able to answer all the questions. It would be a surprise if there was a question he couldn't do. As expected, after another hour, Li Yi had already answered all the questions. Among them, there were even 2 questions that even the questioner didn't know the complete answer. Originally, the plan was that as long as you can have a good insight into these 2 questions, or can provide ideas for solving the questions, you can do part of it. Even if it was a pass. But Li Yi's outstanding performance far exceeded their expectations. The questioner instead turned into a student, and the 4 of them got together and started to study the answers made by Li Yi, leaving the other 3 directly hanging out to the side. They did not care to be in the company of these people. It was simply a disgrace to the math world. The other 3 mathematicians were filled with shame. They also knew that from today onwards, they were afraid that they would always be questioned. The first 3 math questions had obviously leaked the answers. This was absolutely not allowed in the academic world. It tainted such a sacred math competition. But anyone with principles would definitely shun them. Chapter 57, Tear Your Face Off If You Can't Win. After doing all the questions, Li Yi was also tired and exhausted. Using the Gnosis reversal system to project the answers to the questions, the consumption of brain power was extremely great. The entire person's brain was dizzy. Standing up, walking was a bit wobbly. So hungry, is there any food? Lin Qingxue had prepared snacks long ago. While holding him up, her other hand brought the snacks in front of her. Hurry up and eat. In order to prevent the pretty country eggs from picking at his bones, Li Yi hadn't even eaten during the exams. Li Yi ate several pieces of snacks in one sitting before his pale face recovered a bit. Shen Dongchang hurriedly said to the notary, "We've finished the questions and finished handing in our papers. Can we leave the scene now?" The notary also ran out of reasons to force Li Yi to stay. "You can leave after finishing the questions." Now we announce that the entire exam was completed by Li Yi alone and no cheating was found. Our notary office can testify to this. All the staff went through the process. Shen Dongchang hurriedly took Li Yi away. Riding in a luxurious bulletproof business car, he left the competition site at the fastest speed possible. The current Li Yi had already become the most focused figure in the world. I'm afraid the heat wouldn't come down for a long time. The better he performed, the greater the threat to his enemies. There was no need to think about it to know that the top brass of the pretty country was afraid that they were already gnashing their teeth in hatred right now. It would definitely try to kill Li Yi by all means. If it was any other expert, the pretty country would have focused on pulling the strings. But Li Yi's ability was too amazing, there was no possibility of pulling him in. And it was also impossible for the country to let go. Then there was only one outcome: the talent that one could not obtain had to be destroyed. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guowo were not overly happy. Instead, they became more nervous. They even took the initiative to contact Zhao Donglai, the Director of National Security, to discuss increasing the security force on Li Yi. Not only was the entire Space Academy protected by a large number of national security personnel, even the military had stationed an army. It was even equipped with air defense weapons. The entire space yard was protected airtight. The 7 mathematicians gave their judgments after confirming Li Yi's answers. All 7 math questions were correct. It was announced on the spot that Li Yi had won first place in the competition. All of Huaxia once again cheered in unison. It was the first time since the founding of the country that they stood at the pinnacle of the math field. Everyone was incomparably excited, shouting out their feelings of joy. The only country that was sour was the Kingdom of the Stick, which began to make a demon on the internet again. Li Yi definitely possesses our stick country's blood. As long as we investigate, we can confirm that he is from our stick country. I told you. How can a Chinese be so smart? Sure enough, it's still someone from our stick country who has been given such an honor. One sentence completely pissed off the Chinese netizens, directly cursing back angrily. These rods are really shameless enough, simply the most despicable nation. Taking everything as theirs, even our Li Yi dares to rob us, I just can't stand it. In the future, I will see one time to beat one time, sooner or later, I will destroy you. When you see the big mouth of the stick people, you can just slap them directly and be done with it. Only big sticks and slaps can make them know to observe basic etiquette. Due to Li Yi's outstanding performance, he had gained a large number of fans all over the world. Almost everyone around the world was deeply victimized by the stick. There was no favorable impression of them. Together on the internet, they cursed the stick country. It scared the people of the stick country so much that they no longer dared to spout nonsense on the internet. At this moment, the first prize money has reached a staggering $870 million. A proper huge sum of money. Even the top leaders of the pretty country were looking very inflamed. This much money could buy several fighter jets and build a large warship. but it was easily taken away by a Chinese. It made them very unhappy. But under the watchful eyes of the world's population, the huge public opinion made them not dare to act rashly. If they dared to backtrack, the pretty country's reputation would be completely swept away. It would completely lose its credibility, and no one would believe in any similar activities in the future. They didn't dare to put the country's credibility at risk for a few $100 million. They can only bite their teeth and forcefully admit it. When the president of the pretty country heard the news, he was so angry that he gave all the people in charge a big scolding. Huaxia did a tricky job and didn't leave us a single chance. It seems to have already calculated that we would tamper with the game. Such a person is really too scary. We must get rid of them. Otherwise it will become a great danger to our heart. The president of the pretty country was filled with a murderous aura. He wasn't just heartbroken about the hundreds of millions of dollars, but he also saw the threat a powerful mathematician posed to them. Easily could solve these math puzzles. It was extremely useful for breakthroughs in science and technology. With such a genius around, China's technological development would become faster and faster, becoming a more powerful competitor to pretty country. With China's strong industrial competitiveness, I'm afraid that in the future, many of the fields that the West dominates will be seized by China. Mr. President, we can't give China another chance. We have to continue to step up our efforts in this military exercise. It's best to make it unbearable for Huaxia so that they actively fire. This pulls all the surrounding countries in. Together we'll start a war against Huaxia. Only war can stop China's economic development. As long as their economy collapses, technological development will naturally come to a halt as well. Pretty Defense Minister hurriedly took the opportunity to speak his mind. He represented the military's main war faction. The entire pretty country was controlled by powerful arms dealers. They wanted nothing more than to go to war everywhere, so they could sell arms in large quantities. The small fights everywhere now could no longer satisfy their appetite. Having all the surrounding countries go to war against Huaxia would allow them to earn unimaginably huge wealth just by providing arms. Don't think of those countries as too stupid. Although they are clamoring on the surface, but in reality they are still very afraid of Huaxia. If they really do it, with the backward weapons in their hands, they are no match for Huaxia at all. The president of the beautiful country said in a cold voice. Their intelligence department was extremely powerful and had long investigated the military capabilities of most of the countries around Huaxia. Especially when dealing with small countries in Southeast Asia, it would be enough for just one military region of Huaxia to step in. Once a full-scale war was underway, Huaxia could wipe them all out in a short period of time. The strategic goal was simply difficult to achieve. Then it's not that simple? Just sell them more advanced weapons. Don't just sell light weapons and backward missiles. The commander of the Marines said with a face that didn't care. Huaxia's influence in the world was growing. It even affected their military deterrence efforts overseas. It had completely treated Huaxia as a thorn in their side. The chubby man could barely hold it all as he sat on the chair. The meat on his ass was exposed outside the chair. The fat on his face even trembled as he spoke. Ordinary weapons can't pose a threat to Huaxia. Then sell heavy weapons. Fighter jets, warships, advanced missiles. As long as you can afford it, you can provide them all. The pretty country's defense minister already didn't care about anything in order to make a profit. Chapter 58: A Vicious Scheme. Net thinking about good things. All countries have signed an agreement on exporting weapons at the United Nations. Weapons that exceed a certain power are not allowed to be exported. Originally, it was to suppress Mao Bear and Huaxia, but I didn't expect it to become the biggest obstacle to us making money. It's really abominable to the extreme. The president of the pretty country was equally indignant. I do have a good idea, using the reason that Huaxia threatens the security of the neighboring countries. Advanced weapons can be leased to them. The army currently has a large amount of equipment that needs to be decommissioned. It's already very advanced for Southeast Asia. Leasing is not considered selling arms, so naturally it's not within the limits of international law. Renting at a low price, then charging in the name of training and maintenance. Not only can you easily dispose of a large number of equipment that needs to be decommissioned and get rid of a big burden, and can also earn a handsome profit. What's more, it can pose a great threat to Huaxia. With our support plus advanced weaponry, the Southeast Asian countries will naturally have enough backbone, a think tank expert said. When the others heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. This military exercise was made so loud and powerful that it was originally only meant to deter Huaxia. To make Huaxia take the initiative to bow down and hand over the Stokes equation solution method. They could get a benefit if they had face, and they could retreat happily. But China's attitude was extremely tough. It actually dared to disobey them. Discovering that Huaxia had become a powerful threat, it was necessary to increase the blockade of Huaxia. The best way to do this is to cause a war in the neighboring countries. Let Huaxia fall into a war quagmire. Even if it's a small fight, as long as the friction continues. Huaxia will have to be held back most of its energy and will not be able to stabilize its economic development at all. If Huaxia wants to stop the war, the pretty country just needs to move a little bit in the middle, it will immediately fight. Using this method to continuously consume the power of Huaxia is definitely the best way. The longer the friction lasted, pretty country would be able to make a huge profit just by selling arms. Great! This method is good. Immediately negotiate with the Southeast Asian countries. Promise to help them build a strong navy, land, and air force. Definitely better equipped than Huaxia's. Support them to go north to seize the Chinese territory. The president of the pretty country was ecstatic to get a good solution. Not only did he want to earn back the lost prize money, but he also wanted to earn more. After making up his mind, the foreign minister of the pretty country immediately traveled to the Filipino monkey country on a special plane to raise the cooperation to an unprecedented height. The presidents of the Viet monkey country and the horse monkey country arrived at the sound of the news. Together, they held a meeting. They knew very well that if they wanted to compete with China for territorial waters, they had to rely on the pretty country's support. With themselves, where would they dare to be so arrogant? In order to entertain the pretty foreign minister, a lot of thought was spent. Prepared a large number of gifts for him. It was in the hope of getting greater support from the pretty country. At the meeting, the pretty country's foreign minister sat at the main seat. The presidents of the three countries had curt smiles piled on their faces. I really didn't expect that Lord Minister would actually visit in person. Our armies are almost ready. Whenever you are free, you can economize our navy and air force. This time, the military exercises will definitely be able to overwhelm Huaxia. Dislike flashed across the pretty foreign minister's face. Putting on a professional fake smile, we know the level of your military very well. Although a batch of weapons was provided, it is still far from enough to deal with Huaxia. Take the Navy for example, your highest displacement warship is only over 3,000 tons. It's not even comparable to the Chinese naval police. The fighters are all third generation and old-fashioned. If you don't have the support of a beautiful country, you're simply no match for Huaxia. Although he was poked in the face, the three presidents didn't dare to get angry at all. Still accompanying a smiling face, even incomparably fawning. It is because of this that we hope that pretty country can increase its support. To be able to provide some weaponry that can truly fight against Huaxia. The pretty foreign minister shook his head, it's not that simple. Back then, in order to restrict Huaxia from exporting weapons to the outside world, there were strict regulations on the arms market. This is already the most advanced weapons exported to you. The presidents of the three countries were filled with disappointment when they heard this. Even if they relied on pretty country's fox and tiger to occupy some of China's islands and seas. But the pretty country navy couldn't stay in the South China Sea all the time. When they left, Huaxia could easily clean them up. They are even more afraid to promise the beautiful country to stay in the garrison. To that extent, even the right to speak is gone. They will be occupied and controlled by the pretty country. What's the difference between that and the death of the country? The foreign minister of the beautiful country saw the incomparable loss on their faces. Heart feel incomparable pride. It is simply too easy to take these small countries. With a single decision, you can completely control their destiny. The pretty foreign minister enjoyed this feeling. Paused for a few seconds, feeling that the fire was almost ready. Only then did she unhurriedly say, but it's not without a solution. Upon hearing this, the presidents of the three countries immediately perked up again. As long as we can be sold advanced weapons that can fight against Huaxia, we are willing to bear any conditions. That's right. Huaxia is just too powerful, especially these years, the navy, land and air forces have developed extremely rapidly. I'm afraid that other than the pretty country, there is no country alone that can suppress Huaxia. We really need more advanced weaponry. As long as Huaxia supports us, our three countries will always do the pretty country's bidding. Good, with these words. Following our pretty country will lead to a better future. Although large warships and warplanes can't be sold to you, you can use leasing to boost your defense strength. Lease? The three presidents were filled with surprise. They were prepared for everything, even if they had to pay a high price, they would still make pretty country sell them advanced weaponry. But how could they not think of just renting it to them? And this way didn't seem secure enough. He began to frown and analyze the pros and cons. Since it was leased, pretty country had the right to take it back at any time. The weapons of the Navy, Army and Air Force could be lost at any time. It made them very insecure. After spending a large amount of money, it turned out to be someone else's? They don't even have the right to own them. Wouldn't they be completely controlled by the pretty country in the future? No need to worry. The lease is just an excuse to get around the restrictions of international law. It's actually completely sold to you guys. After some years, we'll declare all these weapons scrapped. Sell them to you as scrap metal at a very low price. So you can have them forever. That's the only way our president and think tank could think of to help you guys. The pretty foreign minister finished and saw that they were still hesitating. With a cold face, he grinned broadly and slumped back in his chair. As for whether or not to take it, that's up to you guys to choose for yourselves. My time is precious and I can't stay longer. I believe that so many weapons will be of great interest to the three kingdoms. If you guys don't want them, there are plenty of countries that will grab them. Chapter 59. The beads of the calculator popped up in the country. Upon hearing that they were going to be sold to another country, the three presidents immediately became anxious, rushed to panic and agreed. The three countries have been buying weapons all over the place over the years, and their military strength has increased rapidly. Although they are all made in all countries, by Beautiful Country, Woolly Bear Country, John Bull, Gallic Chicken and other countries have all the weapons. Even the maintenance logistics are messed up. But it is with these weapons and equipment, promoted to become the world's top-ranked military power. The key to their hearts are also very clear, although to buy these weapons spent a lot of money. But the role brought by the weapons is only a small part. The biggest role of buying weapons is actually to get the political support of the Beautiful Country. This could be greater than the role brought by the weaponry. We are willing to buy as much as we can. Although they knew that there were certain risks, they had always been salivating over the weapons provided by Pretty Country. Even if they were retired old equipment, they were still very advanced in the world. Except for Pretty Country and Woolly Bear, it was not a wimp against any country. The Pretty Country's foreign minister then smiled in satisfaction. With that, he took out a list. On it were the latest retired warships, fighter jets, various armored vehicles, and missile equipment. Even their coveted fourth-generation fighter jets were listed. Of course the prices were quite expensive. All of them added up to 3 times the price of a normal exported new weapon. It's obvious that they are being treated like an ingrate. But they, in order to embrace the Beautiful Country this big leg, they could only hold their noses and admit it. No problem, we'll take them all. I don't know when it will be shipped over. Time is very tight on our side. We'll have to face a counterattack from China at any time. With our current strength we simply can't resist. Haha, as long as you pay enough money. This military exercise will be shipped over together. The foreign minister of the Beautiful Country was overjoyed after easily negotiating a deal. This business easily earned hundreds of billions of dollars. This was the amount they had calculated. The treasury balances and financial situation of the three countries had already been investigated clearly. This was the highest price they could afford. Selling weapons was still just the first income. After all, they were all old equipment that required maintenance every year. The demand for accessories would also be more than before. Pretty Country could adjust the price at will, depending on the situation. Treating these three countries as leeks, they could be harvested once a year. This is the reason why other small countries would rather have their tails between their legs and not dare to vigorously develop their military. Because those advanced weapons they simply couldn't afford to keep. Seeing that the three presidents had a face of flesh pain, their mood must be very bad at this moment. Immediately comforted and said, "You guys don't feel that this batch of weapons is too expensive? With this batch of weapons, you will have the capital to fight against Huaxia. This military exercise we will assist you to occupy all the islands in the South China Sea, and most of the sea. And we will leave a fleet behind to back you up. The seabed of the South China Sea is rich in oil and natural gas resources. Our Beautiful Country can provide mining technology. And Pretty Country can also acquire all the resources. It won't take long to earn back all the money spent on buying weapons." I see. It's really thankful. The Viet Monkey president was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the Pretty Country to give them such strong support. Now there were no worries at all. With weapons they could grab more resources and make more money instead. The presidents of the Philippine Monkey Country and the Monkey Country likewise understood. Pretty Country was asking them to go hard with Huaxia, and to provide all the support. What was there to worry about? With the Pretty Country behind them, it meant that the entire West was behind them. China will never dare to go to war against them. Since it was a surefire deal, they naturally had no more worries. While kissing their asses, they signed the contract very quickly. The foreign minister of the Pretty Country had just returned home. The official immediately released a message. In order to protect the security of Southeast Asian countries, Pretty Country is prepared to lease a batch of weapons. The moment the list of weapons came out, it shook the world. Many countries coveted this batch of equipment. They were envious. There were also some people who could see that this was Pretty Country being determined not to let Huaxia have a good time. Chinese officials immediately issued a rebuttal, strongly protesting the Pretty Country's behavior. But the Pretty Country didn't care. They claimed, "This is not a sale of weapons of mass destruction, it's just a lease. There is no violation of international law. Huaxia has no right to accuse." The populace of the three countries of the Vietnamese monkey, the Filipino monkey, and the horse monkey saw the purchase of so many advanced weapons. It became incredibly inflated. The Filipino monkeys even clamored and shouted, "Thank you for the advanced weapons provided by the Beautiful Country. Our military power has already surpassed that of Huaxia. This time, we will seize all the islands in the South China Sea in one go." The Vietnamese monkey populace was equally unwilling to show any weakness. It's time to seek revenge on Huaxia. Recapture our two regions. Our Viet monkey nation will become immensely powerful. We'll become a powerhouse in East Asia. It's great to have the support of a beautiful country. Who will dare to underestimate us in the future? Destroy all the hostile countries around us. We're going to rapidly expand our territory. There was never a shortage of people from the stick country at this time. Seeing a large number of weapons sold to Southeast Asia, it made them very jealous. But the mouth was very tough. I really can't understand why pretty country sells all its weapons to Southeast Asian countries. It's obvious that we, the stick country, are the most solid ally. If these weapons were sold to us, we could definitely defeat Huaxia. It doesn't matter though. They're all just weapons that the army has eliminated as obsolete. The pretty country sells us the most advanced ones. We don't care about this kind of crap. These words could infuriate the people of several countries of the Viet monkey. Who the hell is the stick country? We are the object of pretty country's pull. You are nothing but traitors of the pretty country. You don't even have the right to command in wartime. Still dare to be arrogant on the internet? Oh, I heard that all the fighter jets of the stick country have to get an application from the pretty country first to take off. What's the point of having these weapons? They don't even have the right to use them at will. I guess Huaxia is already shivering now, right? Ha ha ha, we're going to fight over there soon. Take back the territory that belongs to us. The people of Huaxia were incredibly angry. They didn't expect the pretty country to be so unscrupulous in order to fight against Huaxia. But not a single person wimped out. Instead, they were inspired with a strong will to fight. One after another, they spoke out to ask for war. Just a bunch of clowns. So what if we get a bunch of broken copper and iron? If you dare to fire the first shot, you will be destroyed immediately. We haven't fought for decades, and we're starting to let some cats and dogs look down on us. It's just right to take this opportunity to exterminate these guys and make an example of them. That's right. Keeping on tolerating will only make them even more rampant, thinking that we're too soft and weak. It's time to show our swords. Chapter 60, donate all the prize money. Pretty country didn't even care that Huaxia objected. Uniting a dozen or so countries' navies, they set off together towards the South China Sea. Along the way, more and more countries' warships assembled. The momentum was extremely loud. In total, hundreds of warships had to be assembled. No country could stand against it alone. This momentum alone was enough to make the vast majority of countries tremble in fear. The Manhwa kingdom also immediately prepared their naval fleet and docked at the place closest to Huaxia. In their opinion, if Huaxia wanted to carry through this time, they would definitely have to seek their help. A list of price tags had even been prepared. In its desperation, Huaxia could only agree to their conditions. No matter how excessive the demands were, in order to keep its homeland safe, it could only admit it. So these days, no matter how excessive the pretty country was doing, the woolly bear country hardly made any noise. The more powerful the pretty country's military exercises were, the greater the chance of their plan's success. The Chinese Space Academy, on the other hand, is making all-out preparations. The new missiles plus non-nuclear hydrogen bombs as killer weapons had already begun to be equipped in mass production. The Drone Research Institute had already begun to build the production line for the new drones. The Space Academy had become the top priority. The drone swarms could not form combat power in a short period of time. It could only rely on new missiles and sixth-generation fighters. Secondly, the anti-thrust velocity flight suit could also play a big role. If it could be mass-produced and equipped with all the pilots of the fifth-generation fighters, it could allow the fifth-generation fighters to exert a stronger performance. In military maneuvers, it could likewise suppress the enemy. Of the three secret weapons, only the sixth-generation fighter was the most difficult, and was focused on by the higher-ups. Progress has to be reported every day, confirming that there were no discrepancies between the plan and the production schedule, and that it could be built successfully before the arrival of the military confrontation. Facing the pretty country's step-by-step press, Huaxia's attitude was very tough this time. Gathered the Air Force and Navy and set off for the South China Sea, intending to get tough with them. The news spread out, leaving many people feeling very shocked. In the past, China's strong opposition to this kind of provocation was at most a condemnation. Rarely would they confront them head-on. No one had expected that Huaxia had also made such a big commotion. In addition to the warships that must defend the sea, all the others are heading towards the South China Sea. A posture of never compromising was put up. The heat gradually surpassed the World Math Contest. After 2 days, Shen Dongchang and Ding Guowa each answered a question. And pretty country found 7 people who cheated, except for the first 3 questions to do it, to the 4th is difficult. It even attracted a tirade of abuse. These 7 people cheating has been very obvious, do not need evidence to prove. Even the 3 mathematicians who came up with the questions became the target of attack by netizens. Such people did not deserve to be respected even if they were learned. On the contrary, the other 4 mathematicians were greatly praised by the netizens. It didn't take much thought to realize that the facts were very clear. 3 of them must have gotten favors to leak the test questions to help the mathematicians in the pretty country cheat. The other 4 mathematicians held fast to the bottom line, not being tempted by money or bowing to power. Li Yi became very busy in the Space Academy, and whichever department encountered difficulties, he would go forward to solve them. Utilizing the Enlightenment reversal system, he found the best solution. After all, some parts were extremely demanding, and the domestic processing equipment could not meet the accuracy requirements. It would be necessary to make up for it with operating techniques. Li Yi came up with a solution every time and smoothly passed through the difficult times. By the 5th day, the math competition finally ended. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua managed to answer 2 questions, but did not rush into the top 10. Li Yi deserved the first place, and the other 9 places were all taken by Pretty Country. The news was announced a few days later. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua were in 15th and 19th place respectively. The 2 of them were already very satisfied with this ranking. After all, they were facing a world-class math competition. There were many famous mathematicians in Europe and the beautiful countries and even the Manhwa kingdom. Plus, Li Yi came out of nowhere to take the first place. There was even less regret. Next was the awards ceremony. The awards were broadcast live on the internet, and the prize money was directly credited to the participants' personal accounts. By the end of the math competition, the first prize money reached a staggering $1 billion. It made people all over the world jealous. But it was useless to be jealous. Other than Li Yi, no one was able to finish the 7 problems. The most powerful mathematician from a beautiful country who participated in the competition had only solved the 4th problem and gave up directly when he could no longer hold on. The organizer of the competition and the government of the beautiful country were cursed by the whole world. Such a sacred academic competition, actually obvious cheating. And also official participation. Let many people are incomparably angry. Pretty Country hurriedly award the end, let the media vigorously publicize the military exercises in the South China Sea. In this way to divert the attention of the people around the world. This move is really very effective. By filming the scale of the warships, as well as displaying the weapons and equipment sold to Southeast Asia, it quickly made it onto the hot searches of all the networks. Even on the way to the voyage, several countries' navies assembled and conducted military drills while rushing to sail. Fighter jets and missiles simulated attacking targets, and the scene was extremely grand. It caused a burst of applause. With this, even more no one was optimistic about China. On this day, Li Yi was helping to solve problems in the workshop. Shen Dongchang came over and called Li Yi to the side. Your bonus has come down, check the account number and it will arrive immediately. Is it being sent to your payroll card? Such a large sum of money, converted into Chinese currency, is close to 7 billion. Have you thought about how to use it yet? My suggestion is that it's best to save it, the interest alone is enough to spend. Ding Guohua said. They were also very worried that with such a large sum of money, Li Yi would spend it everywhere. After all, the temptation was just too great. So much money was enough to change a person. If he only craved for enjoyment and stopped working hard on his academic research, he would soon be wasted. Li Yi smiled and said, I called home after winning first place. After discussing with my parents, such a large sum of money is a curse rather than a blessing. After the money arrives, I won't keep a penny of it and will donate it all. Use it to help those whose families are poor and can't afford to see a doctor. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua were directly shocked. This was nearly $7 billion. A profit that many listed companies might not be able to earn. Li Yi actually decided to donate all of it so easily. What a great pattern and courage this must be. You have to think it over. Do you not realize what a huge sum $7 billion is? Ding Guohua was afraid that Li Yi would make an impulsive decision on the spur of the moment. It would be too late to regret it once it was donated. Yes, such a large bonus is something you earned with your skills. Even if you use it yourself, no one else can say anything. It's better to wait and think it over before making a decision. Shen Dongchang also persuaded. No need, I've considered it clearly. The bonus given to me by RD alone is simply too much to spend. Existing in the bank is nothing more than a string of numbers. If I donate it, I can help a lot of people. Please help me contact reliable public welfare organizations so that this money can help the people who really need it. Li Yi said with a straight face. Chapter 61, Donating the entire prize money. The 2 men immediately stood in awe of Li Yi's decision. Even though he was not yet 20 years old. However, Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua already did not look at him as a junior at all. Although at their age, they wouldn't take money too seriously. If they really got such a large sum of money, the odds were that they would also choose to donate it. They were all in their 60s now. They have experienced many things, and they have already looked away from things outside of their bodies. But if they had billions of dollars at the age of 20 or so, the mindset will definitely change drastically. He would never donate all of it without leaving a single bit behind. It could be seen from this that Li Yi's realm was even higher than theirs. Really no longer consider it? Shin Dongchang reconfirmed. I've already received 2 scientific research bonuses that add up to $20 million. Giving $2 million to my family has scared them enough. Besides, I eat, drink, and live in the unit. I hardly spend any money at all. What's the point of having so much money? When the development of the 6th generation fighter jet is successful, I guess the country will have to reward me with another big bonus. Can't spend it all, not at all. Help me donate the money and never regret it, Li Yi said with a smile. It was only at this moment that the two of them officially confirmed that Li Yi was indeed sincere in donating all of the money. Shin Dongchang nodded solemnly and promised, I promise to strictly supervise this money and never let anyone get their hands on it. That's right. Every penny used for this fund must all be publicized to the people. Make sure it's all used on the knife edge. Ding Guohua followed suit. Then I am relieved. With the big war coming up, it's better to hurry up and build the 6th generation aircraft. I'm really tired of seeing pretty countries' arrogance. It's necessary to make these small countries in the surrounding area recognize their own strength and status. Li Yi had read the news on the internet and was very annoyed. Holding back his energy, he wanted to speed up the manufacturing of the 6th generation aircraft. These days, he stayed in the workshop, and when he saw where the progress was lagging behind, he went over to help. With Li Ye's help, the rushed progress had exceeded expectations. Soon, a shocking news broke out. Li Yi donated all of his prize money to help cure people from poor families. Especially those children who had gotten very sick were within the focus of help. In less than a day, it had already swept the major network headlines. Originally, there were still a few people who saw Li Yi obtaining such a large sum of money, and their hearts were a bit sour. But this decision immediately made them stand in awe. My goodness, this is only over 6 billion Chinese dollars. As long as you don't gamble and lose your money, you won't be able to spend it all even in 10 lifetimes. To actually donate it so cleanly? It's really admirable. Anyway, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. At most, donate a part of it, never all of it. Even if you're so young and talented, you still have such a big style. It's really not something that ordinary people can compare to. Let's see what else that little black guy has to say. Not to mention the fact that he has such longevity after just graduating from high school. Just ask those smearing guys, how much money have you donated? In school it was even more so that Li Ye's achievements were always being publicized. Xia Shui was incredibly excited every time she heard about it. Today, she even learned that Li Yi actually donated all of his prize money. She admired Li Yi even more. At the same time, she missed him even more. I hope that this military exercise passes early and I can come to your side quickly. I will also try my best to cheer up. Although she had already been accepted, Xia Shui studied harder instead. She also specially bought some books on aerospace specialties. She wanted to work hard to catch up with Li Yi and become his booster. Never drag him down. After working continuously for more than a month, the body of the 6th generation fighter had already completed 90%. A super sci-fi, extremely futuristic-looking fighter was parked in the warehouse. Even if it was just standing still, one could feel a powerful deterrent. All that was needed next was to install the explosive engine on it, and it would be ready for a test flight. I really didn't expect that after more than a month of continuous fighting, I actually finished transforming the fighter body 10 days ahead of schedule. Shin Dongchang was filled with joy, looking forward to the near future when the fighter jet would soar in the sky and shock the world. This is also thanks to the various departments supporting a large number of technicians. It has greatly accelerated our research and development speed. Also, Li Ye's non-stop problem solving day in and day out. The same is the key to completing it ahead of schedule. Ding Guohua said with great relief. This is all the result of everyone working together. Every technician, this position is important. I've checked the fighter body in detail and there are no problems. After installing the engine, it can definitely be used normally, Li Yi said with a straight face. Although the 6th generation prototype fuselage had already been completed, the experts still did not slacken off. There was still a need to step up and continue rushing to produce the second and third frame. It was important to get more Generation 6 planes into service as soon as possible at the fastest possible speed. Only then could they deter those enemy countries that had bad thoughts about China. The next step was to enter into intense work again. Li Yi began to lead the team of experts in aero engines to speed up the production of the explosive engines. The requirements for the normal explosive engines were a bit lower and the structure was simpler. Li Yi had already fully mastered the technology of the continuous detonation engine. It was naturally easy to study the lower-end common explosive engines. It was like a college student doing middle school problems, it was simply not too easy. The next research and development work also went very smoothly. Seeing the pretty country's warships come to the South China Sea area, their allies also rushed over to meet up. The world's focus is centered on the South China Sea. Finally, the explosive engine was manufactured. At the same time, there was also good news that the first batch of anti-thrust speed flight suits had also been produced, a total of 5 sets. Li Yi led the people to start testing the performance of the explosive engines. At the same time, he handed the counter-thrust speed flight suits to the Air Force for them to conduct flight tests. The engine was installed on the test frame. Under the nervous gazes of all the technical experts, Li Yi took the microphone and gave the command, "Ready, 321, ignition." Only a loud boom could be heard. Engine ignition successful. Start increasing thrust. Thrust up to 0.5 tons, thrust up to 1 ton, thrust up to 1.5 tons? Everything is running well, no faults. The inspectors from all departments were reporting the news promptly. It ran continuously for more than 10 hours before the engine was shut down. I announced that the testing of the 6th-generation fighter burst engine is complete. Ready for assembly. Wow! Everyone cheered loudly with excitement and celebrated enthusiastically. After more than 2 months of hard fighting, sleeping only a few hours a day, their eyes were all bloodshot. But at this moment, they all felt that all the hard work was worth it. Great, congratulations, we've finally succeeded. Congratulations. The hands of the two old men, Shin Dongchang and Ding Wowa, were clasped tightly together. Tears of excitement were welling up in their eyes. This was the goal they had been working towards for their entire lives. It was finally realized with their own hands today. Chapter 62, Testing the Anti-Thrust Flight Suit. Battle power significantly increased. At the Chinese airbase, 5 of the most skilled pilots were specially selected, having them put on the anti-thrust speed flight suits. The first round of test flights began. This time, not only to test the highest operational performance of the 5th-generation fighter, it was also to test out the limits of the flight suit. Whether it could really protect the pilots during rapid acceleration and extreme maneuvers like the data given by the Space Academy. Wang Chang, you conduct the first round of test flights. Be sure to pay more attention to safety. Stop immediately if you find that your body can't carry it. Whether it's the 5th-generation fighter or your safety, it's extremely important. Never take risks. The Air Force chief instructed with a serious face. Yes. Guarantee to complete the mission. Ace pilot Wang Chang had already put on his flight suit and sat into the airplane after receiving instructions. Although the new anti-thrust speed flight suit was a bit like a spacesuit in appearance, but wearing it on his body didn't affect his activities at all. Instead, it was as if he was wearing an ordinary piece of clothing. Although the flight helmet functioned more or less the same as before, the data displayed was more clear and sensitive. Even if the pilot's maneuvering ability was strong, the equipment would not affect the pilot's performance. Moreover, this flight suit could be adjusted in a small range according to the pilot's height dimensions. This meant that it didn't need to be tailored specifically for a certain pilot, and it could be used universally between different pilots. After entering the fighter, Wang Chang said, "Pilot report, pre-takeoff preparations are complete, please instruct." Take off. Yes. With a popping sound, violent flames erupted from the back of the airplane. This test was to test out the extreme performance of the 5th-generation aircraft. From startup, it was all in accordance with war preparations. Simulating that the enemy had launched an attack, an emergency takeoff was to be performed. The throttle was directly added to the bottom, the 5th-generation plane quickly accelerated, followed by an upside-down flight into the sky. The head of the Air Force was very satisfied to see the operation without any delay. Smiling, he said to the leader next to him, "When the 5th-generation plane was first produced, I can remember that the engine would emit black smoke. After a few generations of improvement, it's finally getting closer and closer to the pretty country. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few years for us to make up for all the shortcomings and catch up with pretty country." What the chief said is true. It wasn't easy to make it through the first few decades. The pretty country provoked us every now and then. It was just so that we couldn't stand it and use force against them. It's still the #1 chief and all the leaders who had the foresight. Leading the country to lie in wait and taste the guts, we've finally made progress today. This is also thanks to President Shin and President Ding of the Space Agency. They led the team in research and development day and night. Only then did we have such an advanced 5th-generation aircraft. A 5th-generation fighter jet is already the ceiling for maneuvering, right? Even the best pilots are no longer able to bring out the extreme strength of the 5th-generation planes. By the start of the 6th generation, I'm afraid that we'll have to use unmanned pilots to make it work. Even if pilots were used to fly them, they would only be able to limit their performance to a certain range. It simply can't withstand the violent acceleration. All the leaders also spoke up, voicing their thoughts. This is unknown. The Aerospace Academy hasn't told us anything about the 6th-generation aircraft so far. To be honest, remote control is still not a small risk. Once pretty country develops stronger electromagnetic jamming technology, the huge investment in the Generation 6 fighters will all be for nothing. In the middle of the conversation, Wang Chang had already piloted the fighter to a suitable altitude for the test. Reporting to the chief, test preparation is complete. Start the extreme performance test. Good, pay attention to safety. All the leaders all stopped discussing and looked at the monitoring screen. There were cameras installed on the fighter jet, able to see everything about the fighter jet. Not far away, there were also fighters following the camera. All the detailed data was recorded. Start the rapid acceleration test. The fighter jet now hovered in the air and then accelerated violently. It accelerated to Mach 3.7 in the shortest possible time. The chief quickly ordered, observe the heart rate beating at all times. Once it exceeds the load, stop the test immediately. Yes. The heart rate beating frequency is at a normal level and has not been affected in any way. The leaders glanced at each other in surprise, rushing over to watch the data. It was found that the heart rate was even lower than the usual activity. This indicated that the pilot's body had not been affected by any acceleration despite the rapid acceleration process. The technology of this flight suit is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Normally, doing these maneuvers is extremely taxing on the heart. The blood vessels of the entire body are greatly compressed, and the heart rate beats extremely fast. Now there's actually nothing happening? The Air Force chief thought of something and muttered, "The Space Academy really did develop a good thing for us." This means that by relying on the pilot's ability, it is possible to surpass the limits of a fifth-generation fighter. With this flight suit, it can completely make up for all the gaps in the prettier country's fifth-generation fighters. There's even a chance to surpass it. Another leader was equally full of excitement. The technology of the fifth-generation fighter has become more and more mature. I suggest that it can be mass-produced to equip the entire army. We're no longer weak to the West at all in air combat. Don't be in a hurry yet, let's look at the other tests. After the acceleration was completed, the pilot's heart rate beat only slightly higher than usual. It was equivalent to just jogging for a while. Even if an ordinary person wore this flight suit and flew in a fighter jet in combat mode, they wouldn't faint on the spot. Figuring this out, the leaders were both shocked and excited. In the future, it would be easier for Huaxia to select pilots. A steady stream of qualified pilots could be trained in a short period of time. It was exciting to think about. It was important to realize that the selection of pilots was extremely strict and the training process was very complicated. Although a fighter jet was worth several hundred million or even more than $1 billion, pilots were even more precious. In the event of danger, pilots were allowed to give up their fighters and prioritize the protection of their own safety. The number of pilots is also one of the important conditions that limit the size of a country's air force. Now it was almost certain that China would never have this limitation again. After the rapid acceleration, the pilots also had more than enough confidence. They began to test various extreme maneuvers, such as 90-degree or even sharp-angle sharp turns. Ultra-high-speed flights climbed rapidly. These maneuvers are extremely taxing on the human body. The usual training must be controlled within a certain range. But this time, the pilot didn't feel any discomfort. After a few simple attempts, there were no more worries. The pilot began to try dangerous maneuvers in his fighter jet that he had never done before. It still worked like a charm. The extreme performance of the fighter jet was fully utilized. The pilot was no longer the shortcoming that limited the performance of the airplane. Watching the wonderful action of the fighter jet has never been. The leaders see the blood boiling, wishing they were younger, can personally pilot the 5th-generation fighter soaring in the sky. See the wonderful place, but also cannot help but applaud fiercely. Loud for him to call good cheer. Chapter 63, Completion of the 6th-generation fighter aircraft. After more than an hour of extreme testing, the airplane returned smoothly. When the fighter jet stopped, the pilot came down from the plane. Immediately, a doctor examined his body thoroughly. After more than an hour, it was confirmed that his body was very healthy. It had not been affected in any way by the extreme driving. Based on the comprehensive data derived, it could now be fully confirmed. The anti-thrust speed flight suit had excellent performance, far beyond what the leaders had imagined. Excellent. Have the others continue the test as well. If all 5 pilots are fine, then the entire army can be equipped in large numbers. The number 1 chief was filled with excitement. It had been a long time since he had gotten equipment that was so eye-catching. Although it was only a flight suit, it could make the entire Air Force power rise dramatically. It was equivalent to raising the performance of a 5th-generation fighter jet by another large amount. Especially in this period of full-scale military confrontation, this good news came too timely. After another 10 days, the South China Sea warships had been assembled. The Allied forces of the beautiful countries have assembled more than 200 warships of all sizes. Especially their aircraft carrier fleet, very eye-catching. On the other hand, the Chinese side only sent over 30 main warships. In comparison, the strength seems much thinner. Many foreign netizens were even more cynical about China. This strength of China actually dares to go against the beautiful country. Simply not self-importance. Oh, against the Chinese we're need to beautiful country to take action? The Sejong Daewang of our country is more than enough. Have you seen the Sejong Daewang battleship of our country? It's definitely the most handsome and spectacular of all the battleships. Come on, I really suspect that the people of the stick country have eye problems. Your Sejong Daewang battleship doesn't even rank in the top 30 of these 100 battleships, and you still have the nerve to brag about it. The people of the stick country are just so shameless, it's not like it's the first day. I really don't understand why pretty country accepts such a little brother, it's not even humiliating enough. But no matter what, just by looking at the number and tonnage of warships on both sides, China is at an absolute disadvantage. I'm afraid that in this military confrontation, Huaxia won't be able to escape the benefits. Only Huaxia has the strength to carry it. I'm afraid that any other country besides China would have to surrender voluntarily in the face of so many warships. Don't forget there's also a Manhwa country. Although their navy has gone downhill, their strength is still not to be underestimated. Especially since they have a huge number of nuclear bombs, the pretty country doesn't dare to mess with them head-on. It's estimated that it won't take long before Huaxia will have to take the initiative to soften and agree to pretty country's demands. If I had known this, why did I bother in the first place? Obviously not having the strength to still dislike pretty country hard, it's too late to regret now. Chinese netizens didn't feel intimidated by the enemy's strength. Instead, they were all full of wariness. They couldn't wait to be on the warships and fight for their country. Humph, can you win with a large number of warships? Once 1v17, and they were still not beaten with their heads in their hands? The will to fight and the quality of the soldiers is the key to winning. What's more, most of our Huaxia's warships are new types, and their electronic combat capabilities are extremely powerful. Although the beautiful country's combined fleet is large in number, more than half of them are nothing more than broken brass. To think that even 2,000 or 3,000 tons of warships are good enough to be sent over, it's not too much of a disgrace. Going out to fight, dare not say, in our coastal war. How many warships are coming is also for nothing. Do you really think that our Chinese Air Force and missiles are vegetarians? Many military enthusiasts in Huaxia began to conduct combat rehearsals online. Comparing the weapons and technologies of both sides, they found that they only needed one round of full-scale attack. At least half of the beautiful country's combined fleet would have to be sunk. The rest would have to rely on luck to survive. Not to mention that Huaxia still has nuclear weapons as a crushing weapon. As a nuclear weapon power, it's simply impossible to lose in a modern war. At the Space Academy, the complete assembly of the 6th generation machine was finally completed. The final tests began. After all, it's a new fighter plane, and must not be allowed to have any discrepancies. Various in situ ignition tests were conducted to check if the systems were operating safely. The work has reached a white-hot level. The experts were all as if they had been doped up, and had not closed their eyes for 2 or 3 consecutive days. Even if they couldn't use it, they had to stare at the side. This was a history-making moment. Even the pretty country hadn't developed a 6th generation fighter. Huaxia was the first country to launch a 6th generation fighter jet. It's bound to shake the world. The more this time, the more it was necessary to ensure that the test flight of the 6th generation fighter jet must not go wrong. In fact, Li Yi already had a plan in place. He had supervised every step of the process on site, and there was no way that anything could go wrong. However, the detailed testing of the new model was a hard and fast rule of the research institute. It absolutely could not be changed at will. Li Yi possessed the Gnosis reversal system, which could ensure that every detail was qualified. Other experts couldn't do this. In order to ensure the rigor of the research and development, the steps that had to be taken had to be gone through. It took another 2 days for the static inspection of the fighter to be completed. Shin Dongchang called the top and transferred the ace pilot. It was Wang Chang who had tested the anti-thrust speed flight suit earlier. The entire military area was blocked off at the moment. No one was allowed to approach near the takeoff runway. Only a handful of senior leaders from the military had arrived at the scene. The head of the Air Force was unaware of the fact that the 6th generation fighter jet had been completed until now. When he saw Shin Dongchang, he couldn't help but spit out, "Why are you testing the new fighter at this juncture? We're in the middle of full-scale 5th generation fighter training. Isn't this a delay?" Their Air Force had already placed their bets on the 5th generation fighters. Even if they had a new model at this time, they wouldn't dare to casually put it into battle in the future for safety reasons. It would still take a long time from experimental flights to actually being installed in the military. In his opinion, the test flight of the new model should be pushed back a bit. It is not too late to wait for the end of this military confrontation. Shin Dongchang wore an unhurried smile on his face. "I say, why are you becoming more and more impatient? If the test flight of the new model is successful in the face of a major enemy, it will be beneficial to China. It's also good for our Huaxia. It seems that the Air Force chief doesn't quite welcome us." Ding Guohua also smiled and teased. "I wouldn't dare to be unwelcoming. It's just that the situation is different now. But then again, ever since we were equipped with the anti-thrust flight suits you provided, our Air Force has indeed been greatly improved. We need to speed up and make more of them for us. Not only do 5th generation fighter pilots need them, even if they are flying 4th generation fighters, they are also useful. Alright, it doesn't matter. Produce as many as you need. It's better to test fly the new fighter successfully first. Shin Dongchang said. While they were talking, a special vehicle slowly traveled over this way. It was covered with a layer of black fabric. It was so tightly protected that one could not see what was being pulled inside. This is the new fighter jet? The Air Force chief was puzzled. Even the test flights of the 5th-generation fighters were not so tightly protected. Chapter 64, Testing the 6th-generation fighter? Yeah, this new fighter is something special. Otherwise it wouldn't have to be you ace pilots. Shin Dongchang replied. The Air Force chief was filled with suspicion as he took a look around. Still couldn't figure out exactly which fighter jet was being upgraded. Don't sell yourself short, quickly have someone lift the cover. I'd like to see what a fighter jet that's still in a hurry to test fly at such a tense time looks like. Shin Dongchang shouted to the staff, lift off the covering and hoist the airplane down. Be extra careful and try not to bump into it. A dozen staff members nimbly cut the ropes and then lifted off the black cloth of the covering. A wooden frame was actually made around the airplane. In addition to protecting the fighter jet coating and preventing the fabric from rubbing, the main reason was still to prevent the airplane's shape from being seen by others. After all, the location of the space yard was fixed, and there was no telling how many spies would be staring at the cargo pulled out of it. Therefore, this method was used so that the spies would not be able to know what was being transported. After lifting the covering off, it wasn't just the head of the Air Force. The other leaders were likewise instantly frozen. The eyes looked straight ahead. Instantly, they were firmly captivated by the shape of the fighter jet. Shin Dongchang was very satisfied with their reaction. The first time he saw the drawings, he was shocked for half a day. The shape of this fighter alone was enough to make one's heart pound. The more advanced the fighter, the more the shape would be greatly improved. It was more streamlined and more aesthetically pleasing. One could feel the difference in combat power just by looking at the shape. How is it? This fighter jet can still meet the chief's eyes, right? Shin Dongchang asked with a smile. The Air Force chief's lips were trembling as he spoke. He had seen a lot of advanced weapons. Even when he saw a nuclear bomb, his mood had never been so excited. There was no need to explain that he had already thought of the identity of this fighter jet. If I guessed correctly, this should be the newly developed 6th-generation fighter jet, right? That's not right. It's not like I haven't seen the rendering of the appearance of a 6th-generation fighter jet before. The difference between the shape of this fighter jet and this one isn't even a fraction of a millimeter. Does the development of the new fighter jet still have to be kept secret from me? The Air Force chief was instantly a bit unhappy. Although he knew that the research and development had to be kept secret, he was after all the head of the Air Force. Even if it was the development of the latest fighter jet, it shouldn't be kept from him. After all, this had to be known sooner or later. If he was truly an enemy spy, these secrets would not be kept at all. Chief, don't be angry, this is not something that was intentionally kept from you. The rendering of the 6th-generation fighter that I showed you earlier was exactly right. It was designed by thousands of experts from our aerospace academy. But after Lie's modifications and upgrades, it's a far cry from the original. Except for the use of some common parts. It can be said that it's already a completely different fighter from before. Ding Guohua explained. Also, from upgrading and modifying to manufacturing, we only used a little over 2 months. It was too late to notify you in such a short period of time. Shin Dongchang added. It was fine not to explain, but the more he explained, the more the Air Force chief felt that it was extremely unreliable. More than 2 months to develop a 6th-generation fighter? You guys aren't kidding, right? Not joking at all. Whether it can satisfy you or not, isn't it enough to test it? Shin Dongchang did not explain too much. The Air Force chief suddenly reacted. Perhaps it was just a case of upgrading the outer shell in order to scare the enemy. It looked more bluffing, but in fact, the inner core was no different from a 5th-generation fighter. Saying that it was a 6th-generation fighter was just to scare the pretty country. To put pressure on them to retreat quickly. In no way could the real 6th-generation fighter be developed in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, he did not point it out. After all, the pressure facing Huaxia was just too great. There was an urgent need for advanced weapons to deter the enemy. If one claimed to have a 6th-generation fighter at this time, pretty country would definitely be very jealous. Before investigating clearly, it would never dare to lay a harsh hand on Huaxia. This would buy more time for Huaxia to prepare. In addition, the Chinese military faced a multinational coalition fleet and also needed this kind of good news to boost their morale. Confrontations between countries were supposed to be real and false. In addition to true strength, it was all the more important to see who had the best skills. I see, then let's hurry up and test it. The South China Sea military exercises will begin soon. This warplane might come in handy. After saying that, he also explained to Wang Chang, be more careful with the test flight of the new fighter. First, familiarize yourself with it gradually. Then test the extreme performance of the warplane. Wang Chang did not think that much. Just by seeing the cool and futuristic appearance of the fighter jet, he was already firmly attracted. Being able to test drive this fighter for the first time was simply his greatest dream. Hearing the command, he hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. Please don't worry, Chief. There is no fighter that I can't hold on to. I will definitely complete the test flight mission. I will never let the Chief down. Good, go. Wait a moment. Li Yi suddenly called him back. Although the 6th generation fighter jet is not much different from other fighters in the way it is piloted. But there are some new features added. First of all, the intelligent piloting function is more advanced, and the entire fighter plane is highly intelligent. One can directly give commands to the fighter to automatically pilot. If you don't understand something, you can also ask directly. In addition, the fighters were divided into normal driving modes, berserk driving modes, and explosive driving modes. The first mode is very simple, and there is not much difference with ordinary 5th generation fighters, only the upper limit speed is a little higher. The berserk mode increased the thrust significantly, and the speed and overall performance could be raised to the highest. Berserk mode must be adapted to for a little while longer before the performance test. Burst mode is rapid acceleration. It is a case of the first two modes spotting enemy missiles or chasing enemies at breakneck speeds. You can use the burst mode. Be sure to wait until berserk mode is familiarized before testing the burst mode. Li Yi explained the added new features in detail. Wang Chang listened carefully and memorized all of them. However, there was still some disbelief. Ever since wearing the anti-thrust speed flight suit for training, even the performance of a 5th generation aircraft could no longer stimulate him. Even if it was a 6th generation fighter, how much could the thrust be increased? The faster the better for him, that's what would get him excited again. Got it, since it's a new fighter I'll pay more attention. Wang Chang nodded and replied. Sitting on the airplane, he looked at the cockpit. Although it had been upgraded to look better, with many LCD panels added. But the operation and function buttons were pretty much the same as before. He was also given an operation manual to view before this. Long ago, he had already memorized all the functions. With his ability to pilot this new fighter, there was no problem at all. Chapter 65, Power Up So Much? After doing the pre-takeoff inspection, Wang Chang immediately reported, takeoff preparations have been completed, please instruct. Permission to take off. With a command, the fighter instantly started up. Extremely light blue flames erupted from the back. It had almost reached the level of transparency. If one didn't look closely, it was as if there were no flames. This was precisely the effect of the excellent engine performance, very full combustion, and extremely strong power. It was different from the situation with the other fighters. The explosive engine control fuel system was substantially upgraded. Even in standby mode, the fuel burned extremely fully. This also meant that traveling the same mileage could save even more fuel. The fighter jet skidded for a distance, and Wang Chang increased the throttle. Instantly, it shot straight up into the sky in a dry land. Taking Wang Chang by surprise, he wanted to test the climbing power. At first, he increased the throttle to half. I didn't expect the huge thrust to be far beyond imagination. It was almost equivalent to the thrust of a 5th generation airplane that pressed the throttle to the end. I'll go. I thought the difference in thrust with a 5th generation airplane wouldn't be too great. This feels like it must be at least double the difference. Has the power of a 6th generation fighter been upgraded this much? After being shocked, Wang Chang became extremely excited again. The power had been upgraded significantly in order to fully utilize all the skills. It was only by doing so that both man and machine could be utilized to the limit that one could have the strongest combat power. Wang Chang, I've told you to be more careful with the pre-testing. Skill the functions and power first before doing extreme maneuvers. Who told you to be in such a hurry at the beginning? The Air Force chief was very angry at the situation. Picking up the communicator, he gave him a reprimand. Even if it was a 5th generation aircraft changing its shell, there would be some changes in the parts and structure. There would be the possibility of unexpected problems. The danger of test flying a new model was quite high. So one had to be careful to gradually increase the intensity of the tests. His anger was also for Wang Chang's safety. When Wang Chang heard the reprimand, he was also very aggrieved in his heart. He hurriedly replied and explained, reporting to the chief, I was just driving in the normal way. I didn't realize that the power of this fighter jet has increased so much. With the same size throttle, this warplane is more than twice as strong. How is this possible? The Air Force chief was a bit disbelieving. Even if it was a true 6th generation fighter, the only things that had been drastically improved were the electronic equipment and stealth performance. To double the power, it would be more than just upgrading one generation. Even if it was upgraded by 2 or 3 more generations, it might not be possible to achieve such a large increase in performance. The Air Force chief still thought that he was making excuses for his mistake. He was about to continue his reprimand. Dongchang stopped him with a smile. As an ace pilot, Wang Chang knows the importance of lightness. In the field of piloting fighter planes, no one is his match. Just let him test in his own way. Don't worry about it, we've already conducted strict tests on this warplane. There will be no quality problems. Dongchang's face-to-face favor was still a face to be given. The Air Force chief only left one last sentence: be more careful, don't take any chances. Understood. Wang Chang was doing some simple maneuvers in the fighter jet. He found that the fighter jet was very light to drive. The driving feeling was great. Even though it was the first time he had piloted it, he had the feeling of man-machine unity. It was almost as if he was directing it, hitting wherever he wanted. If you just add a little throttle, you can immediately get enough power according to your own will. Even if it was already loaded with ammunition, there was not the slightest feeling of heaviness. After flying fighter jets for so many years, he even won the first place in the competition. But it was still the first time he had piloted a fighter with such good maneuverability. It really deserves to be a 6th-generation fighter. It feels like one can fight 10. No, even when facing an enemy 5th-generation plane, one can beat 100 with full confidence. Wang Chang was secretly happy in his heart. Touching the joystick, his heart was greatly satisfied. As an ace pilot of the Air Force, this fighter jet was officially in service. It was also definitely the first one he had piloted. Thinking about it made him feel incomparably excited. Let me see your extreme performance next. Wang Chang spent 10 minutes to completely adapt to the feeling of piloting a fighter jet. Reporting to his superiors to start testing the performance. Slamming the accelerator, the fighter jet scurried out with a roar. It was as if an extremely sharp knife had completely torn the air apart. There was even a brief vacuum at the rear. A string of very faint Mach rings appeared at the fighter's nozzle. Because the fuel burned extremely well, the color of the Mach rings was particularly light. Especially in the daytime, under the sunlight, it was even less obvious. Not to mention that the distance was too far away to even see clearly where the fighter jet was flying. Only through the radio, to contact with the aircraft. The 6th-generation aircraft possessed test sensors that could transmit data to the opposite side in real time. It allowed the technicians and the leaders to keep track of the fighter's situation. The fighter plane is running everything well, all components are very stable. Testing the fighter's acceleration, the fighter's real-time speed is Mach 2, Mach 2.5, Mach 3, Mach 3.5. As the technician read out higher and higher numbers, the head of the Air Force was immediately nonplussed. What you just recited was the flight speed of the test fighter. Yes, Chief. What? You're not mistaken, how dare you break through Mach 4? The power of this new fighter has been increased as well? Reporting to the Chief, the flight speed has already exceeded Mach 5 and is still climbing. The Air Force Chief's eyes were almost glazed over, not believing it at all. Suddenly turning his head to look at Shin Dongchang tightly. You're not kidding, are you? What fighter can break through Mach 5? Even the Mao Bear's White Swan strategic bomber can't reach the speed at full speed, right? Don't tell me that our aero engine has already surpassed the Mao Bear nation. The speed sensor on the plane must be malfunctioning. I'll have to hurry and have him return to flight to replace the sensor again. Shin Dongchang immediately stopped him from picking up the communicator. I say, Chief, why do you have so little confidence in our space academy? Who said the sensors are wrong? The detection speed is correct at all, don't worry. The Air Force chief couldn't believe his ears. Dumbfounded, he looked at him. Are you dreaming or am I dreaming? Do you know what it means when a fighter jet breaks through Mach 5? A slight turn and I'm afraid the fighter will be torn to pieces. That's a speed that not many missiles can reach. Calm down a bit, will you? You're the head of the Air Force. If even you can't believe it, how can our fighter jets continue to progress in the future? Shin Dongchang's heart was already overjoyed at the moment. The Air Force had always complained that the performance of the fighters designed by the Aerospace Academy was too poor to compare to the pretty country. It disliked that the driving feeling was not good and the maneuverability could not satisfy them. At this moment, seeing his incomparably shocked and unbelievable appearance, this showed that the 6th-generation fighter was far beyond their imagination. Finally, it made the Space Academy raise its eyebrows fiercely. Chapter 66, Too much speed can easily cross the border. At this moment, the Air Force chief's mood had been shaken beyond words. You mean this is a real 6th-generation fighter? This is not right. Even a 6th-generation fighter can't reach such outrageous performance, right? I've always said that this is a 6th-generation fighter. And it's got a brand new explosive engine. And that's just in normal driving mode. Berserk mode increases performance even more. And the burst mode can break through Mach 10 or more, which is almost equivalent to allowing the fighter to instantly move. At this speed, even the most advanced anti-aircraft missiles will not be able to catch up with our fighter jets. Shin Dongchang explained with a proud face. The military leaders present were completely stunned. Especially the head of the Air Force, who had originally thought that it was just a shell-changing fighter, used to scare the enemy. He didn't expect it to be for real. This is a 6th-generation fighter. The first of its kind in the world, unprecedented. Report, the fighter's speed has exceeded Mach 7. The engine is approaching the limit of normal traveling power. The current status is good. Very good, the speed of the fighter needs to break in at first. Tell him to lower his speed a bit. Travel a distance first, and wait for the engine to break in. then conduct the berserk mode test and finally the burst mode. Shen Dongchang continued to give orders. Li Yi sat next to him and watched the data on the screen, fully analyzing it through the Gnosis reversal system. Summarizing for the subsequent 7th generation fighter technology. Speed breaking through Mach 7? The Air Force chief sucked in cool air straight away. After being shocked, he suddenly reacted and stomped his feet in a hurry. No good. What's wrong? The fighter is running all right, don't worry. Shen Dongchang comforted. That's not how it is. The speed of the fighter jet reached Mach 7, this must not have run out of our military base's coverage area all of a sudden? What do you mean by that? Test fighters don't necessarily let you report in advance? Shen Dongchang asked with a face full of confusion. Who knew that the speed of the new fighter jet was so fast? The usual test speed of a 5th generation fighter is just over Mach 2. The short-lived limit speed can reach over Mach 3. But it's only after the speed breakthrough that it quickly drops down. Flying at Mach 7, it's easy to run into the range of other military regions. I didn't even make a national airspace declaration. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and notify the other major military regions. Tell them that there is a new type of fighter aircraft test flight, don't cause any misunderstandings. Shen Dongchang figured it out and instantly became anxious as well. This was no joke. Once a misunderstanding arose, the entire country's military districts would raise the alarm. Mobilizing it would take an unknown amount of resources. Get me the major military districts. The head of the military region was anxious. Wait, my suggestion is not to report it. Li Yi suddenly spoke up, stopping them. You don't understand. Once an enemy aircraft invasion is detected, it must be intercepted with full force. Our fighters are flying so fast that it will definitely cause panic in the major military regions. Once the whole country is mobilized, it will be extremely costly. Shen Dongchang anxiously explained. There's no need to worry, the optimized 6th generation aircraft can avoid all radar detection. There is no stealth blind spot. That means all air-to-air radars are all disabled. It's just the right time to test the stealth performance of the fighter and whether it can meet the design requirements. Li Yi said. Besides, aren't you guys curious about the domestic Air Force's radar defense capabilities? This is simply better than the actual combat effect. The Air Force chief was shocked in his heart. If Huaxia could develop such an advanced fighter jet, couldn't the pretty country develop one? If their fighters also possessed such a strong stealth ability and ran to China to scout for intelligence, would they also be able to detect it in time to intercept it? It was indeed necessary to conduct a comprehensive test of the air defense force. All right, do as you say. The Air Force chief gritted his teeth and agreed. Chief, this is too dangerous, isn't it? Our military region alone can't make such a big decision. The Air Force chief raised his hand to stop him from continuing. I'll notify the Defense Ministry and number 1 chief and tell him about our side of the situation. As long as they are clear in advance, even if there is a radar that detects the presence of this plane, it will also be able to stop the panic very quickly. After saying that, he had someone connect to the Ministry of National Defense and the number 1 chief's phone number, and called them one after the other. A few moments later, the head of the Air Force came over. A look of relief appeared on his face. The Ministry of National Defense and the number 1 chief have both agreed to Li Yi's suggestion. There's no need to notify Wang Chang in advance, just let him test the fighter planes to his heart's content. Everything is rehearsed according to an enemy invasion. If it's true that we can't detect the 6th generation fighters, it means that our air defense forces still need to be upgraded significantly. The existing air defense radar is too backward. The Air Force chief's mood also became heavy at the moment. The joy brought to him by the outstanding performance of the new fighters was diluted quite a bit. It gave him a strong sense of crisis. Of course, this was also due to Li Yi's quick help in developing the 6th generation fighter, giving him a certain illusion. Thinking that what Huaxia could do, pretty country could also do it. Li Yi did not explain too much. With the reverse Gnosis system in place, what kind of advanced weapons could not be developed? Only time is short, can only develop the most important first. Wang Chang had already put the gas pedal to the bottom. Seeing the speed displayed startled himself. It's exceeded Mach 7? It can't be that the instruments are malfunctioning, right? Most anti-aircraft missiles can't reach such a high speed. Wang Chang didn't dare to delay and hurriedly called the ground command. Calling HQ, the fighter is showing that its speed has reached Mach 7, is it malfunctioning? Headquarters reply, the fighter shows no malfunction. Normal driving mode design maximum speed is Mach 7. Does the pilot feel any physical discomfort? If you feel any discomfort, slow down and return immediately. Reporting to headquarters, the pilot feels all good and can continue the test flight. Very well, continue the flight test. After Wang Chang inquired, his heart grew more and more excited. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, his mood grew more and more excited. Driving a 5th generation fighter jet already felt that the performance could no longer fulfill his requirements. The 6th generation fighter jet had already exceeded Mach 7 in just the normal driving mode. Wouldn't the berserk mode be even more terrifying? Wouldn't the burst mode reach the instantaneous movement standard? Wang Chang first drove the fighter jet to do some maneuvers. It was found that even after making a sharp turn at the highest speed, the body of the fighter jet was still very sturdy. There was no feeling of looseness. This allowed him to completely put his heart down. After completely adapting to the highway, once again, he notified the command base and turned on the berserk mode. The fighter screens all appeared with a red undertone to show the difference in berserk mode. With an increase in throttle, the fighter jet once again jerked up its speed and flew forward at an extremely fast speed like an arrow off the string. Chapter 67, Invasion of Enemy Aircraft. The speed of the fighter had soared to an astonishing Mach 11. Before this speed, any fighter and the vast majority of missiles were as slow as a snail. Passing through the clouds, a hollow was instantly formed. The Air Force chief's blood pressure rose as he watched the soaring data. This is simply too outrageous, isn't it? At such a fast speed, it won't take long to fly to the pretty country. Who else is our opponent? Since the leaders have given the word, why don't we take a leap of faith? Take a spin to the pretty country, Li Yi said with a smile. After all, it's a new fighter test, it's too dangerous to run that far, right? Not to mention that the fighter's fuel doesn't support such a long distance. By the way, what's the longest range this fighter can reach? The Air Force chief suddenly thought of an important question. The economic cruise within the atmosphere is able to reach 8,000 kilometers. Above the atmosphere with less air resistance, it can break 15,000 kilometers. Extreme speed flight endurance should probably be subtracted by a third, Li Yi replied. The military leaders once again sucked in a breath of cool air upon hearing this. The combat radius of the new fighter jet could actually reach a terrifying 7,000 kilometers. This could completely radiate all the surrounding countries. If they followed the air refueling planes, they would easily be able to fight globally. It was a great threat to the beautiful countries. The speed of the fighters was fast enough that they could first run to a battlefield 10,000 kilometers away. Aerial refueling tankers can just follow behind. By the time the air refueling planes arrive just in time to refuel the fighters after the battle in front of them, threaten all areas over 10,000 kilometers. Not to mention the first island chain that pretty country is building in East Asia. All their military bases will be within striking range of China. Within the range of artillery is the truth. Within the range of Huaxia's air force, no country would be allowed to be arrogant. We have to hurry up to produce the 6th generation fighters. There must not be any hesitation. With a large number of 6th generation fighters in service, what pretty country is there to fear? The entire NATO will have to kneel down and sing conquest even if they all come. A leader was thrilled. Originally, I thought it was a shell change of a 5th generation fighter. I didn't expect the performance to improve so much. The Air Force chief stared tightly at the display screen and said to himself, the next step is to test the stealth performance of the 6th generation fighter. If it can come and go freely in the domestic airspace, the probability is that it will also be able to easily travel to pretty countries without being detected. Steeply, the screen data changed dramatically. The speed of the fighter jet increased to Mach 17 all of a sudden. It instantly appeared several kilometers away, immediately followed by another jump. The speed was so fast that even the signal could barely catch up. Only after a momentary pause in the middle did this capture the position of the fighter jet. The technician alerted, burst mode test successful. 7 consecutive speed jumps were realized. Each jump distance is between 7 and 8 kilometers. It's finally successful. With such a long jump distance, it can completely throw off any missile. Xin Dongchang was overjoyed. Now let's see who can still be our opponent. Ding Guowo was equally incomparably excited. Continue to keep an eye on the fighter's data and immediately notify the pilot to slow down once you realize the situation is not right. Yes. Wang Chang finally couldn't resist his itchy hands, and after turning on berserk mode, he soon tested the burst mode again. Even while wearing the anti-thrust flight suit, he felt a violent surge of huge force. As strong as his super high piloting skills, he was almost unable to control the fighter. After being psychologically prepared, the next consecutive jumps. Finally, he found the control technique. During each burst of acceleration, one had to adjust the direction of the fighter first. It was impossible to make the fighter adjust its direction during rapid acceleration. After a round of testing, Wang Chang exhaled deeply, painful, it's just too exciting. I really hope that the pretty country Air Force will attack earlier. I'll destroy all of them even if I have a single fighter jet. Since the beautiful country's warships assembled in the South China Sea, it began to gradually advance towards the Chinese waters. There were non-stop fighter jets taking off and making all sorts of difficult maneuvers in the air. They wanted to adapt to the climate over here in advance to prepare for the subsequent military exercises. This time, pretty country also brought a secret weapon. An upgraded version of the B-2 bomber. The latest anti-radar equipment was installed. They want to take this opportunity to test Huaxia's air defense capabilities. utilizing the B-2 stealth bomber to enter Chinese territory to go ahead and scout. Find all military bases as well as attack targets. All that's needed is to release the reconnaissance footage at the critical time. It will be a heavy blow to China. Prove to the world that the beautiful country has the ability to attack the Chinese mainland at any time. China's air defense weapons cannot play any role. Military radar in front of the beautiful country is just a decoration. In this way, China's neighboring countries no longer have any worries. They feel that as long as they have the weapons provided by the beautiful country, they will be able to defeat China. In addition, the countries that intend to continue to buy Chinese weapons will also immediately cancel the order. Can't defend against pretty country's stealth fighters, what's the point of buying these air defense weapons? Against the pretty country spent money, also all become a target. Pretty country navy sent 2 B-2 bombers secretly to the territory of China. First, they swung around the coastal area. From the military radar, it showed that all radar waves had all been avoided. The electronic waves from the anti-radar equipment could fool the Chinese air defense radar. After careful observation, it was confirmed that there was no response from the Chinese air defense radar. The investigation continued deeper into the Chinese territory. After an hour or so, several cities had been investigated. The guts were becoming bigger and bigger. Continuing deeper into the interior. The more places they investigated, the more they slapped the Chinese military in the face. The two pilots became even more arrogant when they saw no reaction from the Chinese Air Defense Army. Huaxia brags all day long about how advanced their radar technology is. Even our reconnaissance planes can't detect it. It's just as well that the two countries haven't gone to war yet. Otherwise, these two bombers of ours could have destroyed at least 2 cities. What is China going to do against our beautiful country? It's easy to destroy them. Why don't we go around the capital of China and then return? Once the news is blown out, it's a hard slap in the face of the leaders of Huaxia. This is indeed a good idea. What are we waiting for? Set off towards the Chinese capital. The more the two pilots talked, the more excited they became. Piloting the B-2 continued onward. Turning on the anti-radar equipment, they just swung all the way forward. After crossing 2 provinces in one breath, there was still no movement in China. The pretty country pilots were filled with powerful confidence. They even began to think about what kind of reward would be given to them when they returned. After the news was announced, what kind of uproar would be created all over the world? As pilots who flew a bomber into the airspace of the Chinese capital to scout, their fame would resonate all over the world. But how could they have known that in the sky above them a fighter plane they had never seen before was coming in fast from the opposite side? Chapter 68, Arrogant B-2. Wang Chang flew his fighter jet with more and more pleasure, intending to run to the South China Sea for a big detour. It could test the stealth performance of the fighter. If they could quietly run a few circles over the enemy fleet, it would be a powerful deterrent to them as well. When it came to the real maneuver, suddenly a fighter jet appeared over them and could not be detected by the radar. It would definitely startle them. Suddenly the radar showed 2 airplanes appearing in front of them. Through the radar wave display, it even simulated the shape of the airplane. Actually flying so high? This isn't right. We don't have this kind of fighter in China. Wang Chang instantly perked up. Carefully checking the data displayed on the radar. A 3-dimensional diagram of the fighter jet actually appeared. Wang Chang's pupils shrunk. Isn't this the B-2 stealth bomber of the pretty country? How did it come to our Chinese territory? It's actually so deep into the hinterland. Didn't the military react half-heartedly? Wang Chang was shocked into a cold sweat. Immediately piloting the fighter jet towards the front. At the same time, he raised his altitude as high as possible, preventing it from being discovered by the enemy fighters. The two sides soon staggered past. The radar display became clearer as they got closer. Wang Chang could also see clearly through the naked eye from above. The model of the fighter jet was more certain. It's the pretty country's fighter jet, damn it. Have they eaten their hearts out in the end? How dare they invade China so blatantly? Wang Chang didn't dare to delay in the slightest and hurriedly reported the news to the base headquarters. Reporting to the leaders, I found 2 pretty country B-2 stealth bombers. They are traveling in the direction over the Two Lakes province. Looking at the direction they are traveling, it seems to be our capital. The Air Force chief's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Knowing that pretty country was arrogant, he didn't expect to be arrogant to this extent. Flying fighter jets into the hinterland of Huaxia for reconnaissance without any reason, this was already equivalent to aggression. Even if Huaxia used anti-aircraft missiles to shoot it down, pretty country would have nothing to say. This isn't right. Our radar experts have made projections. Even if it's a B-2 stealth bomber arriving, our military radar will be able to detect it. How come the major military regions didn't react at all? The Air Force chief's face was extremely serious as he asked again, can you be sure? It might be our Chinese fighter, this is no joke. It's absolutely not wrong, fighter radar can simulate the opponent's 3-dimensional graphics. Moreover, I just flew over it in the sky, and I saw the shape of the airplane very clearly. I'll send the shooting image back here. Soon a video appeared on the screen. There was no longer any suspense in this. It was very clear to see that it was a B-2 bomber. Gnosis reversal system, scanning the B-2 bomber's shape. Analyze stealth ability. Li Yi recited silently in his heart. Enlightenment reverse sky system activated, bomber shape scanning complete. Starting projection in progress. A moment later Li Yi had some more information about the B-2 bomber in his mind. Only then did it dawn on him. I see, no wonder the pretty country Air Force is so arrogant. They are planning to use the Chinese Air Defense Force to test the stealth ability of the upgraded B-2 bomber. What do you mean? The Air Force chief hurriedly inquired. It's simple. This is not the B-2 bomber we originally knew. Instead, it has been upgraded with stealth capabilities. The shape has only been very slightly adjusted though. But the stealth coating has done a major upgrade. Also based on the radar wave reflections from our fighters, the clarity has diminished quite a bit. This indicates that brand new anti-radar equipment has been added on top of the B-2 bomber. If I hadn't upgraded the radar on my 6th generation fighters significantly, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to detect them. Our air defense radar has completely failed to detect them. After Li Yi finished his explanation, he said with a look of fear, "This is really too dangerous. If we hadn't developed the 6th generation fighter in time, if we hadn't happened to test it today, and if Wang Chang hadn't flown the fighter far away. Once they come over our capital without incident. With the 2 bombers firing at full power, the capital will be reduced to rubble." Everyone present instantly broke out in a cold sweat. All they felt was a chill down their backs. Inform Wang Chang to shoot them down immediately. Never allow the pretty country's warplanes to be so arrogant in our territory. The Air Force chief did not hesitate and directly gave the order to attack. Even if it didn't come within the jurisdiction of his own military region. It was also necessary to prioritize the protection of the capital's safety. Wait, don't rush first. The enemy aircraft is right over the city, and destroying it now will pose a great threat to the safety of the people. Li Yi hurriedly reminded. This is too dangerous, I'll notify the local war zone and intercept it. This isn't too good. Once they make a move to intercept it, they will immediately report it to the pretty country navy. If they shoot it down again, it will be an international dispute. The pretty country's combined fleet is in the South China Sea region, won't that give them an excuse to attack our Huaxia? What do you mean? The Air Force chief frowned. He had to say that he did feel a bit panicked in his heart this time. The enemy bombers had easily entered the territory, and the air defense radar hadn't even reacted at all. This was really too dangerous. Any military bases and cities could be bombed at any time. Li Yi had a brilliant idea a long time ago. Currently, the enemy planes are flying smoothly, which means that our stealthy fighters have better stealth performance. The other party hasn't discovered our fighters yet. This occupies an absolute advantage. But we can't just let the enemy planes fly freely within China, right? Dropping a random missile is a huge damage to us. What I mean is to find a hidden spot and shoot it down again without the other party realizing it. Since it came quietly, the pretty country naturally wouldn't dare to casually announce it to the public. Let's not admit it. Let the beautiful country to eat this dumb loss. The more beautiful countries do not know how we move, the more they feel afraid. Unknown weapons are the most powerful deterrent. Li Yi explained. The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard this. This approach seems to make sense. Since we're sneaking in, just pretend we don't know. But are you sure that you can shoot it down? Not only are you sure, but you'll also be able to do it unknowingly. Li Yi smiled mysteriously. Can the chief authorize me to command the battle? Shen Dongchang immediately spoke for Li Yi. The 6th generation fighters were all upgraded and modified by Li Yi alone. There is no one who understands the 6th generation fighter more than him. There's absolutely no problem handing it over to him to command the battle. Alright, then you will command it. The Air Force chief was very decisive in his actions. Anyway, he was right next to him, so if there was a problem with Li Yi's command, he could also correct it at any time. It wouldn't cause too serious a problem. Li Yi received permission and didn't hesitate to pick up his communicator, calling pilot, "This is Li Yi, I have been authorized to command by the chief. For the next battle you act according to my orders." Chapter 69, First Combat. The chief of the Air Force followed beside him. That's right, I've officially authorized for Li Yi to command the battle. Understood. Wang Chang's piloting of a 6th generation fighter jet had already put him in a surging mood. His hands were itching to get into the battlefield immediately to fight a painful battle. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. The word battle circled around in his mind. Please don't worry, Chief, I'm ready for battle. Feel free to shoot down the enemy aircraft at any time. Li Yi spoke, don't be in a hurry first, below you is the city. Continuing forward for 300 kilometers is a lake. Shooting it down on the water won't attract anyone's attention. I see, understood. Also, keep a safe distance from enemy aircraft. Didn't notice the black jamming button on the right-hand side? It's marked with an electromagnetic symbol. Saw it. Good. Wait until just before the battle starts and turn on the electromagnetic jamming button. Then you can cut off the enemy plane's contact signal. Then you launch the attack. The enemy pilots won't be able to send the message back. Wang Chang was extremely energized by what he heard. He also understood Li Ye's combat intent. This was an attempt to quietly fire a shot, to close the door and beat the dog. In the end, he would die without admitting it. I understand, we'll never let them have time to react. After determining the location of the attack, the Air Force chief immediately contacted the local military. Tell them to go immediately and blockade the scene. Something as big as destroying an enemy bomber had to be done with a tight blockade. It must not be leaked in any way. It was also to protect the safety of the local people. The commander of the military region who received the news had a confused look on his face. What nonsense are you talking about? Our air defense radar is on non-stop 24 hours a day. How could an enemy plane break in? The other party was furious. Wasn't this slapping him in the face? Don't you dare not believe it, the enemy's 2B-2 bombers are sailing past the city above. When he arrives at Lake Zhongxing, he will immediately launch an attack. Would I joke about something so big? The country is very dangerous today, it's too late to explain more, hurry up and act. Hearing the Air Force chief speak very seriously, the commander of the military region didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The enemy planes had silently come overhead without being half detected. What could be more serious than this? If they let the enemy planes retreat smoothly, it would be a small matter for them to be criticized. Huaxiao would be disgraced. Alright, I'll go make arrangements. Do you need us to send fighters to coordinate? No, once your fighters take off, they will definitely alert the enemy planes. Our plan will be ruined. I know, I'll send the ground troops over. At this moment, the two pilots from the pretty country didn't know that they had been exposed. They made a request to the headquarters, intending to head to the capital of China to make a loop. It was quickly agreed to by the Navy commander. They were even instructed to get a clearer picture. The two of them chatted with one word or another, all mocking the fact that Chinese weapons were too backward. Suddenly they seemed to hear something and looked up into the sky, but found nothing. Hans, why do I feel as if something suddenly flew past above? It's almost above the atmosphere, how could something fly past? I think you're in too tense a mood and got scared after entering China, right? The pilot named Hans scoffed. Nonsense, who said I'm nervous? I'm excited as hell right now. Maybe the low-orbit satellite just happened to pass by. Come on. If you're really scared, you can go back first by yourself. I'll finish this by myself. Nice try, don't make the mistake of thinking I don't know this little thought of yours. Wanting to take the credit all by yourself. Tell you no. Then let's speed up and compete to see who arrives at the Chinese capital first. Let's compare, who's afraid of who? Neither of the two were willing to show weakness, increasing the throttle and speeding up to catch up. Seeing the sudden acceleration of the enemy aircraft, Wang Chang instantly became nervous. He hurriedly contacted Li Yi, report, the enemy suddenly accelerated, it can't be that they've discovered me, right? Is it firing immediately, please instruct. Everyone present instantly tensed up. We can't let them escape. Someone couldn't help but say. Li Yi was very calm and saw that the direction of the enemy fighter's flight did not change. To Wang Chang, he said, don't be in a hurry, the direction the enemy planes are traveling has not changed in any way. You fly the fighters in front of the enemy planes. See if they will change direction. Yes. Wang Chang immediately increased the throttle and quickly overtook the enemy plane. However, the other party's flight direction still remained unchanged. Hans looked into the air if he was aware, but he still saw nothing. Watching the radar, there was no trace of any object either. This is really strange, could it be that I didn't rest well last night and am hallucinating? How come it always feels like someone is following around? His words to himself were heard by his companion. Laughing, he mocked up, I say Kane, you couldn't have been deflated by the women of the horse monkey kingdom last night, could you? If you really can't go and grab some tonic medicine, it's not good to be like this all the time. If your physical fitness drops too fast, you won't be qualified to fly a B-2 bomber. Nonsense. My body is fine. As soon as he said he couldn't, Kane was furious. Putting all thoughts behind him, he increased the throttle to the maximum and focused on piloting the fighter. Li Yi passed the test and confirmed that the other party was just accelerating to catch up and was not exposed. To Li Chang, he said, don't worry, the enemy didn't discover you. I'm afraid that they're speeding up their journey and are heading for the capital. After arriving at the combat position, just confirm that there are no ships on the lake. Then you can decide to fire on your own, no need to ask me for instructions again. Understood. Wang Chang regained his confidence, adjusted his mindset, and quickly entered the combat position. Smoothly entering the lake area, Wang Chang immediately turned on the electromagnetic interference function. In an instant, all the surrounding communication devices all lost their signals. Only the communication function on the 6th generation fighter could talk to the ground. The two pretty country pilots suddenly realized that the signal was cut off. Even their radar was a snowflake and nothing could be observed anymore. The two were shocked and anxious. Calling base, we have a problem with the communication system, please answer if you hear me, please answer if you hear me. However, no matter how they called, the communicator only had the sound of a dripping busy tone, and they could not be contacted at all. Wang Chang drove the fighter plane right through the middle of the two men's planes. Boom! Bringing up huge air currents made it impossible for both fighter planes to fly smoothly. What's going on? What went past just now? Kane was anxious. I told you before that something flew past and you laughed at me. We've been targeted a long time ago, hurry up and retreat. Swish! The fighter jet flew past them again. This time it was clear to see, a silver-colored warplane swept past at an extremely fast speed. The two men were incomparably panicked, having never seen a fighter jet with such a fast speed. Chapter 70, Destroyed Without Harm. Although Pretty Country announced to the public that the B-2 bomber's maximum speed could only exceed Mach 1, and its usual cruising speed was only Mach 0.85. But it was only to deceive other countries. After all these years of improvements and upgrades, the maximum speed could already break through Mach 2. The ability to carry out bombing missions had increased dramatically. The two pilots were horrified to find that even after throttling up to the maximum, the mysterious fighter still easily overtook them. Before they could even see it clearly, it had already disappeared. It was very clear in their hearts that this fighter was teasing them by relying on its powerful maneuverability. How is this possible? Even our F-35 fifth-generation fighters can't reach such high speeds. When did Huaxia have a fighter jet with such a high speed? Damn it, our radars are all disabled by electromagnetic interference. Otherwise we could have destroyed it with air-to-air missiles. Come on, even though it hasn't been measured, how do I feel that this fighter is flying faster than an air-to-air missile? The two men were beyond panicked. Randomly invading other countries could shoot them down according to international law, and there was no need for any reason. With the other party flying so fast, there was no possibility of escape. Then there was only one way out, and that was to surrender to Huaxia. After surrendering, the Pretty Country's government would definitely try to rescue them. Then they could report back the information they saw. Even if they surrendered, they would still be able to bring back important information, and not only would they not be punished but they would also be rewarded. But the next moment, they all froze. Because of the electromagnetic signal interference problem, they couldn't contact each other at all. Two people through the radio super close distance conversation, the voices very messy, especially unclear. They couldn't even surrender to China. If forced to land, there was water below. Landing on the water, there was a possibility of a plane crash. The two men were sweating anxiously, and for a while they couldn't think of a way to get out. Could it be that China wants to shoot us down? If you know that attacking our bombers, our president will definitely not spare you. Just wait for a full-scale war. Wang Chang teased around their bomber for a while, often sticking close to their bomber and flying over it, letting the driven air currents blow the bombers unable to fly steadily. Wang Chang huffed, once you invaded the South China Sea and crashed my Chinese fighter jets. Today, I finally got the chance to take revenge. Let you guys also taste the power of the Chinese fighter jets. Wang Chang drove the fighter jet to fly right above a bomber, with both sides sticking close to each other at a distance of less than 5 meters. Immediately afterward, Wang Chang quickly pulled the joystick, and the fighter climbed upwards from a 90-degree angle at extreme speed. The next moment he pressed the burst button, activating the fighter's explosion mode. A huge impact force was launched from the jet port. The fighter jet bristled and rushed 7 kilometers away in the air above. How much power there was, how much counter-thrust it possessed. The powerful jet stream from the 6th-generation fighter jet blasted the top of the B-2 bomber like a cannonball. The B-2 fighter was like being hit by a giant truck. The upper bulletproof glass cover, as well as the canopy, was instantly dented. The glass cover was also shattered. The pilot didn't even have time to react before his entire body's internal organs were shattered by the shock, and his entire body became a meat cake. The wreckage of the bomber plummeted. Hans. Finally, he could see the shape of the 6th-generation fighter clearly. But this moment was also the moment when his comrade's plane was destroyed. His eyes widened in anger and he roared. But most of the missiles carried on the bombers were missiles for bombing, and they had no countermeasures at all. Even the missiles for air-to-air defense could not be aimed at their targets without radar indication. The bombers were living targets without fighter escorts. They finally paid with their lives for their arrogance. Before he had time to grieve, Wang Chang swooped back again in his fighter and appeared above him using the same method. Die for me! Kane fumed even though he knew he couldn't escape. Turning the joystick at an extremely fast speed, he made the bomber flip over quickly. He was going to die with the Chinese fighter. The B-2 bomber was carrying a large amount of ammunition. If the two fighters touched, they would detonate the ammunition. But as an ace pilot, Wang Chang, this kind of small trick was not worth mentioning at all. His boldness was based on super high technology. When he realized that the other party flipped the bomber, he immediately made a burst ejection and rushed out instantly. On the contrary, Kane's bomber instantly lost control in the air due to spinning at an extremely fast speed instead. It continuously flipped several times in the air. It was only after a few seconds that the fighter barely stabilized. But at this moment, Wang Chang had already appeared below him in his fighter jet. This time, he gave him a punch in the sky. A burst catapult came from underneath the bomber. The B-2 bomber was like being maneuvered underneath a cannonball. It instantly shot up towards the sky. Boom! The missiles in the cabin took a heavy hit and were detonated. The entire fighter instantly became a large bared flower in the air. Kane didn't even have time to escape before he was already engulfed by the explosion. Having received such a major bombardment, the entire fuselage had been heavily damaged and deformed, and the ejection device had been destroyed, so how could he still escape? Easily, without spending a single shot or bullet, he took out the two famous B-2 bombers. Wang Chang's heart was incomparably happy, and he couldn't help but roar loudly while flying. Cool. Pretty ghosts, feel free to come over. I'm waiting for you. Winning easily gave Wang Chang great confidence. Even if he was facing the most advanced fighters of the pretty country, he was sure of winning. As the saying goes, the only martial art in the world is fast and tough. Especially when used on fighter jets, it couldn't be more suitable. Wang Chang turned off the electromagnetic interference system. Seeing that the fuel was still very abundant, he continued to fly forward. At the same time, he reported the battle situation to the base. Reporting to the base, I have successfully shot down 2 enemy planes. No ammunition was consumed. The Air Force chief was puzzled when he heard the report. How did he shoot down the enemy planes without consuming ammunition? Wang Chang briefly said what happened. Good fellow, you're really bold. How dare you take such a risk in a real combat exercise? In the future, you're not allowed to make random decisions on your own. The Air Force chief was furious. After all, facing 2 big-name B-2 bombers. Actually changing to close combat. Is this not wanting to die? Wang Chang was very aggrieved in his heart. Didn't he say that he was allowed to decide on his own? But the officer is a big man, not to mention the head of the Air Force, can only agree to it. It has been confirmed that the enemy radar is unable to observe the 6 generations of fighters. I would like to head to the South China Sea for return to further confirm the stealth capability. You can go, but you can't be detected by the enemy. The stealth performance of the 6th generation fighter exceeded the Air Force chief's imagination. He also wanted to know specifically where the upper limit of this fighter's stealth performance was. If it couldn't even be detected by the enemy naval fleet, it would become an invincible existence on the battlefield. Understood, promised to complete the mission. Wang Chang received permission and his spirit instantly rose, increasing the throttle to drive the fighter jet towards the South China Sea at breakneck speed. Chapter 71, The Navy Commander's Plot. Worthy of being an ace pilot, he actually developed a new function so quickly. But with the extreme difference in speed, the enemy is like a crawling snail. Especially the bombers are powerless in front of the 6th generation fighters. Li Yi was very much in favor of Wang Chang's combat method. Destroying the enemy aircraft with explosive thrust could perfectly preserve the wreckage of the fighter. The technical department could study the technology used by the pretty country through the wreckage. The weaknesses of the B-2 bomber could also be analyzed. The air defense radar performance was targeted to be upgraded. Don't praise him. Otherwise he'll be even more proud in the future. Maybe something will go wrong at some point. The Air Force chief said in a cold voice. Everyone else snickered as they listened. Although the Air Force chief was criticizing, he couldn't stop the joy in his eyes. The performance shown by the 6th generation fighter jet was far beyond everyone's imagination. This meant that it was already at the absolute leading level. Not only was the performance amazing, the radar technology was even stronger to the point of being terrifying. Even the enemy stealth bombers had nowhere to hide. Fighter jets even have a strong electromagnetic jamming ability. Once they encounter an enemy fighter group, they will directly turn on the jamming. It would turn the enemy planes into blind, and the missiles would have no way to lock onto the target. With such a crushing advantage, even their own people were overwhelmed. As the local military headed to their destination, a long way away, they saw 2 bombers fall from the sky one after another. One of the bombers in the back even exploded in the air. Only then did they realize that the information was correct. They immediately sealed off the scene as quickly as possible. Fortunately, this is the time of year when fishing is prohibited, and there are no boats passing by on the lake. When they came to the scene and viewed the shape of the fighters, they were all startled. This is actually Pretty Country's B-2 bomber. Pretty Country's ace stealth fighter, how was it shot down? It's really scary. It flew through 2 provinces silently and ran into our Chinese hinterland. If the central military region hadn't found it in time, we'd be in trouble. Cut the crap and salvage it quickly. Rescue the pilot first and send the wreckage back to the military region as soon as possible. The leader ordered and urged. Such a big matter should be reported to the central government immediately. One didn't need to think about it to know what kind of wrath the pretty country would face next. Report: the first pilot has been shattered all over his bones and is dead beyond death. The second bomber exploded and the pilot couldn't escape in time, only a bit of bone crumbs could be found. It's good to be dead. It's living that's the big trouble, the chief said in a deep voice. In the South China Sea, the pretty country's naval admirals were gathered together and were studying the battle plan. A senior admiral was explaining on the map. Our 2B-2 bombers have successfully entered Chinese territory. And it is confirmed that their air defense radar has no response. Therefore, we've changed our plan to make a round trip to the capital of Huaxia and then come back. Humiliate Huaxia severely. When we release the news, it will also boost the morale of all the allied countries drastically. Let them know that with the support of the pretty country, Huaxia has no resistance at all. Huaxia keeps bragging about how advanced their air defense radar is. But in front of our B-2 bombers, it's nothing. It seems like it still has to be an actual battle to figure out a country's true military strength. If this test can be successful, it's entirely possible to attack China's mainland directly with a bang. Everyone in the room listened with a burning heart. A war with Huaxia a few decades ago had beaten them to death. They were all still scared to mention it now. But the modern battlefield was completely different from the past when it relied on the will and numbers of soldiers. Under the crush of advanced weapons, even more troops were useless. Since we have a new gain, let's take it a step further and crush Huaxia in one breath. Then we'll go back and clean up the woolly bear country. There will no longer be any country in the world that can pose a threat to our pretty country. This is the true world hegemony. Everyone in the room listened with fervor and clamored for the attack on Huaxia. Suddenly an officer ran into the conference room in a panic. Reporting to the commander, it's not good. Our 2B-2 bombers suddenly lost their contact signal. The meeting came to an abrupt end. The Navy commander was furious. Immediately give me a detailed investigation. How could we lose contact? It couldn't have been shot down, could it? What was the location of the last contact? How is that possible? Even if we gave China 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to fire on our fighters. At most, they would have found it, deported it, and then launched a protest against us. If we were under attack, we would definitely contact the base. Didn't anything unusual happen before the signal disappeared? The officers vied with each other in asking. The contact signal disappeared very suddenly, and before that it was perfectly normal. There weren't any omens of being attacked. In addition, the place where the signal disappeared is a lake at the two Chinese provinces. It's a sparsely populated area, and according to our intelligence, and it's in the middle of a fishing ban, there's hardly any people. Hearing the officer's reply, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's not surprising that there's no signal in such a desolate place. There are indeed some special terrains that create electromagnetic interference and cut off all signal transmission. I believe that after they lost contact, they will immediately accelerate away from the dangerous location. It won't be long before they can reconnect. Order the communications soldiers to continue contacting and come back to report as soon as there is any news. Yes. A bad news completely spoiled the atmosphere of the meeting. The plan to make a long drive was completely interrupted. Before confirming the safety of the B-2 bombers, how could anyone have the heart to continue the meeting? Let's call today's meeting to a close. The news of the B-2 bombers' disappearance should be tightly blocked and must not be leaked in the slightest. Everyone returned to their combat positions and listened to the next orders. Although he said that it was fine, but those were 2B-2 stealth bombers, representing the highest technology of the pretty country. Not being contacted for even a minute was not completely reassuring. It had been waiting like this for more than 10 minutes. The Navy commander's heart grew more and more anxious. This isn't right. With the speed of the B-2 bomber, more than 10 minutes could have crossed a province. How is it possible that there is still no news? Contact the communications department and ask what's the situation. Has the B-2 pilot been contacted? The henchman hurriedly called to inquire. After saying a few words, he hung up the phone full of worry. The communications department says there's no contact yet. How is this possible? How is this possible? China really dares to make a move to shoot down our bomber? Isn't it afraid of the pretty country's retaliation? No. Even if we were attacked, the sound of an explosion could be heard at the end. Damn it, what the hell happened? The Navy commander was so angry that he slapped his hand hard on the table. As he waited longer, his heart began to grow more and more uneasy. It always felt like something bad was going to happen. Chapter 72, Electromagnetic Interference. After waiting for another half an hour, the communications personnel still hadn't contacted the B-2 pilots. It was as if they had suddenly disappeared from this world. There was no trace left behind. The commander-in-chief of the pretty country's navy completely lost his patience. With the disappearance of 2B-2 bombers, there was no way he could explain to the president. Even if they were shot down, at least he could find an excuse to retaliate against Huaxia. But they disappeared out of the blue. What's going on here? How to report to the superior? He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of interrogation he would face. Immediately, he called in the senior leaders again and discussed what to do together. Soon several important officers of the fleet all came before him. The pretty country Navy commander said with an incredibly serious face, "It's been so long since the incident, something unimaginable must have happened to the B-2 bomber. Whether it is safe or has been shot down, answers have to be found. My suggestion is to send a reconnaissance plane forward to search." What does everyone think? After all, it was about the dignity of the pretty country. The other officers did not object. Someone offered his opinion. "I suggest sending fighters along with the departure. It must be protected along the way to ensure the safety of the scout plane. If Huaxia really dares to attack us, then there's nothing to say, just counterattack. We have a fleet of 200 naval ships. We don't believe that China really dares to start a full-scale war. Sending fighters is of a different nature. It's best to think it through before doing so." Some people were very worried. Before, they had talked a lot about going to war with Huaxia. But everyone knew that Huaxia was not a country that could be easily defeated. Once the war dragged on, it would seriously deplete the pretty country's national strength. Instead, it gave the woolly bear country a chance to develop. If it couldn't be defeated by Huaxia, all these years of blockade against Mao Xiong would be lost. What's there to worry about? The more you wimp out in the face of Huaxia, the stronger they will be. The reverse is also true. As long as we act strong, Huaxia will hold back at every step. Flying fighters into Huaxia, they will never dare to launch attacks at will in order to minimize their impact. The attitude of the general of the main war faction was extremely arrogant. They hated to send a swarm of fighter jets into Huaxia to search. With the assistance of more than 20 countries, self-confidence had swelled to the limit. Fortunately, the Navy commander wasn't hot-headed enough to agree to his proposal. Facing the behemoth that was Huaxia, pretty country had no chance of winning. The so-called other allies, apart from a few that could fight, the rest were all a bunch of losers. It just so happened to be a war with China, without the pretty country's army to protect it. Huaxia only needed one round of attack to wipe them all out. The Navy commander's face was grim as he glanced at the crowd and said in a cold voice, "No one is allowed to do anything without Mr. President's orders. Send 2 reconnaissance planes and 2 more fighters for coordinated protection. If we are really discovered by the Chinese army, tell them that we have no intention of going to war. It's just to search for the missing B-2 bomber. Never fire at random." Yes. Although the main war faction general was very unconvinced, he could only follow orders. The reconnaissance planes were just about to take off. Suddenly the entire fleet's signals all disappeared. Even the fighter radar was completely useless. The pretty country's soldiers were simply terrified, rushing to report the news. Modern fighters are deaf and blind when they lose radar and satellite signals. It was extremely dangerous to force a takeoff. Even the communication equipment was instantly disabled, and the only way to deliver the news was to rely on people running in front of them, or yelling loudly from a distance. Soldiers on all the ships were running around, checking what had gone wrong. Reporting to the commander, "The entire fleet has no signal. None of our radars can contact the space satellites anymore. I don't know what's happening." An admiral quickly ran in front of him to report the news. The commander-in-chief of the Navy was startled in his heart and shouted at his subordinates, "What's the point of panicking? It's just electromagnetic interference. Hurry up and turn on the anti-jamming equipment. It's already been used, it has no effect at all. Immediately go and see if it's an electromagnetic interference ship sent by Huaxia to deliberately cause trouble. They must be not far from the fleet. Just send warships to drive them away." It wasn't like they hadn't encountered this kind of thing before. China's electromagnetic jamming technology was quite advanced, and they had even specially built electromagnetic jamming ships. Every time they conducted military exercises in the Asia-Pacific region, China would send electromagnetic jamming ships to cause trouble. Although it caused them a lot of trouble every time. But the pretty country likewise thought that this was exactly a sign of China's weakness. Even if the military exercises are conducted in front of their home, China will never dare to use force with them. And also the defense of electromagnetic interference is also included in the exercise project. In order to enhance the defense of electromagnetic interference technology. But according to previous experience, although the Chinese electromagnetic interference ship will cause them some trouble, but making all the signals and radar on the ship all disabled was the first time they had encountered it. If this kind of thing happened on a real battlefield, I'm afraid it would only take a dozen seconds for the entire fleet to be wiped out. The Navy commander could no longer remain calm. He immediately came to the command room to personally command the battle. However, he found that the entire communication system was cut off. He couldn't even give orders. At this moment, he was angry and scared. If it was done by Huaxia, then Huaxia's military strength had already surpassed that of the pretty country. He would never recognize the facts in front of him. Wang Chang had already arrived over the warship as fast as he could. After circling around a few times high in the air now, he found that the pretty country's navy actually didn't have any movement. It could be completely confirmed that the enemy radar had not detected him at all. Then he turned up the electromagnetic interference to the maximum, instantly paralyzing the enemy's communication system. It didn't take long before the soldiers of the warships had already begun to experience confusion. After staying for a few minutes, Wang Chang knew that the purpose had been accomplished. Taking a picture and transmitting it back to the command base. Then he piloted the fighter jet to retreat in a puff of smoke. The advanced technology of the 6th generation fighter brought a deep shock to Wang Chang. With this fighter, defeating the pretty country navy was simply not too easy. In this military confrontation, Huaxia didn't need to deploy its navy at all. A single 6th generation fighter jet was enough to push the enemy back. Only after Wang Chang left did the navy's communication recover. They hurriedly used their radar to fully scan the area, but they didn't find a single hair. The pretty country's navy generals were all confused. The accident came suddenly and disappeared quickly. The key was that no enemy was found, and there was no sign of an attack. But the more so, the more they felt alarmed. The first thing that came to mind was that Huaxia sold and implemented electromagnetic interference on them. But broke the brain, consulted the electromagnetic technology experts. Also did not get a satisfactory answer. The electronic technology expert replied with conviction, "There is no such advanced technology in the whole world that can instantly cut off the communication of our entire fleet." Chapter 73, Pretty Experts Are Unreliable. The pretty country's navy commander became even more angry at the expert's words. "Since we don't have this technology, what happened to the signal paralysis just now?" The electromagnetic expert was filled with powerful confidence. "Our entire fleet adds up to more than 200 warships, covering an extremely wide area. If electromagnetic weapons are used to implement interference against us, it would have to require at least one nuclear power plant to provide sufficient power. Obviously, no country in the world can do this. If this technology is realized, the first country to have an electromagnetic strike will be a beautiful country. And will be the true hegemon of the world. Because with such advanced technology, it would be possible to paralyze the communications of all countries. Without radar signal indication, even intercontinental missiles can't be launched. The nuclear bombs of the Gross Bear country and Huaxia can no longer pose any threat to us. It is entirely possible to use military force to wipe out all of these two countries." The Navy commander coldly refuted, "Then how would you explain what just happened?" "It was most likely a natural phenomenon. Because a large number of warships gathered, it triggered a short-lived electromagnetic disturbance on the surface." The technical expert racked his brain and finally came up with an explanation. The Navy commander frowned after hearing this. "If we go by your words, too many warships would be a bad thing instead? That's why I suggested that in order to prevent the same thing from happening, divide the entire fleet into several smaller fleets and separate them far enough apart," the expert said with conviction. "It seems that we'll have to do. We can't be too careless though. That's a bit of a far-fetched explanation. It's still necessary to scout around and see if there are any Chinese electromagnetic interference ships nearby." The Navy commander didn't even think about the sky. After all, with such a large area of electromagnetic interference, the equipment for electromagnetic interference would be very large in size and would require a plentiful supply of electricity. Not to mention a single fighter jet, even the world's largest cargo plane wouldn't be able to fit such a huge piece of equipment. At a command, a large number of fighter jets took off. The surrounding hundreds of kilometers of sea were searched in a dragnet style. It turned out that apart from the Chinese warships that had assembled more than 300 kilometers away, there wasn't any suspicious common found. Even in the Chinese fleet, there was no sign of the electromagnetic jamming ship. He had no choice but to believe in the reasons the experts said. Just simply made a report to his superiors and declared that a way to avoid it had been found. As for whether the superiors listened or not, that was none of their business. But it could be imagined that the pretty country's battery technology experts had a heavy task ahead of them for a long time. They had to research a more advanced technology to avoid the electromagnetic interference that would occur when too many warships gathered. Although this situation sounded very ridiculous, since it had happened, it was only natural to come up with a solution. Li Yi and the others received the incoming message and carefully analyzed the video. It was determined that Wang Chang's test was very successful. Not only did the enemy fail to spot the 6th generation fighter, the warships were all electromagnetically disturbed. The performance of a 6th generation fighter jet is too outrageous, isn't it? A single fighter jet is fully capable of destroying a country now. The Air Force chief was filled with disbelief. If not for the fact that he was personally in command of the scene, taking out 2B-2 bombers on the way, and running above the enemy fleet in the South China Sea to implement electromagnetic jamming, he would never have believed that this news was true. It was almost as if he had dreamed, no, never dreamed that China could possess such advanced weapons. "Hurry up and punch me in the chest, am I dreaming?" an officer hurriedly said. "Hiss. You really hit it." The officer who made the move was full of innocence. "You're the one who took the initiative to go up and hit, why are you still not happy about it? Even if you do it, you can't hit so hard." I'm not a Japanese. I also find it hard to believe that this is the truth. Why don't you punch me too? Ah. Just now you were talking about me, why did you hit me so hard too? Li Yi wore a smile on his face as he said to the Air Force chief, so don't feel how powerful the pretty country's military technology is. As long as we work hard to catch up, we will be able to surpass them sooner or later. It's only when we really move that we'll realize that the so-called West is nothing more than a paper tiger. Shen Dongchang was all smiles as he nodded slightly. Li Yi is absolutely right. From today onwards, the Chinese Air Force is going to completely surpass the pretty country. From now on, East and West will change shape in terms of offense and defense. By the way, what is the cost of manufacturing a sixth-generation fighter? The Air Force chief suddenly thought of a key issue. Even more advanced weapons needed to be cost-effective. The once beautiful B-2 bomber had no rivals in the world. But the cost of manufacturing was extremely expensive. It was rumored that the production cost of a fighter jet was higher than the price of an equivalent weight of gold. Therefore, even in the most powerful period, the beautiful country only made 21 B-2 bombers. That's because the manufacturing price and maintenance cost is really too high. As strong as the beautiful country also feel great pressure. If the cost of the sixth generation of fighters is even more expensive, China cannot afford. After all, the economy and military investment to reach a good ratio. Once exceeded, the country's wealth will be consumed. Not to mention the fact that the vast majority of this world is a time of peace. Maintaining excessive military expenditure was a heavy burden on the people. The cost of a sixth-generation fighter is about $500 million, compared to the fifth and fourth-generation fighters. It hasn't really increased much, and it's even decreased a bit. Li Yi replied. The Air Force chief's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not kidding, right? If the sixth-generation fighters are so cheap, then the fourth and fifth-generation fighters can all be retired. Li Yi smiled, because the sixth-generation fighter technology has already reached great maturity as soon as it appeared. And it also eliminated most of the research and development costs. That's why it was able to be cheap. But then again, since it has been tested successfully, one more minor upgrade to the materials. It would be possible to build production lines for mass production. Gradually retire the fighters below the fifth generation. After modification, they could be sold to countries that had good relations with Huaxia. To those small countries, this is already a very advanced fighter. Li Ye's words completely exceeded everyone's knowledge. Under normal circumstances, newly developed weapons were definitely more expensive, and the more advanced the weapon, the higher the cost. The so-called cost-effectiveness was also based on the premise of sacrificing top-notch technology. Are you sure you're not joking? The Air Force chief inquired again. How could I dare to joke about something this big? Since I dare to put my words here, I naturally have enough certainty. Li Yi replied with a straight face. Good, I will immediately report to the higher-ups. Make sure to step up the speed of the production of the sixth-generation fighter as soon as possible. Once it fully equips the Air Force, the Chinese Air Force will be an invincible existence. Chapter 74, Weapons Too Strong to Display. Seeing the results of the test with their own eyes, all the Air Force leaders all went crazy. Their eyes were filled with a powerful wariness. If it wasn't for the consideration of the global impact, I really wanted to fly the fighter jets to take out all the warships gathered in the South China Sea. But reason told them that it was not the right time for a military strike against a beautiful country. Needed Huaxia to continue to fully enhance its national strength. When the pretty country crumbled, Huaxia could quickly take their place. Then they could really strike. All that needed to be done now was to bide our time and continue to build up our strength. I declare this new model test a great success. The sixth-generation fighter jet is perfectly suited to our military's needs. The head of the Air Force announced loudly to everyone. The crowd in the room rejoiced, jumping and dancing with joy. If I could be 20 years younger, I would definitely pilot a sixth-generation fighter jet to the battlefield myself. Yes, we are already old. Combat matters can only be left to the young. But seeing generation after generation of young soldiers and technical talents grow up, even in death, we can rest in peace. Li Yi, what a good job. Dean Shin and Dean Ding, you've recruited a good student. With you guys around, you can ensure that our Huaxia will prosper for hundreds of years. The Air Force chief's face was piled with smiles, looking at Li Yi with incomparable relief. It was not expected that such a young man would actually bring advanced technology to the country that dared not be imagined. Since we, Huaxia, have risen, we will never be surpassed again. It will only lead the world from now on. Li Yi was filled with powerful confidence. Ha ha ha, well said. It seems that I'm really old, and my ambitions are already almost no match for the young. The Air Force chief said with a big smile. Not long after, Wang Chang piloted the fighter jet back to the airport without any problems. Coming down from the fighter jet, he said with a face full of excitement, "Did you see the video I sent? In front of the sixth-generation fighters, the beautiful country's combined fleet are all living targets." Saw it, well done. The chief vigorously patted his shoulder and praised without mincing words. The next step was to conduct a thorough inspection of the sixth-generation fighters. If no problems were found, several more test flights would be conducted. It would be possible to arrange for the production line to go into full production. At this moment, the top leaders of China could only use the word surprise to express their current mood. I didn't expect the pretty country to be so bold as to blatantly send a B-2 bomber to come for reconnaissance. Although this bomber's stealth ability is very strong, but also too underestimated the strength of Huaxia. However, it was not expected that the air defense systems of the major military regions would fail and be broken into the hinterland by the B-2 bomber. The decision to shoot it down in an emergency was very correct. The number one chief gave his firm approval. Through the technical experts' analysis of the wreckage, it was exactly as Li Yi had said. The pretty country's upgrading of weapons was faster than Huaxia could imagine. Daring to enter Chinese territory to scout for intelligence, they did have full confidence. The B-2 bomber's stealth coating and air defense radar equipment was advanced beyond imagination. It could completely avoid the most advanced radar in the military region. If it wasn't for the Aerospace Academy testing new fighters that happened to run into it, it would have really let the pretty country have its way. This is also from the side of the beautiful country never fight the battle without certainty. Dare so blatant and powerful military action against China, they have been well prepared. Fortunately, the performance of the sixth-generation fighters is even more powerful. Otherwise, once the beautiful country knows that Huaxia cannot resist, there is a real possibility that they will launch an attack. Due to the sixth-generation fighters being beyond imagination, the senior leaders gathered together again to adjust their strategy. Originally, they wanted to use the new technology to deter pretty country. Now it looked like the new missiles coupled with the new fighters could easily wipe out the entire enemy fleet. This was tantamount to giving all the leaders a shot in the arm. Even the main peace faction instantly turned into the main war faction. Wasn't it for this day that Huaxia had held back for so long? But the meeting hadn't been held for long. Immediately afterward, a new war report was received. The Air Force sent over the video of Wang Chang paralyzing the enemy's entire fleet using electromagnetic interference from his fighter planes. All the leaders watched, and the entire conference room was incredibly silent. But the eyes were all deeply shocked and ecstatic. Superb maneuverability is just fine. I didn't expect the electromagnetic interference range to be so large. A sixth-generation fighter can sway the entire battlefield. It's really greatly beyond our imagination. With such advanced fighters, what are we waiting for? Directly fight them hard in a military confrontation. Completely crush the pretty country. I rather think it's more reliable to treat it as a secret weapon. Announcing a weapon that is too advanced will instead easily cause greater hostility from the entire West. I agree to play it safe. Although the sixth-generation fighter is advanced, it's only a prototype after all. It needs to be fully equipped with the Air Force before it can be officially unveiled. We need to prevent pretty country from jumping over the wall. If we, China, want to become the world's hegemon, we must maintain our reputation. It is necessary to show off the leading equipment only when the technology is fully ahead of the West. Although everyone couldn't help but go to war when they saw the powerful performance of the sixth-generation fighters. But after calming down, one must think about the whole country's population. Besides, there is no guarantee that the beautiful country does not have more advanced weapons. The B-2 bomber is the latest example. Pretty country has also been upgrading its military equipment. There must be hidden secret weapons as well. Huaxia still needs to continue to develop and build up its strength. This was because once Huaxia moved to use military force, it would not only face the Western Alliance, but also many traders in the Asia-Pacific region. It had to be dealt with carefully. After listening to everyone's experiences, the number one chief also summarized. Try to focus on deterrence as much as possible, and hide the sixth-generation fighters as much as possible if they can remain undetected by the enemy. If pretty country doesn't know what to do, then there's no need to be polite. The second chief also agreed, since it's a secret weapon, the longer it's kept secret the better. The more others can't figure out the weapon, the more fearful they will be. The other leaders also agreed. With the powerful performance of the sixth-generation aircraft, they were confident in this win. On the contrary, the pretty country United Navy fleet no longer had the arrogant atmosphere from before. Instead, they were all shrouded in an inexplicably low, intense atmosphere. The electromagnetic interference that had appeared had caused many soldiers to panic. Although it came and went quickly, they did not find the source of the attack. Even with an expert explanation, many were still skeptical. After being in the Navy for so long, it was the first time they had encountered such a situation. The Navy's top descending generals were even more extremely disturbed by the disappearance of the B-2 bombers. If there was no news after so long, something must have happened. They really couldn't understand what method China had used to silently solve the B-2 bomber. It was important to realize that the upgraded B-2 bomber combined their top-notch technology. Even the most advanced radar in the country couldn't detect it. Could it be that Huaxia's radar technology surpassed that of the pretty country? Chapter 75, Never Admit Without Proof. Originally, they wanted to send fighter jets and reconnaissance planes to China to look for traces of the B-2 bomber. But after being electromagnetically disturbed, the idea was instantly dispelled. Although he got an explanation from the experts, he wasn't a little cutie. Without absolute evidence to convince him, he wasn't completely convinced. It was only a compromise to stabilize the military warriors. If the jamming of the communication signal just now was the work of Huaxia, the same could have been done to take out the B-2 bombers in silence. Sending more fighters would only lead to death. After further consideration, he could only let the warship split into several groups and spread out. Let the relevant technicians strengthen the anti-electromagnetic interference technology. Report the news of the B-2 bomber's accident to the president. The president of the pretty country had just woken up from sleep when he was awakened by a burst of phone calls. A dedicated line at this level must have something important to deal with. It was too late to ship the goods to quickly pick up the phone. What's going on? Don't you even look at the time of the beautiful country when you make a phone call? The president of the pretty country said in a bad mood. Two very serious things have happened to our fleet. The commander-in-chief of the navy told what happened. The president of pretty country was simply infuriated. Quietly penetrating deep into Huaxia to scout for news not to hit you who to hit? Want to test China's air defense ability in the coastal area to hang around for a few more days is. Even if they are found in China, they will not dare to do it with great fanfare. Actually want to run to the capital of China to make a splash. The Chinese military will not spare you? Too late to be too angry, and heard that the entire fleet is suffering from electromagnetic interference. Even the technical experts couldn't solve it. The president of the pretty country instantly became serious. Did the technical experts really say that? Yes. Do you think it's this reliable? At least to my knowledge, it seems the reasoning explained by the experts is too far-fetched. There's no science at all in the idea that a large number of warships gathered together would trigger an electromagnetic storm. I suspect that it's Huaxia that's behind this. It's even possible that they've developed a very advanced electromagnetic jamming weapon. We absolutely cannot be careless. The Navy commander said in a deep voice. No warplanes from the pretty country have been spotted, and the warships haven't come any closer. Not to mention the missiles launched by Huaxia were not detected. How can it carry out an electromagnetic strike against us? This is simply too outrageous. If Huaxia had such advanced technology, it would have long ago been able to dominate the world. It wouldn't have been suppressed by us all the time at all. Then request the government to send more electronic experts to assist. It's fine if it's a natural phenomenon. We can have the experts upgrade their equipment and improve their defense against electromagnetic interference. If it's done by Huaxia, then it's even more important to find a way to solve the problem of electronic equipment being interfered with. You have a point. I'll hold a meeting to study it and send the best relevant experts over to you. Is it true that the B-2 bomber has completely disappeared in China? Is there no news at all so far? The president of the pretty country brought up another matter. At the mention of the disappearance of the B-2 bomber, the Navy commander gritted his teeth in hatred. I'm now almost completely certain that it was Huaxia who did it. Not a single piece of news has come through so far. The B-2 bomber has definitely fallen into the hands of Huaxia. But again, due to the electromagnetic interference on the warships, we can't just send a reconnaissance plane there. One can only hope that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will step in to assist and put pressure on Huaxia to force the return of the fighter and pilot. I see. The military exercises continue as planned. Leave the rest to the Foreign Ministry. Be sure to be more careful. Especially find a way to defend against electromagnetic interference. If it appears again, it must be resisted. Otherwise, everything we have carefully planned will be a complete failure. Please rest assured, Mr. President, we can't possibly suffer the same loss twice. I hope you can do as you say. The president of the pretty country hung up the phone with a gloomy face. It was supposed to be a military exercise to shock the world. As a result, before it even started, there were problems one after another. It was a small matter of losing face. If China had the strength to easily solve the upgraded B-2 bomber, pretty countries' deterrent power in the world would be drastically weakened. Once they lost their world hegemony, pretty countries' monetary hegemony would also be headed for collapse. This was by no means an outcome they could see. Huaxia, this time, we will definitely force out all your secret weapons. Let's see how much strength you guys are still hiding. The president of the pretty country no longer dared to treat Huaxia with any contempt. It was imperative to bring down Huaxia before it became a formidable opponent. Soon the pretty country's foreign minister launched a stern protest to Huaxia. Our B-2 bombers and pilots must be returned safely, or they will suffer full retaliation from pretty country. The Chinese diplomat had already been instructed long ago. Hearing the other party's words, he feigned innocence. What do you mean by this? What does pretty country's B-2 bomber have to do with us, China? There's no such thing as bullying people, right? You're looking for our country without any reason to ask for it? Do you really take us as a weakling? The more the Chinese diplomatic official spoke, the angrier he became. He even slapped the table vigorously. I advise you, pretty country, not to bully others too much. First, you sent a large number of warships to the vicinity of our Chinese waters to provoke and demonstrate. And now you are asking for B-2 bombers from our huaxia. Let me ask you, where will our huaxia go to give you the whole thing? The pretty country's diplomat didn't have any evidence and his heart was a bit weak. But he was given orders that the B-2 bomber was the one that disappeared into thin air in huaxia. It was necessary to forcefully force huaxia to admit it. Don't pretend. Our military sent 2 B-2 bombers to China. But when they arrived at the Two Lakes province, they suddenly lost their signal. It must be you, huaxia, who did it. The Chinese diplomat glared, extremely on fire. What? Your pretty country dared to send bombers into my China. This is not just provocation anymore, but blatant aggression. Where are these 2 B-2 bombers? Immediately have them surrender to our Air Force, or else once they are discovered, immediately destroy them with missiles. Seeing that the Chinese diplomat was dead set against admitting it, the pretty country diplomat was equally furious. Are you still pretending? It's you who have taken control of the B-2 bomber. Where exactly have you hidden it? Simply nonsense? The B-2 bomber is known as the world's most advanced stealth bomber. The existing radar is simply undetectable. How can we, huaxia, bring it under control? Then again, if huaxia discovered the invading fighter, even if it shot it down, it's also for the protection of national territorial security. You pretty country has no right to point fingers. Now pretty country should apologize to us, huaxia, and give a reasonable explanation. The two sides argued, with no one refusing to give in. Huaxia would not admit it even if it was dead anyway, and instead held pretty country responsible for the bomber invasion. After a few hours of arguing, the pretty country diplomats had no choice but to retreat first. When he left, he even put down harsh words. Well, you do not recognize it. Next, wait and see. We pretty country will definitely make China pay a painful price. Who is afraid of who? Chinese diplomats are not willing to show weakness and directly dislike the past. Chapter 76, Revealing to Your Face? Waiting to confirm that the other party had gone far away, he carefully closed the door. The Chinese diplomat could no longer hold back his laughter. Cool. It's the first time I've seen pretty country so defeated. I hope there will be more of this kind of thing in the future. Finishing with a face full of emotion, I really didn't expect that a country as strong as pretty country would actually be completely surpassed by our huaxia. The B-2 bomber, which is said to never fall, was actually shot down by our army. The speed of my country's scientific and technological development is really getting beyond imagination. The beautiful country did not dare to publicize this matter. After all, that was a B-2 stealth bomber. It was a terrifying existence to any country. Completely ignoring all defense and control radars, it could fly in any airspace in the world and carry out bombing missions. Other than the grizzly bear country and huaxia, there was no other country that possessed the means to defend against the B-2 bomber. It was almost already invincible. Especially after many experiments, it made their self-confidence burst. Only then did they dare to strut into Chinese territory to scout. But they never expected to show their ass instead of their face. Once the news was announced, the pretty country's status in the world would drop drastically. Everyone will think that China has the ability to fight against pretty country. Those countries that were bullied by the pretty country will naturally attach themselves to China without hesitation. When the snowball got bigger and bigger, the pretty country would gradually lose control of the world. This is definitely something they don't want to happen. That's why the pretty country is also very smart, hiding the news and resolving it privately. But in terms of strategy, they are far from huaxia. The Chinese officials quickly wrote an announcement and revealed it in public. To the public, it was stated that China had not seen the B-2 bomber of the pretty country. Strongly condemn pretty country's unfounded accusations. What's the point of wanting to make an accusation? If pretty country really sends a B-2 bomber to huaxia, this is a blatant aggression against China, and China will never let it go. After the announcement was sent out, it quickly caused a furor on the internet. This kind of announcement didn't even need to be specifically pushed, and it was immediately sent out with countless people forwarding comments on the internet. The netizens all got very crucial and important information from the announcement. The content was explosive. First of all, the beautiful country dared to send B-2 bombers to fly into the territory of China when the two countries were in a fierce confrontation. Simply completely disregarded huaxia in their eyes. Secondly, even if the B-2 bomber invaded, it actually disappeared in the territory of China. This news is even more explosive than the invasion of China. That is the famous B-2A. It's the most technologically recognized stealth bomber in the world. How could it be shot down? And 2 at a time? Is this still technology claimed to come from an alien civilization? If the news is true, doesn't it prove that pretty country's B-2 bomber is nothing more than a look-alike? It wasn't globally invincible at all. At least not much of a threat to huaxia. Of course, most people thought it was fake news. How could China have the ability to shoot down a B-2 bomber? And the pretty country officials were the first to deny it, claiming that they had never sent a B-2 bomber into Huaxia. It was a fake news released by Huaxia to deliberately cause public opinion. After sending the announcement, the top officials of the pretty country were simply about to explode with anger. Outrageous, China dares to stab at us openly. This is a real intention to tear our faces off. Since coming secretly won't work, let's come openly. Through this military exercise, take the opportunity to seize all the islands in the South China Sea. Let's see if China dares to go to war. The fiercer the resistance of Huaxia, the harder we have to suppress it. We can't beat China into submission once, and it will continue to fight against us in the future. The president of the pretty country was also completely enraged. Good, support the 3 Southeast Asian countries to seize the South China Sea territory. I'd like to see how Huaxia will resist. If it dares to go to war, we'll provide a steady stream of military aid and drag Huaxia completely into the quagmire. The internet was already in a state of hype, with the military confrontation being so intense. Surprisingly, such big news had come out. Many Chinese netizens were overjoyed. Really, isn't the B-2 the most advanced stealth bomber in the world? It can be shot down so easily? It seems like the pretty country's strength is just that. It can flaunt its power in front of small countries and use it against Huaxia. This is what happens. Still bragging about themselves. Simply laughable. The pretty country's government has already spoken and denied it. What's funny is that so many people believe it's true. Pretty country denied it, but the same news was released by the Chinese government. What proof do you have that pretty country isn't lying? Don't bother with these foreign admirers. They can't see the country half as good. But these people's good days are coming to an end. Since our government dares to show its sword, it is naturally fully prepared. Pretty country is no longer able to pose a threat to our Huaxia. Well said. They bullied their way to the door and sent bombers to infiltrate into Huaxia's territory. If we don't shoot them down, I won't be the first to agree. If you want to go to war, just let it happen. We must fight a war to deter these youngsters. Let them realize their own strength, and that China is not something they can mess with. Many Chinese netizens stood firmly on the government's side. They felt very relieved at the news sent out by the officials. But most foreigners couldn't believe it. Most of Huaxia's statements were blocked abroad. Even if someone forwarded it out, it would immediately be deleted in the background. I think China has run out of ideas, right? It's actually able to even put out this fake news. If China dared to attack pretty country's warplanes, pretty country would have already sent troops to deal with Huaxia. Pretty country has long wanted to send troops to deal with Huaxia, it just lacks an excuse. It's really getting more and more exciting. Although I don't know who is telling the truth. But by continuing the confrontation, we can just keep watching the fun. It would be even better if the pretty country could be dragged down, no longer able to control the world. Some thought the pretty country was invincible, while others put up a show, hoping that it would be best for the 2 countries to fight to the death so they could take advantage of the situation to rise. The pretty country's top management was already infuriated at this moment, spending a few days upgrading the anti-jamming system of the warships. Then they opened a large-scale military exercise. The target of the military maneuvers is the South China Sea islands controlled by China, and to seize all the islands in one fell swoop, completely regardless of the Chinese island guards. There were also a large number of media personnel filming reports on the warships. The commander of the pretty country's navy was on the warship's plywood receiving live interviews from international media reporters. This military exercise is not aimed at any country, but to fully protect the security and interests of our allies in Southeast Asia, and to help them get back all the islands that were taken from them. Remember asking, there are some islands under the control of China, aren't you afraid that China will go to war? The pretty country navy commander smiled contemptuously. Our fleet has more than 200 warships, and there are more than 20 countries participating in military exercises. If Huaxia dares to start a war, just let it happen. Chapter 77, Missile Deployment. Even the people and senior leaders of the monkey country, the Vietnamese monkey country and the Philippine monkey country did not expect that the beautiful country would actually support them so strongly. They were all overjoyed to see the news reports. Thanks to pretty country's support, we have advanced weapons again. It's time to grab back the seas and territories taken by Huaxia. What's the point of just grabbing the seas and islands? Fight directly to the Chinese mainland and take back the 2 regions. Our Viet Monkey nation will become the most powerful nation in Asia. Viet Monkey, get lost, don't try to grab territory with our Phi Monkey Kingdom or you won't be spared. I knew following the pretty country was the most reliable. Let's send troops together to dismember Huaxia, and we'll all share the territory together. The Japanese netizens were very red-eyed. It's fine to warn you to grab the territory of Huaxia, but the north of the Yangtze River belongs to us, the Japanese nation. The people from the stick country were immediately displeased. The Japanese country better be honest, the whole of Huaxia is our stick countries. There's no need for so many countries to come to this military exercise at all. Our Rod Kingdom's Sejong Daewon can defeat the Chinese Navy. See, the Chinese warships are actually retreating. They've wimped out. Isn't it normal for this outcome to occur? Huaxia has only sent over 30 warships, Pretty My Side has over 200, and only a portion of them have been deployed. Huaxia is no match at all. This time, Huaxia is going to suffer. It's not good to provoke anyone, but actually dares to confront Pretty Country, it's simply living with impatience. Seeing that the Pretty Country had a strong voice and occupied an absolute advantage. Most of the world's netizens stood on the side of the Pretty Country, desperately trying to please them. They just hoped that Pretty Country wouldn't turn around and deal with them. Chinese netizens watched with heart-wrenching anger. What's going on? Even if the number of enemy warships is high, we shouldn't wimp out. How can we let them be arrogant in the South China Sea area of our country? Not enough warships can use missiles. So what if there are more warships? More than 200 super high-speed missiles will be able to destroy them all. To me it's best to just use nuclear bombs. One nuclear bomb can wipe out all the fleets. Chinese territory will never allow anyone to violate it. What on earth are our senior leaders doing? Why haven't they made a move yet? It really pisses me off. Under countless Chinese netizens petitioning for war, the Chinese officials then enacted a message without panic. Huaxia will test launch a new type of missile in the waters of Cheongtai Island in half an hour. No one will be allowed to approach within a radius of 300 kilometers. Otherwise there will be consequences. There was also a very formal notification to all the countries participating in the maneuvers. But this news not only didn't make these countries scrupulous. Instead, it ushered in a wave of ridicule. It was not taken to heart at all. Ah, what a laugh. Facing a joint maneuver with over 200 of our warships, how dare they fire only one missile? Hee, it's as if we've never seen a missile before. It seems like Huaxia is already powerless against us. Even their counterattacks are so weak. I suggest continuing forward, just to test our Navy's air defense capabilities. Directly intercept the missiles launched by Huaxia. Let the whole world see the Chinese missiles pose no threat to us. Did I read that right? After half a day's messing around, this is the only bit of commotion that Huaxia has come up with? I'm now completely certain that the news of China's previous announcement of the downing of the B-2 bomber was a lie. It turns out that China is nothing more than an outsider. I was really frightened by their propaganda before. But from today onwards, China's true strength has been leaked, and we don't have to be afraid of him anymore. At this moment, the commander-in-chief of the Pretty Country's navy was checking out the news communicated by Huaxia. Stroking the beard on his chin, he revealed a meaningful expression. Huaxia wants to test a missile on our navigational path. Surprisingly, they are trying to use a single missile to deter us. Is it because they are too confident, or is the strength we usually display too little deterrence? One of the generals beside him was furious and snorted coldly, regardless of what the Chinese high command thinks, simply threatening us with just one missile is simply the greatest insult to us. We must return the favor before we can do so. It looks like Huaxia is showing weakness at every turn, but don't underestimate them. Huaxia is a culture with a splendid history of 5,000 years. Their schemes should not be underestimated. Maybe they are trying to attract our attention and are plotting behind our backs. Don't fall for it. I think you are just too timid. If you had made a move against Huaxia earlier, it wouldn't have developed enough to threaten us. Since you want to forcefully occupy all the South China Sea islands, our attitude must be tougher. If we can repel Huaxia, it's equivalent to wedging a nail in the South China Sea and controlling Huaxia to death. Without the vast sea, the Navy can easily threaten all the southern provinces of Huaxia. By placing a Navy here, the coast of China will be completely under our control. The commander-in-chief of the Navy was very much in favor of the radical strategy. With a slap on the table, he gave the order, don't worry about the threat from China, the fleet continues to move forward. As long as Huaxia dares to launch missiles, we will step in to intercept them. Since we've already torn our faces apart, let's continue to push them into a corner. The Pretty Navy's general staff had an extremely serious face as he reminded. I always feel that this missile launched by Huaxia is not ordinary. It won't launch a nuclear bomb at us, right? It's best to be more careful. Dare to use nuclear bombs? They wouldn't dare. The Navy commander-in-chief glared with both eyes, wringing his neck very arrogantly. If they dare to use nuclear bombs, even the furry bear country will break with them. What are you afraid of? If they really dare to launch nuclear bombs to attack us, then Huaxia will usher in more nuclear retaliation. The attitude of the main war faction generals was extremely arrogant. 2 B-2 bombers had disappeared in China, and they were all holding their breath. They decided to take advantage of the military exercises to press against China and make sure to force China to bow down and return the B-2 bombers. It's better to be more careful. Why don't we send a frigate to start off? Intercept in the fringe area designated by Huaxia. Think of intercepting the Chinese missiles as an appetizer before an exercise. The pretty country Navy commander synthesized the opinions of all the generals. Speaking without panic, he said, since we're going to intercept at the border of the area delineated by Huaxia, there's no need to send only one warship. We'll go over together with the entire fleet. Give him a live broadcast. As long as we can intercept the Chinese missiles in front of the whole world, it can greatly boost our morale. This is a good idea. Give the audience a great show. Then let's move on. Let's see what tricks Huaxia is playing. In the face of absolute strength, no scheme is worth mentioning. The officers and generals of the pretty country all looked like they were waiting for a good show. Without hesitation, all of them passed the commander-in-chief's proposal. Chapter 78, Unable to Intercept. Interception was conducted at a position more than 100 kilometers away from the missile target. As a precaution, several warships were ready to intercept. They had to achieve 100% successful interception in order to greatly show their faces in the national public viewing. Huaxia had finished preparing for the test firing. All the crews were doing their final checks. Again, this new missile launch must not fail. Both the Missile Research Institute and the Space Academy were watching the live broadcast. Li Yi, who provided the key technology, was even the main character of the test. Was directly invited to the launch site and visited together. Li Yi carefully checked it over. The quality is fine, it can be successfully launched. Chen Kai was filled with excitement. People all over the world have been mocking us for being too cheap to launch only one missile. Today, I'll let you all take a good look at the true power of this missile. Are you sure that the combined fleets of the pretty country are all outside the range of power? Chen Kai inquired again. They're all standing guard outside the notice range. Looking at the situation, they should be trying to intercept our missiles. Slap us in the face at the live broadcast. A staff member replied. It's really a case of giving some color. When this missile is launched, it's guaranteed that the Western countries will have to tremble when they hear about us, Huaxia, in the future. With a change of face, he said loudly, on my command, prepare to launch 5.4.3.2.1. Ignite. With the final command, the new type of missile was instantly launched. Although it was meant to strike the enemy, it was also recording all the data at the same time. Due to the addition of the new type of gunpowder, it had reached the long-range missile level from a medium-range missile. And it was the existence of the longest range among long-range missiles. With a little more upgrading of the rows, it could be used as an intercontinental missile. Even if the line was launched from the central military region, it could still easily reach the South China Sea region. In order to hide its strength, the maximum speed was adjusted to Mach 7. After this test launch, many countries would fully study the data of this missile. Use the data of the detected missile to create an interceptor missile. Not to mention that there was almost no possibility of interception with a speed of Mach 7. Even if they went through all the trouble, they could study the interceptor missile. But Huaxia can increase the gunpowder and upgrade the power system, keeping the speed up. When the real war starts, the other side will still remain dry-eyed. Not only could it deter a pretty country, but it could also consume their RD funds. When the pretty country's naval radar scanned the missile, it was startled. Reporting to the commander, the missile speed has exceeded Mach 6, air-to-air missiles cannot intercept it. The pretty country's naval commander was shocked at the words. Isn't it a mistake? It's just an ordinary missile, how can it have such a high speed? It's still growing, it's less than 500 kilometers away from us. It's already reached Mach 7. The radar soldiers were already panicking. The successful interception rate at such a high speed is less than 30%. All the generals were all baffled. Rushing to the command room, they checked the missile's data. It made them all suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss. No wonder China only launched one missile, so it was waiting for us here. A powerful weapon doesn't even need to be fired a second time. Many captains were already sweating coldly. Faced with such a fast missile, there was almost no ability to intercept it. The vast majority of warships would be destroyed in the first round of attacks. Only the most advanced warships of the beautiful country of Japan, with their air defense systems turned on at full power, had a chance to intercept this missile. And it was also the case that this missile was launched towards them that had enough interception accuracy. But at a distance of over 100 kilometers, there was absolutely no possibility of intercepting it. Especially the commander of the pretty country's navy, his face was as gloomy as water at this moment. Originally, he was still thinking of showing his face in front of the whole world. But before the Chinese missiles arrived, they were already at a loss. Commander, should we continue to intercept? Of course intercept, the big words have already been spoken. If we don't intercept it, won't we lose face in front of the world? I order that the 3 missiles be intercepted at all costs. The pretty country's warships had already forgotten about the warning that Huaxia had said that they were not allowed to enter the area within a radius of 300 kilometers in order to complete their mission. The warships quickly sailed forward, trying to close the distance. Waiting until the radar confirmed that the missiles had entered the interception distance. Immediately launching anti-aircraft missiles. Dozens of missiles were fired out together. The scene was extremely shocking. Even the netizens who watched the live broadcast did not expect that just intercepting a missile would create such a great momentum. They were all dumbfounded. What is this situation? Is it necessary to launch so many anti-aircraft missiles to intercept just one missile? According to Reason, launching up to 3 air missiles is already the limit. Are they launching so many at once because of a lack of confidence? The Chinese netizens saw this and the depression in their hearts was swept away. Not only did they not get angry, they couldn't help but laugh. Originally, the cost of an anti-aircraft missile was much higher than the missiles fired by Huaxia. With dozens of missiles to intercept, the Chinese won. Even if it was successfully intercepted, China also won. After all, what was being fought on the battlefield was resources and national reserves. Launching just one missile could consume hundreds of times the enemy's funds. If it really came to war, China would win without losing. Right now, it looked like more than 30 warships were fighting against more than 200, and it didn't seem like they were losing the battle. It's worth it, one missile consumes so much. Why do I feel that pretty country is a bit weak-minded? The missiles whistled, and the air defense missiles rushed over in a swarm. Dozens of anti-aircraft missiles intertwined into a dense protective net. I'm afraid any other missile would have been intercepted. The netizens watching the live broadcast also waited for them to explode in the air after being intercepted. But China's new missile, just a little dodge, very skillfully avoided the intercepted missiles, continue to fly forward. Not only can dodge is very accurate to maintain a safe distance. Even if the anti-aircraft missiles automatically explode at the closest distance, it can't hurt the Chinese missiles. Chinese missiles are like a top martial arts master. In dozens of missiles intercepted in the flexible dodge. In just a few breaths, they had completely broken through the defense network. It smoothly hit the sea target amidst the dumbfounded admirals of the pretty country. Boom! Only a loud bang could be heard. The seawater instantly rose in huge bubbles, which completely burst in the next moment. Intense white light spread extremely fast in all directions. A mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The waves were heaved up, spreading in waves in all directions. A giant air current was formed with the explosion at the center. It was as if a powerful hurricane had suddenly occurred. No one expected the power of a missile to be comparable to a natural disaster. Fortunately, the commander of the pretty country's navy listened to the conservatives. Has always ensured a safe distance. Didn't go too deep into the borderline demarcated by Huaxia. Chapter 79, China dares to use nuclear bombs? Even so, the giant waves set off by the bomb soon reached 100 kilometers away. Although the warship was extremely large, in front of this giant wind and waves, it was like a flatboat in a storm. It was violently rocking, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Retreat, quickly retreat. The pretty country's naval commander was completely terrified. Even the most advanced warships would have a hard time surviving in the face of a tsunami. China dares to use nuclear weapons. Immediately report it and retaliate with a nuclear strike against China. The horror of nuclear weapons was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The Navy didn't even need to receive an order and had already turned around and fled in all directions under the command of the captain. The wave of explosions might not hurt them, but the nuclear radiation that immediately followed would kill everyone again. The netizens watching the live broadcast were all stunned. What is this thing? An atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb? Is China trying to become the world's enemy? To actually use nuclear weapons in a single military confrontation. The netizens of the Manhwa country were extremely excited. Woohoo, this is really exciting. That's how it should be done against pretty countries. Don't blame Huaxia for using nuclear weapons. Who asked you to push Huaxia into a desperate situation? If we had dared to use nuclear weapons even when we were suppressed in the past, it wouldn't be as bad as letting the West be so arrogant. Those who supported the pretty country were incomparably angry, as if Huaxia had dug up their ancestral graves. Huaxia dared to use nuclear bombs. The whole world should unite to exterminate Huaxia. Huaxia is too evil. This is anti-human. I hope that the pretty country will immediately step in and wipe out Huaxia completely. Whether it was in the Western networks or their media, they were all crusading against Huaxia with all their might, calling for nuclear retaliation against Huaxia. At this moment, even the officials of the Manhwa country were all confused. They had already prepared their fleet and air force, as long as China couldn't bear the pressure to ask for help. After promising their request, they will immediately go to assist. But they had thought of everything. But they didn't expect China to use nuclear bombs. This had stunned them. It is said that the Manhwa country is hot-tempered and will blow up at the slightest point. This time, Huaxia was 1,000 times more vicious than them. After the shock, they started to get scared. The beautiful country will never give up. If not dealt with properly, I'm afraid the world will develop into a nuclear war. Then all the human beings in the world will not be spared. The president of the woolly bear country was stupefied and muttered, "How is this possible? With our understanding of Huaxia, it is by no means possible to use nuclear weapons at will. It's not like they've been pushed into a desperate situation. There are still many chances to win. Why on earth did they make such a decision? Mr. President, we can't wait any longer, we must make a decision quickly. If China uses nuclear weapons, even if we step in, we can't save him. It's better to hurry up and prepare a response for a nuclear war. Some of the officials of the main war faction were equally scared and pale. They were arrogant and hot-tempered, looking at whoever they disliked and doing it directly. But so far, they had been forced into a desperate situation by the West many times, and even faced economic collapse. But the most the woolly bear country had dared to do was to threaten with nuclear weapons, never daring to actually use them. That's right, at this time we can no longer explicitly stand up to support Huaxia. This kind of anti-human practice offends people all over the world. I really can't understand why Huaxia is so stupid as to do such a thing. Just as they were discussing, an official announcement was released by Huaxia, once again dazzling the world. At this moment, the president of the pretty country was also cursing Huaxia. All the top officials and think tanks held an emergency meeting. With the fastest speed possible, they measured the chances of winning a nuclear war with Huaxia. Although on the surface is very angry, but in their hearts have been happy flowers. Originally, China was pushed aggressively, and many people sympathized with China, standing on the side of China to accuse the West of hegemony. But China was the first to use nuclear weapons. At this moment, even if it is reasonable, has become unreasonable. Completely on the opposite side of the world's human beings. In the future, the vast majority of countries will break with China. Even if China is completely blocked, even if it has the greatest ability, its economy will collapse. Without economic support, the research and development of military weapons would naturally come to a halt. It won't take long for China to be completely left behind by the world. It will no longer be able to pose a threat to the West. If we can take this opportunity to eliminate the woolly bear country, the beautiful country will be able to completely control the world. China can be really stupid, thinking that using nuclear bombs can scare us off. Now we have even more good reasons to attack Huaxia. Even the use of economic blockade tactics alone can set China back 100 years. Be sure to seize this opportunity. Isolate Huaxia completely and bring their technology and economy to a complete standstill. It won't take many years before we can rely on advanced weapons to defeat Huaxia completely. The president of the pretty country became happier and happier as he spoke, turning from the anger he started with to a fit of rage. Don't worry, Mr. President, no one can save Huaxia this time, they are completely finished. I think we should take this opportunity to launch nuclear bombs at Huaxia. Destroy all the large cities along their coast. It will surely make Huaxia rapidly regress for decades. I agree. Retreat quickly after the fight. If Huaxia dares to retaliate, then gather all the armies in the world and attack Huaxia. Destroy Huaxia in one breath. Reporting to the president, Huaxia has made an announcement. They warmly congratulate the successful test flight of the new missile. The top officials of the pretty country were overjoyed. Chinaxia really doesn't know how to die, surprisingly becoming so arrogant. How dare they celebrate after launching a nuclear bomb? This is simply not putting the whole world in their eyes anymore. There's no need for us to step in at all, they're just making a mad dash on the road to death. Not really. There are a few sentences on the announcement that say something very strange. It says that this missile is a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb. It doesn't belong to the nuclear bomb sequence, it belongs to the high-explosive super-conventional warhead. What does that mean? Never heard of that word before. Even the president of pretty country was confused. The pretty defense minister was furious. What do you mean by conventional warheads? Anyone who looks at this is nuclear bomb power. That's right, only a nuclear bomb can cause such a huge commotion. If a conventional bomb could be this powerful, then what's the point of pretty country fighting? Just directly give the world hegemony to Huaxia. Huaxia is still trying to fool us, it's really out of its depth. Really treating us as little cuties. Do you? Do you think we can't recognize the explosion effect of a nuclear bomb? Hurry up and let the frontline test the nuclear radiation data. We not only want to suppress Huaxia militarily and economically. More than that, we have to completely discredit Huaxia in terms of public opinion. This method is good. Nuclear bomb explosions heavily contaminate seawater. As long as we keep releasing the news, it will make people all over the world hate Huaxia. Regardless of whether there's an excuse to deal with Huaxia in the future, it will gain the support of people all over the world. Chapter 80, If you can't beat me, run away. Reporting to the president. The news has come from the front line that no nuclear radiation has been detected to exceed the standard. Nonsense, how can a nuclear bomb explosion not have nuclear radiation? Tell them to test it again. Yes. A few moments later, the news came back with the same conclusion as before. All the executives of the beautiful country were dumbfounded. A nuclear bomb without nuclear radiation, how on earth did this happen? Helplessly, they examined the announcement released by Huaxia. A nuclear-free hydrogen bomb? What kind of bomb is this? How come I've never heard of it before? Is there no nuclear radiation, or no nuclear fusion? Is this a nuclear bomb or not? The president of the beautiful country asked 3 times in a row, but no one could explain it clearly to him. It's better to find a nuclear weapons expert and ask. It's only now that I finally realize why China is so calm. It turns out that they developed a new weapon early and successfully. It seems like they want to use a missile to force us to retreat. The pretty defense minister finally understood. Soon pretty country's nuclear weapons experts arrived at the scene. After carefully studying Huaxia's announcement, they came to the same conclusion as the defense minister. The nuclear weapons expert was filled with astonishment. We only had a relevant conception, and we didn't expect that Huaxia would develop it so quickly. Their RD speed is far beyond imagination, and they have already left us behind. The rising Huaxia is truly terrifying. What the hell is going on here? You make it clear. Is this a nuclear bomb or not? The president of the pretty country couldn't wait any longer, urging him to answer quickly. In principle, it's not considered a nuclear weapon. The main raw material is hydrogen gas coupled with a fusion reaction catalyst. It allows the hydrogen gas to realize a perfect giant change, releasing all the energy. Therefore, this bomb has the power of a nuclear weapon but does not produce any nuclear pollution. It is even more environmentally friendly than ordinary explosives. It is definitely the most perfect weapon of the future. After listening to the expert's explanation, all the leaders' faces were as gloomy as water. Although this was a great advancement in technology, it was definitely the worst news for them. China had mastered the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb technology. Wouldn't it be used at will on the conventional battlefield? Which country going to war with Huaxia would be able to carry such a fierce attack? With such a powerful weapon, there was almost no need to intercept it anymore. Intercepting it in the air produced more power and caused more destruction. It was simply an insoluble existence. Damn it, how could Huaxia research such an advanced weapon? How can we fight with Huaxia in the future? This weapon must be banned. If Huaxia continues to use it in the future, we will apply nuclear bombs in return. The president of the pretty country was beyond furious. Yes, as long as this weapon is banned. Categorize it as a nuclear weapon. It will be able to limit China's military power. But what if Huaxia doesn't agree? Is this weapon difficult to produce? If it's easier than nuclear weapons, then how should it be banned? Some officials were filled with worry. The appearance of the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb had completely broken their deployment. Pretty country was arrogant, but they would be very cautious when facing a powerful opponent. After all, their goal was to maintain world hegemony. It was possible to find small countries to make an example of them. But going to war with a powerful country like Huaxia would drag them down to world hegemony. It would never be a fight to the death until the last moment. I don't believe that Huaxia dares to go against the whole world. With Huaxia possessing such advanced weapons, would their ally, the Mao Bear country, still stand firmly with them? I'm afraid that the Manhwas are now more afraid of China than us. If Huaxia is boycotted by all countries, even if they have advanced weapons, they will still lose everything. The foreign minister of the pretty country said with a cold smile. The world had gotten used to being controlled by the West. Suddenly China becoming powerful would make many countries feel intimidated. This was pretty country's biggest dependence. As long as it vigorously publicized the Huaxia threat theory, many countries would completely break with Huaxia. That's the only way. Immediately negotiate with Huaxia. The military exercises end here. Withdraw all warships. From now on, avoid a head-on confrontation with Huaxia. Let other countries charge ahead. We just need to maneuver everything from the back. The president of the pretty country said in a deep voice. The purpose of testing the true strength of Huaxia had been achieved, but the result made them feel desperate. Since they couldn't afford to mess with them, they should hurry up and avoid them. If coming openly didn't work, they would secretly make a move to restrict Huaxia. It seems that it can only be so. The biggest enemy in the future is going to shift from the Manhwa kingdom to Huaxia. All means to limit the continued development of Huaxia. Strike at Huaxia economically and politically first. After we have researched an equivalent weapon, then we will strike at Huaxia. Although the officials present were very reluctant, they could only agree to the new strategy. After discussing it, they gave orders to the Navy Commander-in-Chief. Let them retreat in an orderly manner. Upon receiving the order, the leaders of the Philippine Monkey Kingdom, the Vietnamese Monkey Kingdom and the Horse Monkey Kingdom were instantly anxious. You guys are suddenly retreating, what about us? All of them have already offended Huaxia to death and suddenly offer up nuclear weapons. How can we be allowed to defend ourselves? Pretty country can't retreat, it can threaten Huaxia with nuclear weapons. That's right, the only thing that can threaten Huaxia is nuclear weapons. It doesn't matter if pretty country doesn't dare to use them, they can be sold to us. There has to be nuclear weapons to protect our security. The Navy commanders of the 3 Philippine monkey countries were in a hurry. If pretty country didn't help them, how could they carry the next retaliation from Huaxia? They would probably be exterminated. In order to survive, the pretty country had to be captured. It was determined not to let them go. This is just a strategic retreat. So that means we're leaving? Although Huaxia is showing a lot of strength, our pretty country is not a vegetarian either. If Huaxia wants to fight, we definitely won't sit back and watch. Retreating now is just a matter of temporarily avoiding the enemy and reformulating our battle plan. If you guys aren't willing to leave, then stay for now. With our pretty country here, China will never dare to really launch an attack on you. The pretty country's military officials spoke beautifully, but where did they dare to believe it? Even if they bought some decommissioned warships from the pretty country, their naval power has increased dramatically. However, it was completely incomparable to the Chinese Navy. And to see such advanced missiles has long been scared out of their wits. Do not dare to stay and defend. They could only follow the retreat of the beautiful country's navy. The Chinese Navy followed closely behind them, chasing them all the way. What does the Chinese Navy want? Does it really want to launch an attack on us? The commanders of the three Philippine monkey navies were terrified. They had seen it clearly just now. The most advanced warships of the beautiful countries had fired dozens of anti-aircraft missiles and failed to intercept the Chinese missiles. If they were replaced, they could only be used as living targets. China took the initiative to attack, surely the first to take them to the knife. Rush to turn on full power and run to the front of the pretty country. Now even the formation of warships are in disarray. From retreat directly into a rout. Chapter 81, what are you wimpy about before you go all out? At this time, anyone with sharp eyes found that the warships of the stick country were actually running at the front of the line. From the time of receiving the order to retreat, the stick country has been on full power, running faster than anyone else. It just happened to appear in the reporter's camera and was posted online. The stick country's Sejong Daewang instantly became the center of discussion. Wasn't the stick country's mouth hard before, claiming that you alone could defeat the Chinese Navy? How come you guys are the first to flee first? Haha, that really killed me with laughter. Apart from having a hard mouth, the stick country is just fast at escaping. I remember when I fought with Huaxia in the past, the soldiers of the stick country escaped and even ran over a pretty country general. I didn't realize that after decades, they still retain the tradition of escaping. The people of the stick country were not willing to show weakness, their mouths were still hard. What do you guys know? Our warship sailing at the front means that it has the best performance and sails fast. The other warships can't even compare. We have to follow the pretty country's orders. If we order a war, we will definitely be the first to rush up and destroy the Chinese Navy. It's unbelievable. The people of the stick country are getting their faces slapped and swollen, but they can still find excuses to continue talking tough. To say that the country with the thickest skin, the stick country dares to call the second, no country dares to call the first. The pretty country's netizens were incomparably angry at the situation. This shameless thing, the stick country, why should we support them? There's no use for it except to disgrace us. I think it's better to leave the stick country alone, it's better to let them be wiped out by Huaxia. Invested so much into them. It's still rotten to the core. If I were the Navy commander and saw the first stick country to escape, I'd immediately destroy them all. Huaxia is really powerful. I want to apologize to Huaxia for my previous mockery. No wonder Huaxia is indifferent in the face of Western provocation, so they have already been fully prepared. By using a single missile, Huaxia repelled the Western Allied forces and struck a blow for the East Asian countries. I hope everyone recognizes the truth and stops kneeling to the West. The future center of the world will definitely be in Asia. Nuclear-free hydrogen bomb, this weapon sounds powerful. Let's see who dares to meet China head-on on the battlefield in the future. People's conventional weapons have the power of nuclear bombs, even if the beautiful country is not a rival of Huaxia. Baba Sheep was incredibly energized at this moment. Previously, they had been sweating for Huaxia. If Huaxia fell, they would be the first to follow. The three countries had been watching intently, and without the support of Huaxia, they would surely launch an attack on them immediately. With China repelling the Western Allied forces in one fell swoop, they were safer than before. With more advanced weapons, the advanced weapons that couldn't be bought before might also be available. The camel country was equally ecstatic. Not only did they have good relations with Huaxia, they preferred to have a country that could hold the pretty country in check. Only by maintaining stability in the world could a very rich and militarily poor country like them remain peaceful. A non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, a missile that can easily reach Mach 7, that's really cool. Huaxia, despite the price, we're going to buy them in large quantities. Congratulations to Huaxia for developing a new type of missile that even pretty countries can't intercept. I say this is the most advanced missile in the world. Who has an opinion? I suggest that our camel country immediately increase our cooperation with Huaxia. It's best to let Huaxia send troops to station and in buying a large number of non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. There's no need to worry about security anymore. The Chinese missile expert, in order not to cause misunderstandings, also recorded a special video to explain the principle of the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb to the netizens, proving that it's not the same concept as a nuclear bomb at all. Therefore, even if Huaxia used this kind of missile on the battlefield, it was still in line with international law. However, seeing the combined fleet of pretty countries quickly retreating, the number one chief was very dissatisfied. Having prepared 2 killer missiles, this only retreats after using only one. They were really overestimated before. The second chief laughed and teased, the pretty country is smart enough to be the first to retreat when it encounters danger. Besides, the explosion of a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb does make a lot of noise. It's comparable to the power of a nuclear bomb, and a single missile can wipe out an entire fleet. It would be strange if they don't run away quickly. Good thing too, the 6th generation fighter can be kept secret as a killer weapon again. The next step is a new round of negotiations. Let's see what conditions the pretty country has to propose before they're willing to give up interfering in Southeast Asia. The enemy's small tricks could not be hidden from the eyes of the number one palm. It had already guessed what was going to happen subsequently. Even the demands made by the other party had already been accurately predicted. Until the pretty country had developed the same technology, it would surely find a way to prohibit it from being put into the battlefield. Our fleet is following up, taking the opportunity to recover a large portion of our territorial waters. But how far to advance and where is the opponent's bottom line? That's the focus of the current consideration. The second chief said. Don't worry, the stronger we show now, it proves that we have more confidence. It's not too late to stop when they can't retreat and fight back. Number one chief was very thoroughly touched by the enemy's character. The words were full of confidence. It makes sense, immediately give orders to the navy. Tell them to continue their pursuit. The Chinese warships had been following closely behind the combined fleet. It even arrogantly turned on its radar, putting all the enemy warships within the fire coverage. In this way, it was even more frightening to the enemy. Especially the Japanese, their hearts were extremely weak. They were afraid that China would be the first to step in and clean them up after mastering such an advanced weapon. Their warships were close to the pretty country. If Huaxia really opened fire, it would bring in the fish in the pond. The pretty country would be dragged into it as well. The captain of the pretty country was furious. While viciously cursing the Japanese nation, he accelerated his retreat. This created a strange phenomenon. More than 30 warships of Huaxia ran after more than 200 combined fleets of pretty country. And the other party escaped all the way, not even having the courage to look back. The netizen viewers watching were dumbfounded. This is pretty country's strength? Obviously occupying the numerical advantage, it was actually chased by Huaxia. I really didn't expect what happened decades ago to reappear today. Yes. Last time, it was also Huaxia chasing after the 17 allied forces. Now it's the same again. It's true that if Huaxia doesn't make a move, the moment it does, it leaves the enemy powerless. The pretty country has also wimped out. Let's see what these Southeast Asian countries will do in the future. As long as Huaxia is willing, it can easily wipe them all out. Hurry up and surrender. Maybe you can even save a life. The more arrogant they were before, the more they've been slapped in the face now. Let's see how pretty country will still respond in the future. The presidents of the 3 Vietnamese monkey countries were furious as they watched the news. In their dreams, they never thought that even the pretty country could not be relied upon. When they encountered danger, they ran faster than they did. But they didn't have the guts to protest with pretty country. They can only hope that the beautiful country will not abandon them. Chapter 82, Selling Teammates, an Old Tradition. Having been driving the combined fleet to within the territorial waters, Huaxia took the opportunity to occupy all the waters. Pretty countries and allies began to smear China for invading Southeast Asian countries on the internet, demanding that the Chinese Navy retreat immediately and return the occupied waters. But the netizens were infuriated when this was said. Pretty country is also too shameless, right? It's obviously you guys who have joined forces to bully Huaxia. So many countries can't defeat Huaxia, and you still have the face to say that Huaxia invaded? I see pretty country as the world's stirrer. I hope that Huaxia destroys the pretty country so that the world will have true peace. With Huaxia backing them up, some of the countries that were originally wavering came forward to speak. They had all been bullied by the pretty country, and there was no need to curry favor. They took the opportunity to fall on their swords and beat them up. The voices mocking the West and several Southeast Asian countries were all over the place. Even some people from the pretty countries were very dissatisfied with the government's approach. I just don't understand, isn't it good for the same world powers to develop peacefully together? Have to run to the doorstep of China to cause trouble, now you can get a lesson, right? I have long said that against the Chinese absolutely cannot use force. No country can defeat Huaxia in Asia in a war. Pretty country knew that this military exercise had been a complete failure. It completely gave up on continuing the confrontation. Urgently sent foreign ministry officials on a passenger plane to China to negotiate a solution together. The leaders of Huaxia were already as steady as a mountain at this moment. Just by relying on the new missiles, they have completely deterred the other side. More than 10 hours later, the foreign ministry of the beautiful country arrived in China. Countless journalists from other countries were also frantically pouring into China to get the first-hand news. In order to regain face, the beautiful country kept everything simple. After the meeting, they quickly entered the negotiation program. Both sides sat on both sides of the negotiation table. Pretty country's foreign minister Smith faced sad and angry. Why China unauthorized use of nuclear weapons? Don't think that just because you upgraded the technology and didn't leave behind nuclear radiation, you can avoid international law. Weapons with such great power will destroy Blue Star sooner or later if they are used at will. The Chinese foreign minister smiled contemptuously. The technical principles of the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb have been released in time. It's a completely different thing from a nuclear weapon. You guys can look at it as an upgraded version of high explosives, just a bit more powerful. According to your rules, our newly developed non-nuclear hydrogen bomb is more environmentally friendly. If our new weapon is banned, then I'm afraid that all countries' missile weapons will have to be banned. What exactly do you guys want? A diplomat from a pretty country asked sternly. The Chinese foreign minister's face sank. That should be answered by you guys. We in Southeast Asia have always been at peace with each other. There have been territorial disputes, but both sides have remained restrained. The pretty country forcibly interfered, leading to a near war. The one who should be responsible should be pretty country. Huaxia must immediately withdraw its troops and return the occupied territorial waters before we can continue negotiations. Otherwise, pretty country will impose the harshest sanctions on Huaxia. You guys have to think clearly. Smith's attitude was still very arrogant, thinking that he had captured Huaxia's soft underbelly. As long as they made it impossible for Huaxia to export goods to them, the economy would collapse. This method of sanctioning was tried and true, and every time it was used, Huaxia had to make concessions. But this time they thought wrong. China has endured decades of humiliation, has long been different. Especially in the military field, is no longer afraid of pretty country. Both sides to fight a trade war, beautiful country also cannot take advantage. The Chinese foreign minister did not hesitate to reject the other party's request. There is absolutely no possibility of retreat. Our waters here have belonged to China since ancient times. If you want to start a trade war, just let it happen. But before that, please consider whether your own citizens can withstand the price surge. Smith's face instantly changed drastically. China's industrial production capacity was too powerful and covered every aspect of everyone's lives. If they lost the supply of goods from China, they couldn't even afford to wear clothes, and they didn't even have enough toilet paper to use the restroom. Although they often sanctioned China in the past, they themselves were not in a good position to do so. Increasing tariffs will increase national prices. So every time after achieving their goal, they would re-liberalize the restrictions and lower the tariffs. He didn't expect China's attitude to be so tough this time, not giving them the slightest bit of face. Could it be that China already has a better market? This can't be possible. Without the Western country's market, where will China produce so many products to sell? Smith's face was cloudy. He didn't dare to continue taking risks. Originally, he only wanted to bring together Southeast Asian countries to deal with Huaxia, but he didn't want to fold himself in. Okay, let's not talk about this matter. But the non-nuclear hydrogen bombs must be restricted so that they are categorized as nuclear bombs. It cannot be used casually. Trying to restrict our new weapon? The Chinese foreign minister looked at the other party with a playful expression. Until the pretty country official who was looking at him felt a little weak in his heart. Couldn't help but say aloud, a weapon with such a powerful force will seriously affect the stability of the world. Putting it into the battlefield will affect the balance of power of all parties. China will never be allowed to use it at will. If China uses it again, pretty country will immediately retaliate with nuclear weapons. Let's give it a try then. We, Huaxia, do not fear any retaliation. Do you guys really want an all-out war with the West? Don't forget that the pretty country has many allies. Huaxia has no chance of winning at all. Don't scare us with those words. It's not like we, Huaxia, are intimidated. I'm not going to waste any more time with you guys, let's just get straight to the point. If you feel your conscience and say that if you were the first to develop a non-nuclear hydrogen bomb, would you put a stop to it? One sentence choked Smith to the point of speechlessness. The Chinese foreign minister glanced at him contemptuously and continued, it's no problem if you want to restrict it, but you have to pay enough sincerity to do so. What sincerity do you want? Seeing that Huaxia had finally relented, Smith breathed a deep sigh of relief. Hurrying to seize the opportunity to inquire. He had to complete his mission on this visit to Huaxia. Otherwise there was no way to even return home. It's very simple, we cannot use nuclear-grade non-nuclear hydrogen bombs. Keep the power all at the conventional missile level. But pretty country must support all of Huaxia's rights and interests in the South China Sea. Otherwise there is absolutely no possibility of negotiation. Smith pondered for a moment and reluctantly backed down. We in pretty country will not directly intervene in the disputes between Huaxia and Southeast Asian countries in the South China Sea in the future. Likewise, we will not make any statements. As for whether or not they are willing to call a truce, we pretty country have no control over that. Then the pretty country navy will immediately withdraw from Southeast Asia. That's no problem. Smith simply agreed. They had lost a lot of face in this military exercise and did not want to continue to stay. Especially before a weapon was developed to intercept the Mach 7 missiles. The warships would only become living targets. Must hurry to develop new air defense weapons and re-intervene in the South China Sea after having enough strength. Anyway, even if they don't keep their promises, Huaxia can't do anything about them. Chapter 83A plan fails, and then out of the pretty country promised to be dry, and Huaxia didn't continue to be tough. After all, although Huaxia had grasped a certain advantage, it still needed time to develop rapidly. Both sides wanted to buy time to surpass each other. Did not put forward too harsh requirements. The next negotiations went very smoothly. Huaxia promised not to use nuclear-grade non-nuclear hydrogen bombs anymore. The beautiful countries did not add non-nuclear hydrogen bombs to the United Nations Restriction Treaty. Because they also want a powerful weapon, they are gathering relevant experts to conduct research. After they also mastered this weapon, they can let go of their hands to continue to compete with Huaxia. Pretty countries doing this is equivalent to directly selling out the Southeast Asian countries that follow them at will. They sold them a large number of weapons, but did not fulfill their promises. Instead, they let Huaxia take advantage of the opportunity to retake a large portion of the sea. All of their investments have gone down the drain. Unable to exploit undersea resources, not to mention repaying the loan, just keeping so many warships and weapons was a huge burden on their finances. The beautiful countries don't care about this, they only care about their own interests. After negotiating with Huaxia, both sides signed the contract. The pretty country began to vigorously publicize it. Considering themselves as the winners, they vigorously publicized their success in stopping the development of weapons of mass destruction in China. Under the pretty country's watchful eye, Huaxia would never use non-nuclear hydrogen bombs on the battlefield. This made the countries that followed breathe a sigh of relief. The deterrent power brought by the non-nuclear hydrogen bomb was just too amazing. Other than the pretty country and the woolly bear, it was feared that no country would be able to carry around a bombing. As for the three kingdoms, even less people put them in their eyes. Pretty country, while creating a momentum for itself, started withdrawing its warships in a low-key manner. The Rod and Japanese countries originally wanted to come over and get a piece of the pie. As a result, they were all scared out of their wits. After receiving permission from the pretty country, they hurriedly allowed their warships to retreat. The presidents of the Vietnamese Monkey Kingdom, the Philippine Monkey Kingdom, and the Monkey Kingdom were all confused. They had abandoned them. Originally, they had occupied a lot of sea areas and islands in the South China Sea. As a result, they didn't take advantage of the situation and lost a lot of territory. In addition to the territorial waters provided for in international law, the rest of the sea and islands were all occupied by China. It is simply a loss of troops. Although the military power has increased substantially, it has also become a heavy burden for them. The most critical thing is that the military power has been enhanced, but it is still not a rival of China. Therefore, there is no role. This could make them anxious. Directly stopping the pretty country Navy commander. You can't leave, what will we do if you leave? Once Huaxia fight's over, we won't be able to fight at all. Pretty country must leave a Navy station to protect our safety. The pretty country's Navy commander-in-chief was in a mood that couldn't be more annoying. Before they had even officially crossed swords, they had already been completely suppressed by Huaxia, making their boasted invincible fleet completely reduced to a laughingstock all over the world. If they wanted to remake the world's naval power again, they didn't know how much it would cost them. Although they retreated, they couldn't push these three countries towards Huaxia. They could only forcefully suppress their anger and give them a big pie. Don't worry, Huaxia will not use force against you. This has already been brought up in the negotiations. Huaxia has also agreed to it. But what about the seas we lost? The pretty country has to be responsible for helping us recapture it before we can do so. With the loss of our natural resources, our income will be drastically reduced. Once the finances are in trouble, the subsequent purchase of weapons will simply not be able to be paid back. They were praying on their lips, but between their words, they were all threats. Anyway, they recognized that pretty country would never bear such a big loss. Pretty country wouldn't help them, so they wouldn't pay the final payment for the weapons purchase. The pretty country's naval commander's face sank as he said grimly, since you can't afford to keep them, you can return them first. If you dare to play tricks on pretty country, those countries in the Middle East are examples. The presidents of the three countries sniffed and shivered. They had already offended Huaxia, and if they offended pretty country again, then they would only end up dead. The commander is mistaken. It's not that we don't want to pay back the money, it's really that we can't get that much money. Please also go back and put in a good word with the president of your country and help us again. This is still like a sentence. You guys go back and wait for news. Although this military operation didn't completely accomplish its purpose, it likewise forced Huaxia to reveal its crushing weapons. After we develop a weapon that can restrain China, we will come back to help you. In the meantime, just hold back for a while. We, the pretty country, will never look at Huaxia continue to be arrogant. Having received the Navy commander's promise, the presidents of the three countries were then a little more relieved. At this moment, the pretty country convened the leaders of its allies to discuss how to deal with Huaxia together. At the meeting, the president of the pretty country sat in the main seat. His eyes sharply scanned the circle. In a heavy tone, he said, "We have all been deceived by Huaxia all these years. Precisely because they have been showing weakness, they were unable to figure out the true strength of Huaxia. Only today did we realize that Huaxia already has the strength to fight us head-on. In some areas, it has even surpassed us." The pretty defense minister said without hesitation, "The easiest way to defeat Huaxia is to invest heavily in military research and development and increase military spending. Only by developing more advanced weapons can we regain control of the Asia-Pacific region. We've invested quite a bit in developing weapons. But how many advanced weapons have been developed over the years?" The finance minister snorted coldly and said angrily, "What's the point of investing more? Ordinary screws are over $100,000. Shipping some mineral water is sky high. No more military spending is built this way. And China's high utilization rate of military spending looks like it's only a quarter of ours. But it actually plays a much stronger role than us." The pretty country's military corruption made him hate his teeth. This minister of finance was getting more and more suffocated. But other officials did not feel the same way. The arms magnate could not afford to be offended, so he could only think of another way. Additional investment in weapons research and development is a must. But we can't just rely on military strikes against Huaxia. We have to play up our world hegemony. The pretty country's foreign minister thought of a good strategy with a twinkle in his eye. The best way is to draw on the Three Kingdoms and the Woolly Bear country. San has always been salivating over Huaxia. Not only do they want to seize Huaxia's position in the international arena, but they also want to occupy Huaxia's territory. Although the Manhwa kingdom had good relations with Huaxia, this time, Huaxia's performance was too amazing. It must have already made them feel the danger. Through diplomatic relations, other countries were allowed to take action and cut off Huaxia's outside hands and feet. It will be much easier to deal with them again. Oh, that's a good idea. Tell me how we can get them to assist against Huaxia? The president of the pretty country instantly became interested. It's simple. There aren't many countries that dare to deal with Huaxia directly. We can first deal with the countries that have good relations with Huaxia. Just let China Xia be isolated internationally. Chapter 84 Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. Tell me carefully, which country should be dealt with? It's simple, the one to deal with first should be Baba Sheep. First of all, the Three Kingdoms have long been eyeing them, wanting to annex them. As long as they have our support, the Three Kingdoms will never let go of such a good opportunity. Secondly, Baba Sheep is an important route for the Chinese economic corridor. If we are able to defeat Baba Sheep to cut off the transportation route, a large portion of the way for China to import energy will be cut off. The pretty country's foreign minister was so confident that he even directly lit up a map, marking out the routes of Huaxia's economic belt. Once the war starts, our sales of arms and equipment will increase dramatically. We can both pull in the three Arab countries to fight against Huaxia, and we can also get a handsome return. Not bad, this is a good idea. Immediately contact the Three Kingdoms and ask them to find a reason to deal with Baba Sheep. As long as it's something that can strike against Huaxia, we have to support it. Hurry up and take action, we can't let Huaxia have any respite. On Huaxia's side, the whole country was holding celebrations. Only one missile was used to strongly force the pretty country's combined fleet to retreat. The number one chief specifically received those who had contributed to this. The Missile Research Institute, the Gunpowder Research Institute, and the Space Academy all sent representatives to attend. Li Yi, as the biggest contributor, was also listed. Li Yi was extremely excited to see the number one and number two chiefs. These two men had done their best for the country, and were the idols of all the people. Chief number one even gave Li Yi extremely high praise. It's really worthy of being a hero. With talents like you, China will develop rapidly in the next few decades. I hope you can keep up the good work and develop more advanced technologies for the country. Li Yi replied with incomparable excitement, "Please rest assured, Chief, I will definitely work harder." With appreciation in all of his eyes, the number two chief said to Li Yi, "The state has issued you an individual first-class merit award and a bonus of $20 million. However, due to your status being too special, the state has to fully protect your safety. Therefore, the relevant rewards can only be done privately. It cannot be announced to the public. I hope you can understand." Li Yi listened with a solemn expression, his heart incomparably moved. As the number one or two head of the country, he was still so considerate of his own thoughts. Hurrying to reply, he said, "Being able to contribute to the country has always been my dream. Whether or not I can be publicly rewarded, I don't care at all." "Good, I'm relieved that you can think this way. Feel free to mention any other requests, and the country will definitely do its best to fulfill them. I just hope that I can research more advanced technologies for the country and completely surpass pretty country. In the future, let the Western powers no longer dare to bully us in China. Let all the people of the country live a good life. Li Yi replied with a straight face. The number 1 and number 2 chiefs were both happy and shocked when they heard Li Yi's words. To be so young yet have such a high level of awareness, it was really unexpected. Having made so many contributions to the country, he actually wasn't proud of it at all. It was really too rare. The impression of Li Yi was raised a great deal more. Good. It's truly a blessing for the country to have you in Huaxia. Next in the chat, the number 1 chief asked Li Yi about his suggestions for national defense. Li Yi was not polite and directly stated his thoughts. I think that in the future, we should develop 6th and 7th generation fighters. Fighters below the 5th generation can all be retired. Especially the J-10 series, it can no longer meet the requirements of the Chinese Air Force. In the future, even the pretty country is no longer our goal, but we should look towards the Starry Sea. I've seen the country's Southern Heavenly Gate program. I also want to do my part for this and realize the country's great rejuvenation at an early date. The first chief was extremely shocked. The Southern Heavenly Gate plan seemed majestic and magnificent, but it could be too difficult to realize with the current technology. It would have to be at least a few decades later, after accumulating enough technology, before perhaps it could be gradually advanced. It was still a bit too early to study this now. Number 1 chief persuaded, it's already good enough to break through the existing technology. The South Heavenly Gate program still needs more advanced technical support. We can't be overly ambitious yet, we need to start with the actual situation and develop one step at a time. Li Yi explains seriously, I think the current technological reserves are already sufficient. Only by developing space technology can we surpass Blue Star technology. The number 1 chief was surprised to hear this, not expecting Li Yi to be so ambitious. Then with interest, he asked, I've heard technical experts analyze that if you want to realize the South Heavenly Gate plan, you have to break through the controlled nuclear fusion technology first. After having an endless amount of energy, only then can we support such a huge space base. Could it be that you have a way to research this technology? Li Yi had already come to a conclusion after a little thought. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is divided into many kinds. Designs are specialized according to the different situations that require them. But I think that with enough time, it is completely possible to break through this technology. Controllable nuclear fusion, you're even sure you can research it? The leaders present were instantly stunned. Not only China but even powerful countries all over the world were researching this technology. Once a breakthrough could be made, an endless amount of energy could be obtained. With enough energy, it would be an almost invincible existence. China has invested a lot of manpower and material resources in this technology, and the current stabilization of nuclear fusion is only a few tens of seconds. There is still a long way to go before commercialization. At least within a few years, it is difficult to obtain a major breakthrough. Unexpectedly, Li Yi actually knew so much about this technology and was quite confident. This is no small matter, are you sure it can be realized? Number 1 chief asked again. I can give it a try. Maybe it can really be realized. Li Yi replied. If anyone else dared to say such big words, the number 1 chief would definitely scoff. But Li Yi had developed many advanced technologies in a short period of time. Maybe he could contribute to nuclear fusion technology as well. Alright, I'm licensing you to participate in the controlled nuclear fusion program research. All relevant information has the right to be accessed. If you have a good idea, you can be given a research and development team. The number 1 chief immediately gave Li Yi the maximum authority. Shin Dongchang was worried that Li Yi's distraction would affect the progress of the development of the 7th generation fighter. He immediately persuaded, although the 6th generation fighter has been successfully developed, there is still a lot of work to be done. After all, this is only a prototype, and according to what you said, the service life has been drastically reduced due to the materials not meeting the requirements. It's better to use your energy on the new fighter jet first. There is still the 7th generation fighter plane to be developed later, which will also take a lot of time. Li Yi explained in order to not let him worry. Please rest assured, Dean, I will learn about controlled fusion technology without affecting my work. That's good. Shin Dongchang then let go of his heart. Ding Guohuo also helped to round off the situation. Li Yi is different from us ordinary people, he learns things especially fast and can also learn by example. There's nothing wrong with learning more. Chapter 85 J10 Modification Program. The second chief was very agreeable to this. As long as there are capable talents, they should be utilized to the best of their abilities, providing them with all the conditions they need. Chief number 1 said, it is indeed correct to develop more new technologies. However, our 3rd to 4th generation fighters are still the main force in service. Especially after many upgrades, the J-10 can even reach the level of a 4th and a half generation fighter. And there are a large number of them in service. If all of them were to be eliminated at once, China's defense force would not be able to replenish in time. Li Yi had long had plans for this. I don't think there's a need to continue production of the 5 machines, whether it's at least or the cost of using them is too high. 6th generation fighters are cheap, and the maintenance costs are also very low. You can produce more 6th generation fighters and 7th generation fighters to make up for the Air Force gap as soon as possible. Modifying the J-10 series of fighters and selling them to developing countries is still a good weapon for them, Li Yi proposed. How about the production cost of the 6th generation fighters? How many can be produced in a year? The first chief also knew that in the future, the Chinese Air Force must use 6th or even 7th generation fighters. The 5th generation fighters were too hastily developed, and although their performance was good, they had quite a few shortcomings. In particular, the production and maintenance costs were quite expensive. When it came to too much training, the logistics department couldn't even carry it. While the 6th generation fighters had outstanding performance, the data given by the Space Academy was quite stunning and the cost of using them was equally acceptable. The production cost is about $600 to $700 million, but the usage cost is only 2/3 of a 4th generation machine, far lower than a 5th generation fighter, Li Yi said. When calculated like this, using a 6th generation fighter as a main fighter was too cost effective. Although the cost was a bit more expensive than a 4th generation plane, it could be used for a long time, but it was able to save from maintenance costs. The longer it was used, the more cost effective it was. Such a good weapon made all the senior leaders very fond of it. I think Li Yi's proposal is quite good. With the pretty country already treating us more and more as our greatest rival. Without a strong national defense, it is impossible to ensure national security. If all of them can be replaced with 6th generation fighters, the Chinese Air Force will become the strongest in the world. The Air Force chief did not mince words and praised Li Yi. He was very satisfied with the performance shown by the 6th generation fighters. In front of the 6th generation fighters, no matter how many 5th generation fighters there were, they were useless. They could not be found, could not be chased, could not escape, and could only be destroyed with their eyes open. Good then, build the production line immediately. Produce 6th generation fighters at full strength, and first eliminate all fighters below the 5th generation. Then phase out the 5th generation warplanes when there are enough of them. Of course, it's also possible to use the warplanes below the 6th generation as export products. Continue to add to our country's R&D funds. The number one chief simply agreed. The Minister of Defense frowned. It's a bit of a waste to retire so many fighters. The export market for the J-10 series has also not been good over the years. Under the suppression and smearing of the West, they all think that our J-10 fighters are too backward. Plus, most of the countries are not willing to buy them because they are forced to do so by the beautiful countries. If a large number of them are retired, the probability is that they will only be scrapped altogether. I think it should be upgraded and remodeled, and then sold to countries that are sanctioned by the pretty country. Let them fly J-10 fighters to fight pretty country. As long as they can fight well, they are not afraid of not having buyers. Using the J-10 against pretty country's advanced fighters? That's a bit too much of a stretch, isn't it? Even the head of the Air Force didn't have much confidence. In fact, the J-10 fighter jet has gone through many generations of technological upgrades. It's already a very perfect existence among the 4th generation fighters. There is no need to continue upgrading the fighter too much. There is only a need to upgrade the electronic control and install an over-the-horizon strike radar. In assembling advanced missiles, even a 5th generation fighter can be easily shot down. Li Yi briefly stated his thoughts. Upgrading the radar of the fighter plane could detect a longer distance. As long as the detection distance exceeded that of the enemy's warplanes, the enemy could be detected in advance. Then use advanced missiles to launch an attack. The enemy would be shot down before they even realized it. At the same time, the exterior coating is then upgraded, giving J-10 fighters a strong stealth performance. All it takes is one chance to shock the world with the J-10 fighter jet. All in all, the reason why our fighter jets are not selling well, it's mainly because we don't have the opportunity to fight in real battles. Find a good time, have a good battle record, plus a cheap price. Are you afraid of not worrying about selling? You have a point. Upgrade as soon as possible to offer it to Baba Sheep first. They have mature pilots who fly J-10 fighters. These past 2 years, the A3 countries have been foolishly trying to make a move against Baba Sheep. This is a good opportunity to make a name for themselves. But it was necessary to make sure that the J-10 fighters won. If it was defeated, it would be lifting a stone and hitting its own foot. I'm afraid that there is only one way to proceed with scrapping, the first chief said. Hundreds of J-10 fighters were not a small amount, even if one fighter could only be sold for $300 to $400 million. If they could be sold, half of the 6th generation fighters could be replenished. It could reduce the pressure on a large portion of military spending. The number one chief still attached considerable importance to this arms deal. No problem, I dare to make a military order. Guarantee that the J-10 fighter plane after the modification will not be weaker than a 5th generation plane. And the operation will be much simpler. It will allow the pilots to completely master the piloting techniques in a very short period of time. At the same time, I suggest that we help Baba Sheep to fully upgrade the J-10 fighters. Let them advertise for us with real battle results. Good, I agree with you. Number 1 chief agreed without hesitation. I also agree. The Baba sheep have a high strategic significance to our Huaxia. We must do our best to protect their safety. Helping them upgrade their weapons is a good idea. It's much better than a San fighting over and then stepping in to help. The second chief also agreed. The other leaders all voted unanimously in favor as well. Baba sheep's relationship with Huaxia was quite good. There was a high strategic significance. But Baba sheep was simply too poor, and Huaxia also frequently assisted them vigorously. Upgrading weapons was more cost-effective than giving them away. I'll get the upgrade program done as soon as possible. The cost is definitely within the acceptable range. Li Yi said. When developing the 6th-generation fighters, Li Yi had understood the current situation of the Air Force. It was found that there were still many backward fighters in service. For other countries, these fighters were powerful enough. But for Huaxia, they were far too inferior. This was because the enemy that Huaxia was facing was not just the pretty country, but most likely the whole world. Replacing all of them with advanced fighters would easily defeat whoever came to provoke them. If you want to dominate the world, you have to use an iron fist and crushing strength. Let all enemies dare not harbor any ill will towards China. If I can accomplish this great thing for the country, it will at least provide hundreds of billions of dollars for Huaxia. You're going to make a great achievement for the country again. The number 1 chief was filled with joy. Chapter 86, Bringing San Together. On the way back, Shen Dongchang was still a bit relieved. To Li Yi, he asked, there are many series of J-10 fighters, are you sure that they can all reach the level of a 5th-generation fighter? Li Yi nodded, I think it's perfectly fine. It is true that the maneuverability is not comparable to advanced foreign fighters. After all, back then, too many technical shortcomings had determined the upper limit of the aero engine. If all of them were to be replaced with new engines, the cost would be too high to be cost-effective. Upgrading the electronic control system and missile system can significantly increase the combat power. If you can't afford it, provide satellite support to the countries that buy J-10 fighters. Use military satellites to help them improve the precision of their strikes. Of course, it's also possible to use early warning aircraft to detect the enemy in advance to give guidance to the missiles. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guowo quickly understood Li Ye's idea. The upgrades to the fighters weren't very big. The main thing was to upgrade the over-the-horizon long-range strike capability. Work on the fighter radar and missiles. Especially since Huaxia had obtained new missile technology. The launch distance and flight speed of the missiles, even including the power, have all been greatly improved. As long as it is not a battle with a top power like the pretty country and the woolly bear, there was almost always a certainty of victory. This method is indeed good. In addition to helping Baba sheep upgrade their fighters, we also need to find a way to make the 3 kingdoms stir up strife. It's only useful if we fight as soon as possible. Ding Guowo stroked his chin and said, You don't know about this, I talked to the Minister of Defense. Pretty country is really not happy after their defeat. They've already started contacting some countries including San, wanting to impose a total blockade on us. With my understanding of San, once they get strong support from pretty country, it definitely won't give up the opportunity to attack Baba sheep. They are the ones who have been salivating over Baba sheep's territory. Shen Dongchang said. Ding Guowo was pleasantly surprised, there's such a thing, isn't this right on the tip of our guns? Yes, that's why the first chief agreed to Li Ye's proposal. Taking this opportunity to sell the J-10 fighters can earn us a lot of military expenses. It's up to Li Yi next. No problem, I'll take care of it. Li Yi confidently patted his chest and agreed. At this moment, the officials of Pretty Country and Agua were in secret contact. As long as you purchase our Pretty Country's arms and equipment, we will support you in capturing Baba Goat. There is only one requirement after the capture, and that is to cut off all transportation routes within Baba Goat to China. The Pretty Country official said. That's no problem, but Huaxia has developed a new type of missile. It's just too much damage to us. Pretty Country will have to sell us advanced weapons as well. The Pretty Country officials were actually not stupid at all, very smart. They knew that Pretty Country was defeated in the South China Sea and wanted to use their power to deal with Huaxia. Without hesitation, they opened their mouths wide and took the opportunity to ask for favors. All along the Pretty Country has treated them as a big injustice, selling them obsolete weapons at the highest price. As a result, the military level of the 3 countries has always been poor. Having today's international status was all due to their large population and using their size to suppress other small countries. This time, they resolutely refused to take a loss. They could pay a high price but must buy advanced weapons to do so. The officials of the beautiful country had long expected to make such a request. Without hesitation, he agreed, this is certainly no problem. After all, once the war starts, Baba sheep will definitely seek assistance from Huaxia. So the weapons sold to you this time are the most advanced, including fighters and missiles as well as air defense weapons, to ensure that you have a crushing advantage. Besides, the weapons that Baba sheep purchased from China are relatively outdated. With the weapons we provide, you can win with your eyes closed. Secondly, there will be another big gift for you guys that you will never expect. What big gift? Is it going to sell us the B-2 stealth bomber? The Asan official's eyes instantly glistened, his eyes full of greed. Cough cough cough, how is this possible? The B-2 stealth bomber will not be sold to any country. You should know that half of Baba Sheep's fighters are our pretty country's F-15s. Once you go to war, the pretty country will lock up all the F-15s through the backstage. This means that Baba Sheep's air power will be reduced by a big half. Won't it be easier to win the air war? With air power, it's an easy victory. Even if China wants to support it, it will be too late. The San officials were pleasantly surprised at his words. They didn't expect the pretty country to give them such strong support. Originally, Baba Sheep's military strength was inferior to Asan. Losing half of their air force again, they could win with their eyes closed. That's what you said, be true to your word. The Asan officials were incomparably excited. This could be more useful than providing them with any advanced weapons. Of course. The pretty country is absolutely true to its word. This is the only chance for your Asan to unify, don't miss it. Don't worry, as long as pretty country keeps its word. We, the three kingdoms, will definitely win this battle. As long as we can take down Baba Sheep, we promise to fully cooperate with the blockade of Huaxia. The Asan official was ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fact that the pretty country officials were right in front of them, they would even want to do a dance. After the discussion, they immediately reported to the president. Tell him the results of the negotiations. Not only the president of Asan, including all the top officials, were all incredibly excited when they heard the news. What a surprise, luck is actually on our side. Pretty country wants to use us to deal with Huaxia, but it has likewise given us the opportunity to occupy Baba Sheep. What are we waiting for? When pretty country has said this, hurry and get ready for war. This time, we must take Baba Sheep in one fell swoop, and only allow for success but not failure. Wait, can't completely trust pretty country. We have to let the pretty country send over the advanced weapons that they sold to us first. Can't be fooled by them. When we go to war, they drag their feet and don't give us the weapons, or ask for too much. We have no bargaining power at all when it's that urgent. Having been screwed over by pretty country too many times, some officials had become smarter and smarter. It was the pretty country begging for their hand anyway, so they had to put on a high profile. Grab all the benefits first before making a move. That makes sense. Immediately notify pretty country and have them ship their weapons over first. Tell them that they have lost too many weapons due to army training. The existing equipment cannot support defeating Baba Sheep. Request that they ship the weapons as soon as possible. President San pondered briefly and added, and only pay them a portion first and then pay the balance when the fight is over. There's no need for me to explain what to say, right? Please don't worry, Mr. President. The pretty Congress will oblige. The Asan diplomat was confident. The prices of the equipment sold to Asan were all very high, and the profits were very lucrative. Pretty country would never give up such a large order. The big deal was to go to the woolly bear country to buy it and press the price back and forth. Pretty country had no room to bargain at all. Chapter 87, Underestimating the J-10? The matter of Agway and pretty country approaching didn't hide from Baba Sheep's intelligence department. Although they didn't know the content of the negotiation, they saw that Agwa had mobilized their troops. It was obviously coming at them. It definitely wasn't something good. Whenever this happened, they would immediately contact Huaxia. President Baba Young personally called the Chinese foreign minister. We found out that pretty country was in secret contact with Asan, and immediately after that, Asan started mobilizing their troops. It looks like they may go to war again. I hope that Huaxia can fully assist us. We already know something about this matter, don't worry. With Huaxia around, we will never let you guys suffer. We have decided to help Baba Sheep upgrade the J-10 fighter. Defeated on the battlefield, and no matter who is supporting the A-Triad will not be able to be arrogant. President Baba Sheep didn't realize that the Chinese intelligence was so powerful. Every move of the pretty country and the three kingdoms was accurately grasped. Especially when he heard that Huaxia helped to upgrade the warplanes, he was more than happy. Then please ask Huaxia to send technicians over quickly. I suspect that Agwa will make a move soon. Time is very tight. Also, how much does it cost to upgrade the warplanes? I wonder if we can afford it. When it came to spending money, President Baba Sheep was instantly a bit weak. They were simply too poor, and in order to defend themselves against the three kingdoms, they had to overspend a huge amount on military expenses every year. They couldn't afford it if the amount was too high. This was also why every time the third kingdom took the initiative to provoke them, they would try to tolerate it as much as possible. Unless they really can't avoid it, they will go to war, and after winning the battle, they will take the initiative to stop the war. It's not because they are afraid of the three kingdoms, but they can't afford to support their military spending. The Chinese foreign minister immediately gave him a peace of mind. Don't worry, this time it's a free upgrade for you. Significantly increase the radar and electronic control system coverage and add more advanced missiles. Don't even say it's an A3 country. Even if the pretty country provides them with 5th generation fighters, you don't have to worry about it. Just let it go when the time comes. As for the time used for the upgrade, it will definitely be completed for you before the war starts. President Baba Yan was instantly overjoyed. He didn't expect that Huaxia would provide them with such powerful help. This completely put his heart in his stomach. Great, with the support of Huaxia, we will never be afraid of the provocations of the Three Kingdoms. Although neither of them had singled it out, both Baba Sheep and the Three Kingdoms were preparing for war with all their might. Military mobilization was very frequent. The atmosphere between the two countries became more and more tense. Pretty Country immediately announced that they had signed a large number of military sales contracts with the Three Kingdoms, including their most advanced F-16 and F-35 fighters. All kinds of air-to-air missiles and air defense weapons are available. The total value exceeded $100 billion. Such a large amount of arms sales is enough to surpass the entire military equipment of most countries. Let the military strength of the three countries get a substantial increase. As soon as the news was released, it immediately became a hot search. The netizens of the beautiful country are very excited, and they have just suffered a boring loss from the South China Sea. Military exercises have not yet begun to be scared off by China. Getting this good news is finally a raised eyebrow. See, the three countries purchased a large number of weapons from our beautiful country. Another firm ally has been harvested. Who else in Huaxia supports you besides Baba Sheep? The self-confidence of Asan's netizens rapidly swelled. What is Baba Sheep worth? With Pretty Brother's support plus so many advanced weapons, we should immediately strike and take down Baba Sheep in one round. That way we'll have a chance to surpass Huaxia in terms of territory. Block them off completely. How dare Huaxia go against us, the Three Kingdoms? This will give you a taste of our army's power. The Southeast Asian countries looked very envious. Since we've sold so many advanced weapons to the Three Kingdoms, why don't you sell them to us? With these weapons we can fight against Huaxia. Yes, Huaxia has developed very advanced missiles. We have to boost our military power as well to do so. No matter what, Baba Sheep is completely screwed this time. It has to be on good terms with Huaxia. This time it's going to face the danger of extinction. The fighting strength of the Three Kingdoms is poor as hell. Just let your horses come over. With the support of China, you'll be wiped out by any number of people. The people of Baba Goat did not wimp out in the slightest. The entire nation was united and ready to fight with all their might. Huaxia also took this opportunity to announce the upgrading of the J-10 series of fighter planes for Baba Sheep. When this news came out, not only did it not make people look favorably on Baba Sheep, instead, it drew many people's ridicule. Huaxia's hand is also too stingy, right? The Pretty Country sold the F-16 and F-35 fighters to the Three Kingdoms. These are all main fighter jets. Huaxia is providing the Baba Sheep with upgrades to the F-10 fighter. Using extremely backward fighters to face Pretty Country's 5th generation planes, isn't this looking for death? Unless Huaxia sells the most advanced missiles to Baba Sheep. Otherwise they have no chance of winning. You guys don't know yet, do you, that China and Pretty Country have reached an agreement? No powerful non-nuclear hydrogen bombs are allowed to be used. Although this weapon is incredibly powerful, it becomes waste if you can't use it. If the two countries were to fight a conflict, the Three Kingdoms would win. The Pretty Country's netizens were very pleased. They all think that our Pretty Country retreats because we are afraid of Huaxia. This is where we are brilliant. We used our retreat to make it impossible for Huaxia to use non-nuclear hydrogen bomb weapons. That way it's no longer our opponent again. Our experts have long proposed the theory of a nuclear-free hydrogen bomb. However, we couldn't find a rival before and didn't continue to develop it in depth. It won't take long for us to develop it as well. That's true. A weapon that even Huaxia can build, Pretty Country can definitely build it as well. Now Baba Sheep is in danger. The J-10 is also around the 3rd to 4th generation. No matter how much it is upgraded, it can't be a match for the F-16 fighter. This is what happens when you follow Huaxia. I hope other countries can recognize the truth and quickly draw a line with China. Becoming our Pretty Country's little brother is the smartest choice. Under the impetus of the Western media, it seemed that war between Baba Goat and the Three Kingdoms was already unavoidable. There was no need for any reason at all. Public opinion was just like that. The arrow was already on the string and had to be sent. And no one was optimistic about Baba Sheep. They all feel that they are bound to lose. Especially because Baba Sheep's network has not even realized full coverage. Plus the population is small. And the international website does not have much say. Can only look at the international news angry. However, they were not afraid of the Three Kingdoms and were still actively preparing for the war. Li Ye's side returned to the Aerospace Academy and immediately pulled up all the information on the J-10 fighter. Opening the Enlightenment reversal system, he analyzed and upgraded the J-10 fighter. Since the upgraded part was relatively small, only the radar, electronic control and the missile system, The missile technology could just be handed over to the Missile Research Institute to complete, not requiring Li Yi to spend time. It only took more than 2 hours to make an upgrade program for each series of J-10 fighters. Li Yi entered all the information into the computer and used the whole night to finally complete it. Chapter 88, Upgrading Fighter Aircraft. Li Yi's improvement program was not only in accordance with the current state of the J-10 fighter, but it was also specifically tailored according to the level of Chinese military technology. Although it wasn't the strongest program for transformation, it was completely fine for dealing with the San Air Force. There is no need to worry about getting stuck buying parts from abroad. The price of improvement is also very cheap. It can be said to be the most cost-effective. Li Yi handed the improvement program to Shin Dongchang. Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua were surprised that it was actually completed after only one night. This efficiency was still ridiculously high. After reading the optimization plan, the two were even more surprised. Very puzzled, they looked at Li Yi. The upgrade program for the J-10 fighter is that simple? Li Yi nodded. That's right, this is the fastest and most cost-effective method I have thought of. Let the electronic control system work perfectly with the military satellites. Utilize the missile technology to the limit. Minimize the requirements for fighter performance. It's not only low cost but also very effective. As long as you can shoot down the enemy plane. Li Yi revealed a hint of a playful smile. The upgraded J-10 fighter wants to utilize its strongest combat power. It will have to be deeply bundled with our Beidou and AWACS. If you buy our Huaxia's fighters, you have to stand firmly on our Huaxia's side. But likewise, Huaxia can also provide them with a strong boost. By utilizing the J-10 fighters, they can protect their national security. So that's how it is. The J-10 fighter is nothing more than a missile launching platform. What really plays a key role is still our military satellites and early warning aircraft. The idea of this program is indeed very good. Shin Dongchang very much recognized it. Let's do it, time waits for no one. Prepare all the accessories right away and complete the upgrade for the Baba Sheep as fast as possible. According to Li Yi's technical plan, the fighter jets and early warning planes took off. Enemy fighters were found within a 200-kilometer radius, locked onto launch missiles, and the fighters returned. It was as simple as that. The missiles were handed over to the satellites and AWACS for command, and the pilots didn't even need to take a second look when they launched them. What aerial dogfighting driving skills are not needed? I use a dogfighting stick. Your fighter's performance is no longer strong, the dogfighting technology is no longer high, but also cannot run the missile pursuit. The missiles designed by Li Yi were not only fast, but also had strong anti-jamming ability. Especially with the addition of intelligent computing power and visual tracking technology. Even if more anti-jamming bombs were released, the missiles could not be fooled. Coupled with the fact that the speed of fighter jets was far faster than missiles, as long as they were locked on, there was absolutely no possibility of escape. The maneuverability boasted by Western countries was useless in front of this attack plan. Not long after, a military transportation plane departed from the central China military region. It arrived at Baba Yang Airport a few hours later. Baba Yang's defense minister personally led a team to greet it. All the J-10 fighters were docked in the airport. The Chinese technicians quickly entered the working condition and upgraded their fighters as fast as possible. They also gave the pilots technical training. The way the Air Force fights will be simpler in the future. With the military radar and early warning aircraft, all enemy fighters will have nothing to hide. As long as they enter a range of less than 200 kilometers, they will be detected by the early warning aircraft and radar. Just lock on to the enemy and launch the missiles. The Baba Sheep pilots all felt incredulous after listening to the explanation. They had practiced their skills so hard, was there no use for them at all? The future of air combat is that simple? An Air Force general finally couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, then wouldn't it be possible to pull in just anyone to train and win? That's true in principle. The more advanced the technology, the lower the requirements for the pilot. Of course, with the development of future fighters, the performance may gain great improvement. There will be equally high operational requirements for pilots. That's why you need to train your piloting skills more often. It can be useless, but it definitely can't be absent. Only after hearing the words of the Chinese training officer did the pilots finally put their hearts down. Being anxious about the advanced technology provided by Huaxia made them all feel very anxious. It was really worrying that one day, it would eliminate all of them as pilots. At this moment, they also had enough confidence in Huaxia to help them upgrade their fighters. As long as the AWACS radar can detect enemy traces in advance, it is an absolute crushing advantage. It only took a few short days to complete the comprehensive upgrade and transformation. The early warning aircraft radar performance technology has been upgraded to the highest level. Become an air combat command center, connecting military satellites as well as fighter jets, giving orders to command operations, waiting for the arrival of the weapons of the three kingdoms, immediately became incomparably arrogant. The army immediately launched an attack, called for the extermination of Baba Sheep, to be included in the territory of the Three Kingdoms. It has long been accustomed to the Three Kingdoms going to war at any time. This country is completely different from the others. Just find a reason to go to war against the neighboring countries. After all, besides China, they were all small countries that were poor and weak. It's not his opponent at all. Plus, China is separated from the three countries by the Himalayas. It is very difficult to carry out military support. The three countries have no fear. Of course, this also has a beautiful country, and the woolly bear country's encouragement and connivance is inseparable from the relationship. In order to obtain benefits from the three countries, they did not care about the death or life of other small countries. The three countries deployed more than 130 fighters in one breath, rushing aggressively to attack the front line. The main fighter planes that Baba Yang was able to mobilize were just less than 100. In addition to his own domestically produced Lord Dragon fighters, the only ones that could fight with Asan were 20 upgraded versions of the J-10CE and 75 F-16 fighters. Baba Yang was preparing to meet the battle when he realized that all 75 F-16 fighters were locked up. Baba Yama panicked. 3/4 of his combat power had been lost at once. Could it be that only 20 F-10s could be used to meet the enemy on the front line? President Baba Sheep was shocked and furious. Pretty country is really shameless. In order to gain benefits, it actually stabbed us in the back. It has long been said that pretty country can't be relied upon. Although it is also pulling us in, it is merely using us as pawns. If we don't rely on Huaxia, we will immediately be reduced to cannon fodder. We shouldn't have bought so many fighters from pretty country. All of them became scrap metal when it mattered. The Baba Sheep Air Force commander was very angry. What's the use of complaining at this time? Pull out some more Lord Dragon fighters as a backup. Once the J-10 loses, at least it can top it up. I think it's better to quickly seek support from Huaxia. Rush to purchase a batch of J-10 fighters. This battle is a battle to establish the country. We must not lose. The commander from the Chinese support had already predicted that the pretty country would do this. He was not surprised by this at all. Calmly comforting them, "Don't be anxious, the upgraded J-10 fighters can easily beat 5 in 1. The Baba Yang Air Force commander cried and laughed at the words, "You're not kidding, are you? That's the main fighter of the pretty country. Even if the foreign trade version is somewhat neutered. It's impossible for a J-10 fighter to do 1 to 5, right?" Chapter 89, No one looks favorably on Baba Sheep? The pretty country's dominance over the world had always been very strong. It had always been believed that their fighter performance was unrivaled globally. In many people's eyes, China's fighters were still ranked behind Europe and the woolly bear country. After upgrading, it's good enough to win 1-on-1. To actually say 1 to 5. Even if they were in the same camp, they refused to believe it. How could I possibly talk nonsense on such an important occasion? The upgraded J-10 fighter has an over-the-horizon strike capability. With the addition of the coating, the stealth ability has also increased dramatically. It's already at a crushing advantage on the battlefield. Not to mention how bad the pilots of the three countries are. I'd say 1 to 5 is already very cautious. According to our calculations, 1 to 10 is no problem. The Chinese commander said. I hope so, but we don't dare to be so careless. It's better to gather all the fighters and attack the enemy a little. Win with numerical superiority. As for the rest of the place, we can only leave it to fate. Let the ground forces put up the fortifications. The Air Force commander still didn't have much confidence. After all, the disparity between the enemy and us was too great. Even if it was 1-on-1, or even 1-on-2. There was also a certainty that he would not lose out. But now it wasn't just 1 to 5, it might even be 1 to 7. The Chinese commander did not argue with them. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. As if to say, wait and see, until the official start of the war will definitely surprise you. Such a big matter couldn't be hidden at all, and it was quickly spread to the internet. Many people were shocked and dumbfounded by Pretty Country's approach. Pretty Country is also too shameless. Even if you support the Three Kingdoms, you can't use such insidious means. People bought your fighter jets, and when they suffered an invasion, they were locked up and unable to use them. This is simply too outrageous. Those countries that bought Pretty Country's fighter jets, I really don't know what their mood will be at this moment. It really makes the master laugh. After buying Pretty Country's fighter jets, the fate of the country will have to completely depend on their face. As long as the Pretty Country is unhappy, they will directly lock up the backstage. Let you have no way to use it, only to be beaten. Fortunately, Baba Sheep has a good relationship with Huaxia, so at least they can still buy fighter jets from Huaxia. Otherwise, a round of attacks from San would have defeated Baba Sheep. See, this is the true face of the Pretty Country. As long as you're not willing to be their slaves, don't buy Pretty Country's warplanes, sooner or later you'll regret it. The Manhwa country took the opportunity to publicize online, you can buy our Manhwa country's fighter jets, and it's guaranteed that this won't happen. The Stick country's netizens were also not willing to show weakness. Our Stick country's 5th generation fighter jets are invincible, even Pretty Country can't compare. It's better to quickly buy our stick country's warplanes. The stick country's universal-made warplanes are just so-so. Most of the parts are procured from Europe, and they're just so-so to use. You can buy our John Bull's Rafale warplanes with unrivaled performance. The pretty country's netizens were extremely arrogant. What do you mean by strength? This is strength. Whoever is allowed to win will win, and whoever is allowed to destroy will have to be destroyed. Who let Baba Sheep have to stand with Huaxia? If it became our little brother getting protection from a beautiful country, it would never end up like this. Come on. Who doesn't know what your pretty country is? The Baba Sheep's national strength is far inferior to that of the three kingdoms. You guys will definitely sell out Baba Sheep for greater benefits. If I lean towards you, I don't even know how I'll die. Then let's wait and see. Let's see if the Baba Sheep that relies on Huaxia can win, or if the A3 supported by our beautiful country can win. The internet was in an uproar. But almost no one was optimistic about the Baba Sheep. Huaxia had upgraded their J-10 fighters, but they all still believed that the upgraded J-10 fighters were no match for the F-16s. Not to mention that the number of fighters was far less than Huaxia. In order to defeat the F-16 fighters, they would have to deploy at least one of Huaxia's J-20s or J-35s. What a laugh, China's J-10 fighters are already old. How dare you bring it to fight against our pretty country's F-16? You guys don't even know how you died. Agua also has our John Bull's Rafale fighters. It has the strongest combined combat power. Just deploying 2 Rafale fighters is enough to destroy 20 J-10 fighters easily. Che, the Rafale is at most a 4th-and-a-half generation fighter. The F-16 is a 5th generation fighter. Just one of them needs to be deployed to defeat all of the Baba Sheep Air Force. Many people had even begun to make bets, predicting how many days Baba Sheep could support. Except for Huaxia and some few countries supporting Baba Sheep. The vast majority thought that the A tribe would win the first battle. Chinese netizens were anxious. Baba Sheep has a good relationship with us and is very important strategically. We have to protect Baba Sheep's safety. Hurry up and transport weapons. If Baba Sheep loses the fight, who will stand with us in Huaxia in the future? I really can't figure out what the country is thinking. If you don't support the fighters, you can also support more anti-aircraft missiles. Baba Sheep brothers must hold on. We in Huaxia will never see you lose. Many Chinese netizens desperately cheered them on. But even the Chinese people were worried. With such a big disadvantage, could they really hold out? But by the time the army drove to the front line, war was imminent. China still did not have any reaction. It was as if it never intended to make a move. This made the populace of the three kingdoms even more arrogant. Huaxia is acting smart this time. If you dare to make a move to help Baba Sheep, we'll fight you all together. It's just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to fight in both directions and take back all of your Tibetan areas. With the pretty country's support, Huaxia is no match for us. Hurry up and take down Baba Sheep first, then attack Huaxia. To take back our Tibetan Holy Land. Charge, let's show you all how terrifying the fighting power of the heroic soldiers of the three kingdoms of Afghanistan is. The commanding officers of the three kingdoms of the AS saw the overwhelming public opinion on the internet, and all of them thought that the three kingdoms of the AS could win. All of them walked with their backs straighter than before. From being cautious and focused on attacking in the beginning. By now it had gone wild and simply out of control. At the moment it seems that Baba Sheep can use less than 30 fighters on the front line. Send 100 fighters to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The rest of the fighters will penetrate deep into Baba Sheep's country and bombard their military bases. Only one round of attack is needed to crush them. The commander of the San Air Force was explaining the battle plan in front of the map. The commander of the Tri Air Force held his head high, exuding a powerful confidence. Never before have we fought an account that occupies such a large advantage. Order the Air Force to gain air control first, and the mechanized forces to follow closely behind. It's important to defeat the Baba Sheep completely in one fell swoop. Of course, even though we have all the advantages, we can't be too careless. The air defense forces must be more careful. Prevent the Baba Sheep from firing missiles at us. It's possible that they might get rushed and forcefully send fighters to rush into our country's territory to wreak havoc. The commander is too considerate. We'll make preparations here. Worthy of being the commander, he's just thinking ahead of us. With the commander here, this battle will be won. The commander of the three armies had just said a few words and was immediately greeted with a chorus of ass-kissing. Chapter 90, Chinese Missile specializes in tough talking. No need to wait, order the entire army to attack. Crush the Baba Sheep in one fell swoop. The commander of the three armies finished, his eyes were all cruel and vicious. Don't give them a chance to live, try to eliminate as many as possible. Yes. The various armies that received the order quickly attacked. When the enemy took off, the Chinese military satellites had already discovered it in time. The news was told to Baba Sheep in time. Order the entire army to respond to the battle and follow the plan that was made before. Meet the enemy's main army first. Brothers, don't be afraid, behind us are our families. If we take a step back, all of our families will have to die. We must fight to the death even for our families. Baba Sheep's officers and generals gave the battle mobilization. All-out efforts were made to give them a morale boost. Knowing that the weapons and equipment were far inferior to San. All the soldiers already had the consciousness of dying in battle. Even if they were to die, they would have to pull in a few cushions and die with them. They will try their best to hit the San army as hard as possible, easing the pressure for the following army. Brothers on, as long as we hit hard enough with a single blow. Shocking the San, we still have a chance. What are you afraid of? Since you become a soldier, you have to do it as if you're going to die. Killing one is enough, killing two earns one. Never let Asan's army take half a step into our country's borders. The first round of Air Force meets the battle. All the pilots had written their suicide notes in advance. This time out, they didn't want to come back alive. The atmosphere was extremely sad. The people of Baba Sheep watched the news and clenched their fists tightly, cheering on their soldiers. You are all the warriors of Baba Sheep, you must come back alive. Asan's fighting strength is already weak, don't be intimidated by their numbers. Damn Asan, always bullying us. Must give them some color. Many people gnashed their teeth in anger. They couldn't wait to run to the battlefield with weapons themselves. Although their national strength was far inferior to Asan's, they were united and extremely determined, and they were able to repel Asan's attacks every time. At the same time, they had a powerful backer and ally behind them, which was China. They believe that China will never sit back and watch them die. Once they fall into the wind, China will definitely send troops to assist. Waiting for the warplanes to take off. The commander of the Asan Air Force faced the media with an arrogant face and made a statement. We are all state-of-the-art weaponry. The Air Force has reached the strongest in Asia. All we need is a burst of energy to wipe out the Baba Goat Air Force. By tomorrow's dawn, the flag of our country will be hoisted in Baba Goat's territory. A speech that made the people of the three kingdoms as if they had been given chicken blood. All the major media and military experts were analyzing the military strength of both sides. All of them came to the unanimous conclusion that Baba Sheep couldn't hold back a round of attack at all. Because the three countries had received a large number of advanced weapons from the beautiful country, no matter how they compared, they had a crushing advantage. Many of the relevant departments of the three countries had already made preparations to take a vacation after the victory. It had to be celebrated for 10 days and half a month. Netizens all over the world felt 1,000,000% puzzled. It's already at war, and China hasn't stepped in to help Baba Sheep yet? According to the strength of both of them, Baba Sheep doesn't have the power to fight back at all. The fighters simply have a crushing level of superiority. How does this make Baba Sheep fight? Hasn't Huaxia already supported Baba Sheep? Gave them 20 J-10 fighters to upgrade. Ha ha ha, what a laugh. Baba Sheep is in such a miserable situation. Being with Huaxia and getting such a tiny bit of help when being attacked. Although Huaxia made the pretty country joint warships retreat in the South China Sea. But it has attracted even more fierce retaliation. With the pretty country staring at their back, China doesn't dare to act rashly at all. Their allies will gradually be eaten away. Well done, after destroying the Baba Sheep, we can completely encircle Huaxia and divide it up. The stick country's netizens scurried back and forth on the internet. It was as if they could easily defeat Huaxia. All the major media outlets ran to the battlefield, using drones to film, to post the latest frontline news online in a timely manner. Simply more fierce than soldiers. They don't even care about their lives for the sake of traffic. The news from the reporters at the frontline even came faster than some of the military. Baba Sheep's pilots have taken off smoothly and arrived at the border. All of them look at death as a matter of course. Staring closely at the radar screen, looking for traces of the enemy. Suddenly, the radar alarm alert sounded. The radar showed densely packed enemy fighters. Target lock, missile launch. Under the guidance of the early warning aircraft, each of them locked onto their fighters and fired their missiles out without hesitation. At this moment, they were still a little less confident in their hearts. The enemy plane is 200 kilometers away, can it really hit? Don't think about it so much, immediately return to replenish the ammunition after launching the missiles. We have to keep coming back to fight. The Air Force chief could no longer care much. He could only pin his hopes on the upgraded equipment from Huaxia. Although Huaxia didn't replenish their fighters, it brought them plenty of missiles. The J-10 fighters didn't carry much ammunition. After the fight, they had to go back and replenish it quickly. This was also one of the disadvantages of the J-10 fighters. After all, the technology was older and the engine was underpowered. Carrying too much ammunition would affect maneuverability. At the moment, San's pilots are complacent. With such a huge battle group of airplanes fighting 5 against 1, it would be hard not to win this air battle. There was no indication on their radar, thinking that the distance was too far and they were not yet within combat range. Don't anyone steal from me, I'm going to beat 5 by 1 this time. Don't think you're arrogant with a pretty country's F-16, I'm flying a Rafale. I'm going to rush to the front and start an aerial fight with them. It's no problem to beat 10 of them one by one. Where is the place for you to be arrogant in front of my F-35? All of you get out of my way, 20 J-10s are covered. The Asan pilots were more arrogant than one another and had already begun to seize the battle credit before the war even started. Suddenly the radar started to alarm, showing that it was being pursued by missiles. This scared the hell out of them. Watch out. There are missiles. Damn it, how did the enemy find us? Reporting to the chief, it's no good, I've been locked on by a missile, I can't get rid of it at all. What are you yelling for? Hurry up and pull up the altitude to release the jamming bomb. We are flying the most advanced fighters, what are we afraid of with a mere missile? Boom boom boom. Before the words were finished, the missile had already hit the target. With a speed of over Mach 7, it was too late by the time the radar realized it. Some pilots reacted faster and made a timely getaway maneuver to release a jamming bomb. This approach might be useful against ordinary missiles. Luckily, they were able to escape. But in front of the latest Chinese missiles, nothing. They were still hit accurately. Chapter 91, Winning Too Quickly for Your Own Good. Close to hundreds of fighters, the last moment they were arrogant. Just a few seconds later, most of them had already been killed. The remaining San pilots were all stunned. Even forgetting to operate. Drip drip drip. The alarm sounded again, and another missile came whistling. Ah, I'm locked on as well. Boom. Report to headquarters, we're under a massive missile sneak attack. We've been duped, it must be the Chinese Air Force helping Baba Sheep. What? You guys saw the shadow of the Chinese Air Force? The base Air Force commander was taken aback. From the beginning to the end, China had never announced its participation in the war. To join the battle all of a sudden, what was this? Could it be that Huaxia wanted to invade the Three Kingdoms? There's no sign of it, but we've already suffered heavy losses. Requesting to return to flight. The commander of the Asan Air Force was simply infuriated. Not even spotting the other side's shadow and then saying that Huaxia entered the war. Who would believe this? Even if you point at China, you have to show evidence first, right? No retreats allowed, keep attacking. If there are any Chinese fighters in the war, shoot them all down. We have the most advanced fighters provided by the beautiful country, what is there to worry about? The San Air Force commander gave a lecture to the Air Force. A henchman, his face full of horror, cringed and said, reporting to the commander, 70 fighters have already lost contact. It's likely that they've been shot down by the enemy. What did you say? Baba Sheep can only field about 30 fighters. How is it possible to destroy 70 of our fighters so quickly? The Air Force commander looked disbelieving. It's true, we could hear the screams at the end of the explosion. More than 70 have been lost now, our fighters are still being destroyed. The Air Force commander couldn't believe it and quickly ran to the screen to check it out. The vast majority of the first 90 fighters sent out had lost contact. The rest were disappearing one by one as well. After only a moment's delay, the few remaining fighters were gone as well. The Air Force commander was dumbstruck with shock. A few minutes ago he had been incredibly arrogant and spirited, telling his men that they could easily defeat the Baba Sheep. But it was a hard slap in his face. 90 fighters were gone just like that. These were advanced fighters that had been purchased from beautiful countries in Europe at great expense. Even if 90 pigs were put on the battlefield, they wouldn't be wiped out so quickly, right? After freezing for a few seconds, he suddenly roared loudly and angrily, Huaxia, it must be Huaxia that did this. Immediately contact the pretty country for me and request the pretty country Air Force to come out to assist us. Be sure to eliminate the entire Chinese Air Force. His face had twisted up in anger, his eyes were red, and he was huffing and puffing. Never in a million years had he thought that Huaxia would actually stab him in the back. Calling for troops to be sent to attack Huaxia and make Huaxia pay for it. Baba Sheep's pilot fired all the missiles in one go, turning his head back to reinstall the bombs. Hurry up, we have to go back and keep fighting. The fighters of the AS will be flying over soon, speed up for me. The pilots were incredibly nervous. But the next news that came and left them stunned and dumbfounded. The missiles have all hit, all 90 enemy planes have been destroyed. What the hell? Who is messing around delivering false news? What kind of nonsense is this at such a tense time? Is it funny? Uncover the guy who falsely passed on the news and send him to a military court for serious punishment. The pilots were all very angry. They were fighting for their lives in front of them, and there was actually someone making this kind of joke. The news is correct, it's the news from the AWACS. All of them hit after firing the missiles. There are still quite a few extra wasted missiles sent out. A J-10 fighter could carry 6 medium-range air-to-air missiles and 2 short-range air-to-air missiles. In order to ensure its own safety, it used the medium-range air-to-air missiles for long-range strikes. The fighters were so 20 J-10 fighters could also carry 120 missiles. Enough to wipe out all 90 enemy fighters. After confirming again and again, it was determined that the first round of enemies had been successfully eliminated. All of them jumped with excitement. The fighters that Huaxia upgraded for us are too powerful. I can't believe that we hit every shot and destroyed the enemy fighters so easily. What are you waiting for? The missiles have been installed. Set off immediately to fight other enemies. No matter how many enemy planes come today, shoot them all down. The Baba Sheep pilots were like chicken blood. The fear and worry in their hearts were swept away. They became incredibly belligerent. To shoot down an enemy plane was to make a merit. It wasn't just honor for them, but also a promotion and a generous bonus. Repiloting their fighters, they went straight to the battlefield. In Baba Goat's Air Force Command Center, all the officers looked extremely serious. The number of enemy fighters could be seen through military satellites and early warning planes. Suddenly, the light dots marking the enemy fighters were disappearing one after another. This made them feel very puzzled. In particular, the Air Force commander was even more anxious and violently stood up to yell at his subordinates, "Hurry up and check what kind of equipment malfunction has occurred. How can something go wrong at such an important time?" The technicians rushed forward to check. But after checking, they said with an aggravated face, reporting to the commander, "Our equipment has no faults, everything is running well. How is this possible? Why aren't the enemy fighters showing up? Could it be that their stealth ability is so good? Our radar can't detect it?" The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. If the radar can't detect the enemy planes, our fighters will become blind and deaf. This is going to be troublesome. I didn't realize that the pretty country's fighters were so advanced. I'm afraid we're going to lose this battle. The Chinese commander smiled and said reassuringly, "Don't be anxious yet. Is it possible that the enemy's fighters have already been eliminated? Since they've been shot down, they naturally won't show up on the radar." Not to mention that Baba Sheep's Air Force commander didn't believe it. No one else in the commanding generals believed it either. Don't kid yourself. It's only been a few minutes since the war started. How could it be so easy to shoot down all dozens of enemy planes? If we were that powerful, we wouldn't be afraid of the A tribe. Why don't we just fight straight back and take over the three kingdoms? You guys have to have confidence in yourselves. If it is determined that 20 J-10 fighters are unable to defeat the three countries of Agua, wouldn't we, Huaxia, not provide you with sufficient support? The Chinese commander said with a smirk. All the officers of Baba Sheep present had their mouths open in shock. They couldn't close them for the old half day. From what you're saying, we really won the battle? That's right. The new missiles coupled with the upgraded electronic control technology. The effect is beyond our imagination. It's even stronger than the combat power we expected. The Chinese commander said. Chapter 92, The whole world is dumbfounded. The reporter who was observing the scene of the battle with a drone not far away was even more shocked and dumbfounded. Suddenly, they saw a group of missiles ushered in by the A-3 warplanes. Immediately followed by boom boom boom. Almost without stopping, one after another exploded. Even though some of the fighters were desperately struggling, making all kinds of evasive maneuvers, they were still accurately hit by the missiles. It didn't take long for all the fighters flying in the sky to be shot down. Only a few pilots saw the situation was bad and hurriedly parachuted to escape. There were also a considerable number of pilots who reacted slowly and were directly blown up by the missiles. Not even the shadow of Baba Sheep's fighters were seen. The battle ended just like that. The war correspondents watching didn't react for half a day. What is this situation? Can't it be that these are all model fighters sent by the A's? Deliberately used to consume the Baba Sheep missiles? It's not that bad, is it? I see that their fighters are flying quite fast. What kind of model airplanes can reach this kind of speed? Then don't you mean to say that this Air Force of the Three Kingdoms has been completely wiped out? Probably, supposedly, pretty much, that's it. Since they've all been shot down, isn't it a total wipeout? What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and write a script to send out the video clip. It's breaking news. The Three Kingdoms had a crushing advantage, but they were actually defeated at the first touch. It's unbelievable. As long as it's released, it's definitely major news. Right. The more such a big cold, the higher the heat will be. What kind of missiles did Baba Sheep use? The power is too strong, isn't it? Close to hundreds of fighters, and they were all shot down so easily. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, beating me to death wouldn't have believed it to be true. Another reporter was full of bitter smiles. I'm already worried now that if the news is sent out, it will be considered pee-out by the netizens all over the world. Baba Sheep is at a huge disadvantage. How can they possibly win the fight? But no matter what, it was still sent out with the fastest speed to edit the video with a shocking headline. Shocked. In less than 2 minutes, nearly 100 air forces of the A tribe were completely wiped out. What mysterious weapon did Baba Sheep use? The news was released and quickly became a hot search. People all over the world were waiting for the results of the war between the two countries. Whether or not Baba Sheep could withstand the attack, or whether or not the A tribe would win in a crushing manner. But when the first news was released, everyone couldn't believe it. The first reaction: this was definitely fake news. These were 90 very advanced fighters, especially the pretty country's F-16 as the main fighter. Not to mention dealing with Baba Sheep. Even if it was to fight against Huaxia or the Woolly Bear country, it would never be possible to lose so quickly. It's really time to fix the self-media now. They dare to make up all kinds of news. In order to attract eyeballs to do anything and everything, find out this person who sends out fake news must be severely punished. Especially the people of the Three Kingdoms were furious. Damn it, the person who sent this fake news must be a Chinese. To actually dare to disparage our Air Force like this, they must not be spared. You guys just make yourselves high, you're about to hear the news of Baba Sheep being destroyed. How dare you say that we, the Three Kingdoms, are no match for the Baba Sheep? Open your doggy eyes and take a look. This is the most advanced fighter jet of the pretty country used. But as more and more media outlets sent out the same message, and it could be clearly seen that it wasn't taken from the same angle. When they saw the name of the media that sent the message, it was actually AFP and some other Western media. This shocked them to the core. Isn't this sent by the official media? Who said it was fake news? It's impossible for these Western official media outlets to fake it, right? Even if they were faking it, they would definitely be on the side of the Three Kingdoms. It's impossible to go help Baba Sheep. Gosh, I thought my eyes had misread it. It was indeed the official Western media that released the news. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that all these Western mainstream media outlets have been hacked? Hacked, my ass. Even if one account was hacked, it's impossible for all of them to be hacked, right? Obviously, this is the real news. Chinese netizens and Baba Goat netizens confirmed it again and again, and even the Baba Goat military released an update on the battle. It was confirmed that 90 warplanes of the ASS had been shot down. The pilots were heading to other battlefields to fend off the enemy. Now there was no longer any doubt. It was confirmed that 100% Baba Sheep had won comprehensively. The netizens of the two countries completely rejoiced. Holy, this battle record is too outrageous. 90-0, just ask who else is there. Confirming that all of them were fought down by upgraded J-10 fighters. Our fighters are too powerful, right? Phew, as soon as I opened my cell phone to the overwhelming news. I couldn't believe it. Our China's fighter jets that are going to be retired have actually exerted such a strong combat power. The J-10 is too aggrieved. I still remember the last military exhibition. The J-10 could only be placed in the top corner. It only deserves to be covered with a plastic sheet when it rains. Yeah, I saw that shot too. No one is optimistic about the J-10, but it's the J-10 fighter that is the most competitive. Woohoo! I want to see who still looks down on our Chinese military industry. The domestic fighters that are going to be phased out easily destroyed the main fighters of the beautiful country on the battlefield. Yeah, it's really incredible. It's always been unpopular with countries in the international arms market. Now I'd like to see who still looks down on my J-10 fighter. The down fighters are pretty countries F-16, F-35, and John Bull's Rafale. The countries that spent a lot of money to buy these fighters are probably crying in the toilet at this moment. Their fighters are 4 or 5 times more expensive than our J-10, and they can't even last a single round in the face of our insistence. Our Huaxia fighters are also sold too cheaply. We must add money. Hey, hurry up and go buy military stocks. The stocks of our Huaxia's military industrial enterprises are going to go up by leaps and bounds this time. Buddy reminded too timely, immediately full pike military stocks. Baba Sheep netizens were simply going crazy. Before the war started, were all ready to die with the A3. Suddenly, they were told that they had won the battle and there were 0 casualties on their side. This battle record, simply couldn't believe it was real. Thank you to Huaxia for helping us upgrade our J-10 fighters. Your technology is too advanced. I think we should get rid of all of pretty country's F-16 fighters. Introduce a large number of Huaxia's J-10 fighters. Those scrap irons are useless, it's still Huaxia's fighters that are great. Brother Huaxia, sell us some more J-10 fighters. Let's destroy the 3 countries of AS. The South is ours, and the North is yours. Chapter 92, the J-10 is still too competitive. The netizens in the Western countries simply couldn't believe that this was the truth. But as more official media came forward to prove it, it was finally impossible to question it anymore. Oh my god, this battle is also too outrageous, isn't it? So many fighters were wiped out in 2 minutes. Throwing 90 pigs onto the battlefield, it's impossible to survive for only 2 minutes. It's really worthy of being an Agua country, losing a battle just as fast. Bullying some small countries that have no help around is okay. Baba Sheep's fighting power is formidable. I can't agree with this. The main credit goes to Huaxia's J-10 fighters. No wonder the Chinese officials are so calm. They didn't even announce support for Baba Sheep until the war started. Because they are confident that they can win with just 20 J-10 fighters. In the past, I looked down on J-10 fighters, thinking that the technology was too backward. But only when they were actually used on the battlefield did they realize how powerful they are. Now the beautiful countries in Europe are finished. They are using their most advanced main fighters. If they are easily shot down, how can they sell weapons in the future? It really pisses me off. Back then, there was the Chinese J-10 fighter and John Bull's Rafale in front of us. Instead, we chose John Bull's Rafale. Our government was just too stupid. Yeah, our country is the same. Obviously, China's J-10 fighter is cheaper and has better performance, but it went for a Western country's fighter for the sake of politics. This battle completely shattered the myth of the West being undefeated. Their power is nothing more than propaganda. Confrontation with Huaxia immediately revealed their original form. Huaxia has proved how powerful the military industry is with its own strength. It's absolutely right to choose Huaxia to buy weapons in the future. The happiest country is still the camel country. They have a good relationship with Huaxia and have purchased a lot of Huaxia's advanced weapons. Especially the J-10 fighter jets had such a good record. It proved that their choice was not wrong at all. Haha, it's still our camel country that's the smartest. Deep cooperation with Huaxia from the very beginning. Next we are going to buy more advanced fighters from Huaxia. J-20 and J-35, we want all of these advanced fighters. Don't forget the new missiles that Huaxia just researched are what we need the most. With these advanced weapons, there's no longer any fear of anyone invading us. Actually, I think it's best to let Huaxia come over to Camel to station troops. Just having good weapons isn't enough, the army's fighting strength is also very important. And there's no need to question that the fighting power of the Chinese army is the strongest in the world. This is a good proposal, strongly requesting His Majesty the King to invite Huaxia to come and garrison the army. The noses of the pretty country's netizens were crooked with anger. They were still waiting to see Agua win easily and then vigorously brag online about how powerful their fighters were. But it turned out that they hadn't even shown their faces yet and showed their asses. Damn it! Our such advanced fighter jets are being used as garbage. We just can't work with the A3. Giving them even more advanced weapons won't work. Though I knew that the combat power of the A3 army was very poor. But I never dreamed it would be as bad as this. Let's hope our government recognizes the reality clearly. We can't do anything to make money. Selling advanced fighter jets to the three countries of Afghanistan will only bring us negative impacts. The three kingdoms must have to compensate us for the loss of our reputation. Who's going to buy our fighter jets after putting the war in such a state? The netizens of the three kingdoms were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. The bull had been blown out, but it was going to become the laughingstock of the whole world. 90 fighters were deployed against less than 30, and Baba Sheep only deployed 20 J-10s in the first round. He actually defeated them all within 2 minutes. Could it be that these fighters were papier-mâché? They absolutely refused to admit that it was their problem. On the internet, they began to accuse Pretty Country and John Bull. The quality of the fighters you provided is so lousy that you actually put the black pot on our heads. Never want to receive a penny of the final payment. And pay back the money you paid up front. Pretty Country and John Bull have been bragging about how great their fighters are. As a result, actual battles have proven that all of these fighters are a pile of garbage. I suggest buying J-10 fighters from Huaxia. We belong to Asia together, we should unite together against the West. The failure of the Air Force was like a tidal wave sweeping through the entire country. The president of the three kingdoms was also directly confused. He hurriedly called to ask for news from the front line. Whether or not the defeat had really fallen. The answer he got left him half breathless. Idiots, all of them are a bunch of idiots. This is the most advanced weapon provided by the beautiful country, it cost us $200 billion. And it was shot down so easily? Reporting to Mr. President, the other battlefield fighters have suffered heavy losses. Requesting a retreat, my front line strongly requests a retreat. Why don't you guys go to hell? Using the most advanced equipment and losing so miserably. President San was furious and cursed. But he really had no choice but to order a retreat first. Summarize the experience first, then look for a way to break through. The pilots of the J-10 fighters loaded their ammunition and immediately ran to the battlefield. They found the enemy fighters and shot them down easily. However, the fighters of the three countries in the other battlefields were more scattered. There weren't that many shot down at once. But by the time the battle was over, more than 40 more A3 fighters had been destroyed. After only less than half a day of fighting, the loss of the three countries of the Arabian nation had already exceeded 130 fighters. And the vast majority of the fighters had paid high prices for their main fighters. Once they did the math, they were practically spitting blood in anger. Their air force was destroyed without a single missile being fired. This battle was just too suffocating. The pilots who survived and came back were even more flustered and were completely scared out of their wits. If it wasn't for the fact that the Baba Sheep fighters didn't have enough missiles, I'm afraid they would have been shot down as well. Seeing their comrades' fighters explode in the air one after another like fireworks. When they flew back they were so scared that their legs went soft. Terrible, just terrible. Their missiles are like they have eyes. No matter how desperately one flies a fighter jet, one cannot escape. The most terrifying thing is that we didn't spot Baba Sheep's fighter jets before we welcomed the attack of their missiles. The ASS sent ground troops to bring back the surviving pilots. They were asked about the reasons why they were defeated. These pilots also looked confused. We don't know how. The Baba sheep fighters didn't show up on the radar of our planes. By the time the alarm was raised, it was already locked on by their missiles. If it wasn't for the fast ejection, I'm afraid we would have been blown up. The J-10 fighters are really especially terrifying, and their missiles are terrifying as well. We're no match at all. The surviving pilots tossed and turned about how terrifying the Baba sheep were. Exasperated, the San General slapped them hard a few times. It's you guys who are too useless and dare to brag about others being great. Chapter 94, The Urgent Illness of the Doctor. Although the A3 suffered heavy losses, but Pretty Country and John Bull were equally bad. As soon as the news was released, their related military stocks immediately plummeted. The money lost was not enough even to make up for the profits from the arms. Originally wanted to make a big profit, but in the end, they lost money. After careful investigation, only to find that the J-10 fighter jet combat distance far frightening. 200 kilometers away from being locked, there is no possibility of escape. And the missile hit rate is very high. Even if not 100%, there are more than 90. The most inconspicuous fighter in China is actually so powerful. What technology has China upgraded in the end? The president of the Pretty Country was very angry. The order demanded a thorough investigation. Being able to defeat the F-16 and F-35 fighters meant that Huaxia was a great threat to their air force. Even the J-10 fighters were so powerful, how terrifying would the more advanced J-20 and J-35 fighters have to be? Thinking about it all feels frightening. If we can't solve this problem, we are afraid that we can't even sleep soundly at night. Relevant experts hurriedly conducted research. Finally came to a conclusion. It's not how powerful the J-10 fighters are, it's the awesome equipment that Huaxia has matched them with. First of all, their radar is amazingly effective. Fighters within a few hundred kilometers can easily lock on. Then there's the fact that their missiles fly extremely fast and have a very strong anti-jamming ability. According to the video captured, even a successful release of jamming bombs could not avoid the missile attack. It was very likely that these missiles had incorporated visual locking technology. Once they recognize the fighter jet, they will keep chasing it. And these missiles can also dodge obstacles on their own during flight, very impressive. If it's our pilots who go to war with Huaxia, who will win? The president of the Pretty Country suddenly threw out a question. The missile expert's mouth quirked several times, and his expression became incomparably gloomy. In a real battlefield against Chinese fighters, whoever spots the other first will win. However, it seems that on the battlefield of the Three Kingdoms, it's very likely that China's radar technology has already surpassed ours. Also, the new missile technology used by the Baba sheep is very advanced. Even if an air-to-air missile is launched to intercept it, there is a chance that it will be avoided. The probability of escaping after locking on is no more than 10%. The president of the Pretty Country was so angry that he directly shattered his cup. What are you saying? The Pretty Country allocates several times as much military spending as Huaxia every year. How dare you say that their missile technology surpasses Pretty Country? What did all the R&D expenses go for? BOT. The missile expert was also very helpless. Before this, the information we got was that Chinese missile technology was a generation behind us. But how did it suddenly advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing us? This is simply outrageous. Suddenly an official said, could it be because our technology was leaked? I will never believe that Huaxia's missile technology can surpass Pretty Country. There is only one possibility, and that is that China has stolen our missile technology. The official from the intelligence department was not happy with these words. What do you mean by that? Do you want to accuse us of not doing our job properly? I'm not trying to accuse you guys. But the facts are in front of us. The intelligence department's work is not yet in place. It's obvious that you yourselves are incapable, and your RD technology is no match for Huaxia. Yet you throw the sewage onto us. We are determined not to take the blame. If you say that the technology was leaked, please show us the evidence. The entire conference hall was instantly in chaos. No one refused to take responsibility. The Pretty Country's president's lungs were about to explode with anger, clearly discussing how to deal with Huaxia. His own people fought first. Quiet, all of you be quiet. You yourselves fought first before the great enemy. What's the decency of this? No wonder you've been chased by Huaxia. If this continues, sooner or later you'll be surpassed by Huaxia. The president of the Pretty Country was angry, and the consequences were serious. I ordered the RD department to speed up the development. Weapons that can deal with Huaxia's new missiles must be developed within 3 months. The intelligence department will investigate seriously and find out all those gaps in selling the technology. Reporting to the president, I have a suggestion. There are many Chinese immigrants in our RD department. It's too dangerous for these people to be in an important department. I suggest gradually eliminating and dismissing these people. They can't be allowed to touch the core secrets of the Pretty Country. When these words came out, the officials in the RD department immediately objected. This is simply nonsense. Don't you guys realize how great a contribution the Huaxia people have made to our technological development? To eliminate them without any evidence, the ones who end up in bad luck will only be us. But keeping these people is always a disturbing factor. Even if a few spies exist, all of our research and development efforts will be wasted. The two sides argued once again. It made the president of the pretty country only feel a pain in his brain. Shut the hell up, all of you. I say, can you all make any good suggestions or not? Our pretty country absorbed the world's top technological experts and talents. It's only then that we can have today's technological development. How could we arbitrarily cut off our own arms? The president of pretty country also felt that this suggestion was very unreliable and immediately vetoed it. However, the official who made the suggestion to remove the Chinese experts still refused to compromise. In the future, the main target of our confrontation is China. It's indeed unreliable for Chinese technical experts to remain in important positions. I suggest that they can be gradually eliminated. Select relevant talents from other countries to fill the vacancies. Especially the foreign students from China should be restricted so that they can't be allowed to continue learning the advanced technology of the pretty country. That makes sense, they can be gradually phased out. Put the Huaxia people in unimportant positions. Let other talented people replace them. Also, just stop enrolling Chinese students in high-tech majors. It's also a good blow to their talent. The Secretary of State said. Let's do that then, exclude Chinese students from the next high-tech disciplines. The president of the pretty country felt that there was some sense in it and directly agreed. Although the RD department official was very angry, he saw that so many officials agreed. He could only compromise as well. Only those of them who were engaged in scientific research knew how important Chinese technical talents were to pretty country's scientific and technological research and development. Without Chinese talents joining in, their technological development could never be so fast. There is also no country's talent can replace the Chinese talent. The human race has already determined the upper limit of IQ. Should such a large talent gap be made up with people from the 3 Arab countries? He could already imagine what it would be like if most of the talents were replaced with people from the 3 Arab countries. I'm afraid that not only would technology not be able to progress, but it would also gradually step into backwardness. But what could he do alone? One could only accept this with a bitter smile. Sooner or later you will regret doing this. He only left behind such a sentence and was silent. Chapter 95, each has their own agenda. Compared to the pretty country being furious, this side of China was warmly celebrating its first battle victory. The number 1 chief received the battle report and couldn't stop smiling. Unexpected, really unexpected. Luckily, I agreed to Li Ye's proposal. Otherwise it would have been impossible to obtain such a good battle result. The second chief was also filled with joy. To be honest, when I first received the war report I thought it was fake news. Ever since fighters were developed, there has never been a battle with such a large difference in strength. The battlefield of the future is indeed information-based combat. The number 1 chief carried his hands behind his back and looked out the window. It was only after a moment that he continued, previous combat experiences will all be overturned. Informatized combat is the mainstream of war. It's scary to think about. Once the target is locked, the next step is precision bombing. Even if the number of troops is large, they will be powerless to resist. Yeah, I didn't expect the war to actually escalate to such a point. This is just a frontal air battle. One has to consider the drone swarm battle method proposed by Li Yi. The drones that cover the sky are the battlefield overlords. At a later stage of ground combat it was always impossible to use missiles to strike individual soldiers. A large number of drone swarms can perfectly resolve a single soldier enemy. Number 1 chief thought deeply, you're right. The research and development of drone weapons must be increased. The robot dog drones, all of them, must meet the standard of being placed on the battlefield. Although they won't necessarily hit the homeland. But as China's influence grows, it needs to maintain peace abroad. Placing drones and robot dogs is definitely the best way to avoid casualties among soldiers. I will make the arrangements as soon as possible. By the way, closely monitor the movements of the 3 kingdoms. I'm worried that they'll be able to do anything if they're desperate. There is a possibility that they will launch missiles to bombard the Baba sheep populace. Be sure to prepare for air defense. Understood. Never let them succeed. The number 1 chief's guess was indeed correct. Agua had suffered a big loss. The first step in doing so was to accuse pretty country and John Bull of selling them poor quality fighters, demanding that the final payment be returned. Their meaning is very clear: if they can't win the war, they don't want to receive the final payment. But pretty country and John Bull are not vegetarian. They directly threatened to their faces, if you dare to keep our final payment, you will never be able to buy advanced weapons again. You will be subject to the economic sanctions of the Western countries. The development of the 3 countries is already backward, directly to the primitive society. But the 3 countries of the Arab world were not wimpy at all. Seeing that the pretty country needed them to deal with Huaxia, Fine, if you guys dare to sanction the three kingdoms, then we'll all fall back to Huaxia and the woolly bear country. Join forces with them against the West. Neither side would give in. The war of words had been going on for 2 days, and there was still no result from the discussion. They both knew very well that it was impossible to completely tear their faces off, and could only fight for as many benefits as possible. By the time the pretty country finally couldn't stand it anymore, the three kingdoms was their increasingly large arms export market. They didn't want to let go of such a big piece of fat meat. Moreover, the more weapons they sold to the three countries, the more they could earn back from accessories and follow-up maintenance. A portion of the district's tail payment was not really on their minds. It's better this way, some of the tail payment can be waived. Our pretty country can provide advanced missiles and upgrade your radar technology. The reason why you were defeated by Baba Sheep is mainly because your radar technology is too backward. If you had spent a lot of money on our advanced radar system, you would never have lost so badly. With a step down, the officials of the three kingdoms did not continue to insist. They knew very well to take what they could get. As long as they could get their hands on the pretty country's advanced missile and radar systems, they could also make their own imitations and make products to sell to other countries. Although they were treated as ingrates by the West, they could likewise go and fool some backward countries. As of now, obtaining advanced weapons technology was the most important thing. We can pay another part of the final payment. But pretty country needs to build a missile production line in our A3 country. The new types of missiles sold to us have to be produced in A3. It's too costly to build a production line. Forgive us for not being able to agree. The pretty country official refused without even thinking about it. You can just pay for the technology, we'll pay for whatever it costs. The San official was rich and generous. It directly underwrote the expenditure. The pretty country official's eyes immediately lit up. He saw through Asen's purpose at a glance. They wanted to obtain a production line to copy it and build their own missiles in the future. Not only do they not need to buy from pretty country in the future, but they can also seize the market with pretty country. But they thought too naive. Producing missiles is not that easy. Especially the core control parts is the most important. As long as the core technology is controlled in the hands, even if the three countries get the production line is useless. But the more so, the more you can pit the three countries a hand. Pretty country officials first pretended to contemplate, pretending to be very difficult. After a long time he finally made up his mind. Since you all said so, in order to show our pretty country's sincerity, we can build the most advanced production line in your Agua country. However, the cost of building the production line is very expensive, and it will require at least $30 billion. It's better for you guys to go back and discuss it first. Reply after you're sure. This price he directly quoted 10 times higher. Easily earning 90% profit. Completely treating them as ingrates. And in the future, even if the three Arab countries produced missiles, they would have to buy the core parts from them. Raise the price of the core parts, then directly sell them missiles to earn higher profits. Such a good business, why not? But the officials of the three countries did not think so. They felt that an advanced missile could reach several $million. If they could produce them themselves, they would only need to make thousands of missiles to make back the money they invested in the production line. Producing more could also be sold. Using the pretty country's technology for publicity, there would surely be many countries willing to buy them. Investing $30 billion in exchange for a vast arms market. This business is simply very profitable. The officials of the three countries of Agua were afraid that pretty country would renege and didn't even return the price, so they immediately clapped their hands. It's a deal. $30 billion to build the production line in our A3 country. No problem, sign the contract quickly. I guarantee that when the money arrives, construction will begin immediately. Both sides felt that they had made a big profit and couldn't wait to finish signing the contract. At first, they were arguing with each other. Suddenly, they became incredibly close partners again. John Bull's official was watching with immense envy from the side. Just now he roughly calculated in his heart, beautiful country, this business is simply earn a lot of money. Immediately also followed and said, the three countries have a lot of Rafale fighters. We can also transfer maintenance technology and parts production lines. In the future, you will be able to produce your own parts. It's cheaper to use Rafale fighters. Chapter 96, Bad Ideas. The San officer didn't expect to be blessed by the disaster. Although they lost a large number of fighters, they could gain some cutting-edge technology. The key thing was to leave the production line in the country, making it easy for them to steal the technology. After they learn it themselves, they can then kick the other party out of the country. Without hesitation, he agreed to the other party's request. The negotiations went on very happily. Our Air Force has suffered huge losses, and we can't take any advantage by continuing to fight. Our Mr. President has decided to call a temporary truce. After replenishing our equipment, we'll clean up Baba Sheep. Don't. Victory and defeat is a matter of course. With the advanced radar we provided, are you still afraid of not winning the battle? The pretty country officials didn't want to leave it at that. If they didn't continue to fight, how could they hold China back? The most crucial issue was that Pretty Country had lost a huge amount of reputation in this battle. It desperately needed the Ogway to fight a winning battle to regain their reputation. If we stop the war now, wouldn't it be sitting on the fact that their fighters are no match for Huaxia? So this battle had to go on, and it had to be won. Can't fight. Even if the radar is installed immediately. The Air Force's morale is low, it's hard to win the battle. Don't worry. We can use the Navy if the Air Force doesn't work. There's no need to have to destroy Baba Goat and blow up all their ports. This is about Baba Sheep's economic lifeline. Without the income from the harbor, their finances will be in serious trouble. At the same time, China's import routes through the Barbary sheep will also be cut off. They won't even have to do anything. They'll collapse in a few years. At that time, attacking Baba Sheep again will still be a piece of cake. The Pretty Country officials had long ago helped them think of a way out. The battle could be unwinnable, but it definitely couldn't make the other side feel better. With Pretty Country's support, even if the three kingdoms went overboard, there was no country that could clean them up. This was because the Pretty Bear Nation needed to export energy and weapons to the three Arab states and was an important object of their trade. Even if the two countries do not treat anyone with respect, they all understand very well. If they want to develop, they can't do it without each other. And it was difficult for Huaxia to go to full-scale war against the three countries. If they were to send troops to the three kingdoms, then they would fall into the trap of the Pretty Country. Let the Pretty Country and the three kingdoms keep fighting, and they will be able to reap the benefits. As long as Huaxia dared to go to war, the entire NATO alliance would unite in support of Asan. Asan's position in the world is like a stirrer. Whoever gets involved with them is in bad luck. The more so instead, they became the most competent tool of the beautiful country. Seeing that the San officials were still pondering, the Pretty Country officials continued to encourage them. The Pretty Country official continued to encourage, think about it, the Air Force suffered a loss. The whole world will think that you are not a match for Baba Sheep. It will have a great impact on your international status. If you let the Navy get the situation back, who will still be able to look down on you? When the time comes, we'll find a reason to say that your pilots weren't skillful, that you were too careless and suffered a loss. As long as you are prepared for a head-on battle, you can definitely defeat the Baba Sheep. Makes sense, I'll report this to Mr. President. I hope you will give your full support to defeat Baba Sheep's Navy. That's no problem. You can be provided with the most advanced missiles. Immediately upgrade the ship's radar system. Guarantee that the same failure won't occur twice. The Pretty Country official patted his chest and replied, I hope you can keep your word. If it fails again, it won't just be us, San, who will be in bad luck, and you will become a laughingstock if you provide the weapons. The Asan official took advantage of the time when he was shelling out money to harden himself. When they went back, they proudly told the president about the results of the negotiations. The San president was very satisfied with what he heard. We are short of the technology to produce advanced missiles. If we can learn it, the cost of producing our own missiles will be much cheaper. And the missile technology can also be used in the field of aviation. Pretty Country must not have thought that in fact our real purpose is to develop space technology. It's still Mr. President who thinks long-term. Pretty Country officials can never compare. Being patted on the back by the officials under him, President San was very pleased. But the next military action made him become very cautious. Having over 100 fighters shot down in one go, the losses were too heavy. It couldn't be hidden even in the country. One could only publicize the loss of a dozen fighters to the people at home. The foreign news deliberately exaggerated, trying to smear them with public opinion. It took a lot of effort to calm the public. If the war was to continue, it could only succeed and not fail. Are the missiles and radar provided by the Pretty Country really that advanced? It's fine to buy them, but never a castrated version. We can no longer afford to continue to fail. If we're not sure, we might as well stop the war first. The excellent performance of the J-10 fighters had scared him to death. Fortunately, Baba Sheep's national power was not strong. If any other country came at them with a bang, how would they defend themselves? Mr. President, don't worry. Pretty Country and John Bull are more worried about failure than we are. After all, we are using Pretty Country's most advanced weapons. If it doesn't work, they'll be even more ashamed than us. That's also reasonable. Hurry up and get the Navy ready. It can only succeed but not fail. Mr. President, I think we need to change tactics. What does that mean? President San was puzzled. The San official explained, we have the support of the Pretty Country behind us, and even many Western countries are on our side. However, behind Baba Goat, there is also China. If we attack the Barbary sheep port, it's equivalent to cutting off the transportation route of their economic corridor. Will China stand by and do nothing? Once they react, they will definitely support Baba Sheep's more advanced weapons to retaliate against us. Even if we take advantage of them at first, we'll suffer heavy losses later on. China's weapons are not ordinary. The key to their production of missiles is very fast, even if the air defense radar given to us by the beautiful country is no longer powerful. In the face of a saturation attack by Chinese missiles, our warships won't be able to handle it. President San raised an eyebrow and immediately became a bit unhappy. You mean you won't fight them? Of course not. The fight still has to be fought. Only to change the method of fighting. Our warships will sail over and destroy all the facilities in Baba Goat's harbor with missiles while they're not in reserve. Then we'll retreat immediately. By the time China reacts, our warships will already be gone. Even if they are angry, it's useless. Not only can we take revenge on Baba Sheep and get back our face, we can also give an explanation to the beautiful country. And also give the pretty country an explanation. Anyway, the purpose has been achieved. The pretty country can only continue to support us. President San's eyes grew brighter as he listened. This idea is not bad. I think it can work. Right. As long as the sneak attack is successful, the people in the country won't have a problem with the army anymore. There's no way for Huaxia to attack our territory either. Let them dry their eyes and get angry. There's nothing they can do to us. Anyway, the follow-up is a war of words, and the Western media is on our side, so what's there to worry about? The San official said with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 97, Good News and Bad News. Not bad, not bad, this strategy is great. I really didn't expect you to come up with such a good idea. You must be given a promotion. Immediately contact the Navy commander for me and tell them to follow the plan. President San's heart was on fire at what was said. They weren't capable of fighting a proper war. But there were not many countries that could match such things as trickery and sneak attacks. Many thanks, President. I will continue to work hard and strive for another success. The pretty country's officials returned home and reported the news of the negotiations to the president. The president of the pretty country heard that he had actually negotiated a big deal. He immediately smiled from ear to ear. You did a really good job. Not only did you achieve your goal, but you also earned our country such a large sum of money. Our military expenses are finally in order. The pretty official smiled contemptuously. The Asan officials are so smart that they still think I can't see through their ploys. With their pig brains, besides thinking of playing with cow dung every day. How dare they get their hands on our new missiles? I'm just going along for the ride. It'll make them money and keep San happy at the same time. Only when the interests are tightly bound together can we get Asan firmly on our side. Not bad. You've done a great job for pretty country, there's no shortage of benefits for you. But this next battle has to be won by the A3. Not only must we give them the most cutting-edge missiles, but we must also send people forward to train in the handling techniques. Don't have a new weapon and have it spoiled by these pig brains of theirs. The president has a point. It's really not possible to send them a few technicians. Alright, I'll arrange it at my discretion. But the next step is to impose a total blockade on Huaxia. Crack down on Huaxia in all aspects from the economic, technological, and military fields. Never let Huaxia grow into our strongest enemy. The president of the pretty country said through clenched teeth. On the side of Huaxia, a number of country leaders were welcomed. They came to Huaxia in order to order J-10 fighter jets. The J-10 fighter jets' performance on the Baba Goat battlefield was just too amazing. Even the pretty country's F-16 fighters were ed down. Doesn't it prove that this is already the world's top fighter? The key price is still super cheap. There are no strings attached to buying a Chinese fighter. All control is in their hands. Anytime they went out to meet the enemy, they didn't need permission from other countries. Before this, due to the strong propaganda of the Western media, even some small countries did not trust the Chinese fighter jets. Secondly, there was a more important political reason. Whoever buys a Chinese fighter is equivalent to deciding with a pretty country. It will attract the full range of sanctions from China. Those small countries can't afford it. They can only buy Western fighter jets that have been eliminated. Not only is it expensive, but the back end is easily controlled by the pretty country. For example, when Baba Sheep went to war with the Three Kingdoms this time, the dozens of pretty country fighters that Baba Sheep purchased could not be used. But after this war, the pretty country and John Bull's fighters had a bad reputation. Taking advantage of world opinion, they hurried to buy Chinese fighter jets. Pretty country couldn't say anything. If they were to force other countries to buy pretty country fighter jets again, I'm afraid that they will immediately be drowned by the saliva of the world's population. The Chinese leaders and military industry leaders are simply happy these days. Wave after wave of orders have arrived. And these countries can't wait to get the J-10 fighters to arm their armies. So they want to buy the used J-10 fighters that the military is using. After all, the production of new need to wait a long time, at least half a year to a year. Immediately get J-10 fighters, air force power instantly increased, sleep at night is also solid. China's top officials have to pretend to be very difficult on the surface. Tell them that the number of Chinese fighter jets in service is not enough. If the Army's J-10 fighters are sold directly to them, the Air Force will not agree. But for the sake of the relationship between the two countries, they can only bear the pain. After raising the price, I sold them. Of course, Huaxia has always guaranteed after-sales service in the sale of weapons. Not only sell fighters, but also package training. Maintenance prices are also quite cheap. Very suitable for small countries with average financial income. After a careful understanding, these countries realized that they were simply wronged. With such good warplanes and services from Huaxia, they hadn't been able to choose before. This time, they must seize the opportunity to buy it quickly before the pretty countries objected. The purchase agreement was quickly signed. Huaxia has never been so painfully quick to sell weapons to the outside world. With sufficient funds, it hurriedly accelerated the construction of the production line for the 6th-generation fighter. When the 6th-generation fighters meet the needs of the army, even the 5th generation can be sold to the public. Li Ye's side was not idle. After a simple celebration, he continued to put in intense research and development work. What he wanted to do now was to develop better super alloy materials to drastically increase the service life of the Generation 6 fighters. The mass-produced Generation 6 fighters would all use super core materials. At this time, Li Yi got another good news. Xia Shui's grades reached the admission score of the Space Academy. Under the dual authorization of Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua, it was very easy to be accepted into the Aerospace Academy. But there was another piece of bad news. Lu Chuanfeng was surprisingly also admitted to the Space Academy. When Shen Dongchang told Li Yi the good news first, Li Yi was still very happy. But when he heard that Lu Chuanfeng was actually also within the admission list, he could not help but frown. How did Lu Chuanfeng also get accepted? Is his score so high? What happened to this student? Shen Dongchang was very puzzled. Li Yi didn't hide anything and told him about his feud with Lu Chuanfeng at school. I'm not deliberately saying bad things about this person because I don't like him. These things are easy to investigate. Now that I think about it, I even have some suspicions that there were problems with the test papers and he might not be able to get away with it. What? There's actually such a thing? Shen Dongchang was shocked at his words. He was dedicated to fighting for the cause of the country, and his eyes were most intolerant of sand. If someone dared to frame a national talent for his own sake, he would never let such a person go. Ding Guohua said comfortingly, "Of course we believe in you. With your contribution to the country, you can beat him to another unit with just a word. There's certainly no need to deliberately smear someone just to hate them. I'll call and ask." Shen Dongchang immediately dialed the phone and interviewed a serious inquiry about the admission. Hanging up the phone after a long time, his face was very ugly. "I've asked. Lu Chuanfeng's background is quite deep. In addition to his scores reaching the Aerospace Academy, he has indeed also made connections. For such a person, I think he should be returned." Shen Dongchang was very angry. The results of the inquiry further proved that Li Ye's guesses could be true. Lu Chuanfeng's family's connections were actually able to reach the invigilator. If it was true that he had switched the exam papers privately, this was a very serious matter. Not to mention that the Aerospace Academy was involved in state-secret technology and would never allow such unreliable people to enter. Chapter 98, It's not easy to pack you up. This isn't too good. After all, he's already reached the Aerospace Academy's admission scoreline. Even if there are connections interfering, it seems a bit unreasonable to let him withdraw from the program. Not to mention that this person's background at the end of the day is not good enough to offend. Ding Guohua still had an understanding of the game of these relationships. Shen Dongchang's character was too straight to do scientific research, but when it came to this kind of thing, he didn't know how to deal with it in a smooth manner. In Ding Guohua's opinion, this year's expansion anyway, the number of students recruited was higher than previous years. Such students can rely on their background to obtain more resources for the Space Academy, which is actually a good choice. Li Yi had already thought of a countermeasure a long time ago and followed along to persuade. The more we think that this kind of person has problems, the more we should recruit him to the Space Academy. Shen Dongchang stared with wide eyes, very confused. What does that mean? Since we know that this person has problems, he might cause trouble for us. Especially since our technology is extremely important to the country, even leaking half of it would be an irreparable loss. How can we let him come to the Space Academy? It's simple, the other research departments are equally important. And it's not known that Lu Chuanfeng has problems with this person. Being admitted to other units would be equally harmful. Why don't we admit him to the Space Academy and keep a close eye on him? If there is really a problem, get hold of the evidence and arrest him immediately. There might even be other gains. Shen Dongchang's eyes immediately lit up. This is a good idea, why didn't I think of it? Just follow what you said. If this kind of person has other purposes to enter the Space Academy, he will try to find ways to ask for information. Just put him in a very unimportant department if he goes around inquiring about key technologies. It can easily be screened out. Li Yi said. Alright, just follow your method. If he doesn't have a problem, it's fine. Even if it's an unimportant department, he can still serve the country all the same. If he has problems, he must not be spared. Shen Dongchang attached great importance to this matter. The aerospace sector was a top priority in any country. Not to mention that Li Yi had developed many key technologies for the country. Leaking even half a bit of these technologies would bring a huge shock to the world. It would even push Huaxia to the tip of the storm. So it had to be kept strictly confidential. Alright, I'll handle this matter. The new students originally needed to lay a foundation. Other than Xia Shui, all of them are sent down to the basic department for internship. Their main task is to learn new knowledge. There's no need for them to come into contact with core technology too early. Ding Wuhua promised. He knew that Xia Shui's relationship with Li Yi was extraordinary, although he used his power to treat Xia Shui with special care. Just by virtue of Li Yi's contribution to the country, the small benefit was not excessive. Soon after waiting for the students to report to the Space Academy, these admitted genius class students were very excited. This meant that they were starting out much higher than ordinary undergraduates. Even those top prestigious schools received far more educational resources than them. It was important to know that after entering the genius class they were all personally taught by top experts, and they still learned while operating, and knew much more. Li Yi did not go forward to greet them. His time was very precious and he had to hurry up to make the super alloy material, even with the complete information given by the Gnosis reversal system. However, synthesizing super metal materials required many special equipment. Before that, the equipment had to be manufactured and tested step by step. The superalloy could not be produced until the equipment was debugged and followed the configuration process perfectly. Secondly, although Li Yi was already the chief engineer of the 6th generation fighter, but it was really too young. Also, being a high school student who graduated this year, it was a bit too comical to have him address his peers. Therefore, Li Yi very simply refused to receive the new students. Shen Dongchang and Ding Wuhua showed their importance. The two went together to greet the admitted students. There were 13 people in total, all of them were the top students in the country. Each student's face wore a look of incomparable excitement. Shen Dongchang and Ding Wuhua could both be their most admired idols. If they were able to be accepted as a student by one of them, it would definitely be the thing they dreamed of the most. Shen Dongchang's gaze swept over the faces of each student, especially lingering on Xia Shui's face for 2 more seconds. It had already been decided to have Ding Wuhua accept her as a student. He himself could no longer spare too much energy due to his heavy affairs and helping Li Yi. In fact, they were already too busy by accepting Li Yi as a student, and if it wasn't for Li Yi's face they wouldn't be accepting any more students this year. Shen Dongchang opened his mouth and said, "First of all, congratulations to all of you for being accepted into the Genius class, and welcome to the Aerospace Academy. You are all the country's top talents. You will be given the best educational resources after entering the Space Academy. But at the same time, the coursework is also very heavy, so you all need to be psychologically prepared for it. Next, please ask Ding Ding to explain to you the do's and don'ts of the Space Academy." Ding Wuhua first gave a greeting and began to explain with a serious face. The most important thing about entering the Space Academy besides studying hard is to keep it a secret. Even the news that you have been accepted into the Space Academy cannot be told to anyone. Everything you see here is a state secret. Once it is leaked out, not only will you be severely punished, it is a very serious crime. So everyone must memorize the secrecy regulations first. After Ding Wuhua finished talking about the rules of the Space Academy, his face then became much more relaxed. "But you guys don't need to worry too much. With your abilities, as long as you study hard, you don't need to worry about not being able to keep up with the progress. If you really don't fit in with the curriculum, the Space Academy will switch you around. Your tutors will provide you with as much help as they can in your life and studies. Next, we'll start assigning substitute teachers." When Ding Wuhua read that Xia Shui's tutor was himself, all the students revealed envious looks. Although the mentors leading them were almost all academicians. Even the few that weren't academicians were the top experts in a certain field, and it was only a matter of time before they became academicians. However, Ding Wuhua was the vice president of the Space Academy, and the resources at his disposal were not comparable to those of an ordinary academician. To be able to study under such a character, even the starting point for graduation was definitely higher than others. After he finished reading, Shen Dongchang did not accept a single student. Especially Lu Chuanfeng was assigned to the name of a not-too-important department tutor. Although it was a less important department, it was only relatively speaking. Every department of the Space Academy is indispensable and extremely important. Lu Chuanfeng was very angry. His purpose of coming to the aerospace surface was to deal with Li Yi and pursue Xia Shui at the same time. Xia Shui was assigned to the core department and was still being taught by the vice dean himself, while he himself was only assigned to the bottom parts department. It was simply a world of difference. Although they are both in the Space Academy, they don't even have the opportunity to meet. Chapter 99, No Qualifications to Make Demands. When the list was read out, Lu Chuanfeng could no longer hold back. "Report Dean, I have an opinion." How was he to know that he had already been noticed by Shen Dongchang and Ding Wuhua long ago? If it wasn't for Li Yi speaking up, Shen Dongchang had already decided to withdraw him from the file. Shen Dongchang frowned. He already had a bad impression of him. To think that the first one to cause trouble was him. What's your opinion? Ding Guohua asked. The well-known experts of the Space Academy have all assigned students, why didn't academician Shin take any students? Ding Guohua replied, I think many people should know that Dean Shin and I have already admitted a student in advance, and his name is Li Yi. I know. I was in the same school as him, and I saw it with my own eyes when the two deans picked him up. But since both accepted him as a student, why did Dean Ding accept another student and Dean Shin didn't? I want to be Dean Shin's student. If it wasn't in front of the other students, Lu Chuanfeng would have hated to tell them about his family history. In this way, he would pressure them to force himself to be Shin Dongzhang's student. Ding Guohua explained, Dean Shin is different from me, he has to deal with a lot of Aerospace Academy matters in addition to teaching students. Teaching too many students is simply too busy. Xia Shui and I have similar grades and both come from the same school. Why can she be Dean Ding's student and I can't? This is the optimal arrangement we made based on the students' own conditions as well as the answers to the test papers. However, I can also tell you honestly that student Xia Shui is Li Ye's specially designated research assistant. That's why she was admitted by Dean Ding on an exceptional basis. Shin Dongchang suddenly opened his mouth. He already had a very bad impression of Lu Chuanfeng, and seeing that he kept causing trouble, his impression of him got even worse. Why? Li Yi is only just this year's high school student, what makes him able to designate an instructor? Lu Chuanfeng was very unconvinced. He couldn't figure out what kind of background Li Yi had that he was actually able to control his students' instructors. Just because he has made many meritorious achievements since he came to the Space Academy. He has made great contributions to our country's scientific and technological development. At the same time, Li Yi has been hired as the chief designer of the Space Academy's 6th generation fighter. Are you still satisfied with this reason? Shin Dongchang said. The dozen or so students were in an uproar at his words. Li Yi's fame was indeed great, and solving his toxins equation had shaken the world. Even Pretty Country used this as an excuse to conduct joint naval exercises in the South China Sea in Huaxia, trying to force Huaxia to hand over the answer to the Stokes equation. But how could it not have occurred to Li Yi that he was hired as the chief engineer of the 6th generation fighter jet? How is this possible? No matter how good his math was, he couldn't be related to a chief engineer, right? He was just a high school student, even if he was gifted. When did he ever come into contact with knowledge in the aerospace field? Lu Chuanfeng's mind completely exploded when he saw that his love rival was so outstanding. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be something fishy here. What virtue can he have to become the chief engineer? There are very many geniuses in this world, and Li Yi got his position on his own merit. If you guys can do what he did, not only can you become chief engineers, even if you become vice presidents or even deans, it's possible. So you guys should study hard and strive to become the pillars of the country as soon as possible. When the time comes, you can also bring up your own students. Of course, if you're not satisfied with the assignment, you can also quit and retitle. Ding Guohua said with a very patient explanation. Although the words were said so, but no student was willing to withdraw. Withdrawing from admission to refile would definitely only allow them to choose the worst majors as well. Not to mention that being able to enter the Space Academy was already the most promising major. They wouldn't back out and choose a worse unit than the Space Academy. Since no one has withdrawn, one must strictly abide by the rules of the Space Academy from now on. Don't think that you can rest on your laurels just because you've entered the Space Academy. If your grades are not up to par or if you violate the rules, there is still the risk of dropping out as usual. After Shin Dongchang instructed again, he had the teachers take the students away. Lu Chuanfeng was very dissatisfied with the arrangement given to him. After returning to the dormitory, he immediately called home to complain. Dad, you don't know. I was actually given the worst department. And the girl I like was placed by Li Yi. I really can't swallow this breath. Can you talk to their leader and arrange me with Xia Shui? Don't be capricious, and study hard after you go in. As long as you perform well, only then will you have the chance to make another request. You are not aware of how much effort it took to arrange you into the Space Academy. Lu Chuanfeng not only failed to achieve his goal but was instead reprimanded. It was even more so that he was infuriated. Li Yi, sooner or later I will pull you down from your position. Don't be complacent yet, the higher you climb the harder you fall. Lu Chuanfeng gritted his teeth and his eyes even erupted with hatred. Ding Guohua and Shin Dongchang led Xia Shui to Li Ye's office. Not only would she become Ding Guohua's student, but she was also specifically arranged to become Li Ye's assistant. On the way, they learned a lot about the two of them through conversation, and it was even more confirmed that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Shin Dongchang and the two were also very happy about this. It would indeed be a good thing if both of them could stay and work together in the Space Academy. After all, the work of astronauts needs to be kept strictly confidential, and once the research and development work is too heavy, it is possible to not go home for months or even years. There would be no need for a long separation on a single unit. Lin Qingxue had been silently protecting Master Li's safety from the side. Hearing that Li's girlfriend had come under the snow, a complicated look appeared in her eyes. After getting along these days, the more she admired the talent Li Yi had displayed. In her heart, she was quite fond of Li Yi. However, her character was rather lonely and cold, so it was difficult for her to take the initiative to say these words. But then she learned that Li Yi already had a girlfriend, and Lin Qingxue's heart was incomparably lost. She couldn't do anything about a third party interfering. She could only hide this sentiment silently in her heart. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua pushed their way in. Li Yi, look who's here. Li Yi turned around and twisted his head to see who was the person standing playfully if not Xia Shui. The two hadn't seen each other for several months since they separated. They couldn't even make a phone call for the sake of RD secrecy. A layer of mist appeared in Xia Shui's eyes and her eyes turned red. Li Yi, are you okay? Li Yi hurriedly got up and walked over. Fine, I'm very good. It's just that I often miss you. Xia Shui's white cheeks reddened, but her heart was incomparably sweet. Me too. The penetrating red of her cheeks instantly reddened to the roots of her ears when she said that. You guys haven't seen each other for so long, you must have a lot to say. We two old guys won't be the light bulb. The RD matter can be slowed down, giving you a half-day vacation. After Shen Dongchang finished speaking, he gave Ding Guohua 10 winks and quickly left the lab. Chapter 100, Two Women. Although Lin Qingxue's task was to keep close to Li Yi's safety. But it seemed especially awkward to stay in the office at this time anymore. Lin Qingxue didn't say anything and followed along out of the lab. Standing at the entrance to the lab. Lin Qingxue, you can't be imagining things. You can't do something that destroys other people's feelings. Lin Qingxue kept reminding herself. The expression quickly became much more gloomy again. Murmuring, maybe the two of them are just having a momentary emotional affair. What conflicts will happen over time will break up. It should be fine to confess to him then, right? In the office, Li Yi pulled Xia Shui to sit together. At this moment, the two no longer had any reservations about their emotions. Xia Shui snuggled into Li Yi's shoulder. I saw your news on TV, but I was so excited. You're so awesome actually being able to make such complicated math problems. At that time I set a goal for myself to definitely study hard and strive to become helpful to you. That was just a coincidence, it just so happened that an outburst of inspiration accidentally made it. Li Yi didn't know how to explain it. After all, it was the world's millennium problem, so many famous mathematicians around the world couldn't solve it, but only he made it. If he said it was a coincidence, I'm afraid no one would believe it at all. Xia Shui sat up straight and hummed in a delicate voice, why don't you tell the truth to me? If it was a coincidence that you solved it. What about the World Math Contest? That was a competition against the world's greatest mathematicians, and you still won the first prize? Li Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, it was indeed hard to explain. I know you are a math genius. The better you perform, the happier I am for you. Moreover, I also know that the latest missiles developed by our country must also have your credit. The missile that was rumored on the internet to have repelled the pretty country's navy was only able to easily avoid interception because it used your calculation formula. Xia Shui said seriously. Li Yi was very surprised, not realizing that Xia Shui had even inquired about this. It seemed that those enthusiastic netizens' level wasn't simple either. The facts could be deduced through some clues. No wonder the Space Academy needed to be so secretive. Even if a few words were leaked out, it was possible that others would project out the key information. But since Xia Shui had already entered the Space Academy, there was no need to hide these things from her. That's right, with the Stokes equation our missile technology is improving rapidly. Even pretty country isn't our match in the missile field anymore. Including that air battle between Agui and Baba Sheep, the missile technology also took a big credit. Li Yi explained. Xia Shui received confirmation and worshipped Li Yi even more. You're really great, to be honest I'm under super high pressure with you right now. Always afraid that the level isn't enough to drag you down. Don't worry about that. No one is born knowing everything, you just need to study hard to master enough knowledge. Besides, even if you don't know how to ask me, I will do my best to teach you. Well, I will definitely double my efforts. Xia Shui nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. After the two chatted for a while, Li Yi looked up. Only then did he realize that Lin Qingxue was actually not in the lab. Where did Qingxue go? I was hoping to introduce the two of you to each other. That beautiful sister just now? She followed the dean out? Who is she and why is she with you? Xia Shui instantly got a little nervous. The main reason was that Lin Qingxue's temperament was just too good, and she was so young and pretty. Even as the same woman, she felt no small threat. Li Yi explained with a smile, his name is Lin Qingxue, an agent of the National Security Bureau, specially sent to keep me safe. It's fortunate that I have her to take care of me these days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to devote myself to my work. In the future, when we work together again, the two of you should get along. After hearing Lin Qingshue's voice, Xia Shui was then quite relieved, but still retained a hint of caution. After all, Lin Qingxue was simply too pretty and stayed together all the time. It was easy to rub sparks together over time. Although Xia Shui didn't show anything on the surface, she secretly resolved in her heart that she must firmly grasp Li Yi. Definitely cannot give anyone a chance to take advantage of the situation. Li Yi didn't think about that much at all. He was filled with gratitude for Lin Qingshue's care and protection. Getting up and coming to the door, he saw that Lin Qingsue was indeed standing here. "Why are you standing outside the door? Come into the office, I'll introduce you." Lin Qingsue still had a very icy attitude. "It's not easy for you two young couples to reunite. How inappropriate for me to be there. How can it be as exaggerated as you say? We're going to work together in the future, so we need to get along well." Li Yi let Lin Qingsue enter the lab. Helped introduce them. "Sister Qingsue, you're so beautiful. I heard Li Yi say that you're the one who took care of protecting him these days. Thank you very much," Xia Shui said politely. Lin Qingshue's icy face squeezed out a smile. "You're welcome, this is my job, it's all what I should do. But since you're here and Li Yi's assistant, I'll just leave the matter of taking care of him to you. I'm only responsible for keeping the inside safe." "Okay, I will take care of him," Xia Shui promised. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yi did not follow Shen Dongchan's order to take a half-day vacation. He knew that time was very tight. The production process of the super alloy had to be taken care of as fast as possible. Mass-produce the 6th-generation fighter as soon as possible. He quickly entered into intense work. While doing experiments, he explained to Xia Shui. Although he was nominally Ding Guowa's student, he had learned more from Li Yi. In the office of the number 1 chief, an urgent report was delivered. According to our military satellite surveillance, the warships of the 3 kingdoms are moving towards the Barbary Sheep Harbor. It seems that the loss in the air battle last time didn't keep them honest. This time, they want to go after Baba Sheep's harbor. After listening to the report, Chief Number 1 frowned. To have over 100 fighters shot down in one go, I'm afraid that any other country would have to take a long time to recover. The speed of action is so fast. Behind it, I'm afraid that the support of the pretty country is not lacking. Has there been any investigation to find out what weapons they are relying on this time? According to our intelligence officer's investigation, during this period of time, pretty country has indeed been in very frequent contact with the 3 kingdoms. As for the content of their discussions, we don't know. But it can be inferred that if the 3 countries want to continue the war, pretty country must have upgraded their weapons for them. It is estimated that it should be the missile and radar systems. Chief 1 nodded after listening to the analysis. That's probably true. Baba Sheep's harbor has a very important role in our country's economic development. We must not let them have their way. Chapter 101, The Chief's Brilliant Plan. The most crucial question now is whether Baba Sheep can withstand the missile sneak attack. Does our military come to the rescue? That's not so bad, just provide them with air defense weapons. The first chief said. I do have an idea that might work. Number 1 said thoughtfully as he tapped his palm on the table. The chief's secretary was standing right in front of him, and he wouldn't ask one more word if it wasn't spoken. Summon all levels of officials for an immediate meeting. Yes. Soon all the leaders at the top came to the conference room. I've heard that the 3 kingdoms are going to be stupid again. Could it be that they want to fight a sea battle this time? The Minister of Defense wasn't worried in the slightest, but instead looked like he was eager to try. With advanced 6th-generation fighters and new missiles, even pretty country was somewhat out of sight. Against a mere 3 kingdoms, it was still a handful. The number 1 chief smiled and said, this is the purpose of holding this meeting. According to the intelligence, Agua does want to send warships to launch a sneak attack. But although there is a certainty of victory, the Baba Sheep can no longer be fought. Their national strength is too weak. It's been a long war, and the finances alone can't support it. So we need to win this battle, not only to prevent the Baba Sheep from losing, but also to make the 3 kingdoms stop fighting. At the same time, it also gives us time for development. At these words, the leaders present frowned. Winning a battle was not a difficult task. Even if the pretty country's navy was personally involved, it wasn't a wimp in the slightest. But to both win the battle and stop the war from then on, not an easy thing. The 3 countries that had suffered a loss and had the support of the entire West, how could they possibly give up? I'm afraid that even if they want to stop the war, pretty country won't agree. Only by fighting all the time would pretty country be able to sell a large amount of arms and earn huge profits. If it's not possible, give him a thunderous strike. As long as there are enough missiles, sink all of the naval forces of the 3 kingdoms. See if they still dare to go to war? A main war faction general snapped in a very domineering manner. Huaxia had never occupied such a huge advantage before, and was holding its breath to overthrow the always provocative A3 in one fell swoop. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were fighting the Baba Sheep, but their ultimate goal was still to deal with Huaxia. It's not good if the 3 countries of AS lose a lot this time. They will have a reason to buy more advanced weapons from pretty country. Even Pretty Country took the opportunity to extend its military power to the Three Kingdoms. It's not good to push the Three Kingdoms into Pretty Country completely. Does the chief already have an idea? The defense minister asked. I do have an idea, you guys help me staff it. Everyone was sitting upright, waiting for number one chief to speak. My method is simple, but it also has some risks. Lay out tight air defense weapons for Baba sheep. Never let the Three Kingdoms blow up any harbor and kill a single Baba goat citizen. When they sneak up on you, launch a return attack as soon as possible, destroying a few of the ASS ships. But let the Baba sheep camouflage the illusion that vital infrastructure has been blown up. After our return fire is successful, never announce it to the outside world. Let the outside world think that the ASS has succeeded in its sneak attack and Baba sheep has suffered heavy losses. The tri-state that got the advantage, although they were heartbroken about the destroyed battleships, they definitely would not publicize it. On the surface of the advantage, naturally will not continue to war. I guess the intention of the three countries to continue to fight, mainly to give the domestic public an explanation. To regain face for their previous defeat. After listening to Chief Number One's analysis, the leaders present all nodded their heads in agreement. This method is good. Let the Three Kingdoms get back their face, and let Baba sheep get the benefits. Both sides are happy with this result. Baba sheep smothering a big loss is just a superficial loss of face. I believe they should know what to choose. I agree. With the new missiles, our air defense power has increased by a large margin. No matter how many missiles the A-Tribe Navy launches, they can be easily intercepted. Pre-bury some gunpowder in unimportant places, make the illusion that the base was blown up, and let the media send it out. When the truth is revealed after some years, I don't know what kind of expression the leaders of the three Arab countries will have. The number one chief said with a serious face, it's time for this farce started by the Pretty Country to come to an end. The world must ensure peace in order for the economy to be sustained. We can't show off and allow the war to continue. Soon the first chief's proposal was passed unanimously. People were sent to communicate with the Baba sheep leaders and it was quickly implemented. Although Baba sheep had won a big battle, on the surface it looked like there was a lot of scenery. But in reality, there was suffering. As the saying goes, soldiers and horses do not move food and grass first. Since the start of the war, military expenses have surged. Just airplane patrol fuel and maintenance costs are a huge amount of money. If the war can be stopped early, Baba sheep absolutely raise both hands in favor. And once the war is over, there will be problems with harbor freight. Many countries' merchant ships are afraid to dock for fear of being affected. The national economy has been seriously affected. Therefore, when he heard the proposal of Huaxia, Baba sheep immediately raised his hands in favor. He said that he would fully cooperate with Huaxia's strategy. Flying quickly set up. The fleet of the three countries went out very smoothly, and even had an aircraft carrier for insurance purposes. Although their aircraft carriers are just a look-alike goods, do not have much combat power at all. It was specially taken out to scare people. But this time, the commander of the beautiful country appeared on the warship, helping them accomplish this sneak attack. Be careful with the scout planes, don't get caught by the Baba sheep. Any intelligence from the front line should be reported in time. Especially if you spot Baba sheep's fighters, dodge them in time. We're going to wait until dark to travel as fast as possible to the predetermined position to launch a sneak attack. It's not easy to be detected at night, and the sneak attack has a greater chance of success. Don't worry about it, with our Pretty Country's military satellites showing you the way, what else is there to worry about? The Pretty Country's commanding officer had been cheering up the A-Tribe Navy on the way. The failure of the air battle had dealt a considerable blow to their army's morale. When the ASEAN Navy received the order to go to war, they were extremely reluctant from top to bottom. Who the hell would be able to fight in such a state? The Pretty Country's officers could only do their best to boost morale. After a few speeches, the general spirits did rise quite a bit. The key was that the order they received was to retreat immediately after the sneak attack. What happened next was out of their hands. As long as they ran fast enough, they shouldn't be embraced by Baba sheep. Thinking of this, they were quite a bit more at ease. What does Baba sheep have to fear? The Air Force suffered a loss, let's help them get it back this time. Brothers, the time to take credit has come. With the support of the Pretty Country, are you still afraid that we can't clean up the Baba sheep? Cheer up, just follow the usual training maneuvers and do it right. The order was given quickly, and the warship flew across the sea. Chapter 102, you'll be in a state of shock for only 3 seconds. In the coastal area of Baba Yang, the army had already set up air defense weapons. The large number of air defense missile vehicles purchased from China were all turned on. The radar soldiers closely watched the enemy's every move. From time to time, the Chinese military passed them enemy intelligence. In Baba sheep's combat command center, the Chinese commander was being star-studded, sitting in the most central position, watching the enemy's movements with a disdainful face. Don't look at San coming in strong, but they're still timid after all. Stopping at that distance. This is already the limit distance of the missile's range. It looks like they are also afraid of our retaliation after launching the missiles. A few words made all of Baba Sheep's officers relax quite a bit. The naval forces of the Atrig country were still quite oppressive to them. Although the military of the Atrig country couldn't be fought, it couldn't be helped by the fact that their human family had a thick bottom. Since the enemy wimped out, it was good for Baba Sheep. Besides, the missiles were launched at a long distance, and the probability of being detected and intercepted by the radar was much higher. Order the entire army to prepare for battle. Prevent accidents, and if there are missiles that can't be intercepted, launch a rescue at the first opportunity. Yes. The Baba Sheep army acted with great efficiency, preparing to wait for the incoming enemy missiles. It didn't take long for the radar to see the enemy missiles whistling. And the number of missiles launched was quite a lot. A simple count showed that there were 43 missiles. The bombardment of so many missiles was enough to destroy a large number of military facilities. If it attacked the city, it was able to blow a small city into ruins. How vicious! Baba Sheep's defense minister gritted his teeth in anger. Immediately turn on the interception. Remember, the acting must be as realistic as possible. At the moment of successful interception, ignite the camouflaged explosives. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles burst open one after another. Sharp sirens rang out everywhere. Soldiers who were prepared long ago cooperated with the missiles to ignite the prepared combustible items. A scene of burning everywhere was created. Reporters were already ready to take pictures and broadcast live from the scene, broadcasting to the world the scene of the bombing by the AS Navy. The losses were described as extremely serious, with important military bases and harbors and even residential areas destroyed. The news quickly spread around the world, causing a great deal of concern. I didn't realize that the A3 countries were so powerful, and what they did immediately caused indignation all over the world. When two countries fought a war, winning or losing was fine. But stealing and attacking other people's ports and buildings was just too despicable and shameless. Uruguay is also too despicable and shameless. Isn't it true that the two countries have been in a truce for a few days now? Why did they suddenly launch a sneak attack? If you can't beat them, you're starting to play tricks on them, aren't you? They even bombed other people's infrastructure. Aren't they afraid that Baba Sheep will retaliate by the same means? Fighting a war like this is not martial, it's totally pushing your own people into the fire pit. You decision makers have advanced weapons to protect you, and those civilians will be reduced to cannon fodder. The vast majority of countries on the internet are accusing the three kingdoms of being despicable and shameless. But the people of Trinidad and Tobago are so proud of their success that they don't know how to be despicable. They don't know how to write despicable and shameless. Who said that our two countries have called a truce? Our governments have never officially declared a truce. Since there is not yet an armistice, naturally we can launch an attack at any time. That's right, there's still a war going on. The Baba Sheep themselves are not defending well, and they're actually morally kidnapping us? Can you guys not be so naive, please? Of course we have to use all means to destroy the enemy in a war. Our leaders are just too smart. This is called strategizing. If you guys don't know how to do it, don't smear our ASS indiscriminately. Baba Goat's harbor has all been blown up. Their economy is about to face destruction. To actually dare to go against our three kingdoms, this is what will happen. Some unknown Chinese people felt very distressed when they saw the news. What the hell is going on here? Didn't Baba Sheep have air defense weapons that we assisted? Didn't they do anything? It's estimated that all these air defense weapons were used on the front line and to protect important residents. I didn't expect the A tribe to be so shameless as to use the Navy to sneak in around the back. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and launch a counterattack. Sink all of Ogwa's warships. Let's see how arrogant they can still be. To deal with such a shameless country, we should return fire with fire, send out bombers and missiles and bomb their residential areas as well. At this time, the stick country jumped out again, mocking Wasia and Baba Sheep. Didn't you Huaxia claim that your air defense weapons are very powerful? So many missiles were launched and not a single one was intercepted. It seems that the new missiles of Huaxia are nothing more than that. At first, the three kingdoms lost the battle because they were too careless. As soon as they adjusted their condition, the Baba Sheep immediately couldn't hold out. I've never looked China in the eye. Any country that goes against the pretty country will only end up dead. Seeing Baba Sheep lose, a group of people immediately appeared on the internet to discredit Huaxia, bragging about how advanced pretty country's missiles were. Suddenly there was a huge reversal of public opinion online. It was as if the three kingdoms had all of a sudden risen to their feet, looking to wipe out the Baba Sheep. The Asun Navy, which thought it had succeeded in its sneak attack, was also very excited. Originally, they thought that most of the missiles launched would be intercepted. If the sneak attack was not effective, a second missile would be launched immediately. I didn't expect success to come so easily. Seeing the Baba Sheep media wailing, the people showed incomparable anger. They couldn't mention how happy they were in their hearts. Ha ha ha, Baba Sheep's defense system is nothing more than that. This time, they know the power of our A's Navy. Should the rest of the missiles continue to be fired out? Give them some more fuel. It's better to forget about it, it's good to achieve the goal. After all, it's a sneak attack, so we still have to be mindful of the international repercussions. Besides, since most of the infrastructure has been destroyed, launching a second round of missiles is purely a waste of ammunition. It would also attract international condemnation. Since it's already successful, hurry up and retreat to prevent the Baba Sheep Air Force from coming to retaliate. Although the commander of the A Tribe Navy was very excited, he also knew that the Baba Sheep was very difficult to mess with. Losing so much would definitely fight with them, and a retaliation strike would be coming soon. Good, we'll retreat immediately. Rush back as fast as we can and wait to receive our rewards. Just after giving the order to retreat, several missiles whizzed by. The radar gave an emergency alarm. No good, Baba Sheep's retaliation is coming. Hurry up and activate the air defense system. Many San generals were alarmed, shouting and commanding their men to turn on the air defense. The anti-aircraft missiles were quickly fired out, all looking at the radar with incomparable nervousness. However, they found that the missiles were only slightly deflected and quickly shrugged off the anti-aircraft missiles. It continued to fly towards the warship. Seeing this, the captain's heart was overwhelmed with despair and hissed loudly, "Turn on the anti-aircraft guns." Day. Intense cannon sounds rang out, firing out thousands of rounds per minute. A dense curtain of bullets formed in the air. However, the missiles that flew over were extremely fast, and even at the final sprint stage, they still fired anti-aircraft bullets at an extremely fast speed. Boom, a loud bang. The missile exploded at a distance of more than 10 meters from the warship. Chapter 103, The Law of Spiritual Victory. If an ordinary missile was intercepted more than 10 meters away, it would at most cause some slight damage to the warship, barely breaking the steel plate defense. However, this type of missile was a warship killer specially developed by Huaxia. After the explosion of the main warhead, it still has a strong power to destroy the diameter of more than 100 meters. The warship was already within the killing range. There were also a few secondary warheads that broke through the fire network of the anti-aircraft guns and accurately hit the warship. These warheads had extremely strong penetrating power, and the iron plates of the warships were like lard touching a red-hot knife. They were easily penetrated. The warhead exploded inside the warship. Immediately afterward, it ignited the large drugstore. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued one after another. In the blink of an eye, one warship had begun to slowly sink. The other warships did the same. In less than 2 minutes, all 7 warships had been sunk. Even their aircraft carriers suffered 2 missile bombardments. The decks were ablaze and the hulls of the ships suffered heavy losses. The surviving soldiers desperately ran out to put out the fire. The surviving generals and captains were horrified. The missiles fired by the Baba Sheep were too terrifying. A portion of them were quite stealthy, and they were almost in front of them before being scanned by the radar. It was simply too late to intercept them. Even if the missiles were detected in advance, most of them failed to intercept. The 30 or so warships that came were instantly taken out. 7. There were also 4 warships that were affected by the power of the missiles, and the damage was equally not small. Retreat immediately. They didn't even have the guts to return fire. If they were to suffer a second and third round of strikes, I'm afraid they would be completely wiped out. Not to mention that Baba Sheep's Air Force might be on its way over. One couldn't help but shiver when thinking of the terrifying extent of Baba Goat's J-10 fighters. The commander of the pretty country who had followed the warship's departure immediately spoke out to stop it. "We can't retreat, fire all the remaining missiles. Fight them. What we're fighting for now is momentum. If we run away, we'll never be able to face Baba Sheep again." The commander of the A Tribe Navy's eyes glared in anger. "What's the use of the missiles you gave them? They didn't even destroy their military base. And the air defense missiles couldn't even intercept them. The air defense system doesn't work, so staying here is purely looking for death. If you want to stay, you guys stay, we have to retreat immediately." After saying that, ignoring the pretty country's officer's obstruction, he ordered a full-speed retreat. What army morale, what how to face the Baba Sheep Navy in the future. This was not something they had to consider at all. Only by staying alive could they secure their position and enjoy life. There was nothing left after death. Besides, they never cared about the so-called morale. If they could win, they would fight. If they couldn't win, they would quickly escape. As long as the Baba Sheep don't come after them. As for the impact, that's something the leaders above should consider. The biggest advantage of the 3 kingdoms is their thick skin, and they have always scoffed at face. After sailing for a few hours in one breath, he saw that he didn't catch up. Only then was he relieved. The Navy commander hurriedly reported to his superiors. "Mr. President, our sneak attack mission was largely successful. Destroyed a large amount of Baba Sheep's infrastructure, including their harbor, which has been completely destroyed. However, we also suffered from their missile hugs and lost 7 warships. In order to protect the living forces, we are retreating with all our might. The missiles used by the Baba Sheep are so advanced that our air defenses can't intercept them at all. Otherwise it would have been possible to gain a greater battle result. The Navy commander put all the blame on the pretty country. The upgraded radar and air defense missiles given to them were still too poor. President San's heart was bleeding when he heard that he had suffered such heavy losses. But it was good that Baba Sheep had suffered more losses. The heart then balanced out a bit. I've already seen it on the news. You guys did a beautiful job. But why didn't you retreat immediately after the successful sneak attack? If you had left earlier, you probably wouldn't have been retaliated by the missiles. President San was still a bit angry. The plan he had made was to run after hitting the missiles, and something had actually happened anyway. Mr. President doesn't know, we did retreat after hitting. But the commander of the pretty country kept stopping it. Just a few minutes were wasted before Baba Sheep's missiles flew over. I see, this is pretty country's responsibility. This matter is not finished with them, we must make pretty country compensate for our losses. But it must be remembered that the matter of the warship being bombed must never be leaked to the public. We have to declare the success of the military plan to the whole world. Only then can we give an explanation to the entire nation. Do you hear me? Understood. The San Navy commander couldn't wait for it to be handled this way. The losses had nothing to do with him, there was the country to cover the losses anyway. He had to be rewarded for leading the Navy to victory. After all, one had to put on a full show. What kind of victory was it if you didn't give kudos for winning a battle? There would definitely be people who would be skeptical. As for the loss of warships, as long as you don't say not many people know. The other countries to buy back, replenish back is. But then again, he didn't want the warships built by the three countries themselves, the quality was too poor. Some warships simply cannot sail, either fire or cannot start, and even serious cases may sink. The most critical thing is that the cost of building warships is more expensive than purchasing them from abroad. Because the core parts of the warships are all purchased from abroad, but they can't even assemble them well. The other departments ate their brains out, relying on procurement to make money in any way they could. The end result was that he, the Navy commander, took the blame. He firmly refused to agree to build warships on his own without sufficient benefits. Three countries suffered a loss resolutely not to disclose half a word to the outside world. Baba Sheep is also very smart, the three countries do not say, they also muffled. Not a word about the missile retaliation. Instead, they desperately accused the three countries of not speaking martial arts and attacking their ports and infrastructures. Sue the UN for sanctions against the three countries and compensation. But they also knew that with the pissy nature of the three Arab countries, compensation was impossible, and the UN couldn't do anything about them. After all, the UN can't lead an army to attack the three countries, can it? They are simply as stinky and hard as a stone in a latrine, and no one can clean them up. The three kingdoms were just hell-bent on getting the media to publicize how beautifully the battle was fought. Started giving rewards to the generals and soldiers who fought in the battle to celebrate their success. The whole country went on vacation for 10 days so that all the people could celebrate the victory of the war. The people of the three countries really thought that they had won the war. Also for the previous defeat to find an excuse. The only thing was that the purchased fighters had been neutered and were of poor quality. And their soldiers were not well prepared. If they fought again they would surely win. It's just a matter of teaching the Baba Sheep a lesson for the sake of world peace. Give them one more chance, if they dare to provoke the ASS again, they will surely be told to destroy them. Chapter 104 Sanctions on Carbon Fiber. A battle was inexplicably fought at the instigation of the pretty country. It ended up ostensibly with an overall victory for the Agwa country. Baba Sheep's side suffered heavy losses. At least how it was publicized in the foreign media. Baba Sheep's leaders felt good and funny. Overall they had won the battle, causing the Batai country to lose more than 130 fighters, not to mention the loss of 7 warships. Even their aircraft carriers had suffered heavy damage, and it would cost a lot of money to repair them. The Mao Bear country, which sold them the warships and carriers, smiled without saying a word. Already started to privately calculate how much it would cost to help them repair their warships. If it is not Baba Sheep, financial military spending cannot keep up, really want to fight them hard. The next step was to continue the drama. Baba Sheep screamed bitterly while requesting Huaxia to help them rebuild their infrastructure. Naturally, Huaxia was pleased to oblige, using 2 days to help them restore the basic functions of the harbor. The daily cargo ships continued to pass through. The Armenian side saw that Baba Sheep did not announce the news of the sunken warship. Finally, they completely let go of their hearts. They felt that perhaps Baba Sheep had fired the missiles out of anger. In fact, they didn't even know that they had sunk their warship. Everything was just a coincidence. Put all the blame on bad luck. Regained their confidence again. The next step is just a war of words and an armistice agreement. The war has come to this point, even the three kingdoms don't dare to fight any longer. Whether it's fighter jets or missiles have cast an indelible shadow on their hearts. Before acquiring a more advanced air defense system, there would never be a continuation of the war. When the dust had settled, pretty country was left feeling a little strange. The harbor was blown up, how did it recover so quickly? Even if China was known as an infrastructure fiend, it couldn't rebuild the harbor in just 2 days, could it? But as it turned out, Baba Sheep's import and export trade quickly recovered, and it didn't look like it was affected by the war. But at this time, Baba Sheep was very wary of Pretty Country, and it was difficult for them to send people forward to investigate in detail. It could only reformulate its strategy towards Huaxia. But Pretty Country didn't gain nothing, selling a large amount of arms not to mention. The success of the second sneak attack had reshaped the arms market's confidence in Pretty Country. Their weapons in the arms market began to warm up again. Of course, the sale of weapons and equipment is not only based on cost-effective, but also depends on the political relationship. Many countries to buy weapons, in fact, buy as human relations, is to not be Pretty Country sanctions. To put it bluntly, it is to pay protection money to them. Where in the world are there so many wars? They are all provoked by beautiful countries that are not happy with them, both explicitly and implicitly. As long as the Pretty Country doesn't do anything bad behind the scenes, most of the wars can be avoided. The Chinese side saw that the war had been resolved. It also began to develop new weapons at full strength. After seeing the sweetness of the new warplanes and new missiles, there was an instant and strong interest in drones. After all, these were all new technologies that Li Yi highly respected. The first two weapons had already played to great advantage. According to the military simulation exercises, robot dogs and drones were extremely useful on the battlefield. Of course, this also required high requirements for the technology of the drones and robot dogs. If the technology is not up to the battlefield, not only will it not work, but it will also become a drag. Tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars of military investment is wasted, but also become the laughingstock of the world. Therefore, the higher-ups attached great importance to the research and development of drones. They demanded that the technology provided by Li Yi be strictly followed. The intelligence department of the Pretty Country suddenly discovered that Huaxia was purchasing carbon fiber materials in large quantities. Immediately launched a detailed investigation. It was a shock to find out. All the carbon fiber materials eventually flowed to the Chinese military factories. This made them realize that China was producing new weapons and needed a lot of carbon fiber materials. Immediately reported this news. The top brass of the Pretty Country didn't think twice about imposing sanctions as fast as they could. Ordered to ban the export of carbon fiber materials to China. The only countries that can produce carbon fiber materials for military use are Pretty Country and Japan. Even the orders that had previously signed contracts and made deposits were not allowed to be shipped. The procurement departments of the military factories were very anxious. These materials are related to the production of new warplanes and drones. China cannot produce carbon fiber that meets the requirements for the time being. The production of the military factory came to a standstill. The procurement manager hurriedly contacted the Pretty Country manufacturer and asked what the situation was. "We've already placed a deposit, why are you still banning exports to us? Does your Pretty Country still have any credibility?" "I'm sorry, this is required by the government. There's nothing we manufacturers can do. But according to our understanding, it was found that all of the carbon fiber materials procured went into your military factory. It's normal for the government to step in and sanction it. Can you be accommodating? Purchasing carbon fiber materials isn't for a day or two. It's normal for the aerospace industry to use it in large quantities, isn't it? Besides doing business, of course, the more you sell the better. How can you still leave money unearned? I'm sorry, your military industry is developing too fast, causing great harm to our beautiful country. Therefore it's normal to blockade your materials and technology. We can't do this kind of thing ourselves and can't continue to supply." The Chinese procurement manager could not negotiate and was helpless. It could only report the news. The dean of drone research was instantly furious when he heard the news. "Our drones are producing fighters right away, and we need a lot of carbon fiber material to reduce the weight. What's the matter with a stock break at this time? No matter what methods are used, we must get them to restore the supply." The procurement manager was filled with bitterness. "I can't do anything about it. Originally, I was thinking of letting other manufacturers purchase on my behalf. But the beautiful country has come down hard this time. Not to mention our military factories, even the purchase of carbon fiber materials by private companies has been greatly affected. Some high-tech companies have even been cut off from the supply. These enterprises followed us and also fell into bad luck. Damn it, Pretty Country is becoming less and less martial. There has to be a way to cure them." The dean of drone research was very annoyed. The production lines were almost built, but the production materials couldn't keep up. After smashing so much money, it looked like it was all going to go down the drain. "It seems like we can only ask the foreign ministry to help. I don't know what kind of demands Pretty Country wants to make to extort us this time. Let's hope that with the leader's wisdom, he can help us solve this big problem." Although Li Yi had provided the drone technology, after careful research, the most suitable material for manufacturing military drones was still carbon fiber. Because it was strong enough and lightweight, it could enhance the endurance. The stronger the endurance, the stronger the natural combat capability. Carbon fiber also became the most important raw material. If it was topped with other materials, it would drastically affect the performance of the drone. It was necessary to find a way to get it. Chapter 105: The Absolute Bad Pretty Country Officials. The Chinese foreign minister took the news very seriously. The drone was one of the country's most important military programs. All departments had to fully support it. Without saying a word, he hurriedly contacted the Japanese and the pretty country. Talked to them about purchasing carbon fiber. The Japanese country replied very succinctly. This is an order from the pretty country, we don't dare to disobey. China wants to procure carbon fiber materials from the Japanese country, must get permission from the pretty country. The foreign minister knew that the Japanese were the lapdogs of the pretty country, even if Huaxia offered a higher price. They wouldn't dare to sell without pretty country's permission. They could only put their hopes on negotiations with pretty country. The beautiful country received the request for negotiation and was very pleased. Pretty country's foreign minister found the president and reported the news to him. We have only just ordered a ban on the export of carbon fiber materials, and the purchasing officials and foreign ministry of China immediately couldn't sit still. They've already made repeated requests to us to resume supply. It seems that the carbon fiber material is extremely useful for their completion. The more so, the less we can agree to sell it to them. And I suggest that all carbon fiber materials exported to the outside world should be closely monitored. It must never be allowed to flow to China. The president of the pretty country's eyes flickered. Previously, although Huaxia also purchased carbon fiber materials, but the amount of use was never this large. This shows that their weapon must have ushered in a new breakthrough. And the technology of this weapon is so mature that it's going to be mass-produced to equip the military. Mr. President is exactly right. Suddenly purchasing carbon fiber in large quantities is definitely manufacturing a new weapon. The foreign minister said. Then what kind of weapons do you think carbon fiber material is used the most? The pretty foreign minister was slightly stunned. I think it would be used in airplanes, right? Mainly because of its high strength and light weight, it helps a lot in reducing the weight of airplanes. Other equipment is not very useful. That's right, it means that Huaxia has successfully developed a new type of fighter jet and is ready to mass produce it. But even so, I don't think we can use such a large amount of carbon fiber material. We have to find a way to investigate this clearly. Last time, just the new missiles alone made us suffer, and if there are any other secret weapons, if we don't know about them, we'll be even more at a disadvantage when we confront them in the future. Mr. President is right. We should immediately let the intelligence department launch an investigation. There's no need to be that troublesome. Since it's classified, it's difficult for our people to infiltrate it. The president of the pretty country stopped his proposal with a wave of his hand. How can we know if we don't go and investigate? The pretty foreign minister had a confused look on his face. Isn't this a ready-made opportunity in front of us? The only countries in the world that can produce military carbon fiber are us, pretty country, and the Japanese country. The Japanese country will only follow our orders and will never dare to secretly provide carbon fiber to Huaxia. Moreover, they are very wary of Huaxia and are the countries that least want to see Huaxia rise. In this way, apart from getting carbon fiber materials from pretty country, it would be futile for Huaxia to produce even the most powerful weapons. But just by stopping exports, we can't get news of new weapons from Huaxia. Why are you so stupid? You can take the supply of carbon fiber as a condition to exchange technology with Huaxia. If Huaxia wants to buy carbon fiber materials, they must tell us what weapons to produce. And provide us with the weapons technology without reservation. Or we'll stop supplying carbon fiber so they can't build it. And since carbon fiber material is so important to them, exporting it at the current price will not work, it must be increased at least tenfold. Since it's an exclusive business, of course we have to sell it at a good price. The president of the beautiful country said with greed in his eyes. Simply treating Huaxia as an ingrate. I see, this is a great idea. There's no reason for Huaxia not to agree. If they give up on producing new weapons, naturally they won't be any threat to us. The pretty foreign minister gave a thumbs up and gave a burst of praise. He then contacted the Chinese diplomatic officials to negotiate. The Chinese foreign ministry was very excited to hear the news. As long as there was no direct rebuff, then there was still a possibility of negotiation. Immediately scheduled a plane to the pretty country. It was about the fate of the country. No matter what, the order had to be taken. The accompanying official had an indignant look on his face. It's really irritating. As long as it's exclusive technology held by pretty country, it's either sold at a super expensive price. Either one word and they ban exports and sanction us. It'll be great when we can break through all the technologies and never be under their thumb again. The Chinese foreign minister acted very calmly. It can't be helped, who let us found the country only a few decades ago. The time for technology accumulation is too short. Besides, we're not facing a pretty country. Rather, it's the whole of Europe and even the stick and Japanese countries. These developed countries have advanced technologies. The key is that they can only research a few technologies in one country. This kind of research and development speed is certainly faster. The situation in China is different. If we want to rise up, we'll violate the interests of the West and they'll unite to suppress us. But the difficulties are temporary. Over the years, we've been moving forward, breaking through one technology after another. The pretty country's heartless blockade of us is a threat to them, isn't it? So we have to hold on. The more time we buy, the better for us. Sooner or later our experts will break through all the technologies. The minister is right, we will definitely work hard. The harder the pretty country's suppression was, the more fighting spirit the Chinese officials had. Putting their best foot forward, they had to fight for it. Soon the special airplane arrived in pretty country. The two sides started talks. Before the talks began, the high officials of pretty country were still discussing strategies together. Just after receiving the news, the foreign minister of Huaxia immediately arrived on a special plane. It seems that China's demand for carbon fiber is more urgent than we thought. We should put forward harsher conditions to force Huaxia to agree. We can't let them take advantage. Then continue to raise the price in addition to transferring the technology. Huaxia's economic development is getting better and better, and their military spending is getting higher and higher. With the demand for several hundred tons of carbon fiber a year, they can afford it even if the price is going to be even higher. The pretty country's commerce minister said coldly. Makes sense, let's do it. This Chinese foreign minister often gives us a hard time in public. We mustn't let him accomplish his mission easily. The other officials present were all filled with bad smiles as they listened. Using means to suppress other countries was something they were more than familiar with doing. If they could make Huaxia bow down, it would be very fulfilling for them. Only after the negotiations had begun for more than 10 minutes did they arrive at the scene unhurriedly. After meeting each other, they even deliberately pretended to look ashamed. I'm really sorry, we were really too busy. I didn't expect Mr. Minister to come so quickly and eagerly. There was no time to make proper arrangements. Chapter 106, Harsh Conditions. The Chinese foreign minister frowned slightly as he listened. Could he not hear the gloating in the pretty country officials' words? It was obvious that their lateness was intentional. It was just to give themselves a kick in the pants. However, in order to fulfill his mission, the minister did not dwell on the matter too much. It's only right that you all are busy with your day-to-day work. It's us who came in too much of a hurry, I'm very sorry. But since time is short, let's sit down and get to the point quickly. Good, let's get to the point. The pretty foreign minister had a bad smile on her face, and her heart couldn't be more pleased. After both sides took their respective seats, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The pretty country's foreign minister said, the carbon fiber material has a high technical content and is too difficult to produce. Because our beautiful country also needs it in large quantities, so for the time being, we do not intend to export it to the outside world. We'll sell it to you later when our production is raised. The Chinese foreign minister couldn't help but curse in his heart. These bastards were pretending quite a bit, talking nonsense with their eyes open. Carbon fiber production technology is high, he admitted, but the high cost is absolutely impossible. After all, the raw material is very cheap, the technical difficulty is even higher in the case of mass production is not expensive. Said these words is just to raise the price, want to get more benefits. The Chinese foreign minister spoke up and said, since your country produces carbon fiber materials to keep for their own use, of course we will not take away the love of others. However, as far as we know since the export ban was issued, the high-end carbon fibers produced in Japan have been piling up in the coffers. We hope that the beautiful countries will lift the ban on exporting Japanese carbon fiber. Or it's fine if you guys buy it and then sell it to Huaxia at a higher price. Sorry. The Japanese carbon fiber producers are a threat to our pretty country's market. They must not be allowed to export at will and cause losses to us. The pretty country's foreign minister had a beaten face. Even after being poked through the lies, he still had a thick skin and refused to let go. The Chinese foreign minister forced down the anger in his heart. With the carbon fiber market in ample supply, pretty country would rather have money than earn it. Is it just to suppress Huaxia? Where did that come from? As the saying goes, there is no business that can't be negotiated. As long as we can afford the price, of course we are willing to do business with Huaxia. This is why we called the Minister of Commerce along with us. It's just to discuss a reasonable price. No problem, what price do we need to export to China? Just say it. Since the words have come to this, then we won't beat around the bush. The foreign minister of the pretty country's face changed and said seriously, according to our investigation we learned that Huaxia's sudden large purchase of carbon fiber materials was for military production. So you, China, have developed a new type of equipment and need a large amount of carbon fiber materials. Our pretty country doesn't ask for much, and if we want to unlock the export regulation, Huaxia must share this technology with pretty country. As long as the new weapon technology is given to us, we can continue to negotiate the supply of carbon fiber materials. Finally, he understood pretty country's wolfish ambitions. The Chinese officials present were extremely angry. Their appetite was really not small, and they weren't afraid of being propped up. Such an outrageous request could be put forward. Impossible. No country would hand over new weapons technology to others. It's better to change the conditions. We can raise the price up front, even if it's more expensive, we're willing to buy it. But handing over the technology to you is absolutely impossible. The foreign minister refused without even thinking. Are you kidding me? This was a top-notch weapon that could change the pattern of wars around the world. How could it be given to a beautiful country? Besides, even if the technology was handed over according to their idea, pretty country would definitely keep it for themselves after looking at it. With these technologies, it would be easier for pretty country to control the globe. It could hit whoever it wanted to. There was no need to even consider casualties. This kind of advanced technology should definitely not be allowed to be held exclusively by pretty country. And it was conceivable that pretty country would most likely flip out immediately if they got the technology. By letting Huaxia not have the raw materials to produce it at all, they could lead the world. Pretty country's commerce minister lazily reclined on the chair. Since your attitude is so firm, then there is no need to talk about it. The talk ends here, you guys can go back. The Chinese foreign minister forced down the anger in his heart and was still fighting as hard as he could. Pretty country is doing this, aren't you afraid that one day this kind of thing will fall on you? Right now, you can make a good profit by cooperating with Huaxia. If you fully blockade it, our Huaxia will likewise fully invest in research and development to break through this technology as soon as possible. When we have the production of high-end carbon fiber technology in China, will you still be able to sell your carbon fiber? Ha, stop threatening us with these words. Carbon fiber technology is something that we have researched and developed for decades before successfully conquering it. How can it be that you can break through just because you want to? Even if you can master this technology after a few decades, our technology will be even more advanced. China will never be able to catch up. The pretty country's Minister of Commerce was very confident and had an extremely arrogant attitude. It was clear that he was certain of China. Regardless of how harsh the requirements were, China would have to agree. Seeing that the negotiations could not go on, the Chinese foreign minister could only lead the crowd to leave angrily. I really didn't expect the pretty country to be so greedy, knowing that they would take the opportunity to bargain for a sky-high price. But I didn't expect to want our technology. Outrageous. By the time they reached the car, the Chinese foreign minister no longer had to pretend. Angrily, he roared loudly. Pretty country is clearly eating us up. It seems that this negotiation is going to be a failure. Let's go back to our country first and think of another way. If we can't, we can form technical experts and attack this problem ourselves. The accompanying officer persuaded. The minister shook his head slightly. Our mission is to fight with all our might to buy high-end carbon fiber. How can we give up so easily? Besides, this technology has always been in research and development, and there is not yet any semblance of it. If we can't produce it, do we have to wait forever? What if we can't produce it in 3, 5, 10 years? Our weapons technology will fall behind and be surpassed by the pretty country. That's the way they're trying to stall for time. Damn pretty country's government, they really have evil intentions. Go back to the embassy first. I have to report the results of the negotiations to the #1 chief. Then think of another way. The foreign minister sighed helplessly. At home, the dean of drone research quickly got the news that the first round of negotiations had failed, and his mood was equally very depressed. He could only find Shin Dongchang to chat to relieve his mood, giving him a rundown of what had happened recently. Tell me, what a pity. It was so hard to develop a new weapon, and then we were stuck in the neck by the pretty country. When will our technology be able to make a full breakthrough? No longer need to look at the face of the West? Alas, he said, and sighed deeply and helplessly. Chapter 107, The more you blockade, the more you break through. Shin Dongchang was very angry after understanding the situation. He also had a deep understanding of pretty country's sanctions. When the country was developing fighter jets, the pretty country had not failed to use various means to suppress them. With so many parts in a fighter jet, it was unrealistic to rely on a single country to produce and manufacture them. Even pretty country itself could not do it at all. Many parts will be handed over to other countries to produce. But when it came to China's manufacturing of fighter jets, the pretty country did not allow any country to provide parts to China. Huaxia could only produce them all by itself. With non-stop breakthroughs, the pretty country saw that the blockade could not hold, and only then reluctantly allowed the sale of some parts to Huaxia. But the price was ridiculously high. This is not a beautiful country is too kind, but is worried that the more China is suppressed, it is more motivated to fight. Will all the technology all their own mastery? Providing some parts to Huaxia is also to occupy the market and prevent Huaxia from developing its own research and development. Especially the high-end processing equipment, the beautiful country is strictly forbidden to export to Huaxia. Even if the price given is higher, they will not sell. It was to delay time and stop the speed of China's industrial development. It seems like we have to go all out to attack this technology. It's too unfavorable for us to always be held by pretty countries. Shin Dongchang's face was extremely serious. It's still unknown how long it will take to break through this technology. Our domestic carbon fiber technology is really hard to say. There are even many that are just a gimmick. In foreign countries, carbon fiber is a material, in the country, a lot of it is a fancy color. Dean Drone said with a face full of bitterness. Besides, this kind of thing can't be hidden at all. By the time our drone swarm is tested, it will easily be learned by the pretty country. They will utilize their existing advantages to grasp this technology faster than us. Although it can be replaced with other materials, it's still quite a bit different compared to carbon fiber. The battlefield changes rapidly, and it's easy to fall behind with equipment that has poorer performance. That's a reasonable point. However, Li Yi is developing super alloy materials. He also knows a lot about materials science. I'll ask him if he has any good ideas. Shin Dongchang said. Then ask quickly, we can't miss any opportunity. I'll apply to the state to immediately set up a carbon fiber research and development team. How much preparation must be done? Can't put our lifeline in the hands of a pretty country. When he hung up the phone, Shin Dongchang immediately came to Li Ye's laboratory. With Xiao Shui's help, Li Ye's R&D progress had accelerated a lot. The super alloy material was being rapidly developed. It wouldn't take long to make the sample material. With sufficient experience and process, it could be mass-produced. Shin Dongchang came to the lab and carefully asked, Li Yi, are you free now? There is something I want to talk to you about. Li Yi put down the work in his hands and replied, if the dean has anything to say, just say it. Li Yi understood very well that the dean normally would not interfere with his work, and since he took the initiative to look for him, there must be something important. It's like this. There is a major obstacle in our country's small drone research and development program. When pretty country learned that the military factories were purchasing carbon fiber materials in large quantities, they immediately banned the export. This ban is deliberately targeting us. The foreign minister traveled to the negotiations on a special plane, but the conditions they gave were very harsh. It actually made us provide drone swarm technology for free, and the price was even more outrageous. Shin Dongchang told the story in detail. Li Yi expressionlessly kept listening. No sad or happy emotions could be seen. Xiao Shui was very angry. Pretty country is also too shameless. Isn't this robbing while the fire is burning? We must not agree. Shin Dongchang's face was full of bitterness. Are there fewer things that pretty country has taken advantage of the fire? The instructor, his old man, said it well, lagging behind will be beaten. Our technology is no match for pretty country, so we will naturally be taken advantage of by them. In a way, pretty country sanctioning and suppressing us isn't a bad thing. Firstly, it's our technological development that threatens their position. Secondly, the more they prohibit the sanctions, the more they can inspire our determination in research and development. Isn't that how many technologies break through? Li Yi did not get angry and said calmly. The words are right. Some technologies are fine, but some cannot wait. Especially once the drone battle group program was leaked. Pretty country will surely find ways to surpass us with all their might. That's why I'm asking if you have any knowledge of this technology. Is it possible to help develop it? Shin Dongchang said. Li Yi did not answer directly, but continued to ask, what level has our domestic carbon fiber technology reached? Even if the process doesn't work, what about the conditions of the production equipment? Shin Dongchang smiled even more bitterly. Let me put it to you this way. The probability that carbon fiber in our country is still stuck in carbon fiber applique. The production of usable carbon fiber materials. Most of the merchants produce a carbon fiber decal film. Looks like carbon fiber color, but in reality with carbon fiber is completely two different things. No wonder pretty country is sanctioning us. In my place a competitor has obtained new technology but needs the other party's materials to realize it. I would also initiate sanctions. As Li Yi spoke, he had secretly called the Gnosis reverse sky system. Letting the Gnosis inverse sky system start projecting the production process of the carbon fiber material. The voice of the Gnosis reverse sky system resounded in Li Ye's mind. Start projecting the carbon fiber material production technology. Carbon fiber materials are divided into 3 levels: military-grade carbon fiber, industrial-grade carbon fiber, and civilian-grade carbon fiber. Carbon fiber material production technology is relatively simple. Estimated projection time half an hour. Carbon fiber material technology projection progress 1%. Progress 2%. Hearing the prompts from the Enlightenment reversal system, Li Ye's heart immediately had a bottom line. I don't think there's any problem. I've also understood the synthesis principle of carbon fiber materials. Give me enough time and I can make a sample out of it. Let the Drone Research Institute test it to see if it can meet the standards for use. If it can be used, there's no need to buy it at a high price from a pretty country. Li Yi replied. Shin Dongchang was overjoyed at his words. Originally he had only come to Li Yi with the attitude of trying to discuss the matter. He did not expect to get such a big surprise. Shin Dongchang hurriedly said, then you put aside the other experiments at hand and hurry to synthesize the carbon fiber material. Even if the carbon fiber we produce has slightly worse performance. The same can also put pressure on pretty country. As long as the pretty country sees the determination and progress of China's breakthrough, they won't dare to continue the blockade. They will definitely lower the price and sell a lot to us. Otherwise, when we catch up with the beautiful country's technology, it will be carbon fiber materials into the price of cabbage. At that time, not only will they not be able to make any money, they might even go out of business from our competition. Chapter 108, Easily Taken. Li Yi was almost amused after hearing Shen Dongchang's words. This really wasn't too much to ask for. But then again, later on, under normal circumstances, it really wasn't easy to reach the advanced level all of a sudden. Li Yi didn't say anything more, wrote a list of materials and had people go prepare them immediately. Although China cannot produce high-end carbon fiber materials now, but as a whole industry chain industrial powerhouse, it was still no problem to get high-quality raw materials. In less than half a day's work, everything Li Yi needed was all delivered in front of him. The Enlightenment reversal system had also finished projecting the technology. Li Yi began to proceed with the experiments. It was the first time Xia Shui had encountered this situation, and she was very nervous, fearing that the experiment would fail. Is it really possible? What if the experiment fails? Xia Shui asked nervously. Don't worry, many research and development have failed countless times before succeeding. As the saying goes, success is the mother of failure, and every failure is an accumulation of experience for subsequent success. Engaging in R&D means that you can't worry about failures. However, I have deduced this technology many times, and the chances of success are still quite high. Li Yi said comfortingly. Xia Shui relaxed a little after hearing this and nodded with a serious face. I will do my best. Li Yi smiled slightly. After all, it was his first time doing an experiment. Moreover, the situation was still so urgent that it was normal to be nervous. While doing the experiment, he gave her a careful explanation. Xia Shui, apart from helping to pass things, also recorded all the important messages. She was going to memorize it completely when she went back. The two stayed in the lab from the afternoon until late at night, without stopping. Ding Guowo was puzzled when he finished his overtime shift and saw that the lights in Li Ye's lab were still on. The confrontation with pretty country was over, and the production of the 6th-generation aircraft was progressing steadily. First, all the parts that could be produced were made. The superalloy materials were finalized before assembly. The work wasn't actually that urgent. Li Yi, why are you still working overtime? Are there any problems with the research and development? His body won't be able to take it if he's always doing this. It's better to tell him to take an early rest. Li Yi was now the backbone of the Aerospace Academy, and Ding Guowo was very distressed that he was working so hard. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet, Li Yi's working overtime isn't in the development of superalloys. Rather, he has a new task that must be completed as early as possible before he can. Shen Dongchang gave him a rundown of the carbon fiber matter. Ding Guowo was also very angry when he heard it. It's pretty country again. In order to suppress us, it's really going through a lot of trouble. Hope can only be pinned on Li Ye's side. If we can get something started in a short period of time, we will be able to do away with the pretty country that we have to beg. Shen Dongchang said with a deep sigh. Let's also go over there and see if we can lend a hand to help or something. That's fine too. The two came to the laboratory together. They saw that Li Yi was intensely busy. The lab had also specialized in making 3 copies, making the two look very puzzled. Dean? Why are you guys here? Seeing the two, Li Yi greeted them. You're all working overtime, how can we be bothered to leave at this time? Is there anything we can do to help? We'll lend a hand too. Making 3 copies at once, is it to increase the success rate? This experimental method is indeed good. Without enough certainty, various recipes are realized a bit. Using the method of elimination can drastically reduce the time. Shen Dongchang was appreciative. No, these are 3 samples. Considering the various grades of industrial and civil as well as military industries. So make out 3 kinds of samples. The most important thing for military products is high-end performance, civil and industrial is mainly to consider the cost. We produce carbon fiber materials have to be sold to make money? The best of the best to stay themselves, but also to keep the secret. Let others not even get the high-end carbon fiber samples, let alone copying them. Li Yi explained. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guowo looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with incredible shock. It was already good enough to make 1 usable carbon fiber material at this time. Surprisingly, he wanted to develop 3 at once. How much confidence did one have to dare to do this? You're also too thoughtful. But then again, experimenting with 3 at once, as long as one of them can succeed, it will break the monopoly of the pretty country. Just produce the drones first and slowly upgrade the process afterwards. The two also moved to help out together. All of them gave Li Yi a hand. The 2 of them were very experienced and their efficiency increased a lot after joining. Working until the next day, they finally managed to make the test product. After staying up all night, their eyes were red. This is a success? Shen Dongchang held the trial samples with a shocked face. Originally, he thought that it would be good if one of the 3 samples could be successfully made. He didn't expect that all 3 samples were successfully made. Ding Guohua was also excited as he held the samples and surveyed them. Only that they didn't know much about carbon fiber materials, and didn't know if the performance of such a product could meet the requirements for use. It can't be considered a success yet. It needs to be sent to the Drone Research Institute for their experts to test it. Li Yi said. I'll have someone rush to send it over. They must be very happy to know that the sample was made. Shin Dongchang picked up the phone and was about to notify. There was still a second round of negotiations with Pretty Country today, and time was running out. If they could meet the requirements for use, they could come back immediately. There was no need to whisper to Pretty Country anymore. Li Yi yawned, I'll go rest first. The 2 old men shouldn't wait too long either, so get off work early and rest. Alright, you hurry back and rest. We've only been up all night, it's fine. Go back to the dormitory and rest after sending the materials away as well. Shin Dongchang was looking straight at the carbon fiber material samples even as he spoke. Li Yi had already seen this and greeted Xia Shui as she went to eat breakfast and then went back to catch up on her sleep. The Chinese foreign minister and senior leaders also met in the middle of the night. It was decided to give out some more benefits. For example, buying their agricultural products and mineral resources from Pretty Country, in exchange for buying carbon fiber materials. As for the drone battle group technology, it can never be leaked to the public. This was a matter of national security. The future enhancement of the country's combat power might depend on the drone battle groups. How could it be provided to a Pretty Country? Even if they paid a high price for it, it would never be possible. Even so, the foreign minister felt a great deal of pressure on his shoulders. The Pretty Country was determined to stop the rise of Huaxia. It wasn't like they could back down just because of a little benefit. But even if the chances were slim, they had to fight with all their might. After sleeping for a few hours, he woke up and immediately prepared the negotiation materials. After breakfast, the next round of negotiations continued. The entire arsenal was waiting for raw materials in order to continue production. Every day of delay was a huge loss. Chapter 109 Arrogant Pretty Officials. However, the more anxious China acted, the more the Pretty Country's side felt that they had gotten the better of China. Knowing that China can't delay, they can ask for a higher price. The Pretty Country's foreign minister said with a smug look on his face, yesterday, the lights at the Chinese embassy were on until after 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. It seems they have been meeting and discussing. Carbon fiber materials are too important for their new weapons. We must also seize the opportunity and resolutely not relax. The Pretty Commerce Minister was all smiles as he sat lazily on the sofa. Just now, we received another application for negotiation submitted by the Chinese diplomats. Let them hang out to dry again today, don't keep negotiating. The more anxious they are, the more they'll have to increase their price. That makes sense, give them a reply that we are too busy with our affairs. Have the Chinese diplomats wait first and meet with them in the evening. The Pretty Commerce Minister stretched his back, since there's nothing to do during the day like this, why don't we go play golf? Play painfully all day, and then watch the Chinese officials get anxious at night. Hey, what could be more rewarding than that? That's a good proposal. Let's do as you say. At the Chinese embassy, the foreign minister was very angry. The Pretty Foreign Ministry actually rejected the negotiation application? Their stance is really getting bigger and bigger. It's not a complete rejection. Said that they were too busy with work to spare the time, and that they would have to wait until the evening to receive us. The embassy official said. Can't you tell, they're doing it on purpose. Trying to use this to suppress our morale. What should we do then? Wait, the more the enemy does this, the more we have to stay calm. This is a battlefield without smoke, let's see who can carry it in the end. The foreign minister forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and began to review the bargaining chips for the negotiations. Since he could see the other party's purpose, of course, he could not be fooled. Waiting until the evening, he finally received permission from the other party to negotiate. Together to the negotiation site. When we met, the other side is simply a smiling tiger. The performance was very enthusiastic. I'm really sorry, our work is too busy, we can't make time to meet in time. Please also forgive us more. No matter, it was originally our initiative to come. Since time is running out, let's continue to start the negotiations. Good. Each sat down, and this time it was the foreign minister of the Pretty Country who took the lead. It seems that you Chinese very much want high-end carbon fiber materials. But how is your negotiation going? Are you willing to agree to the demands made? Let's put it in front first, if you can't agree to the request of handing over the technology, there's actually no need to negotiate on. He took the initiative and preemptively blocked all retreats. But it was hard to defeat the Chinese foreign minister. The more you refuse, the more I'm going to bring it up. No country will hand over its core technology to another country. There's no need to bring up this request again. However, since we, Huaxia, want to purchase high-end carbon fiber materials, we are naturally well prepared. According to our investigation, we know that the pretty country's agricultural and trade products and/or resources and other bulk goods are stagnant across the board. We are willing to buy all these goods, as long as we can promise to continue selling carbon fiber materials to Huaxia. When the Minister of Commerce of Pretty Country heard this, he was immediately moved. However, the joy in his eyes flickered. Previously, they had also requested that Huaxia purchase a large amount of ores and agricultural products. But due to the continued suppression of Huaxia refused without hesitation. There are plenty of agricultural products all over the world, why buy only yours? This time they seized the opportunity again. Since China raised it first, they wanted both the equipment and technology, and also demanded that China buy all the agricultural products and direct sold ores. The pretty foreign minister was on the same page as him. These conditions alone still won't do, handing over all the technology is the bottom line. There is also the addition of these conditions you proposed. If Huaxia doesn't agree, then there's nothing to talk about. Even the Chinese foreign minister did not expect the other party to be so helpless. It actually had to continue to raise the stakes during the negotiation process. His face instantly became gloomy. We came here with sincerity, and it seems that the pretty country doesn't have the sincerity to negotiate at all. Since this is the case, we, Huaxia, have to consider developing our own carbon fiber materials. It's not that I'm underestimating your Chinese technical talents. But where there is a slight chance of success in your own research and development, you definitely won't come to the negotiation in a low voice either. If the negotiation is still unsuccessful this time, it's very unfortunate. We will continue to increase our conditions for the next negotiation. I hope that Huaxia had better think it over. High-end carbon fiber materials can only be produced by us, pretty country, in Japan. Huaxia will never think of obtaining it through other channels. It's best to honestly agree to the demands we've made. Otherwise you will regret it. Facing their threats, the Chinese foreign minister also had to consider the consequences of leaving the field on his own accord. Agreeing to their demands was impossible. But the next time they negotiated, the conditions would be even harsher. It was surprising that they had fallen into a dilemma. It had never occurred to me that negotiations would be so difficult. Could it be that Huaxia's new weapon had died like this? It was really too unwilling. Seeing China's military strength increase dramatically, but because of the material has been waiting. Of course there was another way, and that was to compromise on performance. Use other materials instead. Although the striking ability was weaker, it still had enough deterrent power. Answer the conditions or not, make a decision quickly. Our patience is limited. The pretty commerce minister impatiently urged. If you can't make a decision, call for instructions from your superiors immediately. This is just a small punishment for China's confrontation with pretty country. Just be honest and cooperate with pretty country. The blockade will naturally be lifted for you. If you continue to confront, you will suffer more and more suppression in the future. This was no longer a negotiation, but a naked-in-your-face threat. The Chinese diplomatic officials clenched their fists, desperately suppressing the anger in their hearts. This was really bullying people too much. The foreign minister's heart was in a celestial battle, quickly turning his brain, pondering how to deal with the current threat. It was necessary to come up with a reliance that was enough to deter the other party, so that they wouldn't dare to be so rampant. Meanwhile, the Drone Research Institute was nervously testing the materials. 3 types of material tests were being conducted at the same time. All the properties of the materials needed to be measured out. Whether or not it could reach the environmental limits of drone use. It could easily cope with all kinds of harsh weather and environment. The senior leaders were all at the scene waiting for the test results. Nervously clenching their fists, they kept looking up at the instrumentation. The results are out, the performance is beyond imagination. Suddenly someone shouted. With incomparable joy in his tone, Dean, this material can meet our requirements. We have finally mastered the high-end carbon fiber production technology. Chapter 110, you guys think too much. These 3 materials, which level can fulfill the requirements? The dean excitedly stood up all of a sudden and quickly walked towards the technician to follow him. Even the civilian-grade carbon fiber material is sufficient. I really didn't expect that even the lowest grade performance within the 3 materials is so outstanding. Although it's slightly worse than pretty country's most cutting-edge carbon fiber material, it's almost completely negligible during use. Not to mention the industrial grade and military grade. It can completely replace more metal materials. Used in the aerospace industry, it can drastically reduce weight and increase strength. I suggest that industrial grade and military grade carbon fiber materials be used in the production of higher level drones. No way? Even the lowest level is this powerful? The Dean of Drones stared with wide eyes, his lips trembling with excitement. This was a high-tech material that the country could only dream of. Not only was it extremely expensive to import from pretty country in Japan, the quantity imported each time would also be strictly controlled. It was afraid that Huaxia would use these materials in large quantities in the field of military industry. Now it is even using the materials as a threat to take away China's advanced technology. suddenly reacted, "Hurry up and report this good news to the higher-ups. We no longer need to buy carbon fiber materials from pretty countries. And we can also mass-produce them for export, taking their market over as well." I'd like to see what kind of expression the top officials of pretty country will have when they hear the news. Finally, he could raise his eyebrows and hit back hard at the pretty country's arrogance. Let them know that Huaxia is not so easy to bully. As long as the technology blocked to Huaxia, Huaxia can break through. In the beautiful country negotiation site, the foreign minister of the beautiful country was impatient. "Have you thought about it or not? We don't have that much time to waste with you. Hurry up and give a reply. If we can't negotiate this time, we'll have to raise the price the next time we negotiate. I think the next negotiation can include high-end machine tools in the scope of the blockade. China will not be allowed to buy these cutting-edge processing equipment. This way, China will no longer be able to develop high-end weapons, so naturally, it won't pose a threat to pretty country." The pretty commerce minister had a smug look on his face. "I really can't figure out why Huaxia has to compete with pretty country in the high-end field. Isn't it enough to honestly be the world's factory and produce products for us? A threat to our beautiful country. If you do not fight, you fight who?" The anger in the heart of the Chinese foreign minister was about to be unstoppable. Never before had he felt so humiliated. If it wasn't for the future development of China, he would have turned his face to them and lifted the table. But thinking about the path that the revolutionary predecessors had taken, the situation at that time was definitely more difficult than it is now. But they still established a new China against all odds. The current difficulties are not comparable to them at all. There is no possibility of transferring the equipment technology, all other conditions are negotiable. I'll also put my last words here. Don't underestimate the potential of our Huaxia. There's no technology we can't break through as long as we raise the entire nation to do so. Likewise, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't agree to liberalize exports, then we'll do our own research and development. Carbon fiber materials are developed by human beings, not by fairies. As long as people can do it, I believe our Chinese technicians can do it. A powerful speech, full of strong self-confidence. It also showed the other party that China would never be threatened. The powerful momentum made the other side all stagnant. They didn't expect the Chinese foreign minister to be so confident in this situation, and to be able to threaten them in turn. After freezing for a few seconds, they suddenly burst out laughing. "Ah ha ha ha, I think you are dreaming, right? Let me tell you, there are some technologies that can't be developed just by having persistence. I remember that the pretty country has a Chinook helicopter right here in your China. Have you copied it after so many years? Ha ha ha, no? As far as I know, China is still short in the field of heavy armed helicopters." The pretty foreign minister finished looking smugly at the Chinese foreign minister. It seemed that they had already seen through China's bottom card long ago. It simply couldn't threaten them in the slightest. "That's right, that's something I recognize. But it's not that our Huaxia is completely unable to imitate it. Rather, it's that our Huaxia has discovered the fatal shortcomings of the dry-armed helicopters only. It doesn't meet our Huaxia's usage needs, and the cost performance is poor. So we decided to develop our own heavy-armed helicopter belonging to our Huaxia. This is very different from carbon fiber material. The two are not the same. I'll give you 3 more minutes to think about it. If you don't agree, I'll return to Huaxia immediately." I didn't expect the Chinese foreign minister to be uncompromising even after all the words had been said. He even turned the tables on them. The officials present in the pretty country were very angry on the surface, but their hearts were already a little weak at the moment. Good. Since the talks can't go on, let's call it a day. There is no impermeable wall in the world. As long as we know about the new weapon developed by Huaxia. With our pretty country's strength, we can still develop it, and we can still be significantly ahead of Huaxia. Let's see who compromises first at that time. The pretty country's foreign minister pretended to be incomparably angry and got up to leave. But then he gave the Minister of Commerce a wink, trying to play a double cross with Huaxia. "Wait a minute, Huaxia came all the way here. It's not in line with hospitality to just let them go back. I suggest we sit down and negotiate calmly. It's better like this. Huaxia can cede some of its technology. You can keep the core technology. We'll export a certain amount of carbon fiber materials to you every year, according to the terms we negotiated before. Also buy all of our slow-moving agricultural products as well as ores and oil." The pretty foreign minister pretended to be reluctant and sat down again. This was their second plan. Test the bottom line of Huaxia step by step. Get some technology and intelligence first. After they fully grasped it, they immediately cut off the supply of materials. Even if Huaxia was angry, there was nothing they could do about it. They believed that with the beautiful country's technology, as long as they can get some information, they can copy the new weapons from China. And since China didn't have carbon fiber materials, they could only stare at them dryly. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the Chinese diplomats. It was good news to finally see that pretty country was willing to give in. As long as the key technology was grasped, it was still possible to consider continuing the negotiations. The Chinese foreign minister's face was very serious as he pondered whether there was a trap present in the other party's concession. It had to be handled carefully. The slightest carelessness would fall into the enemy's trap, and by then it would be too late to regret. Suddenly the phone rang. The foreign minister saw that it was the chief calling. Hurrying to connect, the other party only said one sentence and immediately hung up. The foreign minister's eyes instantly brightened up, and his body was filled with powerful confidence. Put away the phone, look at the other party's eyes, full of contempt and contempt. Chapter 111, Returning to China at Full Speed. Go, not buying. The foreign minister got up and was about to leave. The other officials were puzzled and thought that they deliberately made this gesture to scare the other party. They also followed suit and hurriedly pulled back. Why don't we talk again? Talk about what? I just received a call, our domestic-owned research and development. Even if it's harder to use for a longer period of time, we must fight for this. Seeing that the foreign minister did not look like he was joking, they were all overjoyed at once. The country had made up its mind to do it on its own, and finally, they didn't have to suffer from their birdishness. Immediately packed up the information and left. The officials of the beautiful country were instantly dumbfounded. They had already been determined that Huaxia had to buy carbon fiber materials. That's why they dared to put forward all kinds of requirements with impunity. But to suddenly leave so dryly caught them off guard. If you dare to leave this time, you will never expect to sell to you again. The foreign minister of the pretty country threatened loudly. Hee, keep those carbon fibers for yourself. We, Huaxia, are going to produce it ourselves. The Chinese foreign minister didn't even think about it and directly left. Fine, then I'll wait for your Huaxia to beg me. At that time, all the conditions must be at least doubled, or else there will be no negotiation. I just don't believe that Huaxia can produce it in a short period of time. The two sides unexpectedly and quickly talked it out. The Chinese foreign minister walked very fast, afraid of being stopped. The attendant official wanted to open his mouth to inquire, but was immediately stopped by him. Go, get on the airplane and talk. The crowd was startled. So the country has really decided not to buy from pretty country? But the foreign minister didn't answer. Didn't even go back to the embassy, just called to inform. He quickly boarded a special airplane to return to China. Waiting until the plane had flown all the way away from the pretty country's border, only then did he exhale deeply. The crowd was very puzzled. They really couldn't figure out why they suddenly became so tense and left with such determination. Can you tell us the reason now? We came in a hurry and left in an even greater hurry. Don't tell me that our country has already broken through the carbon fiber production technology. An official said. Awesome, one guess and you're right. You're absolutely right. Just now I received a call that carbon fiber materials have been successfully developed. And the quality is better than the pretty countries, so there's no need to look for them to buy it. The crowd was pleasantly surprised to hear this. They couldn't believe it. Wide-eyed, they all looked at the foreign minister. This situation had changed too quickly, right? It made them unable to react for a moment. You all heard correctly, and to be honest, when I received the call, I also felt like I was dreaming. But I can tell you exactly, even if it's a dream, our dream has come true. Great, we don't have to suffer anymore. If not on the airplane, I'm afraid I would have jumped up and down with joy. These 2 days of negotiations were really too stifling. Every time I saw the other party's face that owed a beating, I hated to lift the table and beat them violently. Quickly give us an update. How is the situation? Can the carbon fiber material we developed replace them? That I don't know. It just says that the material has broken through, allowing us to return as soon as possible. Since the chief said that to us, there should be more than enough certainty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended pretty country so dryly. The foreign minister said with a smile on his face. The mood had finally improved enough to be able to laugh from the bottom of his heart. I really hope that the airplane arrives soon so that we can guide us on how far we've gotten with our material research. Yes, if we can really break through the technology and reach the standard of use. It's completely possible to turn the tables on pretty country and take back their market. Just have to let pretty country take a good look at our strength. The more we block the technology, the faster we break through. Several people chatted excitedly, and for the first time, it felt like the special airplane was flying so slowly. Couldn't help but urge the pilot to fly faster. The pilot was very aggravated. Pretty country to Huaxia was so far away. Even if you were to take a rocket, you couldn't get there immediately, right? The drone dean hurriedly informed Shin Dongchang of the test results. To tell you the good news, the test has passed. The biggest question now is whether it can be mass-produced right away. And is the production cost high? Shin Dongchang had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by the phone call. But he wasn't angry at all, instead he was very excited. Don't be anxious, since it can be made in the lab it can naturally be mass-produced. As for the cost, the calculation hasn't been completed yet. But I believe it's definitely cheaper than buying from pretty country. Li Yi hasn't slept all night, so I won't disturb him for now. You come over early tomorrow morning and we'll talk in detail. Alright, it looks like you haven't slept all night either. I won't bother you anymore, hurry up and rest. The foreign minister got off the plane and rushed to make his report early the next morning. Hearing that the material was researched by the Space Academy, he headed to the academy without saying a word. He wanted to personally understand to what extent the country's carbon fiber material level had reached. Arrived at the door of the Space Academy, just ran into the leaders of the UAV Research Institute. After greeting them and inquiring about them, he realized that they all came over for the same purpose. When they arrived at the Aerospace Academy together, Li Yi and the others had just gone to work. Xiaoxue was taken aback when she saw such a large formation. Especially since the one standing in front of her was the foreign minister, she even stuttered a bit in greeting. It was common to see scenes on TV where the foreign minister was at war with other countries. The powerful aura crushed everything and fought for all kinds of benefits for the country. He had won the admiration of countless domestic people. I didn't expect to actually see him in person today. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people present, one would really want to ask the minister for an autograph. Shindongchang was very happy and said as soon as they met, if I guess correctly, you are all here for the carbon fiber material, right? Cut the crap, I didn't close my eyes all night yesterday. Just thinking about the mass production of carbon fiber. Hurry up and tell me, when will it be officially mass produced, and how much will it cost? The foreign minister couldn't wait to ask his own question, can our own carbon fiber material meet the requirements? Is there a big gap compared to that of the beautiful countries? The dean of drone research said in a serious manner, the gap in product quality is indeed not small. A trace of gloom flashed in the eyes of the foreign minister, but he quickly pulled himself together and said consolingly, it's great that it can be successfully developed, the gap will slowly catch up later, as long as it can meet the product requirements. Ha ha ha, the minister misunderstood, I said the product quality gap is big. It doesn't say that our Chinese carbon fiber is not as good as the beautiful countries. Rather, the quality is a huge step above them. Even the lowest end is slightly worse than their best by so much that it barely affects the use. The dean of drone research said with a big smile. The foreign minister stared at him with wide eyes, frozen. It was only after a long time that he slowly said, did I hear my ears correctly just now? The quality of our newly developed carbon fiber exceeds that of pretty country? Chapter 112, the cost advantage is obvious. The dean of drones said with a smug smile on his face, we've already done rigorous tests to determine as well as affirm that it definitely surpasses pretty country. Today, we came over to discuss the matter of mass production and whether the cost is cheaper than pretty country. There was no way a dean of the hall would lie about this kind of thing. The foreign minister was overjoyed, and in the absence of outsiders, there was no need to keep suppressing his emotions. Excitedly, he said, as long as we can develop it, it's fine even if the cost is higher to begin with. I'm really tired of seeing those shameless faces of pretty country. I guarantee that pretty I will never be able to blockade us with carbon fiber materials again. Speaking here, Dean Drone remembered the purpose of today's visit. Hurrying to Li Yi, he asked, how much does it cost us to produce carbon fiber materials? Li Yi replied, according to my calculations, the cost of producing carbon fiber for civilian use is about $50 per kilogram. Every time we upgrade a grade, it increases by almost $50. As the input production becomes more and more mature, there is still room for a decrease of about 20%. When the people present heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. They simply could not believe what Li Yi said. Looking at the crowd's dumbfounded eyes, Li Yi was puzzled. What's wrong? I've already tried everything to minimize the cost here. Do you know what the price of buying carbon fiber materials from abroad is now? The foreign minister viciously exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his mouth to ask. I don't know, I haven't understood it either. Li Yi shook his head. The dean of drones said, we purchase carbon fiber for as low as $8,000 a kilogram, and as high as over 11,000 grams. You say that it can be produced for $50, which is not even a fraction of what others pay. Are you serious? You can't joke about something this big. Of course, I've already organized the production process. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. Let the technical experts can calculate the detailed costs based on the production process. Hiss. Pretty country and Japan are also too ruthless, earning more than 200 times our profit. I'll make them spit it all out sooner or later. Dean Drone gritted his teeth in anger. Although the cost of the carbon fiber production technology developed by Li Yi might be lower than that of the Japanese and pretty country, it was definitely not too much higher. Even if it was twice as high, selling it for tens of thousands of dollars a kilogram was too outrageous, right? Seeing the technology that Huaxia couldn't break through, they really put Huaxia to death. After the foreign minister was shocked, his eyes became incomparably cold. It's time for their good times to end here. As long as the price is cut down, let all their goods stagnate and be thrown in the warehouse to mold. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and speed up production. Let pretty country know what will happen if they blockade us. I can already imagine how the pretty country officials will look. Let's go to the conference room to discuss this in detail. Let's listen to Li Yi tell the group what to do. Shin Dongchang said with a smile. Right, it's useless for us to just talk, we still have to listen to Li Yi. Everyone headed to the conference room together. Listening to Li Yi's planning, the carbon fiber production line should be built as soon as possible. When they arrived at the conference room, Li Yi said, I suggest that the civilian version hit the price as low as possible, $100 a kilogram is enough. As long as it can be used by civilians, give it to him to use. For example, vehicle panel decoration, cell phone shells, fishing rods, and so on. The high-end carbon fiber into civilian materials. Sell industrial-grade carbon fiber at half the price of beautiful countries and Japanese countries to quickly capture the market. We'll use the military-grade carbon fiber for our own use, and use it to build high-end weapons. Although I don't know how much it costs abroad, I'm confident enough to have an advantage over them no matter how low we bring the price down. Sell it that cheap? $100 a kilogram, wouldn't that still piss off pretty country alive? The foreign minister was filled with shock. After hearing Li Yi's suggestion, all the fire in his heart instantly disappeared. This was too ruthless, simply not giving the other party a chance to live. One could imagine what kind of scene it would be as soon as the price came out. Originally, carbon fiber materials are advertised high. Rare is expensive, not to mention, the key is still high-tech materials, the price is extremely expensive. As long as coupled with the concept of carbon fiber, not only products sold at high prices and also in short supply. Even some high-end office appliances and sports cars are beginning to speculate on carbon fiber materials. Once the price is lowered, I am afraid that all manufacturers will follow the trend. Let carbon fiber products become cabbage prices. Even civilians can afford to use them. Those high-end products will completely fall to the altar. This time not only the blow is foreign carbon fiber manufacturers. To know the use of carbon fiber material production of goods are also some foreign luxury brands. This even bring these foreign high-end brands are pulled down. Simply a little bit of martial virtues are not speaking. To compete, we can't leave any room for error. As long as we control the entire industrial market, we can minimize the cost. Other countries will either have to buy from us or produce their own at high prices. The smaller the scale, the higher the cost. This is also equivalent to hitting the other side's military industry. Li Yi said with a serious face. I think it's fine, this is how it should be done. Let the pretty country get a lesson and not dare to suppress and sanction us at will in the future. We grasp the core technology, we win any way we fight, what else is there to worry about? With the Raw Material UAV Research Institute this side to step up the speed of production of combat drones. It's necessary to prevent a full-scale war in the future. Pretty country can do anything when it realizes it's not our opponent. In pretty country, their diplomats quickly got the news that the Chinese negotiating officials had returned on a special airplane. This made them very surprised. Could it be that the request we made was too high? Is Huaxia really going to develop its own carbon fiber materials? Some officials began to worry. With Huaxia's consistent style, as long as they invested in the development of a new technology, they would immediately knock it down to a cabbage price, letting their Western companies fall into bankruptcy very quickly. After all, for the same quality of product, the price in Huaxia was only 1/10 or even cheaper. The purchasers simply couldn't resist such a great temptation. Even if they were willing to spend a high price to purchase their own domestic raw materials, the products produced would still be beaten by Huaxia if the price was too high. What are you afraid of? Carbon fiber materials are not the same as others, this is a high-tech product. We are research and development for a long time to master these technologies. How can it be produced by Huaxia in a short period of time? The most important thing is to let the intelligence department to determine the Chinese carbon fiber materials used in what equipment. If it is a new weapon, we must do a good job of countermeasures in advance. Let their new weapons become scrap as soon as they are built. The pretty diplomat said. Chapter 113, Huaxia breaks through? It's no problem, our people have already penetrated inside many departments in Huaxia. Let them investigate and they will soon come up with news. The pretty commerce minister said. Under their temptation, they had pulled together a group of people who were willing to work for them, going deep into all the relevant departments in Huaxia to investigate the news. Therefore, he was very confident that the news from Huaxia wouldn't be kept secret for long. As long as it was known that the weapons developed by Huaxia they likewise went to research and had stronger performance than the ones developed by Huaxia. Then they could overpower Huaxia in the international arena. And they didn't think that China could come up with any more advanced weapons. After all, the pretty country held the world's top technological power. The only thing that made them feel intimidated was the will of the Chinese people and soldiers, which could make up for the lack of weapons. Perhaps Huaxia is retreating to advance, deliberately pretending to give up negotiations. Let us disorganize ourselves first and take the initiative to seek cooperation from Huaxia. We must hold steady and never take the initiative to seek negotiations with Huaxia. Control the flow of all carbon fiber materials and never let Huaxia get it. Then let's see how long can Huaxia hold out? Without access to the raw materials, no kind of weapon can be produced. As long as it's delayed for a year or two, even if they develop carbon fiber, as usual, it will become a backward weapon. The pretty country's officials each gloated and laughed. They felt that they had seen through the Huaxia strategy, just waiting for Huaxia to bow down and admit defeat. But after waiting for several days, the Chinese side still did not continue to contact them. Well, Huaxia is really calm. I'm going to see how much longer you guys can hold out. The fact that China took the initiative to cancel the negotiations made the pretty country's foreign minister very annoyed, holding his breath in his heart. In his opinion, only pretty country rejected Huaxia. Huaxia was not qualified to reject them. When Huaxia once again begged for carbon fiber, he was going to ruthlessly humiliate Huaxia. But sanctioning Huaxia is also a double-sided blade, killing 1,000 enemies and hurting 800. Without China's purchase of carbon fiber materials, their inventory has reached the alert line. All the warehouses are full of carbon fiber materials produced. If they couldn't sell them anymore, there would be no place to store them. And the financial pressure on the production companies was getting bigger and bigger. These companies were screaming in agony and found the government to protest. Pretty country, in order to appease them, specifically allocated funds to support them, telling these enterprises not to be anxious. Sooner or later, Huaxia will ask them to buy. When the time comes, all these goods will easily be sold out. With the government's financial incentives, these enterprises could support themselves for a while longer. Continue to produce. After all, to feed so many workers, they could not stop work at will. The products produced could not be piled up, so they could only rent warehouses from other places. Soon a month passed. Even the president of the pretty country was a little anxious, looking for the relevant departments to ask how the carbon fiber negotiations. The new weapon developed by China has no eyebrows? The result was that the official in charge stammered and didn't know how to answer. They had no news of the new weapons produced in China. Nor have they inquired about which department in China is developing carbon fiber material production technology. It seemed as if there had been no movement after Huaxia cancelled the negotiations. Report, Mr. President. Based on the information we have now, it seems that the relevant projects in China have completely stalled. We have not inquired about which technical department in China is developing carbon fiber materials. Therefore, it is concluded that they simply do not have the ability to develop carbon fiber materials. It's only stalling for time, trying to make us anxious first. The intelligence department also didn't find out about the development of new weapons in China. If any department really needs a large amount of carbon fiber materials, it definitely can't be hidden from our intelligence department. Hearing the official's report, the president of the pretty country was slightly relieved. He also urged, don't underestimate the determination of China to develop new weapons. Any slightest negligence could lead to their success. Especially our related scientific and technological personnel must be watched. Don't let China poach them. Please rest assured, Mr. President. The relevant scientific researchers are all under the control of our intelligence department. Restrictions have been placed on these people leaving the country. Huaxia will never want to get our talents. Well done, that's how the carbon fiber materials are tightly blocked. Force them to hand over the technology and buy the carbon fiber materials at a high price. The president of the pretty country droned on. Having suffered 2 consecutive losses at the hands of Huaxia made him very angry to this day. This face had to be recovered from other aspects. Nowadays, the most lacking thing in Huaxia was carbon fiber materials. Then use carbon fiber as a weapon to suppress Huaxia. While negotiating, an official ran into the office in a panic. Mr. President, it's not good. Huaxia announced that it has successfully developed carbon fiber material and has already begun claiming to sell it to the public. I'm afraid that the plan to sanction Huaxia has fallen through. Especially since the price of carbon fiber sold to the outside world by China is frighteningly low, it's simply cheaper than the cost of our raw materials. This is impossible. No country has the ability to develop carbon fiber materials within a month. This is the fake news that Huaxia deliberately put out in order to force us to compromise. We absolutely cannot fall for it. The pretty foreign minister did not hesitate to give this report a final verdict. The pretty commerce minister was equally unconvinced. Skimming his lips, he made an exaggerated expression. Huaxia's blowing a big bull. It would be just as well if they claim to have developed carbon fiber materials. If they say the cost is cheaper than us, it's impossible. Any new product is very expensive when it is first developed. After saying this, he remembered that he hadn't asked about the price of China's foreign sales. You just said that China's carbon fiber is cheaper than our raw materials. How much do they sell a kilogram of carbon fiber materials? The official who reported the news was filled with a bitter smile. According to the Chinese report, a kilogram of carbon fiber is sold for a mere 100 Chinese dollars, less than 20 US dollars. Ha ha ha. I told you this was fake news. What kind of high-tech material can achieve such a low price? This is carbon fiber, not aluminum alloy. I'm sure it's fake news, don't bother with them. This is the usual negotiation technique of Huaxia. Using this kind of fake news to confuse me didn't fall for it. Today the news was announced that it has been successfully developed. I'm afraid it'll be years before they hit the market. The pretty foreign minister was equally full of mockery. The president of the pretty country looked at the news report that was sent to him, his brows furrowed. Word by word, he said, but what it says here is that not only has it been successfully developed, but it has also been lost for sale. Any purchaser can pay to pick up the goods. And they also guarantee that the delivery date will not exceed 1 month. If it's fake news, why write it like that? Isn't it afraid that someone will actually go and purchase it and poke holes in their lies? The officials present all froze. This can't be possible, can it? If someone really places an order, what will Huaxia take delivery of? The Minister of Commerce was puzzled. Chapter 114, a little bit anxious. At this moment, the president of the pretty country already felt something bad in his heart. China was just a ploy used by Huaxia to put out fake news to confuse them. It would never be written like this on the announcement. Under normal circumstances, it was just an announcement of a successful breakthrough in a new technology. Even if the news was true, it would take months to build the production line to mass production. How could it be delivered so quickly? How could they know that this was the speed advantage of Chinese industry? As long as the technology was available, the production equipment could be built in a short period of time by the national enterprises working together as well as in a short period of time. Immediately after that, it is quickly put into production. Not only to meet domestic demand, but also can supply foreign markets. Especially like carbon fiber, such as the urgent need for materials, this is a national effort in production. The current pretty country couldn't understand the industrial efficiency of Huaxia no matter what. Is it still hard to say? Let's immediately place an order with Huaxia. Let Huaxia ship the goods in the shortest possible time. Delivering or not shipping will puncture their lives. Pretty Commerce Minister said. It's also possible for private companies to produce carbon fiber materials. But wanting to reach military grade is a different matter. Based on our intelligence understanding, it seems that China's carbon fiber materials can't even reach the civilian level. To put it bluntly, their fishing rods are plastic or fiberglass. Whereas our carbon fiber bicycles and high-end fishing rods have been mass-produced. The pretty country's Minister of Intelligence said with a proud face. I don't see the need for that. Even if Huaxia announces that it can produce carbon fiber materials, other countries wouldn't dare to procure it. If the quality is too poor to meet the demand is a small matter, the key is wasting time, which will seriously affect the market supply. The officials present spoke as you spoke and I spoke. They were almost all of the same opinion that it was impossible for Huaxia to produce carbon fiber materials for military grade. The president of the pretty country was still a bit uneasy. It was mainly because of China's swift counterattack that made him feel bad in his heart. I don't suggest sitting on our hands. The more we confirm the fake news, the sooner we have to expose it. There will always be some people who like to take advantage. Even if it's just a tiny bit of the market, we can't let Huaxia take possession of it. Since Mr. President said so, then we'll immediately send someone to contact the relevant companies in China. If we can really buy carbon fiber materials, we'll send them over by air. If China is using to buy our stock of materials for delivery, immediately poke holes in their lies, and make Huaxia lose face in the international arena. The pretty country's commerce minister said with a smile. Alright, place the first batch of orders for Huaxia, so they won't be able to find an excuse to delay. Then how much is appropriate to place the first batch of orders? 100 kilograms or 1 ton? The president of the pretty country was rich and powerful, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Order 10 tons directly, I don't believe that Huaxia can take it out. Anyway, the price is cheap, this amount of money is still affordable. If Huaxia can't deliver within a month, let them compensate for the loss. Ha ha ha, Mr. President's plan is too good. Even if Huaxia intends to deliver with previously procured carbon fiber as a way to confuse us. But they definitely can't get this much inventory either. If they can't deliver or the quality of the delivery is too poor, then we can demand compensation from the other party. The other officials were all full of smiles when they heard this, thinking that the victory was assured. Soon enough the Chinese-related company received an order. It hadn't even been an hour since the announcement was sent out, and someone had actually purchased 10 tons of carbon fiber. Although the price was sold cheaply, the profit could at least double. Compared to other products, the profit margin was still quite good. The factory manager was happy to get the first order. What a good omen, someone placed an order just after we started work. I have to tell President Shen about this news. Shen Dongchang received the call and felt puzzled. It was reasonable to say that when Huaxia launched a new product, even if it was heavily publicized internationally, customers would usually question it first. If they really couldn't stand the temptation of the low price, they would also ask for samples first, or even go to the factory for an on-site inspection. Customers who directly place orders like this are really rare. Where is this customer? Is our domestic? He didn't place an order, did he make any other requests? Shen Dongchang asked. The customer is from pretty country. There are only two requirements, one is to deliver the goods within a month, and the second has very harsh requirements for contract breach. If the delivery is delayed or the information fails to reach the level of publicity, it will require us to compensate 100 times. Shen Dongchang's heart immediately bottomed out upon hearing this. You inform the foreign minister about this. If I'm right, this must be a plot by the pretty country, deliberately placing orders to test whether we are capable of producing carbon fiber materials. If we announce false news, they will definitely publicize it vigorously. The carbon fiber factory director immediately reacted to hearing this and was furious. Pretty country can be really despicable, actually using this method to test the waters. Then I will refuse to take this order. Why don't you take the order? As long as the full payment is made up front, we will of course ship the goods on time. As long as you control the quality well, so that the other party can't find faults, it's fine. Why don't you do business with them? If we don't take their business, they will definitely say that we don't really master carbon fiber production technology. Shen Dongchang said with a smile. Although the beautiful country's plan was vicious, they could not have imagined that Huaxia had already mastered the very advanced carbon fiber production technology. The only pity was that the order they placed was still a little too small. If they could sell 1,000 tons or even 10,000 tons, then they wouldn't have to worry about their production for a year. Okay, I'll sign a contract with them and must pay the full amount. Pretty country still wants to cheat us, I'll let them know that our Huaxia technology is not covered. By the way, our domestic carbon fiber material has just hit the market and is still unable to gain recognition in the international market. I suggest that the factory take this opportunity to vigorously publicize this order. That is to say, the big customers of the beautiful country are the first to order. With pretty country holding the stage, are you afraid that other customers won't come to buy? Shen Dongchang said. Haha, I knew it was absolutely right to tell you this news first. This method is really good. I'll have the publicity department prepare it here. The factory manager hung up the phone and contacted the higher departments again. The reply received was exactly the same. We are the real technology, what are we afraid of? If there is an order, take it. The two sides quickly signed an agreement, and the beautiful country was very quick to call in the full payment on the same day. The factory director was overjoyed. Let the workers to step up production. He stayed in the factory to control the quality. Must strictly control the quality, so that customers cannot pick any defects. The results of a month's work, only 5 days, the other party can pick up the goods. The customer was not ambiguous. Booked a cargo plane and pulled the carbon fiber to the pretty country overnight. Chapter 115 Cheaper and better than us? More than 10 hours later, the goods had arrived in the beautiful country. The experts couldn't wait to open the goods and start checking them. The officials of the beautiful country looked at the neatly organized goods and were stunned. In their opinion, Huaxia absolutely does not have the ability to produce qualified industrial carbon fiber materials. Not to mention having to use it in the military industry. But they were also certain that the carbon fiber materials that Huaxia had purchased from the Japanese and pretty country definitely didn't have that much in stock. Where did so much carbon fiber come from? Could they really produce it themselves? No, definitely not. These carbon fiber materials are just look-alike goods, which look good on the surface but actually have a big performance gap. The technical experts just took the carbon fiber materials into their hands and immediately felt the quality level. The eyes revealed an incomparable look of surprise. Just the touch is not far from their production. After a rough inspection, no faults were picked out. The next step was to use the instrumentation to carry out detailed testing. Some samples were obtained and taken to the lab for testing. The officials from the pretty country also followed along before testing the results. This was an important competition between China and pretty country. There couldn't be the slightest slip-up. Not long after, the technical experts of the beautiful country came out of the laboratory with a gloomy face. There was also a detailed quality inspection report in his hand. How are the test results? Are they all a bunch of shoddy products? The pretty country official's eyes were full of anticipation, hoping to get the answer he wanted from the expert. The detailed data are all on the inspection report, you guys can see for yourselves. I can't read the data and whatnot, in the end how about you say it clearly? Aside from the fact that a small portion of the data has a tiny gap with us, there is no effect on the quality or use. That means the carbon fiber materials sold to us by Huaxia can completely replace our products. The key is that the price they sell it at is too cheap. It's so cheap that it's outrageous. If Huaxia sells it at such a price, I'm afraid that all our related industries will have to close down. The pretty country's expert was filled with bitterness, he couldn't figure out how Huaxia broke through the technology. The key just broke through the technology and put the price so low. Could it be that they were planning to sell it at a loss just to combat the carbon fiber industry in pretty country? If they do this, how long can they support? Or is it to squeeze them out and then raise the price to make a huge profit? In his opinion, this is absolutely impossible. As long as Huaxia raised the price to a profitable level, the companies in Pretty Country could immediately start production. But how long could they support themselves if they lost money like this? Even if it was a national financial subsidy, it wouldn't be able to carry it for a long time, right? The Pretty Country official snatched the quality inspection report over with one hand and carefully looked at the data on it. His body was shivering. Impossible, this is never possible. Maybe it's just a qualified product put on the surface and what's inside is fake. It won't be. We took random samples in each package when we checked. If it's adulterated with counterfeits, it can definitely be detected. It's best to have our company stop production quickly, while China's carbon fiber is still not recognized by customers all over the world. Rush to dispose of it at a low price. When Huaxia's carbon fiber opens up the market, our enterprise will be finished. The expert persuaded. The Pretty Country's official gasped roughly, his eyes red. Wouldn't lowering the price at this time be more proof that Huaxia's carbon fiber materials are a threat to us? This is equivalent to giving them an advertisement. It must not be done this way. Is there any way to make the purchasing companies think that cheap is no good? Still overpaying to buy from our factories? It's impossible. The purchasing companies also have their own testing capabilities. As long as it's proven that Huaxia's data report is fine, who would pay more than 100 times the high price to buy our products? The expert said with a bitter face. Sensing that the situation was not good, the official hurriedly reported the news to the president. The president of the Pretty Country was so angry after reading the quality inspection report that he almost lifted the table. Didn't you guys say that carbon fiber production technology is very demanding? What the hell is going on here? Give me a reasonable explanation. The Minister of Commerce was so anxious that he scratched his head. This is really outrageous. We obviously got the news that Huaxia didn't even invest in research and development. How come all of a sudden the production lines are all built? This isn't even the most troublesome. These 10 tons of samples we purchased are all Chinese civilian grade. They have better industrial grade and military grade. Especially the military grade won't be sold to the public. Even so, the quality of industrial grade carbon fiber is far better than ours. Once it's fully marketed, the consequences are unimaginable. Damn it, this is aimed at our Pretty Country. We can't let them succeed in selling it. We must increase the tariffs and make all countries increase their tariffs on Chinese carbon fiber materials by 100 times. Otherwise our carbon fiber products have no competitiveness. HSS. Increasing tariffs by 100 times, that's something that's never been done before. If we really did that, the smuggling gangs wouldn't go crazy? Yes, if the difference in price is too high, it can't be stopped at all. The faces of the officials in the room turned blue. They found it impossible to block the Chinese carbon fiber market. At first, they had to ban exports, but within just a few months, the situation had changed drastically. China not only produced a better product, a shot to steal all their markets. Simply no reasoning at all. Beat them to death. Look, Huaxia's carbon fiber advertisements are all over the place. An official swiped his cell phone and shouted with a face full of panic. The others also opened their phones and swiped the relevant news with a slight swipe. It had simply gone crazy on the internet. Huaxia breaks through carbon fiber production technology. Beautiful country customers take the lead in purchasing 10 tons. Huaxia's carbon fiber technology has reached the international advanced level, and the price is reduced by 200 times. In order to prove the authenticity, the ordering contract as well as the video of loading the goods after delivery were also posted. Even if they wanted to refute it, they couldn't find a reason. I'll go, China's R&D capability is also too strong. Even the famous carbon fiber has given a breakthrough. Is the quality good or not? If it's really as good as advertised, I immediately buy 10 carbon fiber fishing rod. The current market price is too expensive, often are tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands. The cost is really so cheap, it is estimated that a few $100 or $1,000 can buy a good carbon fiber fishing rod. Pretty countries are taking the lead in purchasing and signing contracts that pay 100% for fakes. Without enough confidence, who would dare to sign this contract? It makes sense. I hope that manufacturers will quickly use carbon fiber materials. Bring down the price of carbon fiber bicycles, sports cars, all of them. This price is simply lifting the table, so how can other companies still play? Whatever, as a consumer can buy cheap and good quality things, what's not to be happy about? This precisely shows that pretty countries and bonobos, after mastering the core technology, treat consumers as ingrates to be slaughtered. Luckily, there is Huaxia to provide us with cheap and high-quality products, otherwise everyone would be green leaks. Chapter 116, The Market is in Chaos. The online hype grew hotter and hotter, and those luxury goods manufacturers that used carbon fiber as a gimmick, one by one, cried. From high-end technological materials, they had been beaten into ground-level goods overnight. How else can they sell the stock products they produce? It's not martial arts, it's too immoral. I'm afraid we'll have to face strong protests from the manufacturers next. The Minister of Commerce said as he watched the news dumbfounded. This is troublesome, they are even using us for publicity. Outrageous. But we don't have any way out. The orders are real, there's no way to refute them. The key is that the quality of their products is too good to find any flaws. We can't even return it if we want to. China is really despicable. We must be more careful when dealing with them in the future. What should we do next? Can't we just stand by and watch China steal all the markets? The Minister of Commerce gritted his teeth. There's only one way out of this. That is to get Huaxia to raise its selling price, at least to the same level as us. Only then can our carbon fiber industry survive. Your thoughts are also too naive. Isn't the reason that Huaxia has set the price so low to crush our carbon fiber industry? How could it raise the price again? An official said without good humor. They can't make any money by lowering the price so low. It's only a win-win situation to cooperate with us. In addition, if China doesn't agree, we'll force China to agree in other ways. What else can we force Huaxia to do? The president asked. I see that the Chinese tram industry is on the rise. What is needed to produce electric cars? The most important thing is lithium ore. Most of the world's lithium mines are in our hands. We can hold the lithium mine market and strangle the Chinese electric car market in the cradle. Fuel engine technology is far better than ours, and we have an absolute advantage in this regard. And once China realizes the maturity of electric car technology, there is a huge threat to the whole of Europe. You can pull all the European countries in as well and deal with Huaxia together. The Commerce Minister said. This is the way to go. We must save for a rainy day and complete the layout as soon as possible. Huaxia is rising too fast and is becoming more and more of a threat to us. The president of the pretty country frowned. The plan hadn't even come to fruition yet, and the carbon fiber business owner was already about to break down. Huaxia carbon fiber products were advertised all over the place. The prices were cheap to the point of being ridiculously cheap. All of their orders instantly disappeared. There was no longer any customer willing to place an order. Even some customers asked for a return to buy cheap carbon fiber from China. After all, the price was so tempting that no one could refuse it. The cost savings alone were higher than the profit. The point was that without buying carbon fiber from Huaxia, their products would not have any competitiveness. Sell it too expensive, and customers would think that they were treated like a big wrong seed by them. Who would want to pay a high price for the same thing? Pissed off, our president is a big stupid pig. How dare he send someone to buy carbon fiber from Huaxia to help them advertise? Screwing his own business to death. Originally, we had a good cooperation with Huaxia. He was our biggest carbon fiber import customer. I blame the government for blockading Huaxia. Now it's good that people have developed carbon fiber materials on their own. The president must be responsible for this. Originally, as long as there was a stable supply to Huaxia, they definitely wouldn't have invested a huge amount of money in developing carbon fiber. Now it's taking away our market. Such a cheap price will soon squeeze us out. Go to the White House together to protest. We must be given a statement. Business owners also quit, stopping work to pull their workers to protest. Businesses go out of business and workers can't keep their paychecks. The carbon fiber industry has been profiteering from the start, and the employees are treated very well. Suddenly to face unemployment made them furious. And it's their president and top officials who are the users of all this. How could this not set them on fire? Soon in front of the White House blocked with people protesting. This president is out of his mind. He won't let us do a good business and let us face closure. Must be responsible for our business, give us back our jobs. Protest against the suppression and sanctions against Huaxia, demand the liberalization of exports and compensation for all losses. This kind of thing is a favorite of the news media. Figuring out the ins and outs, the journalists were so excited. They love to find faults in those in power. Because this kind of behavior is especially easy to fire, casually sending it out can attract a lot of traffic. Many reporters shot videos and sent them online. It was only then that the people of the pretty country realized what had happened. Similarly, they felt incomparably angry. This is sick in the head, right? Selling it to Huaxia can make at least 100 times the profit. Not to do such a good business, but to blockade Huaxia. As a result, it played its own industry to death. This kind of thing hasn't happened once or twice. It was a good business that could have made a good profit. But they made a death wish to sanction Huaxia, forcing Huaxia to do their own research and development. In the end, Huaxia mastered the technology themselves and dried up our market. We pay so many taxes to support these people, but they don't do anything at all. Demand that these officials must resign and elect real officers. It's abominable. Originally, the carbon fiber industry was able to reach the $1 trillion level. As a result, it was all snatched away by Huaxia. I'm afraid that the Chinese people are now laughing their asses off. The Chinese netizens couldn't even believe that this news was true at first. After all, the propaganda department was only vigorously going to publicize it abroad. There was no need to place so many advertisements at home. Besides, domestic enterprises that needed to purchase carbon fiber materials only needed to call and inform. It was no trouble at all. Doing so is mainly to open the international market. At first, some netizens thought it was fake news. But see, even the beautiful country carbon fiber enterprise employees went to protest. This is to know that the news is not false. Really laughed me to death. Thanks to the leader of Pretty Country, it prompted us, Huaxia, to successfully build a good carbon fiber industry chain. Our technological development is all thanks to Pretty Country's prodding. If it wasn't for you guys spending your efforts to force Huaxia to break through these technologies, we'd still have to spend high prices to import them. My goodness, it was reduced from $10,000 to $100 after producing it ourselves. Just how much money did Pretty Country make from our country? Luckily, we were forced to break through the technology, or else we would have to spend at least tens or hundreds of billions of dollars every year for no good reason. You have to get it right, it's our external sales price of $100 a kilogram. I'm guessing the cost is just a few dozen dollars. We're not saving 100 times that. Nothing more to say, thanks to the Pretty Country's sanctions and suppression. It has made a great contribution to our Huaxia's scientific and technological innovation. It has also created more jobs for us in China. Sure enough, the best for us is still Pretty Country. Chapter 117, Revealing the Horse's Footsteps. Although the vast majority of netizens were posting thanks to Pretty Country online. But as long as people who are not stupid can see that this is a clear mockery. This kind of cheap and good behavior was incomparably proud, and it was even more infuriating that Pretty Country's netizens almost vomited blood. But they simply cannot find a reason to refute. Because the Chinese netizens are right, this market is the beautiful country forced China to grab. Next, the Pretty Country netizens also followed along to scold their president. Pretty Country's decision makers have simply become a national rat, everyone shouting. The most unlucky are Japanese carbon fiber manufacturers. Originally, carbon fiber material is their invention, was beautiful country take away technology, after research and development and even beyond them. Supply to the Chinese profits to make money to the number of soft. Forced to join the ranks of sanctions against China. Resulting in the loss of the world's largest customer. Look at the carbon fiber products piled up in the warehouse, simply want to cry. Huge assets have not even zero left. But they do not dare to be angry with the beautiful country, and even dare not complain about it, can only endure in silence. Who let them just a dog of the beautiful country? A large number of enterprises' purchases had run to Huaxia. They wanted to check the samples and confirm the production quality of carbon fiber in Huaxia. It was found to be comparable to the ones sold in Pretty Country. And the quality of the industrial grade is even higher. Civilian grade is already enough, industrial grade is used in high-end luxury goods. It is necessary to quickly purchase a large number of products to complete the product replacement. In the past, the products were advertised as using carbon fiber materials from beautiful countries or Japanese countries. Now the advertisement of the publicity became Chinese industrial-grade carbon fiber material. Only by publicizing in this way could they continue to guarantee the value of luxury goods and maintain the super high sales price. But even so, purchasing industrial-grade carbon fiber from China still earns richer profits. Because the industrial-grade carbon fiber material is only half of what is sold in Pretty Countries. This situation, even if it is a little cute. Also know what to choose. For a time the market was polarized. Civilian-grade carbon fiber material products have been rotten. Which goods do not use a little carbon fiber material, no one pays attention to, simply cannot be sold. High-end products which are publicized industrial-grade carbon fiber materials. As usual, there are also people to buy. After all, rich people always need high-end brands to maintain their identity and taste in life. The factory works overtime 24 hours a day. While recruiting a large number of workers, the production line was expanded. The demand for usage skyrocketed. In the laboratory of the Aerospace Academy, Xia Shui held her cell phone and gleefully told Li Yi about the relevant news. You're really great, breaking the monopoly of the Pretty Country in one go. Now their government is burnt out. A lot of workers are protesting outside the White House. There are also a lot of netizens who are asking Pretty Country to stop blocking technology from Huaxia. They want the two countries to develop in a friendly and cooperative manner. Xia Shui's beautiful big eyes were full of adoration. You can imagine how much effort the country spent to buy the carbon fiber material before. Finally, it had raised its eyebrows. Lin Qingxue sat on one side and looked at the two from afar. Different colors flowed in her beautiful eyes. She was also very appreciative of Li Yi's achievements. Such a man had indeed exceeded what she had in mind as well. This technology is actually not difficult, even if I don't make a move. With our domestic research and development capabilities, we can still make it. Pretty Country is too confident in their technology. For other countries, developing a new technology is not easy. But Huaxia has a complete whole industry chain industry. Likewise, the talent is very comprehensive. Blockading our Huaxia is simply unrealistic. I also heard Dean say that Pretty Country asked to cooperate with us. Raise the price of carbon fiber up. Together, we can earn the world's money. Xia Shui said. The delicate face was all proud looks. To be able to force pretty country to take the initiative to seek cooperation, the leaders are also very happy. It's only at this time that we remembered to cooperate. What did we do earlier? It's impossible for the price of low-end products to go up. Such a good material should benefit the whole world. Besides, we have medium and high-end products, so why cooperate with them? Li Yi had no interest in this. There's one more thing, I don't know if I should say it or not. You mustn't get angry. What is there to hide between us? Just say it. It's like this, in the past few days, Lu Chuanfeng has always tried to find me. He has been inquiring about your side of things. Not only inquiring about the synthesis method of carbon fibers, but also where carbon fibers are all used. Li Yi instantly became alert. He really inquired about these things? Yes. At the earliest time, he asked what was being done with carbon fiber in the military industry. Whether it's to make new fighters or something. I didn't tell him anything and gave him a hard time. But he still didn't give up. Li Yi instantly realized what he was up to. This guy wouldn't have been bribed by a foreign country, right? This is a high-level secret in our country. What's he doing prying into this? Besides, the country previously purchased carbon fiber materials to produce new weapons. How did he know about it? Lin Xingxue realized that things were not simple. Opening her mouth, she said, since he's suspected, why don't we arrest him? Interrogate him severely and make him give up the mastermind behind it. Don't. Arresting someone without any evidence will not only be useless but will alert the snakes. I've also heard that his background isn't simple. It won't let you guys interrogate him smoothly. Since he's inquiring, it means he doesn't have the relevant information yet. It's best to put him under surveillance, sooner or later he'll reveal himself. Li Yi said. Alright, I'll bring this matter to the higher-ups. Lin Xingxue nodded her head and agreed. I do have a way, the next time I ask, provide him with some fake news. In this way, we can mislead the pretty country. Let them spend huge amounts of money to enter the RD misconception. At the same time, it can also be determined that Lu Chuanfeng did pass messages to the enemy. Li Yi had a bad smile on his face. It was fine for this guy to pester Xia Shui. As long as it wasn't excessive, don't bother with him. But if he was willing to be a spy for the enemy, he would definitely not be spared. Tell me, what are you planning to do? You tell him that carbon fiber materials are used in space weapons. Our South Heavenly Gate program has already begun to be implemented, and the relevant technology has already achieved a major breakthrough. Air and space fighters need carbon fiber materials to reduce weight in the space field. Let's briefly reveal this to him first. I'll gradually provide false information later. Remember, you can't give it to him directly. You have to make him pay a little bit of blood and buy you something expensive. The more you pay, the more he will believe that the news is true. Li Yi thought about it and said, I don't want his stuff, I don't care if I throw it in the trash. Xia Shui was extremely annoyed by Lu Chuanfeng's pestering, and the things he sent were even more disgusting. What you should want is still what you should want. That big deal is to hang it up on a second-hand trading site to sell it and donate it to someone in need. This also counts as us doing something good for the people while fighting foreign spies. Li Yi said with a smile. Chapter 118, Threaten if you can't talk it out. Since you say so, I'll listen to you. The thought of his money is the activity funds given by foreign spy agencies. There's no saving it for him. Xia Shui instantly came energized. It's right to think that way, what's the point of being polite with him, a suspected spy? The foreign minister of the pretty country was also having a heated conversation with Huaxia. But the positions of the two sides had changed radically. The foreign minister of the pretty country had brought someone to Huaxia to come and negotiate in person. The Chinese foreign minister personally received them. From the expressions on both sides' faces, they were also completely reversed. I don't know what is the purpose of your visit. The Chinese foreign minister asked with a smile. Isn't this a knowing question? You Chinese developed carbon fiber materials and started to drop stones on us. Our country is already in chaos. The president's office is surrounded by workers. Now you've achieved your goal. That's true. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. We, Huaxia, have always been very sincere in seeking cooperation. It was you who refused to sell carbon fiber. Huaxia could only be forced to develop it on its own. I just didn't realize it would be so easy to develop this material. If I had known that, why would I have gone to such great lengths to purchase it abroad? The Chinese foreign minister pretended to be very distressed and shook his head. Even if you have developed the production technology for carbon fiber materials, there is no need to set the price so cheap, right? It's even lower than our raw material prices, so how can we still sell it? You guys are disrupting the market by doing this. The low price dumping behavior must be stopped. What's this saying? The carbon fiber we sell at low prices is a civilian product. The quality is the worst kind. Industrial and military grade, the selling price is not cheap. You call this civilian grade? It's only a little bit worse than our highest end products, almost negligible. If Huaxia continues to dump on the market, we have to respond. Have all countries increased their tariffs and sanctioned Huaxia? I'm sorry, this is normal market behavior. Originally, the production cost of this thing is extremely low. If you guys drastically increase your tariffs, it's equivalent to unilaterally conducting an economic war. Then don't blame us, China, for striking back. So, you guys are determined not to raise the price? As I said, this is normal market behavior. Even if civilian-grade carbon fiber is $100 a kilogram, our profits are still quite lucrative. How can we say it's malicious dumping? I suggest that you should still upgrade your production technology as soon as possible to bring down the cost. The pretty country's diplomat was furious. Fine, since we can't talk about it, just wait for pretty country's sanctions. Even if you capture the carbon fiber market, you will lose more in other places. After saying that, he got up and left angrily. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and dropped a sentence. China seems to have an increasing demand for lithium ore. But will you still be able to buy lithium ore without any problems in the future? What do you mean by that? The Chinese foreign minister's face instantly turned cold. You guys wait and see, there will be a time when you regret it. After saying that, he left with his men. Not good. Pretty country wants to control the global lithium market. A full-scale strike against our electric vehicle industry. Hurry up and let the Ministry of Commerce make preparations in advance. Let all companies stock up on lithium ore as soon as possible. The Chinese foreign minister finally understood the other party's purpose. Before this, there wasn't much demand for lithium ore. Electric cars began to develop rapidly, and Huaxia comprehensively found a new track. It began to avoid foreign engine technology and rushed into the electric car industry with a bang. This means that the demand for lithium batteries has increased substantially. But the domestic lithium mine in China is very poor. Must be imported from abroad in large quantities. Only the production of lithium ore has always been very large. Besides, when the demand reaches a certain level, lithium batteries can be recycled. There is no need to continue to mine large quantities of lithium ore. Under normal circumstances, only need to rationalize the planning capacity and will not cause lithium scarcity. However, once the beautiful country controls the lithium mining, the lithium ore will be speculated to sky-high prices. Even do not export lithium ore to China, the Chinese electric car companies, there will be no battery available. This move is extremely vicious. To kill the entire electric car industry chain in the cradle of China. Especially in a big car-producing country like China. Already a pillar of the industrial economy. Once Huaxia is unable to import lithium ore, even joint venture automobile companies will move their production lines abroad. There will be a great impact on the Chinese automobile industry. Do not know how many auto workers will face unemployment. The more he thought about it, the foreign minister felt cold. Rushed to report the news up. With the fastest speed, he met with the number 1 and number 2 chiefs. Spoke about pretty country's threat over and over again. Pretty country must have already made preparations in advance. No wonder they haven't reacted half-heartedly in the past few days. Already secretly controlling the global lithium mine development. Otherwise, they wouldn't have threatened us with such means. In order to guarantee domestic employment, it's really not possible to promise them to raise the carbon fiber sales price first. Don't be in a hurry, the situation isn't so dangerous yet. Every company has lithium stockpiles. Even our country has a certain amount of safety reserves. If it really is a dangerous moment, take it out and put it on the market. As usual, lithium ore can be suppressed. Besides, the main site of lithium battery production in China. As long as Huaxia doesn't buy it, the price of lithium ore can't be speculated. The second head of the government grasped these aspects of the situation very carefully. After all, it was about the country's economic production, and the relevant information was something he would keep in mind. Now that electric cars have just started, the demand for lithium ore has not yet reached a high level. But with the subsequent improvement in talent, the growth in demand may increase 100 times, 1,000 times. Even if we agree to pretty country's conditions, won't they move on lithium ore? The best way is still to control the source yourself. The number 1 chief said with a straight face. In fact, from the beginning of the founding of the country, he had confronted pretty country until now. One has long known their style of behavior like the back of one's hand. On the surface, they claimed to keep their promises and be peaceful and free, but they hadn't done any of it. Once something threatening to them appeared, it would immediately be wiped out by any means necessary. I suggest that the state funds step in and clear the market of lithium first. Then buy futures in large quantities. In the near future, we may stockpile more raw materials and stall for time. Subsequently, perhaps with technological advancement, power batteries of other materials can be developed. The second chief proposed and said, "Alright, try to use the means that can be used first. Fully stockpile a batch of goods, enough for domestic enterprises to use for a year or two. I don't believe that foreign lithium mining companies can support 1 or 2 years without business. Never give in to the beautiful country easily. Once they catch their weakness, the subsequent strikes will continue to come. the number one chief said in a cold voice. Chapter 119 Seeking Resources. After the domestic lithium battery enterprises got the news, they also followed the relevant departments to sweep the market at the first time. As long as the spot lithium ore, no matter how high or low the prices, all orders are placed. The price of lithium ore then rose. In the end, than the original 3 or 4 times higher. Holding lithium ore people are simply crazy. Overnight assets skyrocketed. Pretty country's commerce minister looked at the information coming from all sides, a face of disdain. Sure enough, as we thought at the beginning, China will not easily compromise. If we hadn't done a good layout in advance, we would have really let Huaxia have its way. All of these countries that produce lithium have to look at our eyes and act. If any country dares to disobey, just find a reason to send out troops to attack and turn them into a piece of rubble. As usual, there's no way to successfully mine lithium ore. It's just an exercise in futility for Huaxia to do so. The market has long been completely occupied by us. How can we let them succeed easily? Don't rush, let them be happy for a few days. When they think they've succeeded, then let it feel what is called despair. Seeing that the first battle was a success, the president of the pretty country immediately commanded, notify Terra Motors and tell them to increase their production lines as soon as possible to boost production at the fastest possible speed. Next, China's electric car production capacity will come to a standstill. Your electric cars are the only ones in the world that can be sold globally. Be sure to seize this opportunity to dominate the global electric car market. Huaxia has only taken a little advantage of the carbon fiber material. But next it will be us destroying the entire automobile industry. I wonder what the mood of the leaders of China is at this moment. Ha ha ha. The heads of the Chinese electric car and battery manufacturers were also holding a meeting. Under the pretty country's total suppression, the domestic companies must hold together to keep warm. If they were to compete in private at this time, it would only benefit the enemy. And Wang Fu, the boss of the largest electric car manufacturer in China, Dia Auto, frowned. It felt like the situation was very unfavorable. They had already mastered very mature electric car production technology. It was just about to go to the global market with great fanfare. Unexpectedly, they were hit in the head. The corporate supply chain was already very long, and it was simply impossible to spend huge sums of money in advance to stockpile too many industrial raw materials. Coupled with the rise of new domestic electric vehicle forces, the demand for lithium ore is more than 100-fold increase. The future electric car market can't be calculated on the current share. I think we should develop new battery technology. Use as little lithium as possible. Distribute lithium batteries according to the production of each car company. Your electric cars started early and we just started. We're at too much of a disadvantage with this distribution. In the future, the market Dia cars may grow 30 times. Relying on us, new forces will grow dozens of times or more. How can it be enough to give us this share? Everyone stop arguing for now. The country has already decided to put the lithium reserves on the market. What's more, we've also swept a lot of goods on the market in the past few days. Even if the sales of electric cars skyrocket in the next year or two, it should also be enough. There's so long enough for the country to solve the problem. Everyone should have faith in the country and not be too anxious. In that case, then give every automobile manufacturer an ample share of batteries. Our development strategy cannot be stopped. For a new company, once it stops growing, it means facing closure. Compared to traditional car companies, the bosses of new power car companies are very anxious. They can't stop their expansion step for a moment. They need to come up with eye-catching results and keep financing. But any stagnation in sales will be a fatal blow. The bosses of the companies are arguing and no one is willing to give in. They are all optimistic about the electric car scene. No one is willing to give up their own development to fulfill others. After all, the mall is like a battlefield, and market share is too important. Once you occupy too little, you will have no bargaining power in the supply chain, and you will be passive in every way. I do have a way. Beautiful country control is lithium mine. But Terra Motors has a whole industry chain, and their lithium battery technology is better than the domestic. Why don't we buy their lithium batteries? Even though the price is a bit higher, at least it will work. A new power boss proposed and said. The crowd sniffed and pondered. This is indeed a way. However, Terra Motors has never exported lithium batteries to the outside world. If we buy them directly, will he supply them? Providing us with batteries is also equivalent to competing with Terra. Setting up a competitor for no reason, I think it's a bit up in the air. Just ask if it works or not. Terra Battery only provides encapsulation technology, and the core of the battery is also OEM'd abroad. There is business to do. How can he not agree? Then try to fight for it, but say in advance. If we negotiate, we will negotiate together. The more this time, we have to screw together. We can't raise prices recklessly for the sake of profit and be cut by others. A car owner said. It's no problem. It's not like we're little cuties. How can we break our own back? Mark, the Terra boss, didn't think that the competition in carbon fiber would actually bring heavenly benefits to himself. Even the government was fully supporting itself in seizing the global electric car market. It's really God is helping me. Chinese car companies don't have power batteries, they can't even produce electric cars. The traditional car manufacturers in other countries are extremely slow in electric car development. This is a great opportunity for us to dominate the world. Mark immediately called for a meeting with the company's executives. It was requested that a new factory be built at the fastest possible speed to increase production capacity. Reporting to the president of the Huaxia Automobile Association requests a meeting. The meeting to increase production capacity had just finished. The secretary walked over to report. Oh, they're really quick to react. Mark had a playful smile on his face. Did they say they were looking for me to talk about something yet? It's rumored that they wish to purchase the power battery of the Terra automobile. Have a long-term cooperation with us? Ha ha ha. The Chinese are really smart. Having just blocked the lithium mine against them, they're actually thinking of bypassing the sanctions to buy lithium batteries. This idea is beautiful. But how could I possibly give them a chance to live? The other executives also had a bad smile on their faces. No wonder the Chinese automobile industry is developing so fast, they were sweeping the world's markets when they first received the sanctions. Coming to us to buy lithium batteries again, it's evident that their vision is quite poisonous. Things are very well thought out. This efficiency is too big a threat to us. Never agree to their demands. An executive said with a straight face. He had worked in China and understood the efficiency of Chinese companies very well. Once they grew up, even if they were as strong as Terra Motors, they would be very difficult to fight. The most crucial thing was that Huaxia was good at price wars and would eat up all their profits. Therefore he was firmly against cooperating with Chinese car companies. Chapter 120, It's a big deal. Mark laughed and said, I'm not a cutie pie. How can I give away the easily gained automobile market? How much money can you make by just selling batteries? It would also set up a strong competitor. Or is it more profitable to sell whole cars? Without any competitors, we can price as we please. The other executives listened with deep concern. But if China's electric car production capacity is completely cut off, even if we build a large number of factories, I'm afraid we won't be able to make up for the market gap. Someone proposed. What's your good idea? Could it be that we develop new models to find OEMs from automobile manufacturers? No way. Our goal is to make all car companies in China go out of business. If we let them OEM, it's equivalent to giving them a chance to survive. Mark quickly thought of a good method. It's not that hard to increase production capacity quickly. The Chinese car companies will immediately cut off the supply of lithium ore. Without lithium batteries, relying on fuel cars alone is no match for us. If they want to survive, they have to rely on us. Tell them that if they want to cooperate with Terra Motors and get our batteries, they'll have to give us 70% of their shares unconditionally. This is equivalent to us controlling all the car companies in China. Since it's our own car company, providing lithium batteries won't be a problem. This method is good. Worthy of being the president, what a brilliant idea. Compared to bankruptcy, at least 30% of the shares can be retained. With the loss of decision-making power, they still make quite a bit of money. After all, with us controlling the automobile market, the profits will be very lucrative. It's not less than what they made before. It's too cheap for them to make money by relying on our big tree, isn't it? Some executives grabbed 70% of the shares and were still disgruntled. Mark waved his hand to signal them to be quiet. There's a Chinese saying that says, if you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse have enough to eat. We can take 70% of the share of Huaxia's automobiles without doing anything. And their workers are the most diligent and rule-abiding good workers in the world. If we want to take over the global market, we can't do it without these hard-working employees. As long as it can be realized, whether it's the stick country or the bonobo country, or even the entire European car companies, the bean paste will be crushed by us. Mark said with both eyes glowing. If we can control the world's electric car market, why do we need to engage in rocket propaganda immigration to Mars all day long? It was just a gimmick to raise capital and increase stock prices. As long as they take the market, they can earn huge wealth. There's no need for all that effort. If one day they were caught in a lie, it would be a devastating blow to their company's stock price. After discussing the matter, Mark then unhurriedly received the president of Huaxia Automobile and a group of company bosses. The bosses were very happy to be received on their first request. After all, Mark was the leader of the electric car industry. In the entire field of electric cars, there was an extremely high status. Thank you, Mr. Mark, for taking time out of his busy schedule to entertain us. The automobile president said excitedly. I heard the secretary say that you guys want to buy the power batteries for the Terra automobile. But as far as I know, you guys in Huaxia also produce automobile power batteries. Why did you think of choosing us? The automobile boss of Huaxia was uncomfortable in his heart. Isn't this a knowing question? If it wasn't for your pretty country monopolizing the market, you wouldn't be in this situation. The automobile president replied, maybe Mr. Mark is too busy working not knowing that the pretty country government monopolized the global lithium market. Especially blocked the supply of lithium ore to our China. Due to our strong demand for lithium ore in China, we are unable to produce enough power batteries. Therefore, we can only choose to cooperate with Terra Motors. I hope to be able to obtain your help. So that's how it is. Mark lit a cigar. Taking a deep breath, he had a face of enjoyment. Actually, our power battery production is not high. If you all want them, you'll have to invest more and increase your production capacity. But if one day you suddenly stop buying Terra's power batteries, wouldn't all the production lines we've invested huge amounts of money in be controlled? Please rest assured on this point, Mr. Mark, we can sign a long-term purchase contract. Guarantee that your production lines will never be left vacant. The automobile president hurriedly said. It seems like you guys still have sincerity to cooperate, but this alone doesn't completely reassure me. If you want Terra Automobile to provide an adequate supply of batteries, that must be a deep cooperation. Deep cooperation? The Chinese automobile bosses were puzzled, but there was some surprise in their hearts. Terra Motors claimed to have the most advanced electric car technology in the world. And their brand was renowned all over the world. If they could deeply cooperate and share the technology, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Chinese car companies. In an instant, they were all looking forward to it. How does Mr. Mark plan to cooperate in depth? It would be our honor if we could cooperate with Terra Motors. The automobile president said happily. It's very simple. Give 70% of your shares to Terra Corporation without compensation. This way we will give our full support without reservation. Not only will you be able to get sufficient power batteries, but you will also be able to use all of our technology. You don't have to worry about being suppressed by the beautiful country's government. Instead, we will fully support your development in the future. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Chinese automobile bosses all changed. This is not cooperation, but simply want to swallow all the automobile companies in China without paying a penny. This is really a good plan. Although Mark's reputation in the world is very good, but really understand his past, we know that he eats people without spitting bones. He was not the founder of Terra. Rather, he got involved when the company was in financial crisis, kicked the founders out, and took sole possession of the company himself. If 70% of the shares were taken by Terra, all the car owners would lose their voice. They could be kicked out at any time. How could one's hard-earned company be handed over to someone else at will? The conditions are too much, we can't accept them. The owner of Dia Auto refused without hesitation. They chose to cooperate with Terra Motors just for one more path. It wasn't that they were already in a completely desperate situation. There were the country's lithium reserves plus the lithium reserves purchased from the market. It was enough to support the company's production for more than a year. There is still a year of buffer time. I believe the government will have a solution. How can it be so easy to turn the company left hand upward? Mark seemed to have long anticipated this outcome. Unhurriedly, he took a puff of his cigar and exhaled a mouthful of smoke with immense enjoyment. Cooperation is voluntary between both parties. Since we can't talk about it, then there's no point in wasting time. Anyway, our Terra company doesn't lack a market in the future. Everyone, please return. Chapter 121, No Way Back. It's too much, it's like eating people without spitting bones. The pretty country's capitalists are all the same as their officials. They must have all discussed it. Trying to annex all our companies without spending a penny. Relying on others is better than relying on ourselves. We absolutely cannot compromise. Even if it's hard, we must persevere and let Terra know. Our Chinese car companies can't be defeated. On the way back, the car bosses were incomparably angry. Although this negotiation had gotten them nowhere, they all had the determination to be on the same page. Aren't you going to suppress Chinese car companies? The more you suppress, the stronger we become. Let's see who can't hold out in the end. Don't be angry, this is just a path we want to fight for. Since it doesn't work, we'll return to the path of continuing research and development. The country will also fully support us. Whether it's in terms of funding or policy, there will be unimaginable help. In the development of new batteries, minimize the use of lithium. Also develop new batteries that use other elements. As long as one of them can succeed, we can break through the monopoly of the pretty country. The automobile president said soothingly. It seems that in the future, we'll have to take the route of lithium-ion batteries. Although lithium-ion batteries can't compare to ternary lithium in terms of certain performance and power density. But after all, it uses less lithium and is safer. Then we'll rely on your support. Our new power car companies or D-funds are too weak. It simply can't support such a huge investment. I hope that the country will be able to think of a countermeasure earlier. Even if the country's lithium reserves are too small, it's still necessary to step up the speed of mining to supplement the lack of market. At Terra, Mark leisurely smoked a cigar. The news had just gotten out, and their car sales had already begun to rise rapidly. The entire market was facing panic. If the Chinese car companies couldn't get enough lithium mines, there was a possibility that the production of electric cars would stop in the future. No one wants to buy an out-of-print electric car. So the first choice is all Terra cars, or some European brands. Have all the Chinese car company owners returned to China? Mark took a drag on his cigarette and asked. Yes, they were very angry when they left. Immediately booked special flights back to their home countries and left without stopping for a moment. Let them go. Soon they'll come begging for us. Mark said smugly. The secretary was puzzled. Every country has a strategic reserve. I believe that the Chinese government will also soon release the strategic reserve of lithium ore for the companies to use. I'm afraid that in a short period of time, they are not short of lithium ore. That's something you don't know. This bit of lithium ore they have stored won't support them for long. Although they swept a large amount of goods from the international market, they can't get these goods. Mark said with a sneer. The secretary was surprised. Does it mean that the government? That's right. You never know how huge our government can be once it makes a move. Without their support, how could I have dared to swallow China's car companies in one bite? Mark took a hard drag on his cigarette, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The era of supremacy belonging to our Terra Corporation is coming. Just wait and see, there will only be one automobile brand in the world in the future. That is Terra Motors. The bosses of the car companies in Huaxia acted immediately when they returned home. With the support of the government, they shipped back the purchased lithium ore as fast as possible. This time, they all made concessions to distribute the lithium battery share more reasonably. The intention is to embrace the warmth of the group and get through the winter. The more the pretty country suppresses, the more it cannot admit defeat. Instead, it made every effort to seize the global tram market. Let Huaxia become the world's largest consumer of lithium. As long as the more cars sold in Huaxia, the less Terra cars are sold. Producing lithium or enterprises goods hoarded to sell, sooner or later will be compromised to Huaxia. But then a sudden news interrupted all the plans. Sent to take over the purchase of lithium ore, did not expect the other party all default. The reason given was that the beautiful country issued a sanction document against Huaxia. Do not allow any country to export lithium ore and related products to China. Otherwise will be subject to the beautiful country's full blow. These countries do not dare to fight with the beautiful country, can only compromise. All the ores were all taken away by the pretty country. Even the futures that were purchased, all of them had their contracts cancelled. Do not let the Chinese companies get it all. In this way, all the electric car enterprises in China are instantly in a critical situation. The country's reserves of lithium ore was not much, at most, to support the domestic car companies to use a month's quota. Coupled with the car company's own part of the stockpile, at most can support more than half a month. Never in my dreams did I think that pretty country would be so shameless to such an extent, not even abiding by the most basic contract. The car company bosses got the news and couldn't believe it was true. This is simply too unbelievable. Pretty country did this, really don't have any face at all? Isn't it afraid that the country's credibility will be lacking, and who will dare to do business with them in the future? The face of the boss of the Chinese car company was pale. This is simply cutting off all the backroads of car companies. In less than 2 months, car companies no longer have power batteries available. All the investment in technology development for electric vehicles had all gone down the drain. Wang Fu, the boss of Diao Auto, slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth in hatred. No wonder Mark was so arrogant during the negotiations and dared to make such harsh demands. It seems like he already knew all of this. The pretty country government cooperated with them to harvest our business. We are less than 2 months away from bankruptcy. We have to make a decision early. When there are no cars to sell, how will we feed so many workers? It won't last long, and we'll be completely bankrupt. The company vice president's face was extremely grim. He didn't expect that a large enterprise with hundreds of billions of dollars would have to close down when they said they would. They had already bet their entire future on the electric car field. If they turned back to producing pure oil cars, they would only die a slightly slower death. Damn it, I really didn't expect them to be so insidious. This is not giving us a chance to live at all. Suddenly Wang Fu reacted, only the country can save us. A brand new power battery must be developed that only uses a small amount of lithium, or none at all. That way we still have a chance to survive. The vice president was filled with bitterness. We are putting in research and development for all kinds of battery technologies. Even if there is hope for a breakthrough, it's not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Even if it is successfully developed, it will be at least a decade or so later. If the country doesn't have a good way to save us, I'm afraid the only way out is to be acquired. Although we lose the business, at least we can survive. Being able to preserve the millions of car company employees in the country. The vice president sighed helplessly. I'm not willing, I'm too unwilling. It's hard to see the rise of the Chinese automobile industry after a lifetime of fighting. It's just going to be taken away by someone else. Besides, what is this called acquisition? Not a penny to take away 70% of our shares. This is a bandit, this is a bandit, this is a clear-cut robbery. Wang Fu fiercely slammed his fist on the table, incomparably angry. Chapter 122, Never Compromise. Such a big news could not be covered up at all, and soon came to light all over the world. It was not expected that Chinese automobile companies would suffer such a heavy blow. Countless Chinese netizens were all angry for the domestic automobile enterprises. Pretty country is also too shameless, such a despicable thing to do. Using hegemony to control global lithium resources, even our purchases are not allowed to be shipped. What's the difference between such hegemonic practices and bandits? This is no different from declaring war on Huaxia. I hope the government will step in. Snatch back all the lithium mines that belong to us. Pretty country is not pretending at all, finally showed its fangs to us. What is this waiting for? Directly TMD. Pretty country's netizens were arrogant. Hee, this is our pretty country's strength. You guys can't do anything even if you don't submit. All countries are on our side, so what if we don't sell you lithium ore? Do you guys still dare to send an army to rob us? Some of the people of the small countries that produced lithium ore were furious. You pretty country. Who wants to be on your side? You guys are relying on shameless hegemony to force us not to allow the sale of lithium ore to Huaxia. And yet you don't give us any compensation at all. So many of our workers have lost their jobs because of this, and our economy has suffered huge losses. Yes. I really hope that Huaxia steps in to destroy pretty country. Otherwise we won't be able to continue exporting lithium ore. Alas! We in Camel Country have a deep understanding of the situation of your countries. If we don't listen to their arrangements, they will send troops to attack us. It's only because Huaxia has gotten stronger over the years that we've been able to have more cooperation with it. The people of the stick country were happier to see Huaxia suffer suppression than their ancestral graves burning. This is the strength of the pretty country. It's useless for you guys to be unconvinced. I warn you that you'd better honestly listen to pretty country's arrangements. Otherwise, there's no need for pretty country to make a move. We, the stick country, will send our troops to exterminate you. Damnable rods, don't let me see you in the future. I'll beat you up once I see you. Being willing to be pretty country's dogs, how dare you howl at us? That's right, everyone must remember the no most shameless stick country people. They are simply more hateful than pretty country. The netizens of the stick country also tried to curry favor with the pretty country online. As a result, they sparked anger and were angrily scolded. It finally subsided. The Chinese officials did not compromise and tried to find ways to increase the lithium mine capacity. The existing lithium mines in the country have increased mining, and at the same time, dozens of exploration teams have been sent to explore lithium mines throughout the country. The biggest pressure is still the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They are responsible for negotiating with the beautiful country. However, the beautiful country is determined to fight against Huaxia. The so-called rules of international law were worthless in their eyes. Even if they didn't comply, no country could sanction them. Not to mention the fact that almost the entire Western countries stood with them. They were all worried about the rise of Huaxia, and when pretty country sanctioned Huaxia, they all followed suit. What pretty country did completely angered the head of Huaxia. At the meeting, the number one chief slammed his fist hard on the table. Pretty country still really thinks that we, Huaxia, are not made of clay? Immediately formulate counter-sanctions. Let them know that leaving the commodities of Huaxia, they can't move an inch as usual. Calm down, counter-control is also appropriate. But also pay attention to the consequences of a full-blown economic war. We're not just facing a pretty country, but the entire West, or even the whole world. Although the second chief was incomparably angry. But he also knew that starting a war too early would not be favorable to China. Even if they fought for another year or two, until Huaxia's technology fully took off. Having the ability to protect all the countries that stood on the side of Huaxia, then start a full-scale war with them. I suggest listing out countermeasures first and giving them an ultimatum. If the sanctions still continue, then there's no need for us to continue to tolerate. The second chief said as he forced down the anger in his heart. The woolly bear country is actually being foolish as well, according to reliable sources. They are thinking of ways to brew up the price of oil exports. Apparently seeing the opportunity, thinking that we can't develop our new energy vehicles. In the future, we'll be even more dependent on oil resources. The intelligence minister's face was grave. Although on the surface they had a good relationship with the woolly bear country, this country would never let go of the opportunity to stab them in the back. Of course this had a lot to do with their finances getting worse and worse. Eyes red with China's economic development, wanting to get a piece of the pie. But this is indeed very unorthodox. This little bit of cleverness from the Malwashan country won't hurt us much. The more this time, the more we have to appease them. As long as the price increase is not excessive, it can be agreed. What's more, the Manhwa country has been sanctioned enough over the years, so consider this money as support for them. The first chief was not sad or happy to hear the news. This situation wasn't something that had been encountered once or twice. Without touching Huaxia's bottom line, they were left to it. Currently, Huaxia needed to fully deal with the pretty country's suppression. The Ministry of Commerce's side will conduct consultations. The Commerce Minister said, I suggest increasing investment in the construction of nuclear power plants. Energy security still needs to be in our own hands. The Energy Minister said, that's true, but we are a depleted uranium country. Build too many nuclear power plants and worry about suffering the same blockade. It's better to increase the development of solar and wind energy. No, these energy sources are junk energy, and the power generation is too unstable. It has to be controlled to a certain share. From counter-sanctions against pretty country, it turned into energy negotiations again. It finally went back to reverse sanctions against pretty country. Finally, a series of sanctions were formulated. Once they were implemented, pretty country was bound to pay a painful price as well. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately intervened with the pretty country, issuing an ultimatum to them. If they don't lift the lithium blockade, China will no longer be polite. China's sanctions details were quickly sent to the president of the beautiful country in front. The president of the pretty country was annoyed. Huaxia actually dares to go toe-to-toe with us. I think they're impatient to live. I won't look at these things. Continue to increase the sanctions against Huaxia. I just don't believe they can keep holding out. These sanctions won't hurt our economy much. Mr. President should still take a look at them. If we all have to lose both, it will only make other countries happy. The official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said with a grave expression on his face. He could see that Huaxia's counterattack this time was quite strong. It was completely different from the previous small fights. Although some Western countries bowed down to them, it was based on the pretty country being strong. If they fought with Huaxia to the point of losing and being pulled down from their hegemony, then these countries would not hesitate to light up their fangs and tear pretty country apart. The pretty country's president finished reading the sanctions with a gloomy face. His face became increasingly ugly. Summon all the officials and meet to discuss. Chapter 123, Shameless Scheme. When all the officials arrived, the president of the pretty country threw the notice of Huaxia in front of them. Take a good look at all of them. How arrogant is the current Huaxia? It actually dares to threaten us in turn. If we don't crack down on them, sooner or later they will ride on our heads. After reading the counter-sanctions notice from Huaxia, all the pretty officials were all incomparably angry. Outrageous, Huaxia has too much guts. One must step in and continue to crack down on them. Must destroy all of their industrial system. Otherwise our hegemony will never be secure. A radical official slapped the table and roared loudly. Today, China's scientific research capabilities are incredibly strong. Indeed, we can't give them another chance to continue developing. I suggest using all means to completely destroy the Chinese economy. This meeting is not to consider suppressing Huaxia. Rather, it is to discuss how much damage we will suffer if Huaxia counter-sanctions. Can the people and the government carry it? The president of the pretty country said with an incredibly serious expression. It had always been thought that they were the largest consumer market in the world. Huaxia was again the largest exporter of goods. Only Huaxia couldn't get away from pretty country. And as long as pretty country had money, they could buy the goods they needed in any country. But all of a sudden, they realized that the commodities of Huaxia were so important to them. If they left the commodities supplied by Huaxia, the pretty country would see prices skyrocket. Even many businesses would have problems operating. This was not the result they wanted to see. Next, the officials and some experts present began to study it. As a result, the more they studied, the more somber their faces became. Many commodities simply had no alternative enterprises and could only be imported from China. And if Huaxia refused to import some of the pretty country's commodities, a large number of enterprises in the pretty country would face closure. I didn't realize that the involvement of the two countries was so close. Almost to the point where no one could leave the other. If China leaves pretty country's goods but can find substitutes from other countries, while the pretty country wanted to keep prices stable but could only import from Huaxia. This made the president of pretty country furious. Outrageous, is it that the whole world can't live without Huaxia? Why can't other countries find substitutes for these simple commodities? The Minister of Commerce of the pretty country laughed bitterly. In fact, we've already looked into finding other countries to replace Huaxia many times, to supply us with daily living goods, and some industrial raw materials. But it was found that it simply can't be done. First of all, we can't find any workers whose quality is comparable to that of Huaxia. Secondly, all the industrial chain of China is very perfect, no matter what goods can be produced at the lowest price. The infrastructure of other countries is relatively poor, just the power supply cannot keep up. Not to mention other supporting industries. Then we can't compromise with Huaxia either. If they can't succeed in sanctioning Huaxia this time, they will use the same method in the future to force us to give up the sanctions. Then where is our position as the world's hegemon? How much loss will we suffer if Huaxia carries out counter-sanctions? The president of the pretty country didn't care about anything else, only considering whether the plan could be implemented successfully. According to the projections, the direct loss will be at least $200 billion. Indirect losses, it's even worse to estimate. The finance minister replied. The pretty president's heart instantly gained strength. It's only $200 billion, we can completely carry it. The big deal is to raise the debt ceiling a bit and print some more dollars to pay off the debt. Most of the losses will be spread out to the people anyway. It's not really much when you do the math like this. I do have a suggestion: suppressing the Chinese automobile industry can be more than just us pretty country getting the benefits. The biggest beneficiary is the whole of Europe, even including the stick country and the Japanese country. By suppressing the electric car industry in China, their cars can be sold more in China. We can't pay for this ourselves, let these countries pay for it. Pretty foreign minister said immediately. The eyes of the officials in the room immediately glowed when they heard this. The said allied countries were actually just their little followers. As long as they gave their word, who would dare to disobey? Besides, even if they didn't agree on the surface, pretty country also had many financial means to make these countries hemorrhage money. After all, every time pretty country's economy ran into problems, it would use the same maneuver to first cut meat from its allies. Then it would bring the allies to fight against the disobedient countries. Such tactics were repeated every time. This time, the idea had been put on the allies again. I think it can work. The commodities sanctioned by Huaxia are purchased through them. What we can't sell, let the European countries take over. As for how it should be digested, it has little to do with us. Make sure to prioritize stabilizing the domestic economy. The president of the pretty country immediately gave the order, getting all the officials to act immediately and continue with the sanctions program. It wasn't like they had to bear the consequences anyway, and they didn't even bother with China's counter-sanctions. The Chinese side didn't get a response. Immediately also thought of the beautiful country wants to fight to the end. Both sides ultimately lost, but the beautiful country can transfer most of the damage to other countries. This is China's biggest headache. Fighting the beautiful country, but the injury is Europe and some other countries. Who can we find to justify this? If the scope of sanctions is too large, killing 800 enemies and injuring 1,000 of their own, China can only bear the burden itself. The loss is not worth the gain. The number one chief looked at the analysis report submitted by the relevant departments. His brows were furrowed as he pondered bitterly. Pretty country can be really shameless, actually coming up with such a rogue move. Once our sanctions are implemented, we will instead offend the entire European Union. It can't be helped, pretty country has a financial hegemony position. They have too many means of sharing risks. Our counter-sanctions against them can only be effective for a while, but not for long. The second chief similarly frowned, unable to think of too good a solution. It all boiled down to the fact that the top-notch technology held by Huaxia was still a little too small. It simply couldn't hurt the pretty country's fundamentals. Are there any better solutions from other departments? Countering pretty country is just an attitude of our Chinese government. If you really want to solve the problem, you still have to purchase lithium ore in large quantities. The automobile industry is related to the employment of millions of people, and there must not be any discrepancies. The number one chief said with a very serious face. It can't be helped, our China is a country that is poor in lithium ore. The vast majority of lithium ores have to be imported from abroad. And all of these countries are controlled by pretty countries. If you want to obtain lithium ore to solve the current crisis, I'm afraid that the only way is to go to war and forcibly occupy the countries that produce lithium ore. However, the pretty country has designated that we, Huaxia, will never do that, which is why we are so reckless. There is actually another way. That is to find an alternative lithium battery technology. Develop a power battery that can meet the demand without using lithium. The first chief said. Chapter 124, Internal Strife. Our companies do have this alternative, but the technology is too immature. Lead-acid batteries are too bulky, and their energy density is too low and their service life is too short. It's not suitable for use in electric vehicles. Sodium-ion batteries are a good alternative, but research and development is just getting started. Moreover, sodium-ion does not carry as much charge as lithium-ion, which also has the disadvantage of too little storage capacity. But the performance is far better than lithium batteries in every aspect. If there is a year or two of time for us to research and development breakthroughs, perhaps with the development of technology, can barely reach the threshold of the use of electric vehicles. But now each enterprise lithium or inventory, at most can only support 2 months. It's simply too late. The second head was filled with worry, and his entire body was frowning. In order to solve the problem for the enterprises, he had spent countless thoughts these days. But he still hadn't come up with a good response. It's still necessary to continue negotiating with the pretty country and strive to liberalize the supply of lithium ore. In addition, it really can't be done, we can only show our secret weapon. Take out a 6th-generation fighter to divide the world into new spheres of influence. Of course, before that, issue a bounty, all research and development organizations together to attack the new battery technology. Give the country first-class merit as well as high bonus. The number one chief made up his mind that in the absence of any way back, he could only move the military as well. Never allow the country's pillar industry to be easily snatched away by the other side. Good, arrange it down immediately. Also remember to send more people to pacify the leaders of the enterprises, tell them that they have the country, don't worry too much. But at this moment, the bosses of the car companies were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The state-owned enterprises were better off doing something, just listen to the state's arrangements. These private enterprises may face bankruptcy at any time once their material supply is completely cut off. The most crucial thing is that private enterprises have a large number of shareholders. Even if the bosses could carry on, those shareholders were not willing to stand by and watch the bankruptcy. They were all on the verge of being unblocked. All of them found the boss to discuss a solution. Although the conditions offered by Mark are very harsh, it's not a loss for us. Once they are all acquired by him, the valuation of the business will increase drastically. In fact, the assets we occupy will not be reduced. Our car companies have very meager profits in order to gain growth. Most of the profits in the market have been earned by Terra. It would be better to merge into one company and earn great profits together. I don't care, since my money is given to the car companies, I must not lose all of it. It's fine if you don't agree to be bought out, but get my shares back at the original price. As long as the money is returned to me, you can do whatever you want on your own, I will never interfere. I say, can you guys calm down? How can you disorganize yourselves in the face of a great enemy? What's more, this is a pretty country suppressing our country's pillar enterprises, how can we let them succeed? At this time everyone is not united against the enemy, but actually only care about their own interests, no wonder they are being bullied by the pretty country. Hee, you guys are talking in a righteous manner, you are only occupying a tiny bit of shares, the loss of all of them is not a big loss. I'm a major shareholder, all of my family's assets are pressed into the company, I can't afford to play with you guys. Some shareholders didn't want to face any risk, while others had the national interest at heart. The two parties argued fiercely on the spot. Wang Fu also had a huge headache at the moment. Originally, he thought that there was still a buffer of 1 or 2 years, and relying on the country could definitely solve the immediate difficulties. But I did not expect. The beautiful country does not speak of martial virtue, simply do not give the domestic car enterprises a little way to live. Actually let all the lithium ore dealers all destroy the contract. I never dreamed that the beautiful country is so ruthless. Desperate to lose credibility, but also to completely collapse the Chinese new energy vehicle enterprises. I say, can everyone calm down? Everyone together should think of ways to solve problems instead of arguing amongst themselves. The inventory can almost still be supported for 2 months. The country definitely won't sit back and do nothing either. Besides, even if we were to be bought out by Terra, we can't just listen to their prices, right? At the very least, we have to negotiate and try to get as much benefit as possible. Mr. Wang is right about that. Only giving us 30% of the shares is just too harsh. What's the difference between this and robbery? If it can be given to 50%, I raise my hands and am willing to be acquired by the other party. This is compromising with the enemy? I thought we still existed after being acquired? Mark can completely snowball all of us domestic car companies and let them collapse naturally. By then you'd all be completely zeroed out of your assets, not to mention not getting a single dividend. Mark doesn't need to pay any price and can still dominate the global electric car market. Some shareholders had a very long-term vision and saw through the other party's plot at a glance. Some shareholders instantly snapped out of it. This is a right reminder. Many domestic enterprises were just acquired by the beautiful country's huge capital, then shutting down the business and completely destroying the brand, allowing their brands to completely dominate in the country. If the other party does the same, then we will die without a burial place. No way. My guess is that Mark acquired our car company in order to gain production capacity. Although Terra cars sell very well globally, they have always faced a lack of production capacity. How could it be possible to destroy all of our brands as well? Some people were still very naive in their thinking, and they still believed that Mark would definitely focus on credibility. The conclusion hadn't been negotiated yet, and the result was another quarrel. I say, can you guys be quiet? I'm going to discuss this with the other car company owners first. Let's make 2 preparations. First, wait for the country to come up with a solution. If it really doesn't work and can't save us, then we'll go for the second solution. Look for Terra to buy it out and try to get a bigger benefit. Wang Fu said. Then hurry up and make arrangements. We must not wait any longer. Right now we still have a cushion. Wait for a month or 2 and then there will be no more power cells. Then we'll really be fish meat on the chopping board. Even if the other party cuts the price, we'll have no power to fight back. Got it, I will prepare as soon as possible. Wang Fu could only agree helplessly in the face of the pressure from the shareholders. But Dia Auto was founded by him. Even if Mark kept his promise and wouldn't screw them over, it was also never willing to fall into someone else's hands. He still expected to be able to delay as long as possible, hoping that the country would think of a solution. Alas, among all the car companies, we are the only one to fully bet on new energy vehicles. I didn't expect to be the first to face a life and death crisis. If only the pace had been a little slower, at least we could have held on with fuel cars. The vice president said consolingly, we can grow from a small car company to the present, relying on technological innovation. If we hadn't all bet on new energy vehicles, how would we have gotten to this size? It's not our strategic direction that's wrong, but pretty countries' tactics are too ruthless. It's useless to talk about this. Be sure to keep an eye on the Science and Technology Institute that is researching power batteries. Once there is good news, tell me immediately. I'll go find the other company bosses to discuss strategies together. Wang Fu said. Chapter 125, Inquiring about Battery Technology. Several car company bosses discussed for half a day and came up with almost the same result. They are all planning to prepare for both, while waiting for the Chinese government to come up with a solution. On the other hand, they would discuss the acquisition with Terra and try to get a better price. Of course, they also want to prevent the Tila company control, will be their company brand Snow. In the end, they won't get a penny. Seeing the power battery inventory depleting day by day, all the car company bosses were very anxious and had even lost their cool. Most people are not willing to wait for death. While desperately searching for lithium ore, they agreed to go together to Terra to negotiate. At this time, the country's bounty document reached every relevant RD department. Even the Space Academy had a copy. Shin Dongchang looked at the document sent, his face extremely serious. This matter has been very hotly speculated outside, and I didn't expect it to be as serious as this. But where the country has a halfway decent approach, it wouldn't be so bad as to look for breakthrough technologies throughout the country. This can be troublesome. The beautiful country has suffered a loss. This is wanting to put our Huaxia to death. If we can't even get past this hurdle, the road to the rise of our Huaxia is going to be cut off entirely. Ding Wowo also showed concern. It was clear that the pretty country had sensed that the rise of Huaxia posed a huge threat to them. It already wanted to defeat Huaxia at all costs. I'm afraid this matter can't be helped. Our Space Academy doesn't have any battery research and development talents. Even if we form a relevant department now, it's simply too late. Breaking through this kind of technology won't yield anything at all without a decade or so. Shin Dongchang shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, this kind of document sent to the Space Academy was simply redundant. They were the department that researched airplanes, and even if they needed batteries, they procured them from outside. How could they set up a specialized department to research and develop? You don't say. I think I heard Li Yi talk about lithium battery technology before. He said that the lithium batteries on the market now have a lot of hidden dangers and the technology is very immature. We should start from the material aspect to develop a safer power battery. Only at that time I did not care. Now that I think about it, he seems to know quite a lot about lithium battery technology. Why don't we find him and ask? A glimmer of hope rose in Ding Wowo's heart. Li Yi had brought them too many surprises. Anyway, it didn't matter if they asked a few more questions since the dead horse was a living horse. Shin Dongchang did not hold any hope. Even if a person's skills were strong, they could only study a fixed number of fields. It was even good enough for the vast majority of people to reach a leading level in one field. Li Yi was already strong in the aerospace field and materials field. How could he possibly go back to researching battery technology? I don't think it's very reliable. How would he have time to research so many things? Don't let worrying about the car companies affect the research and development of superalloys. He's wasted days just breaking through carbon fiber technology for the country. How can you ask him for help with everything? Expecting too much from him will cause him too much pressure. Shin Dongchang was very distressed that Li Yi worked late into the night every day. Almost all of them relied on Li Yi in the development of the new fighter jet. The other technicians were merely following his orders and assisting in the RD. I know that asking him about everything will indeed put a lot of pressure on him. However, our Chinese automobile enterprises have reached a life and death situation. If the automobile industry is defeated by the West, I don't know how many people will lose their jobs. Once these people lose their income, other industries and even the entire country's economy will be greatly impacted. Even with the smallest of hopes, we have to let Li Yi make an effort. Ding Guohua said with a serious face. Besides, we're just asking. It's not like we have to force Li Yi to develop the technology. Alright then, let's just go ask. The two people came together to Li Yi's laboratory. Li Yi had already made the super alloy sample. Seeing the two, he excitedly held it out for them to see. It's really too coincidental that you guys came. The super alloy material has been successfully made. Let the testing department go and test it. Shen Dongchang and Ding Guohua were overjoyed to hear this. Originally, they were here to chat about the battery, not expecting to get good news so soon. Developed it so quickly, show us? The silver gray color of the super alloy looked very textured. Holding it in his hand, yet it felt particularly light. Shin Dongchang felt very puzzled. How does it feel lighter than aluminum? Is the strength of the yes material really that high? Don't worry about it, a random test guarantees that it exceeds any existing type of alloy. Li Yi said confidently. Sitting on the chair, he picked up a teacup and took a sip of water. Continuously working for a long time, sometimes he forgot to drink water when he was busy. This will notify the technicians to complete the testing as soon as possible. If it's confirmed that there's no problem, we need to quickly ramp up production. Our confrontation with Pretty Country is getting more and more intense. We may start a conflict at any time. If we want to win, we have to rely on the 6th-generation fighter to suppress the other side. Shin Dongchang finished with great excitement and made a call to have the testing department pick up the materials. Actually, there's another thing I didn't look for you. After sending away the materials, Shin Dongchang let Li Yi view the documents sent by his superiors. Pretty Country didn't succeed in blockading us with carbon fiber materials. It started hitting its mind on lithium ores again. A total blockade of lithium ore against us, resulting in our car companies having no power batteries available. Our superiors have requested that all R&D departments work together to develop new battery technology, minimize the use of lithium or develop better materials to replace it. I wonder if you have a good solution. Li Yi was not too surprised. This kind of suppression was only just beginning, and it would become more and more frequent in the future. Pretty Country is really playing a good game. It actually wants to snatch all our automobile companies without spending a single penny. This is not the China of 20 years ago. They won't succeed in their aim. Li Yi looked at the notification and laughed coldly. All domestic car companies are now in a very serious situation. There will be no power batteries available for up to 2 months. And this is a very thorough blockade by the Pretty Country. No matter if it's a domestic car factory or a factory built abroad. All cut off the supply of lithium ore. Almost to the point of exhaustion. Shin Dongchang said with a very serious face. Ding Guohua opened his mouth and said, I remember before you said that the existing lithium batteries have too many hidden dangers. Is there a good solution? Li Yi nodded slightly. There is, but it will take some time. Although Shin Dongchang and Ding Guohua had a hint of expectation for Li Yi, but they were still shocked to hear him answer so affirmatively. When did you develop lithium battery technology? Does the new technology have a high demand for lithium elements? Can it solve the current crisis for the country? Shin Dongchang hurriedly asked. Chapter 126 Sodium Battery. I only know a little bit about lithium battery technology. But it can be projected using physical and mathematical formulas. Use other materials as substitutes. Even if we don't use lithium ore, we can still develop a better power battery. Li Yi didn't say too much. The newer the technology, the longer the projection time would be. But within 2 months he was still very sure that he could make the sample. The biggest thing to rely on was that the technologies projected by the Enlightenment reversal system were all very mature. They could be used directly. Technologies that were normally developed in the laboratory, even if they could be successful, still need to continue to improve, not only to meet the commercial needs of the standard, more importantly, the cost has to come down. From successful research and development to formal commercialization, it may take several years or even a decade longer. With the Enlightenment reversal system, this shortcoming could be completely avoided. Shin Dongchang was a little worried again, but the time is only 2 months. Can we get the beginnings within 2 months? If it can be proved that the technical route is feasible, it can deter the Pretty Country. Let those other countries do not dare to follow the beautiful country to blockade the lithium mine. Yeah, as long as we can come up with evidence of a new battery in a short period of time, we can get rid of the current crisis. Also, the cost of the new battery is a key factor. Just will the cost be too high? Ding Guohua asked. It doesn't matter if the cost is higher, as long as the mass production can be reduced in the later stage. The country can also give enough subsidies. The key is that the performance of the new battery can reach the level of the existing lithium battery. Shin Dongchang said. This is no problem, this point of certainty I still have. What I developed is called a sodium-ion battery, and the sodium element is extremely abundant in reserves all over the world. It's very convenient to extract it from the sea alone. Not to mention that we still have very rich sodium reserves inland. There's no need to worry about not having enough materials. Li Yi said with a smile. What, your R&D route is sodium-ion batteries? I have heard of this area of technology. Many companies are attacking sodium-ion batteries. But sodium-ion is not as active as lithium-ion. The batteries produced are too bulky, and their service life is far inferior to lithium batteries. I'm afraid it can't be achieved in the short term if it's used as a substitute, right? The hope that Shin Dongchang had just ignited instantly disappeared again. Li Yi smiled faintly. Sodium-ion batteries in the pure sense certainly won't work. A sodium-ion composite material must be made first. This sodium-ion composite material can carry more charge and is very stable. As long as it can be successfully developed, it will be very difficult to burn even if there is an impact puncture or even if it falls into a fire. As for the service life, will be far more than lithium batteries. And there is also an advantage that lithium batteries can't match, that is, at low temperatures, it won't affect the sodium ion's power storage. Li Yi said a bunch of disadvantages of sodium ion, and said the technical route once again. In short, the new sodium ion battery, this performance is far more than lithium batteries. The same amount of power storage, weight is lighter, not to mention that the price is also very cheap. After all, the sodium element reserves are too rich, the cost is less than 1/10 of the lithium element. If you really want to liberalize mass production, even 1% is different. If we can break through this technology, electric cars will become mainstream. Not to mention the beautiful country sanctioning Huaxia. Huaxia will rule the global automobile market. Are you telling the truth? If such a good technology is developed, China will become the world's energy hegemon? If we can really produce such a good battery, it won't just benefit the automobile industry. Other industries can also use it in large quantities. Ding Guohuo was shocked. The blueprint that Li Yi had drawn out for them was just too amazing. If it could be realized, I'm afraid that it could add trillions of dollars of production value to Huaxia every year, and even more so, it could increase the employment of countless people. As long as Huaxia can save this technology, the world's car companies have to beg Huaxia to provide them with power batteries. Xia Shui does not know anything about this area, but Li Yi can confidently talk. Her beautiful eyes were flowing with different colors. She admired Li Yi. It's not too late, hurry up and take action. We must develop the new battery as fast as possible. As long as the technology can get a slight breakthrough, we can interrupt the monopoly of foreign resources. Shen Dongchang was so excited that he couldn't sit still. The white beard around his mouth kept shaking. Just say what materials and instruments are needed, and I'll have you prepare them immediately. As long as we get a breakthrough within 2 months' time, our domestic car companies will be saved. Ding Guohua hurriedly said. Then fine, I'll make a list now. Li Yi picked up a pen and paper and began to write quickly. While chatting just now, Li Yi turned on the Gnosis reversal system. It began to project the sodium-ion battery technology. There was no need to use 2 months at all, just extrapolating the technology for 1 day was enough, and getting his hands dirty to make the sample out would take a week at most. If there were other technicians to assist together, it might take even less time. After Li Yi finished writing the list of materials, he suddenly thought of another important thing. Right, the matter of me developing the new battery must not be leaked to others. I'm worried that once Lu Chuanfeng gets the news, it might be passed on to foreign countries. Li Yi said with a grave expression. Don't worry about this point, these instruments and equipment purchased will enter your lab in batches. Other than us, it will never be known to anyone else in the Space Academy. Shin Dongchang said. That's good. While talking, the technician from the testing office ran over excitedly. Reporting to the dean, the super core material has been tested and is completely able to achieve the expected performance. This is the report from our testing. Our testing equipment was even almost destroyed due to the high strength. With such a good material, it looks like we'll have to update our testing equipment. The results are out so quickly? Shin Dongchang hurriedly took the report and quickly looked at it. Ding Guowal also came to the side and swept his gaze over. This super alloy's performance is too powerful, isn't it? The hardness is more than that of a diamond, and it actually maintains such good toughness. This is definitely the topmost mechanical metal material. Not to mention using it in a 6th generation fighter jet, even if it's making a spaceship, it's completely fine. Shen Dongchang was flushed with excitement. Holding the test report, his eyes were full of incredulity. This data exceeded the imagination of an aerospace expert. It was definitely the most coveted technological material for industrialists. Yes, wait until we completely master controlled nuclear fusion technology. Then we can start building the South Heavenly Gate program. Producing a space base with this material is absolutely no problem. And also build large interstellar mining ships. Mining in outer space. The resources on Earth are too scarce and are about to fail to meet our needs. Li Yi said with a smile.